Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 11 of the series. Chapter 644, 7 Great Divine Kings. 644 7 Great Divine Kings. We're here. Lin Feng stepped out of the spatial passage. Swoosh. A total of 7 intense gazes were fixed on Lin Feng at once. Moreover, the owners of these 7 gazes were all dignified divine kings. Just a glance from them would be enough to suffocate and break an ordinary Grand Emperor, let alone with a total of 7 of them. However, Lin Feng's expression did not change, and he appeared very calm. Just gazes alone would not affect Lin Feng at all, even if they were divine venerables or divine emperors, let alone divine kings. After all, he was the supreme Grand Emperor who had killed the divine king as a Grand Emperor. Greetings, your majesties. Seeing so many divine kings, how could Lin Feng not know their identities? Including divine King Bamand, there were a total of 7 divine kings. They were all the rulers of the galaxies around the Silent Galaxy. You're welcome. The Supreme Grand Emperor has also established a divine palace in the North River Galaxy. He's now the master of a divine palace, and his status is no different from ours. Moreover, the Supreme Grand Emperor killed the divine king above his level. It shocked us as well. A smile appeared on divine King Occult's face, making him seem rather amiable. Lin Feng, let me introduce these divine kings to you. Divine King Bamand began to introduce the other 6 divine kings to Lin Feng. Even though Lin Feng had known the names of these 6 divine kings before, he could now match their names to the actual individuals. Lin Feng did not show any arrogance. These were all dignified divine kings. Even he had killed a divine king above his level, it was only because the ultimate law of life happened to counter fiends. That was why he could kill the divine king above his level. If he really fought with other divine kings, Lin Feng would at most be able to resist and not be defeated. It would not be so easy to kill them. Only against the weakest type of divine king might he have a chance of defeating or even killing them. However, these 6 divine kings had all cultivated for a long time. All of them had combat bodies of at least 100,000 light years, or even stronger. Ordinary divine kings were not comparable to them. All right. If everyone has any questions, let's return to the divine palace first. Seeing that many divine kings were itching to speak, divine King Bamand shook his head and brought everyone back to the divine palace first. Otherwise, with so many divine kings in the cosmos, there was no knowing how much pressure they would cause the passing cultivators. Hence, including Lin Feng, a total of 8 people descended into the divine palace of Bamand and entered the hall. Divine King Bamand had long been prepared. A total of 8 large chairs were placed in the hall. Everyone took their seats one after another. As the door closed, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone, an upheaval has occurred in the Silent Galaxy. The silent beasts are constantly attacking our various galaxies. I believe everyone is already prepared to enter the Silent Galaxy to resolve the change. Now, the Supreme Grand Emperor, Lin Feng, will describe the changes in the Silent Galaxy to everyone in detail. The divine kings looked at Lin Feng. There was no longer any sentiment similar to appreciation to a junior in their eyes. Currently, they already saw Lin Feng as a divine king like themselves. Lin Feng could kill the North River divine king above his level, so he was qualified for it. That's right, Supreme Grand Emperor. You exited the Silent Galaxy, so you should know something about the upheaval in the Silent Galaxy, right? Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, I do know something about it. Since he had obtained many new materials from the divine kings, he naturally had to help the divine kings resolve the upheaval in the Silent Galaxy. Hence, he explained in detail the strange nebula and the mysterious heartbeats in the Silent Galaxy. For a moment, the entire hall was a little oppressive, and the atmosphere was very heavy. Mysterious nebula. Strange heartbeats. All the divine kings frowned. They naturally knew the strangeness and danger of the silent galaxy, but they had no clue about the mysterious nebula and the strange heartbeats. We do not know about the mysterious nebula and the strange heartbeats mentioned by the Supreme Grand Emperor. However, there is a mysterious power slowly awakening in the silent galaxy. I believe all the divine kings can sense it. That's right. That power is too terrifying, as if it can destroy everything. Divine King Occult, you've been divining all this time. Have you deduced what the upheaval in the silent galaxy is? Divine King Inferno asked Divine King Occult. Divine King Occult was titled Occult. He could divine certain information from some obscure sources or specific things. It was very miraculous. However, this time, Divine King Occult shook his head and said, "My divinations are not omnipotent. There are many things that cannot be deduced. In particular, the silent galaxy is too complicated. There's the legendary Divine Emperor of Silence. Some Grand Emperors have entered it before and never made it out. Even recently, there were Divine Venerables who entered it and never left. Hence, the power of the silent galaxy is too chaotic for me to divine." The hall fell silent again. Since there's no way to divine it, we'll follow the original plan. The 8 of us will personally make a trip to the silent galaxy. That's right. We'll go to the silent galaxy ourselves. However, once we enter, can we come out? That will depend on the Supreme Grand Emperor. Even though Lin Feng had already sent a message to these divine kings through Divine King Bamon previously, they clearly needed a more affirmative answer from Lin Feng now. These divine kings were not afraid of anything, except that they would never be able to come out after entering the silent galaxy. The terror of the silent galaxy was already known to everyone in the universe. How could somewhere that's considered a forbidden place be dismissed? Lin Feng was the only cultivator in the current universe who had comprehended the ultimate law of space. Moreover, he had once left the silent galaxy safely. He was most qualified to answer this question. As long as I'm alive, we'll definitely be able to come out. Lin Feng said firmly, his tone revealing strong confidence. All right. With your words, we can rest assured. That's right. Even divine venerables and divine emperors might not be able to comprehend the ultimate law of space. Is there any forbidden place that can trap cultivators with the ultimate law of space? These divine kings also seemed to trust Lin Feng. The reason was very simple. What they believed in was no Lin Feng, but in the ultimate law of space that Lin Feng had comprehended. They were more confident in the ultimate law of space. There were almost no place in the vast universe that could trap cultivators of the ultimate law of space. The only exception was some kind of artifact that specially targeted the law of space and sealed space. However, the silent galaxy clearly could not be such a place. Otherwise, how could Lin Feng have exited the silent galaxy last time? All right, since everyone has decided, let's set off immediately to resolve the upheaval in the silent galaxy. The divine kings were also very well prepared. As long as they could leave the silent galaxy, they had nothing to fear. Lin Feng, you're done preparing, right? Divine King Bamond asked softly. No problem. Lin Feng nodded. In reality, he was not afraid at all. Compared to other divine kings, Lin Feng, who possessed the ultimate law of life, was almost immortal. He was the safest. Divine King Bamond clearly knew this as well, and was very assured about Lin Feng's capability. Hence, the 7 divine kings and Lin Feng, a total of 8 people, warped space and flew towards the silent galaxy. Chapter 645, 645 Entering the Silent Galaxy Again. 645 Entering the Silent Galaxy Again. In the distant cosmos, silent beasts charged out one after another in a frenzy. Divine King Bamond, whose eyes were closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Even though he was only an avatar, he was not someone a mere silent beast could contend against. Divine King Bamond threw a punch, and the few silent beasts that had just charged out of the silent galaxy at the border were instantly reduced to ashes. It's getting more and more frequent. However, Divine King Bamond was not happy at all. On the contrary, he was frowning, and there was a faint trace of worry between his brows. With such frequent occurrences, the turmoil in the silent galaxy was becoming greater and greater. Even at the border, he could sense that the terrifying power in the silent galaxy was about to awaken. Perhaps, when that power awakened, the entire Beaumont galaxy, and even all the surrounding galaxies, would be dragged in and swept away by that evil and terrifying power. Buzz. At this moment, Divine King Beaumont's avatar seemed to have sensed something and suddenly looked up. In the cosmos, circles of spatial ripples quickly spread like ripples. Moreover, it was not just one spatial passage, but several. Swoosh. Lin Feng stepped out of the spatial passage. He saw the avatar of Divine King Beaumont in the distance at a glance. This is the place. Lin Feng nodded, then looked behind him. Although Divine Kings could also warp space, there were differences in levels even with regard to warping space. For example, in front of Lin Feng, a supreme Grand Emperor who had comprehended the ultimate law of space, even these Divine Kings were far less familiar with warping space than Lin Feng. Hence, Lin Feng was the first to arrive at the border. The second was Divine King Occult, followed by the third, fourth. When the 7 Divine Kings all stepped out of the space, Divine King Beaumont's avatar also flew over. The avatar and the true body were one. Hence, with a wave of Divine King Beaumont's hand, the avatar at the border fused into his body. His memories were immediately merged, but Divine King Beaumont's expression was very solemn. Everyone, the situation is a little grim. These silent beasts are breaking out of the silent galaxy more and more frequently. Divine King Occult's expression was also solemn. He said in a low voice, "Do you sense that power? It's getting stronger." The other Divine Kings nodded as well. They had long sensed the power in the silent galaxy very clearly. It was increasing almost every moment, shocking even the Divine Kings. "I think we should enter the silent galaxy as soon as possible, find the reason, and resolve the problem." "That's right, we'll enter as soon as possible." Divine King Beaumont and the others all nodded. "I still have to leave an avatar behind." Divine King Beaumont left behind another avatar, and it was a relatively powerful avatar, which had about 1% of the original's strength. He was afraid that the silent galaxy would experience turmoil again, and powerful silent beasts would appear. "All right, let's go in. Moreover, after everyone enters, you must follow the orders of the Supreme Grand Emperor." Divine King Occult was good at divination. In his divination, Lin Feng seemed to be a very important role. Hence, even though the other 7 were all Divine Kings, he still suggested that these Divine Kings follow Lin Feng's orders in the silent galaxy. "Don't worry, we naturally know our priorities." Lin Feng nodded and said, "I wouldn't dare to give orders. I'm just a little more familiar with the silent galaxy." With that, Lin Feng did not stand on ceremony anymore. He was acting as the guide this time, so he naturally flew towards the silent galaxy first. Behind him, the 7 Divine Kings no longer hesitated and flew in one after another. Swoosh. As soon as Lin Feng entered the silent galaxy, he immediately sensed the difference. It was even very different from the first time he entered the silent galaxy. The place he stepped into was actually densely packed with silent beasts. There were even many silent beasts with bodies of 20, 30, or even 40 light years. These silent beasts glared menacingly at him. Lin Feng felt as if he had entered the encirclement of the silent beasts at once. Gore. Countless silent beasts roared wildly and charged towards Lin Feng. At this moment, the 7 Divine Kings also arrived one after another. Looking at the dense horde of silent beasts, their expressions were very calm. These silent beasts that could make the expressions of any top-notch Grand Emperor change were not worth mentioning in the eyes of the 7 Divine Kings. Destroy. Lin Feng extended his palm and slammed hard. Boom. Although Lin Feng had only used one hand, his hand covered a radius of hundreds of light years. With the enhancement of the ultimate law, how could these silent beasts resist? Hence, with a palm strike, the silent beasts were instantly reduced to ashes. Life force. Lin Feng realized that these silent beasts were actually also life forms, and even had a large amount of rich life force. However, it was a little strange. This life force did not seem to be pure. There was an even more peculiar power that had fused into the life force, and even Lin Feng could not eliminate it. He had a feeling that perhaps this strange power was the fundamental reason behind the appearance of these silent beasts. Lin Feng easily destroyed all the silent beasts in an instant. The divine kings who had originally planned to attack also stopped. Only at this moment did they seem to remember that Lin Feng was a supreme grand emperor who could slay a divine king. He was on par with divine kings like themselves. Dealing with this group of silent beasts was nothing. As expected of the supreme grand emperor. Seeing a grand emperor possess such terrifying power today is quite an eye-opener. No wonder he could kill the divine king above his level. He really has some skills. Just now, when Lin Feng destroyed the silent beast with a single palm strike, he had used the ultimate law of space. That terrifying spatial sunder, coupled with the power of Lin Feng's combat body, indeed made the eyes of these divine kings light up. At this moment, Divine King Bamand flew to Lin Feng's side. "Did you find anything?" Divine King Bamand looked at Lin Feng's thoughtful expression and asked softly. Lin Feng came back to his senses and shook his head. "I didn't discover anything. I just feel that these silent beasts are a little different. By the way, how much does His Majesty the Divine King know about the silent beasts? Where did they come from?" Divine King Bamand glanced at the silent galaxy. The cold and dark cosmos seemed unchanging. He shook his head and heaved a long sigh. Even the divine venerables and divine emperors do not know the origins of the silent beasts. We only know that they are a kind of life form, but unlike ordinary life forms, they seem to have an innate intent of destruction and devastation. Moreover, they are only born in the silent galaxy, so they should be related to the unique environment of the silent galaxy. However, there are differing opinions as to what kind of unique environment can give birth to the silent beasts. Lin Feng nodded. The silent beasts were indeed very strange. He had not investigated thoroughly last time, and thought that they were born from the dilapidated universe of Divine Emperor Void Sky. But from the looks of it now, it was not that simple. Thud. 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 Suddenly, low and strange heartbeats sounded in the cosmos. The expressions of the divine kings instantly turned solemn. Chapter 646, 646 Trapped. 646 Trapped. In the beginning, some divine kings might have thought that the silent galaxy was nothing to be afraid of, but now, such a strange scene made all the divine kings shudder. They had yet to find the strange heartbeats and resolve the upheaval in the silent galaxy, yet they were already completely trapped in the silent galaxy. Lin Feng, do you know the reason? At this moment, Divine King Bamand asked Lin Feng. That's right, there's still the Supreme Grand Emperor. The Supreme Grand Emperor must have a way. Didn't he leave the silent galaxy last time? Only at this moment did these divine kings seem to remember Lin Feng, the Supreme Grand Emperor. Lin Feng was the guide. Since he had obtained benefits from the divine kings, Lin Feng naturally had to contribute. However, he clearly remembered that this had never happened the last time he came to the silent galaxy. Divine King Occult, can you divine anything? Lin Feng did not answer directly. Instead, he asked Divine King Occult. However, Divine King Occult shook his head and said, it's too chaotic. The power in the silent galaxy is too chaotic. I have no clue at all. Even Divine King Occult was trapped and had no clue. Perhaps, Lin Feng was the only hope. This did not happen the last time I entered. However, this happened this time. Perhaps it's because of the power of the Divine King that this change occurred in the silent galaxy. The power of the Divine King. Everyone's eyes lit up. Comparing the various legends of the silent galaxy, there were actually many cultivators who had accidentally entered the silent galaxy, including divine kings. However, the difference was that almost no divine king or divine venerable could come out after entering the silent galaxy. On the other hand, Those planetary lifeforms, venerables, and grand emperors were occasionally lucky enough to leave the silent galaxy. Just like Lin Feng, who had left the silent galaxy last time. Supreme Grand Emperor, you mean that the silent galaxy has some kind of trigger, just like cosmic arrays? When power reaches a certain level, the cosmic array would be activated. Divine King Occult immediately understood what Lin Feng meant. That's right. It's what I mean. However, what cosmic array could trap a divine king or even a divine venerable? Even though Lin Feng had seen many powerful cosmic arrays in the silent galaxy, no cosmic array could trap a divine king, let alone a divine venerable. I'm afraid we're really in trouble. Divine King Occult continued to fly. The other divine kings also began to fly in all directions in a frenzy. They even blasted apart the cosmos, but it was useless. Not only did they not fly out, they did not even see a single silent beast anymore. It was as if this was a boundless universe. The universe, another universe. Lin Feng muttered softly. The senses of the divine kings could not be wrong. Even he felt that this place was like the universe. But was it really possibly for it to be another universe? The only exception was the broken universe in the void sky divine palace. However, even that broken universe could not trap the 7 divine kings. The void sky divine palace, a broken universe. An idea flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He suddenly raised his head and looked around. It had changed. It had completely changed. The cosmos here had completely changed from the cosmos when they first entered the silent galaxy. Could it really be another universe? Perhaps even other divine kings found it unbelievable. However, Lin Feng had once entered the void sky divine palace and personally witnessed the broken universe divine emperor void sky had transformed into. Hence, what was so strange about the silent galaxy really being another universe? For a moment, all kinds of thoughts ran through Lin Feng's mind. A bold guess gradually appeared in his mind. Chapter 647, 647 Relying on the Supreme Grand Emperor. 647 Relying on the Supreme Grand Emperor. Lin Feng had always had a misconception in his understanding. He felt that the Divine Emperor Void Sky's transformation into the universe was created by Divine Emperor Void Sky himself. This was because it was what was narrated by the imprint left behind by Divine Emperor Void Sky and the Void Sky Divine Pearl. Lin Feng had always believed it. However, thinking of it differently, could Divine Emperor Void Sky really have created the technique to transform into the universe? If that was so, why would Divine Emperor Void Sky come to the silent galaxy? This was because no matter how one looked at it, a mysterious galaxy like the silent galaxy was not a good place to transform into the universe. There was also a strong possibility that the method of transforming into the universe was not uniquely created by Divine Emperor Void Sky, but a technique he obtained after entering the silent galaxy. Or perhaps, Divine Emperor Void Sky obtained traces of clues, and perfected it via deduction. Then, things would make sense. Perhaps there were other divine emperors who had transformed into the universe in the silent galaxy. Lin Feng even had a bold hypothesis that the entire silent galaxy was actually a broken universe, left behind after a divine emperor failed to transform into the universe. It was just like the Void Sky Divine Palace. It did not look big, but it actually contained a broken universe. How massive was a broken universe? Forget about the 7 divine kings, it could easily accommodate even the combat bodies of 70 divine kings. If one was trapped in a broken universe, it would be like a real universe. Even a divine king would not be able to exit. I see. Lin Feng finally understood. He had realized everything. Only power at the divine king level could stimulate a special power in the silent galaxy. Only then could the silent galaxy transform into a broken universe, trapping those experts above the divine king level and preventing them from ever leaving. Supreme Grand Emperor, what did you think of? Divine King Occult seemed to be paying attention to Lin Feng at all times and noticed the abnormality in Lin Feng's expression. Supreme Grand Emperor, do you have a solution? All the divine kings placed their hopes on Lin Feng. In the beginning, they still had the pride of being divine kings. They felt that Lin Feng was not needed for such a small matter at all. But now, it seemed like they could not leave this place at all. They were completely trapped here. They had no choice but to ask for help from the Supreme Grand Emperor, Lin Feng. I'll give it a try, but divine kings, do not use divine king level power lightly. With that, Lin Feng closed his eyes and began to activate the ultimate law of space, slowly sensing the law of space in this universe. Lin Feng quickly sensed the law of space. However, this universe was indeed a broken universe. Although there was also the law of space, the law of space here was undoubtedly too weak compared to the law of space in the universe. Moreover, Lin Feng was still carefully sensing the law of space in the universe. He had comprehended the ultimate law of space. Even this broken universe could not completely isolate the law of space in the universe. Finally, Lin Feng sensed the law of space in the universe, the spatial main path. Although it was faintly discernible, Lin Feng could sense it completely, just like when he left the silent galaxy. Swoosh! Lin Feng opened his eyes, and a sharp glint flashed across them. Supreme Grand Emperor, how is it? Supreme Grand Emperor, you are the only one who can lead us outside now. Even the dignified divine kings no longer retained their demeanor of arrogance. They all placed their hopes on Lin Feng. Divine kings, please retract your combat bodies and do not use your divine king level power lightly. Follow me. Lin Feng immediately took action. He began to sense the spatial main path, and continued flying forward. Even the 7 esteemed divine kings were helpless. Now that they saw that Lin Feng was actually still flying forward, for a moment, a trace of despair gradually appeared on the faces of many divine kings. Alas, back then, we came to the silent galaxy in high spirits to resolve the upheaval, only to end up being trapped here. No matter how strong the Supreme Grand Emperor is, he's only a Grand Emperor after all. How can he lead us outside? Just now, we used our combat bodies and flew for an unknown distance, but it's still boundless. Now that we've retracted our combat bodies, how long will it take to fly like this? How ironic to place our hopes on a Grand Emperor. Lin Feng kept flying forward, but the surrounding environment did not change at all. It was monotonous, as if they had not flown far at all. At this moment, even Divine King Occult seemed to have lost his confidence. However, Lin Feng was still calm as he continued flying forward. Divine King Bamond wanted to ask a few times, but hesitated. In the end, he followed behind in silence. After flying for an unknown period of time, Lin Feng suddenly stopped. All right, how does everyone feel now? Huh. Only then did the Divine King seem to realize that, at some point, the surrounding cosmos was no longer unchanging. There was a faint aura of death. Although it was the aura of death, the divine kings were overjoyed. This was because it meant that they had exited that cosmos. We've come out. We've actually come out. Haha, it still comes down to the Supreme Grand Emperor. The ultimate law of space is really powerful. Looks like we didn't give all those materials away for nothing. The divine kings were all very happy. Previously, they had been ruthlessly extorted by Lin Feng because they felt that Lin Feng might be of help in the silent galaxy. They did not expect him to be of help so quickly. If not for Lin Feng, forget about the 7 divine kings, even the 70 divine kings could forget about leaving that mysterious cosmos. Thud. 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 It was those mysterious heartbeats again. However, this time, the mysterious heartbeats seemed to be getting closer and closer. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He said in a low voice, "Divine Kings, try your best not to use the power of the Divine Kings. Follow me. I should be able to find the source of the mysterious heartbeats." Actually, with the detection of the ultimate law of space, Lin Feng could indeed sense the source of the heartbeats. This was because the force was too massive and bizarre. It was difficult not to know. The other Divine Kings also nodded, not daring to use the power of Divine Kings lightly. Next, Lin Feng led the way. All the silent beasts they encountered along the way were attacked by Lin Feng. He did not even use the power of his combat body. Instead, he directly used the Starfell Pearl and dealt blows over a large area. None of the silent beasts could withstand a single smash from the Starfell Pearl. It had to be known that there were 5 trillion planets in this Starfell Pearl, almost comparable to a massive combat body of 50,000 light-years. Its power was even stronger than Lin Feng's combat body and enhancement from laws. Lin Feng swept through almost all the way. Relying on the senses of the ultimate law of space, finally, after flying continuously for 10 days, everyone could already see the huge nebula from afar. The nebula spun continuously like a vortex. The strange heartbeats came from within the nebula. Moreover, this nebula was simply too huge. It was far beyond 100,000 light-years, and might even reach 1,000,000 light-years. How can such a huge nebula exist? All the divine kings wore solemn expressions. The entire silent galaxy seemed to be only the size of a few galaxies, but the nebula in the silent galaxy was already the size of 10 or even dozens of galaxies. Even the divine kings could not explain something so bizarre. Everyone, since we're all here, we naturally can't return empty-handed. No matter what's in the nebula, we have to give it a try, divine King Bamand said in a low voice. That's right. With the combined strength of the 7 divine kings, how can we not be able to deal with the mysterious power in this nebula? Then let's each use our combat bodies. The Supreme Grand Emperor can just assist us from the side. We can't let danger befall the Supreme Grand Emperor. Lin Feng's performance just now had undoubtedly made him the key target of protection to the divine kings. Lin Feng had to avoid dangerous matters. Otherwise, if something happened to Lin Feng, these divine kings could forget about leaving the silent galaxy. Chapter 648, 648 I am silence. 648 I am silence. Everyone, don't hold back anymore. Kill. The 7 divine kings each used their combat bodies. All of them had combat bodies of 100,000 light-years. When activated together, they stretched out in an overwhelming manner. Even Lin Feng felt as if he was about to suffocate. Such a terrifying power shook the universe. Even a galaxy would probably collapse instantly. The nebula was very, very large, and seemed to contain a terrifying power. Thud. 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 After the 7 divine kings used their combat bodies, and the terrifying power blasted directly into the nebula, the miraculous heartbeat seemed to become more and more intense and urgent. Bang. With a muffled sound, the power of the 7 divine kings had already blasted into the nebula. Immediately, a huge gap was opened in the huge nebula, revealing the situation inside. It was a vortex. The huge vortex extended into the unknown depths. There was no knowing what was inside. However, with a full power strike from the 7 divine kings, the nebula immediately shattered, and the vortex was stirred. It was as if the entire silent galaxy was shaking. There was a sound of wailing. A low roar sounded, echoing clearly in the ears of the divine kings and Lin Feng. At the same time, a terrifying rebound instantly came from the nebula. The expressions of the 7 divine kings changed slightly, and their combat bodies were immediately repelled. This was a joint attack from the 7 divine kings. What power could resist it? In particular, there seemed to be a faint power that exceeded the level of a divine king in that shockwave. Look out. Suddenly, the heartbeat stopped. Immediately after, the nebula spun even faster. A figure gradually walked out of the nebula. The nebula seemed to be controlled by him, making it incomparably mysterious and powerful. A life form. That was clearly a life form. Who are you? The divine kings were very nervous. An unfamiliar life form had suddenly appeared, and it seemed to be a cultivator. How could they not be nervous, especially when there was no result from the strike just now? Swoosh. The mysterious figure suddenly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were those? One eye seemed to be empty, without the slightest emotion. The other eye was filled with death, massacre, and was incomparably brutal. Even exchanging a slight glance with these 2 eyes felt daunting and chilling. Even divine kings were no exception. The 7 divine kings were divine kings, after all. No matter how eerie it was, the 7 divine kings were not affected. Instead, they became even more vigilant. The mysterious figure opened his eyes, seemingly still a little confused. Who am I? The mysterious figure frowned, as if he was recalling carefully. Gradually, the mysterious figure seemed to remember something. He raised his hand slightly, and a dead aura whistled out. I remember now. I am Silence. Silence. The expressions of the 7 divine kings were shaken, and their eyes suddenly widened. The divine emperor of Silence. Isn't the divine emperor of Silence rumored to have already transcended or died? Impossible, it can't be divine emperor of Silence. The 7 divine kings could not believe that this mysterious figure was actually the most ancient divine emperor of Silence of the legends. Nourishment, good nourishment. Since you woke me up, there's no need for you to leave. The mysterious figure's voice was low and deep, but it was bumpy. It was incomparably mechanical, as if he had not spoken for a long time. The mysterious figure waved his hand, and the entire silent galaxy seemed to shake instantly. Boom. Immediately, the 7 divine kings and Lin Feng felt as if a mountain was crushing down on them. This is... A trace of surprise flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. He sensed that the entire silent galaxy seemed to be shaking. At the same time, some kind of restriction seemed to have been activated. Swoosh. In an instant, both the 7 divine kings and Lin Feng disappeared. A slight smile appeared on the mysterious figure's lips. Even though Divine King Bamond had a huge combat body, as the world spun, he realized that his surroundings were empty all of a sudden. The other divine kings, Lin Feng, and even the mysterious figure who called himself Silence disappeared. The surroundings were empty. No matter how he flew, nothing changed. It was like how they had been trapped in a cosmos previously and could not fly out, no matter how hard they tried. For a moment, Divine King Bamond's heart sank. I'm trapped. Moreover, without Lin Feng, how could he leave? Divine King Occult, on the other hand, was very calm. He had been divining something. Divine Emperor of Silence, how is this possible? Divine King Occult was still very shocked. If it was really the Divine Emperor of Silence, things would be troublesome. Forget about the 7 divine kings, even the 7 divine venerables would be doomed. However, if it was really Divine Emperor of Silence, why did he trap them separately? Divine King Inferno, Divine King Tempest, Divine King Giant Axe, and the 6-armed Divine King were all trapped, but there was still no movement in the surrounding cosmos. A mysterious figure appeared only beside Divine King Sanyang. Divine King Sanyang also sensed it. He was the weakest among the 7 divine kings, and his combat body was barely 100,000 light years in size. Bang! Divine King Sanyang's huge combat body made a sudden grab, and the mysterious figure instantly shattered. However, in an instant, the mysterious figure appeared again. I am Silence. Wouldn't it be wonderful for a mere divine king to become one with me? Voices came from all directions, as if the mysterious figure were everywhere. Die. Divine King Sanyang's massive combat body attacked in all directions in a frenzy. He was a dignified divine king who had experienced countless calamities. How could he give up so easily? The mysterious figure seemed to be frowning. This method did not seem to be working. However, the mysterious figure quickly made up his mind. In that case, I'll show you my true methods. As soon as the mysterious figure finished speaking, a vortex appeared in the cosmos. The vortex gradually dissipated, revealing a heart. That's right, it was just a heart. Moreover, dense cracks had appeared on the heart, and blood was seeping out. Just a heart was infinitely huge, probably more than 1,000,000 light years. Even Divine King Sanyang was so insignificant before this heart. Divine King Sanyang was very surprised. He had never encountered something so peculiar. The huge heart suddenly enveloped Divine King Sanyang. No matter how Divine King Sanyang struggled, the mysterious figure only revealed a pained expression. However, it still enveloped Divine King Sanyang's massive combat body. Like a huge mouth, it gradually devoured Divine King Sanyang's massive combat body. Soon. After the huge heart devoured Divine King Sanyang, the dense cracks on it actually decreased a little. Even though there was only a little less, the mysterious figure appeared very satisfied. Next one. The mysterious figure instantly disappeared. Chapter 649, 649 You're not the Divine Emperor of Silence. 649 You're not the Divine Emperor of Silence. This place. Lin Feng was also in an empty space, but Lin Feng was all too familiar with this space, because he had experienced it more than once. A broken universe. My guess was right. Lin Feng thought of the broken universe in the Void Sky Divine Palace. Although this broken universe seemed to be stronger, larger, and wider, it was still a broken universe. There was no difference in essence. Lin Feng even had a bold guess that this broken universe was left behind by Divine Emperor of Silence. Legend had it that the Divine Emperor of Silence had already transcended. However, from the looks of it, the Divine Emperor of Silence had probably not succeeded in transcending. Moreover, it was very likely that he had failed to transcend, like Divine Emperor Void Sky. In fact, they both transformed into a universe. Take this broken universe for example. There was no fundamental difference between it and Divine Emperor Void Sky's broken universe. It was possible that Divine Emperor Void Sky had entered the Silent Galaxy back then to search for Divine Emperor Silence's method to transform into a universe. In the end, Divine Emperor Void Sky obtained the technique, or rather, some clues and inspiration. Then, he deduced and perfected the technique himself. Unfortunately, Divine Emperor Silence failed, and so did Divine Emperor Void Sky. If Lin Feng's hypothesis was correct, what exactly was that mysterious figure who called himself Silence? Since Divine Emperor of Silence was already dead, it was impossible for him to come back to life. There was something wrong with that silence. Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. A mere broken universe wanted to trap him. Impossible. He had the ultimate law of space. Why would he care about this broken universe? Break. Lin Feng mobilized the ultimate law of space. The spatial main path was incomparably clear to him. Hence, he only used his combat body and flew lightly. Boom. The surrounding space seemed to shatter like a mirror. Lin Feng looked up again and realized that he was still in the Silent Galaxy. In front of him was the huge nebula. However, at this moment, a huge heart was vaguely visible in the nebula. There were shocking wounds on the bright red heart, and traces of blood were seeping out. Moreover, the moment this blood dripped, it was actually evolving in a strange way. In the nebula, the infinite blood slowly evolved, finally forming small monsters. Lin Feng sensed for a moment, and his expression changed drastically. They were silent beasts. That blood evolved into the silent beasts. Lin Feng was very shocked. He had been searching for the source of the silent beasts for so long, and it was actually here. This heart clearly looked riddled with holes, but Lin Feng could sense the exuberant life force within. Even with Lin Feng's law of life, he could sense the extremely exuberant life force inside. Compared to the North River Divine King Bamond, and the others back then, its life force was countless times more exuberant. However, even with such a terrifying life force, it was riddled with holes and still bleeding continuously. Buzz. A figure vaguely appeared in his heart. It was the mysterious figure from before. However, this figure seemed to have closed its eyes now, and did not see Lin Feng at all. Heart. What if this is the heart left behind by the Divine Emperor of Silence after he transformed into the universe? Lin Feng felt that this was possible. Even after Divine Emperor Void Sky failed to transform into a universe back then, there was still some blood left behind. If Divine Emperor Silence was stronger and more prepared, it was entirely possible for his heart to be left behind. However, the figure in the heart could not possibly be the Divine Emperor of Silence. The heart of a Divine Emperor, awakening only after billions of years. All kinds of thoughts collided and intertwined in Lin Feng's mind, flickering with sparks of inspiration. He had vaguely learned the truth. Right now, the 7 divine kings should be trapped in the broken universe separately. Lin Feng had to save them. Buzz. The Starfell Pearl appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Starfell Pearl, go. The Starfell Pearl instantly became incomparably huge. It contained 5 trillion planets, comparable to a 5-light-year combat body, and smashed towards the huge heart. Boom. The huge heart suddenly shook. Immediately after, it was as if the entire silent galaxy was shaking. Lin Feng stared intently at the huge heart. Seeing that there was no movement, he instructed the Starfell Pearl to smash down in a frenzy. A second divine king. What a huge amount of energy. How many years has it been since I've felt so comfortable? If I can devour all these cultivators' fists, even if my injuries can't recover, they will still be under control. The mysterious figure had just devoured the second divine king, the 6-armed divine king. The 6-armed divine king was slightly stronger than divine king Sanyang, but it was useless. The mysterious figure still devoured him by activating the huge heart. Even though this heart was broken and injured, and the injuries were very serious, this was the heart of a divine emperor, and was actually the heart of a divine emperor who had failed to transform into a universe. Strictly speaking, that could already be considered the heart of a transcendent universal life form. Or rather, a half-universal, half-galactic life form. Boom. 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 Suddenly, the entire space shook violently. Silence's expression changed drastically. He could clearly feel that his true form, the heart, was encountering a violent attack. Damn it, who is it? Silence seemed to have gone berserk. He disappeared from the empty space immediately. The defense of the heart was very, very strong. Even though it seemed to be covered in spiderweb-like injuries, Lin Feng could not cause any injuries even after activating the Starfell Pearl a few times. However, Lin Feng did not stop. Instead, he aimed at a spot again and smashed down in a frenzy. 5 times, 10 times, 20 times. After Lin Feng smashed it dozens of times, a wound finally cracked open on the giant heart. Swish. It was just a small wound, but it made the huge heart shake violently. Swoosh. The mysterious figure in the heart instantly opened its eyes, which were filled with anger. It's you. Silence saw Lin Feng. There were 7 great divine kings and Lin Feng. Silence originally wanted to devour the 7 divine kings first. For some reason, the aura on Lin Feng's body was the weakest, but there was still a power hidden in his body that made even Silence felt intimidated. Hence, Silence originally wanted to devour the 7 divine kings first before dealing with Lin Feng. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng was the first to come out, and even injured his true form. Silence was furious. His voice was as cold as perennial ice. You shall die. Injured. Lin Feng was shocked. The moment the other party was injured, his heart skipped a beat. This was because the sacred stone of anathema, which had been motionless all along, had actually moved. Heart, sacred stone of anathema. Lin Feng stared intently at the huge heart, paying no attention to the mysterious figure at all. I am the divine emperor of silence. Suffer my wrath. Immediately, the huge heart released a terrifying aura that enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the mysterious figure as if he was meeting it for the first time. He stared coldly at the mysterious figure, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. You're not the divine emperor of silence. The calm voice echoed in the mysterious figure's ears, but it was deafening like thunder. Chapter 650, 650 My name is Divine Heart. 650 My name is Divine Heart. How is that possible? I'm Divine Emperor of Silence. The mysterious figure roared wildly. At the same time, the huge heart began to beat, emitting the sound of heartbeats. With every beat, the heart became stronger. In the beginning, there was only the aura of an ordinary divine king. As his heart continued to beat, a pressure that far exceeded that of a divine king enveloped Lin Feng from all directions. However, Lin Feng's expression did not change at all. He shook his head with a pitying expression. You don't even know who you are. Yet you want to call yourself the Divine Emperor of Silence. If you were the Divine Emperor of Silence, why would you need to separate the 7 Divine Kings? It's because you do not have the confidence to deal with their combined forces. You are not the Divine Emperor of Silence. You are just the heart left behind by the Divine Emperor of Silence, a consciousness born billions of years later. Lin Feng's voice was majestic, shaking Silence's heart. If he was not the Divine Emperor of Silence, who was he? Amidst Silence's shock, images suddenly flashed through his mind. These images were lifelike, as if billions of years of buried memories gradually played back in Silence's mind. Slowly, he recalled it. He remembered. He was not Silence, but he had an inseparably close connection with the Divine Emperor of Silence. To be precise, he was a consciousness born from the heart of the Divine Emperor of Silence after his failure to transform into the universe. No one knew why the heart had not completely lost its vitality after the Divine Emperor of Silence's failure to transform into the universe. However, as time passed, although this living heart was riddled with holes and its life force was slowly lost, the blood in the heart in the end was coronary blood, the essence blood of a divine emperor. The essence blood transformed into the silent beasts that wreaked havoc in the entire silent galaxy, turning the entire silent galaxy into a forbidden place in the universe. However, billions of years later, a hazy consciousness slowly appeared in the heart of the Divine Emperor of Silence. It was the current mysterious figure, Silence. So, I'm not Silence. The mysterious figure muttered softly. Suddenly, Silence raised his head. His gaze on Lin Feng became even colder. Divine Emperor of Silence was I, but I'm not Divine Emperor of Silence. Although Divine Emperor of Silence failed back then, I'm not Silence. Not only will I slowly recover to the peak of the Divine Emperor realm, I will even surpass Divine Emperor of Silence and transcend the entire universe. From today onwards, my name is Divine Heart. Boom. Although Divine Heart understood his true identity, his killing intent towards Lin Feng did not weaken at all. On the contrary, his killing intent even intensified. Whether he was Silence or Divine Heart, Lin Feng had injured the Divine Emperor's heart, which meant that he had injured his current true form. Thus, he would never let Lin Feng off. This heart was the heart of a Divine Emperor. Even though it was riddled with holes now, it was still the heart of a Divine Emperor. Even ordinary Divine Kings were not its match, let alone Lin Feng. Bang. Lin Feng's combat body was instantly shattered by the enormous heart. It exploded at once, turning into a bloody mist. Dead. Divine Heart frowned. He felt that everything had gone too smoothly. He had killed Lin Feng just like that. Moreover, he sensed that the threat from Lin Feng still had not diminished. Buzz. Soon, the bloody mist condensed again. It was Lin Feng. Even in the silent galaxy, or even in the broken universe, Lin Feng could clearly sense the law of life. Moreover, the law of life ensured that he was almost immortal. You're really alive. Divine Heart's expression darkened. Lin Feng was indeed alive, and the threat seemed to be even greater. Hence, the huge heart slammed into Lin Feng again, almost devouring him. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips, as if he did not care at all. He was even looking forward to it. The huge heart instantly enveloped Lin Feng and devoured him. No one can break free from the restraints of the Divine Emperor's heart. Only when Divine Heart saw that Lin Feng had been devoured did he let go. From his perspective, Lin Feng had already been devoured by the heart. Sooner or later, he would become a part of the Divine Emperor's heart. At this moment, terrifying power was everywhere in the Divine Emperor's heart. Even Divine Kings would be devoured and dissolved by the Divine Emperor's heart, before finally fusing with it. However, Lin Feng was different. He had the ultimate law of life, and could always maintain his complete form. His combat body moved slightly. Although it was quickly dissolved, a large amount of life force immediately allowed it to recover. Even the heart of a Divine Emperor could not do anything to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the initiative to enter this heart, because he sensed the aura of the sacred stone of anathema in the Divine Emperor's heart. That's right, it was the sacred stone of anathema. After Lin Feng met Divine Sovereign Void Sky in the Silent Galaxy, he obtained a sacred stone of anathema from Divine Sovereign Void Sky. From then on, they became one. The sacred stone of anathema had clearly become stronger. Without the fused sacred stone of anathema, it would be impossible for Lin Feng to comprehend the ultimate law of space so quickly, let alone the law of annihilation and the law of tides. Moreover, Lin Feng had a feeling that this sacred stone of anathema was incomplete. Even if the two sacred stones of anathema fused, it seemed to be only a small portion. Now, he sensed the aura of the third sacred stone of anathema in the heart of the Divine Emperor of Silence again. Didn't this prove his previous hypothesis? As expected, the sacred stone of anathema was incomplete. There was the first, the second, and even the aura of a third now. If two sacred stones of anathema were already so powerful, how strong would the effects be once three sacred stones of anathema were fused? Lin Feng even had a bold deduction. The sacred stone of anathema could help cultivators comprehend laws, and could even comprehend the law of space among the three great laws. However, it could not comprehend the law of time and the law of life, which were the most mysterious of the three laws. Could it be that the sacred stone of anathema could not manifest these two laws? Lin Feng did not know either, but he had a vague guess. If the sacred stone of anathema was complete, how powerful would its functions be? Would it be able to manifest the most mysterious laws of time and life among the three laws? Even if the possibility was only 1 in a billion, Lin Feng was unwilling to let it go. No matter the price and risk, he had to obtain the third sacred stone of anathema. After all, Lin Feng's goal was very high and far away. He did not just want to undergo 9 life transitions and metamorphose into a divine emperor. More than that, he wanted to transcend. The Divine Emperor of Silence and Divine Emperor Void Sky had attempted to transform into the universe, but failed in the end. Lin Feng did not want to end up like them. He already had some vague speculations about transforming into the universe. The principles of time, life, and space were all indispensable. Even if all three were combined, it might not be foolproof, but at least he would be more confident. For this little amount of confidence, Lin Feng was willing to take the risk. Moreover, Lin Feng could not be considered to be taking risks at all now. He had the ultimate law of life. Even if he was devoured by the Divine Emperor's heart, he would not be in any danger. The aura is becoming stronger and stronger, and I'm getting closer and closer. Lin Feng was very excited. At his level, it would be extremely difficult to improve any further. He could sense that even 9 life transitions would be very difficult for him. The third sacred stone of anathema, however, might be able to help him comprehend a complete principle faster. From there, he would have a better chance of undergoing 9 life transitions and metamorphosing into a divine emperor. Even Lin Feng, who had experienced many fortuitous encounters and opportunities, could no longer maintain his composure at this moment. Suddenly, Lin Feng raised his head. In the middle of the huge heart, where countless amounts of essence blood had fused, an inconspicuous, ordinary stone floated quietly in the dark red blood. Chapter 651 Devouring the Essence Blood of a Divine Emperor. 651 Devouring the Essence Blood of a Divine Emperor. Sacred Stone of Anathema. Lin Feng felt a sudden burst of excitement. He stared intently at this very ordinary-looking stone. Lin Feng was all too familiar with the Sacred Stone of Anathema. He could sense that strange aura even with his eyes closed. That's right, it must be the Sacred Stone of Anathema. It was already very rare for anything to excite Lin Feng now. Even new substances, and a large amount of new substances at that, would probably not excite him easily. Only this Sacred Stone of Anathema was an exception. Lin Feng felt such excitement because he knew just how important it was. This was his future. However, the Sacred Stone of Anathema was enveloped in the essence blood of the Divine Emperor's heart. It was not that easy to retrieve it. This essence blood contained a huge amount of energy that was corroding Lin Feng's combat body at every moment. If not for the law of life, Lin Feng's combat body would probably have collapsed long ago. What a familiar aura. Lin Feng sensed a familiar aura again. He saw two massive combat bodies. However, these two combat bodies were already riddled with holes, and had even lost their life force. However, these two auras were very familiar to Lin Feng. Divine King Sanyang and Six-Armed Divine King. Lin Feng recalled carefully and finally remembered. The owners of these two combat bodies were Divine King Sanyang and Six-Armed Divine King. Although he had only met them once, Lin Feng remembered the auras of the 7 Divine Kings very clearly. There was no mistake. 2 dignified Divine Kings had actually died just like that, and were devoured by Divine Heart. How many more Divine Kings had been devoured? I can't allow it to continue. Although the corrosion of a Divine Emperor's heart is very strong, enough to devour and dissolve the combat body of a Divine King, I have the law of life, so I do not fear the corrosive power at all. In fact, the essence blood in a Divine Emperor's heart is a great tonic for me. Lin Feng also made up his mind. At his current level, Lin Feng had actually reached his limit. It was simply impossible to improve further. Perhaps only chaotic energy or other more violent energies could improve his combat body. Otherwise, even some silent beasts with combat bodies of dozens of light years would not be of any help to Lin Feng's combat body. If Lin Feng wanted to obtain the sacred stone of anathema, he had to enter the core of the Divine Emperor's heart and be baptized by the essence blood of the Divine Emperor's heart. That was a power that even Divine Kings could not withstand, but Lin Feng had to go. Swoosh. Lin Feng no longer hesitated. He followed the gravitational force of the Divine Emperor's heart and flew directly into the essence blood. At the core of the Divine Emperor's heart. This was the strongest point of the Divine Emperor's heart. Even a Divine King or even a Divine Venerable would not be able to withstand it once they entered this place. They would be quickly dissolved, and finally turn into a part of the Divine Emperor's essence blood to enhance the power of the Divine Emperor's heart. Lin Feng was no exception. His combat body was indeed very powerful, and the tidal combat body even had extremely strong defense and restorative ability. However, that was only relative to Grand Emperors. It was not even comparable to a Divine King, let alone the essence blood of a Divine Emperor's heart. As soon as Lin Feng entered, his combat body melted like ice beneath the sun. He did not even have time to react, and could not resist at all. Whether he switched to the tidal combat body, the annihilative combat body, or the void traversal combat body, they were all useless. Fortunately, Lin Feng had the ultimate law of life. The moment his combat body dissolved, it slowly condensed and took shape, before dissolving again. The cycle repeated. Lin Feng did not know how much time had passed. Every time it dissolved, he had to endure that pain. Devour. Lin Feng also went all out. Since the essence blood of a Divine Emperor's heart was so powerful that it could instantly dissolve the combat body of a Divine King or even a Divine Venerable, Lin Feng had no reservations. He had the ultimate law of life, and was almost undying. He might as well devour the essence blood of the Divine Emperor's heart. Unfortunately, currently, Lin Feng's combat body would be instantly dissolved. How could he devour essence blood? While he could not devour it, Lin Feng also had a way. He could only take another approach. At the moment between his combat body dissolving and the ultimate law of life condensing it, he would envelop a drop of essence blood from the Divine Emperor's heart. By the time his combat body condensed and took shape, the drop of essence blood was already inside Lin Feng's combat body. However, how difficult was it for him to digest this drop of essence blood? Every time, his combat body would be dissolved, and he could not digest it at all. However, it did not matter. Lin Feng devoured and absorbed with all his might. In any case, he was practically immortal. Apart from enduring pain, there were no other side effects. Lin Feng's will had long been honed to an incomparably strong state. Why would he fear pain? Hence, once, twice, thrice, 5 times, 10 times. Lin Feng did not know if it was 10 or 100 times. He was already numb. He was condensing the combat body in a frenzy every time. The combat body dissolved and condensed again, absorbing the drop of essence blood from the Divine Emperor's heart in a frenzy. Unknowingly, more than half of the drop of essence blood had been absorbed, and was about to disappear. As for Lin Feng's combat body. When Lin Feng used his combat body, perhaps even Lin Feng himself did not realize that his combat body had already expanded by so much. 1,000 light years, 1,200 light years, 1,400 light years, 1,600 light years. When the drop of essence blood was completely devoured by Lin Feng, and he deployed his combat body again, it had actually reached 2,000 light years, almost doubling. After the drop of essence blood was devoured, Lin Feng still did not seem to be able to completely resist the power of corrosion from the essence blood of the Divine Emperor's heart. However, he could hold out for a little longer now. Lin Feng was encouraged by it. It did not matter. He had plenty of time. Hence, Lin Feng used the ultimate law of life to resist it again. He was dissolved again and again, condensed again and again, devouring another drop of essence blood in a frenzy. There were about 28 drops of essence blood in the Divine Emperor's heart densely packed together. Every drop of essence blood was the essence of the Divine Emperor's heart. However, as Lin Feng continued to devour 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, 4 drops, 5 drops. Before realizing it, Lin Feng had already devoured 5 drops of essence blood. His combat body also expanded more and more, from the initial 1,000 light years to 2,000, then 3,000 light years. Although the effect of the essence blood became weaker towards the end, the speed at which Lin Feng devoured the essence blood became faster and faster. 6 drops, 7 drops, 8 drops, 9 drops, 10 drops. After Lin Feng devoured the 10 drops of essence blood, his combat body expanded to a terrifying 5,000 light years. Moreover, his combat body could withstand the effect for an even longer time. It was not that Lin Feng's combat body was stronger than the Divine King's and Divine Venerables, but that due to constantly devouring the essence blood of the Divine Emperor's heart, Lin Feng's combat body actually already carried a trace of the aura of the Divine Emperor's heart while expanding continuously. The attributes of the power of the two were similar, so it had a stronger resistance. When he devoured all 28 drops of essence blood, the Divine Emperor's heart would probably die completely, and Divine Heart would naturally die as well. It was not that Divine Heart did not notice it. After devouring Lin Feng, he devoured another Divine King called Divine King Giant Axe. This Divine King Great Axe was really a little difficult to deal with. He was far stronger than Divine King Sanyang and 6-armed Divine King. Divine Heart also took a long time to finally devour Divine King Great Axe. However, after devouring him, he realized that not only had his strength not increased and his injuries not recovered, he felt even weaker. What's going on? Divine Heart never imagined that Lin Feng was actually devouring the essence blood of the Divine Emperor's heart, in the deepest part of his heart. Divine Heart only felt very weak. He slowly focused his mind and began to check the Divine Emperor's heart. Chapter 652, 652 Damn Thief. 652 Damn Thief. Your Majesties, that's the rundown of what happened. Lin Feng briefly explained the situation to the 4 Divine Kings. Naturally, he concealed some key factors, but roughly explained the situation, including the origins of the silent beasts, the relationship between the Silent Galaxy and the Divine Emperor of Silence. However, perhaps these Divine Kings did not quite understand the transformation into a universe. Lin Feng only said that the Silent Galaxy was a treasure of the Divine Emperor of Silence, and that Divine Heart had taken it away with him. I really didn't expect that the thing that put us in such a sorry state was actually just a little consciousness produced by the heart of a Divine Emperor. It's a pity that Divine King Sanyang, 6-armed Divine King and Divine King Great Axe actually died to Divine Heart, as expected of the most ancient and mysterious Divine Emperor of Silence. He has already fallen for billions of years, yet even the consciousness born from his heart is so powerful. Now that divine heart has escaped, he will definitely pose a threat in the future. He'd better hope we don't find him. If we find any trace of him, we must not let him off. The 4 divine kings shook their heads and were all very emotional. The fall of 3 divine kings at once was a major event in the universe. It was earth-shattering. If not for the fact that they were in the silent galaxy, the fall of 3 divine kings would probably shake the universe and cause the lamentation of the principles. It was only because the silent galaxy isolated the 3 divine kings from the universe that it did not trigger the phenomenon. We have to thank the Supreme Grand Emperor properly this time. He was the one who saved us. How shrewd were the 4 divine kings? Lin Feng had avoided the main point. They naturally knew that Lin Feng was hiding something, but they did not try to get to the bottom of it. Every cultivator had secrets, and so did the 4 divine kings. Moreover, he was the only Supreme Grand Emperor, a cosmic legend. For example, how did Lin Feng drive divine heart away? How did he save them? Even 3 divine kings were dead. How did Lin Feng survive? There must be some secrets behind all of this, but the 4 divine kings did not get to the bottom of it. Not only had Lin Feng saved them, he also had such power in the present. He was not far off from them in terms of status and identity. They would not offend a divine emperor with boundless prospects for no reason. The silent galaxy had disappeared. Although divine heart had escaped, the divine kings had finally achieved their goal. There would no longer be any silent beasts in the future. Those silent beasts would definitely be devoured by divine heart one by one to recover from the injuries to the divine emperor's heart. Since the crisis had been resolved, the divine kings bade farewell and warped space to leave, leaving only Lin Feng and divine king Bamond. Divine King Bamond asked softly, "Lin Feng, are you returning to the divine palace of Bamond or the North River Galaxy?" "I should return to the North River Galaxy first." Divine King Bamond knew that from now on, the North River Galaxy would be Lin Feng's foundation. Hence, Divine King Bamond looked deeply at Lin Feng and reminded him in a solemn tone, "Lin Feng, I don't know how you drove divine heart away, but you have to be careful of divine heart. He must hate you to the core for driving him away." Lin Feng naturally knew the threat of divine heart. The other party had the heart of a divine emperor, and the broken universe left behind by the divine emperor of silence after his failure to transform into a universe. As long as he could slowly recover the divine emperor's heart, just that heart alone would probably be comparable to a divine venerable. If he completely fused with the broken universe that was the silent galaxy again, it was not impossible for him to become another divine emperor. He was indeed an enormous threat. However, in terms of cultivation, Lin Feng had never been afraid of anyone. Once he comprehended a complete principle and transformed into a divine emperor, he would probably immediately become a top-notch divine emperor. Why would he be afraid of a mere divine heart? "Your Majesty, don't worry. I'll be careful." "Haha, Lin Feng, you're the Supreme Grand Emperor who came from my divine palace of Bamond. You're even comparable to a divine king. If you need any help in the future, feel free to contact me. I may not be able to claim much else, but I've cultivated for billions of years and have many old friends. I can still be of some help. Your Majesty, I will always be a member of the divine palace of Bamond. If there's any need, I definitely won't stand on ceremony." The two of them looked at each other and exchanged a smile. Then, Divine King Bamond warped space and left. With a thought, Lin Feng immediately expelled the sacred stone of anathema from his body. Who would have thought that such an ordinary-looking stone would actually contain such a huge secret? Back then, this sacred stone of anathema must also be how the divine emperor of silence was able to cultivate all the way to the level of a divine emperor, and transform into a universe. Unfortunately, even with the sacred stone of anathema, the divine emperor of silence still failed when transforming into a universe. I wonder what will happen after fusing 3 sacred stones of anathema. Lin Feng was looking forward to it. Hence, he put away the sacred stone of anathema and entered the spatial passage, warping towards the North River Galaxy. Chapter 653, 653 The Secret of the Sacred Stone of Anathema. 653 The Secret of the Sacred Stone of Anathema. Lin Feng returned to the North River Galaxy. Everything was normal, and he also retracted his avatar. Even though his avatar only had 1% of his strength, once he retracted his avatar, Lin Feng could be considered to be in his true complete state. Be it for comprehending a complete principle or metamorphosing his combat body, he was in his optimal state. In the Guardian Divine Palace, Lin Feng instructed the others not to disturb him. Then, he entered seclusion. In the secret chamber, Lin Feng took out the third sacred stone of Anathema. He stared intently at the sacred stone of Anathema. It had been a long time since Lin Feng had obtained the sacred stone of Anathema. And he had even seized another sacred stone of Anathema from Divine Sovereign Void Sky. However, Lin Feng still did not know the origins of this sacred stone of Anathema. Lin Feng guessed that this sacred stone of Anathema should not be from the universe. Perhaps it came from the chaos, but there was not a trace of chaotic energy on the sacred stone of Anathema. The sacred stone of Anathema was very mysterious. In the past, Lin Feng had thought that there was only one sacred stone of Anathema. He considered himself incredibly lucky to have obtained it. But now, he did not think so anymore. Divine Sovereign Void Sky had one, and so did the ancient Divine Emperor of Silence. This sacred stone of Anathema might contain a shocking secret. However, no matter what the secret was, Lin Feng had also obtained 3 now. He was far luckier than Divine Sovereign Void Sky and the Divine Emperor of Silence. Perhaps one day, he would be able to figure out the mysteries of this sacred stone of Anathema. Lin Feng took out another sacred stone of Anathema. He had fused his stone with the sacred stone of Anathema from Divine Sovereign Void Sky. When the two were combined, it became clearly larger. When the 2 sacred stones of Anathema were put together, they were both shaking violently. Clearly, they were resonating with each other. Lin Feng loosened his grip. Immediately, the 2 sacred stones of Anathema floated in the air, emitting a faint white light. They slowly approached each other, and finally tangled and fused. Under the illumination of the white light, the 2 sacred stones of Anathema gradually fused together. It was flawless, and there was no resistance in the process at all. Just like that, they fused into one. However, unlike the first fusion of the 2 sacred stones of Anathema, the fused sacred stone of Anathema was no longer round and whole. Although it was still oval, it was obvious that a lot of it seemed to be missing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There were a total of 6 missing parts. 6 parts were missing from the whole sacred stone of Anathema, including the original 3 sacred stones. Did this mean that there were a total of 9 such sacred stones of Anathema? Lin Feng's heart burned with passion. Currently, he had already obtained 3 sacred stones of Anathema. If he had the chance to obtain more sacred stones of Anathema in the future to replenish it, how miraculous would the sacred stone of Anathema be in its complete state? However, being able to obtain 3 sacred stones of Anathema all came down to Lin Feng's luck. It would probably not be so easy to obtain more sacred stones of Anathema in the future. The 3 sacred stones of Anathema had completely fused into one. Lin Feng grabbed at it gently and caught it. Let's see the effect. Lin Feng was also filled with anticipation. Hence, he used the law of tides. Buzz. The sacred stone of Anathema shook slightly. Lin Feng was almost effortlessly immersed in a miraculous space. It was as if his surroundings were filled with surging tides, sweeping through his body in a mighty manner and constantly impacting it. As long as Lin Feng did not stop using the law of tides, he would be swept along and constantly impacted in space. Immersion. Lin Feng was very elated. He finally knew the effects of the 3 sacred stones of Anathema. The greatest change was immersion. This was simply too important for comprehending laws. In the past, be it 1 or 2 sacred stones of Anathema, they could only allow one to see or sense the manifested laws. They could not allow one to experience it personally. But now, he could experience it for himself. The difference between the two was worlds apart. However, Lin Feng had only activated the ordinary planetary law just now. When he activated the ultimate law of tides, things were completely different. Boom. Lin Feng used the ultimate law of tides. The entire space seemed to have shattered, turning into a void. All the laws of tides had disappeared, and there was a faint, terrifying power that seemed to stretch across the cosmos. It was ancient, eternal, and mysterious. Lin Feng's eyes widened. He was already completely immersed in this strange feeling. He saw the principle that seemed to have existed since antediluvian times in the pitch-black cosmos. The principle of tides. It felt like a long time had passed, but also like an instant. When Lin Feng awakened again, he was still in the secret chamber. He closed his eyes slightly, carefully reminiscing about the principle of tides just now. That was the principle of tides. Moreover, he had experienced it himself and truly sensed the power of the principle of tides. It was as if a divine king who controlled the principle of tides was personally using it in front of Lin Feng. No, it was even more complete, clearer, and stronger than the principle of tides used by a divine king. After all, even principles had differences. Although they were both complete principles, the thoroughness of comprehension in principles mastered by divine emperors and divine kings were different. The principle manifested by the sacred stone of anathema had clearly reached the limit, and could not be improved further. Every part of the principle could be sensed clearly. With the help of immersion, Lin Feng could clearly sense that his comprehension of the principle of tides was rising steadily, as if he could already vaguely see the direction. This was truly valuable. Back then, even though Lin Feng had the sacred stone of anathema, he was just sensing laws every time. It was very difficult for him to feel immersed in them himself. He also only had a very hazy idea of principles. Perhaps he could also comprehend a complete principle in the end, but it would take a very long time. It would take at least a century, or even longer. But now, Lin Feng had already seen the direction. Even without the sacred stone of anathema, he was confident that he could master a complete principle in a few decades. If he used the sacred stone of anathema to comprehend it every day, he could shorten the time further. Next were the law of annihilation and the law of space. Just like the law of tides, Lin Feng's comprehension of these two laws could be said to be advancing by leaps and bounds. In the past, it was still rather blurry. Now, it was incomparably clear, and he had already found the direction. As long as he cultivated in seclusion for 20 to 30 years, or even less, Lin Feng might be able to master these three complete principles, including the principle of space. If he could metamorphose into a divine emperor through the principle of space, Lin Feng would probably surpass divine emperor Void Sky and the divine emperor of silence, and become the strongest divine emperor in the universe. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The effects of the three sacred stones of anathema were just too powerful. However, what he was more concerned about was the law of life. Could the sacred stone of anathema manifest the law of life, or even the principle of life? Lin Feng still wanted to give it another try. Hence, Lin Feng slowly mobilized the law of life and enveloped the sacred stone of anathema with it. Chapter 654, 654 The Only Clue. 654 The Only Clue. Buzz. As the law of life enveloped the sacred stone of anathema, Lin Feng only used the rudimentary law of life to envelope the sacred stone of anathema bit by bit. In an instant, the sacred stone of anathema shook slightly. The white light became stronger and stronger, and the frequency of the shaking became higher and higher, as if it was about to manifest something. It's working. Lin Feng was very nervous. As long as it could manifest the law of life, he would even be one step closer to transforming into the universe. Lin Feng's goal was not just to become a divine emperor. His vision had long surpassed divine emperors, and was aimed at transcendence. If he wanted to transcend, he naturally wanted to transform into a universe. Although Divine Emperor Void Sky and Divine Emperor of Silence had both failed, Lin Feng firmly believed that this was a path that could work. It was only because Divine Emperor Void Sky and the Divine Emperor of Silence had not found the right method that they failed. Time, life, and space were all indispensable. Even if Lin Feng wanted to transform into the universe, he would think of ways to comprehend these three principles. If Lin Feng wanted to comprehend these three principles by himself, it would be almost impossible. The sacred stone of anathema might be Lin Feng's only hope. Unfortunately, when the frequency of vibration reached the highest, the oval sacred stone of anathema slowly calmed down, and finally stopped moving completely. It didn't manifest. Lin Feng's expression gradually sank. Then, he tried the ultimate law of life. There was still no movement from the sacred stone of anathema. Lin Feng grabbed the sacred stone of anathema and used the law of space. There was movement again. It seemed like the sacred stone of anathema was reacting. But why could it not manifest the law of life? Lin Feng recalled carefully. It seemed like the sacred stone of anathema this time was different from before. Previously, there were only 2 sacred stones of anathema combined. Lin Feng used the law of life to envelop the sacred stone of anathema, but there was no movement at all. Now, the 3 sacred stones of anathema had fused into one. At least, when Lin Feng used the rudimentary law of life, there was a little movement. Although the movement stopped later, there was still a little movement. Could it be that there aren't enough sacred stones of anathema, or rather, it's incomplete? Lin Feng looked at the 6 gaps on the sacred stone of anathema and fell into deep thought. The sacred stone of anathema was very mysterious. Now, it seemed like there were still 6 more sacred stones of anathema. Only with a total of 9 would the state be whole. Perhaps if he wanted to manifest the 2 laws or principles of time and life, only the complete state with 9 sacred stones of anathema could manifest these 2 most mysterious laws. However, finding all 9 sacred stones of anathema was easier said than done. Lin Feng had obtained the first sacred stone of anathema because he had saved the lives on an ordinary planet. The other party had gifted it to him. He could be considered very lucky. He was also very lucky to obtain the second sacred stone of anathema, and the process could even be considered difficult. He had sensed it on Divine Sovereign Void Sky after entering the Silent Galaxy and encountering him. For it, the 2 of them fought for a long time. In the end, Lin Feng won and seized the second sacred stone of anathema. The third sacred stone of anathema had just been obtained from the blood essence of the heart of Divine Emperor of Silence. It was a narrow escape. If Lin Feng had not comprehended the ultimate law of life and attained an immortal body, he probably would not have been able to obtain the third sacred stone of anathema no matter what. Be it the first, second, or third sacred stones of anathema, there was no connection between any of them, nor was there any pattern. Lin Feng had a great amount of luck to be able to obtain 3 sacred stones of anathema. Or rather, an unseen providence. There seemed to be a trace of providence helping Lin Feng to obtain these 3 sacred stones of anathema. There was no pattern. How could Lin Feng find the other 6 sacred stones of anathema by relying on luck alone? Speaking of which, Lin Feng had never taken the initiative to search for the sacred stone of anathema. Firstly, he did not have the ability. Secondly, he was afraid of exposing it. Thirdly, there were no clues. However, things were different now. Lin Feng was already the Supreme Grand Emperor, and he could even kill a divine king above his level. He did have the strength. As for exposing it, Lin Feng was not afraid. As long as he was careful, who would know what the sacred stone of anathema was? Only cultivators who held the sacred stone of anathema knew the miraculous use of the sacred stone of anathema. However, all cultivators who held the sacred stone of anathema would hide it extremely well. Who would expose it publicly? Moreover, even if he really exposed it, no one, not even divine emperors, could kill Lin Feng, who had comprehended the ultimate law of life. Unless someone was confident that they could trap Lin Feng forever, no one could do anything to him. Moreover, Lin Feng also had a clue about the sacred stone of anathema now, and that was Divine Heart. There was basically no clue on the first sacred stone of anathema. No matter how much one investigated, it would be useless. The wielder of the second sacred stone of anathema, divine sovereign void sky, was long dead. Even if Lin Feng wanted to investigate, he could not. Only the third sacred stone of anathema was left. It came from the divine emperor of silence. Although the divine emperor of silence was dead, his heart had developed consciousness, and given rise to divine heart. Perhaps divine heart had not inherited all the memories of the divine emperor of silence, but he had at least inherited some memories. There might be clues regarding the sacred stone of anathema among them. Even if it was just a little clue, a 1 in a billion chance, Lin Feng was unwilling to let it go, because it might be the only clue he could find. Lin Feng made up his mind. He immediately left the secret chamber and found Venerable Vigil and Grand Emperor Scorpius. Venerable Vigil, Grand Emperor Scorpius, there hasn't been much change in the North River Galaxy recently, right? Lin Feng asked. With a smile. Not much has changed. Ever since the establishment of the Guardian Divine Palace, everything has been orderly. Not only has the implementation of the new order not caused unrest in the North River Galaxy, it has also made the North River Galaxy more prosperous. Very good. The North River Galaxy is the foundation of the Guardian Divine Palace. I'll have to trouble the two of you. I called you here. This time because I have something I need you to do. What is it? Grand Emperor, feel free to give the order. Grand Emperor Scorpius and Venerable Vigil were both the people Lin Feng trusted the most. They were also Lin Feng's right-hand men in the Guardian Divine Palace, and controlled the entire North River Galaxy. Lin Feng took out the sacred stone of anathema directly. The two of them asked in confusion, "What is this?" "This is an artifact I obtained. It's quite helpful for my cultivation. Whether I can undergo 9 life transitions is very important. However, this artifact is incomplete. There are other artifacts like this that are very likely scattered in the universe. I need you to mobilize your forces in the entire North River Galaxy to search for it in secret. An artifact. It's helpful for a Grand Emperor with 9 life transitions." Venerable Vigil and Grand Emperor Scorpius looked at each other, and their eyes lit up slightly. Lin Feng was a supreme Grand Emperor, but no matter how strong a Grand Emperor was, he was still a Grand Emperor. They knew very well that Lin Feng could already defeat a Divine King as a Grand Emperor. If he could undergo 9 life transitions and undergo metamorphosis again, how much would his strength increase? Even though neither of them could be considered very ambitious, they managed the huge North River Galaxy. Now, they ruled over countless people and served only one person. Even top-notch Grand Emperors did not dare to be impudent in front of them. They knew very well that all of this was built upon Lin Feng's powerful strength. If Lin Feng was stronger, their status would also be more stable. Your Majesty, don't worry. We will definitely do our best to mobilize our forces in search of the artifact. All right, I'll leave this matter to you. Just search for the artifact in secret. Take your time with this matter. There's no hurry. However, there's another rather urgent matter. You have to mobilize your forces to search for someone in the universe. Someone. That's right. His name is Divine Heart. Lin Feng showed the two of them the image of Divine Heart and mobilized their forces to search throughout the universe. Lin Feng believed that since Divine Heart had lost 13 drops of essence blood, if he did not want the injury to the Divine Emperor's heart to worsen, he would definitely take action. It would very likely cause a huge commotion. Finding Divine Heart was much easier than finding the sacred stone of anathema. Chapter 655, 655 A Fleeting Decade. 655 A Fleeting Decade. Time passed quickly. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. To ordinary living beings, 10 years might be enough for a child to grow up and become an adult. It might also be enough for a middle-aged person to gradually enter old age. However, 10 years was so short for mountains, rivers, the earth, and an entire planet. 10 years later, the mountains still stood tall, the rivers still surged, and the earth was still vast as ever. Nothing seemed to have changed. The planets turned, and the cosmos remained unchanged. 10 years was even less worth mentioning to cultivators. In the Guardian Divine Palace, Lin Feng had already been in seclusion for a full 10 years. During this period of time, although he could also communicate with the outside world, his true form had actually entered the broken universe in the Void Sky Divine Palace. Lin Feng was comprehending principles. Be it the principle of space, the principle of tides, the principle of annihilation, or even the principle of life, Lin Feng was working hard to comprehend all of them. However, Lin Feng had underestimated principles. He had thought that the effects of fusing the 3 sacred stones of anathema would greatly increase, and by relying on the sacred stone of anathema, he could experience the principles himself. However, he still did not make any substantial progress. It seemed like he still needed some time to comprehend a complete principle. His law of tides, law of annihilation, and even law of space had all improved by a certain extent. At the very least, he could sense improvement. However, there was no further comprehension in the law of life, let alone direction. The principle of life was even more unattainable. Although Lin Feng did not seem to have improved much in principles, Lin Feng had been staying in the broken universe in the Void Sky Divine Palace for the past 10 years. It allowed him to further understand the true meaning of the universe. Transforming into the universe was not that simple. The more Lin Feng comprehended the broken universe transformed from divine Emperor Void Sky, the more his comprehension grew, and the more shocked he was. Time, life, and space were all indispensable, but these 3 principles were not the only ones needed. Even with 3 principles, one might not be able to successfully transform into a universe. Transforming into the universe actually required a sufficiently powerful combat body as well. Lin Feng had slowly realized this in the past 10 years. Even transforming into a universe required a powerful combat body. Otherwise, how could it accommodate a newborn universe? Even though a newborn universe might not be too strong, and was far from comparable to an origin universe, after successfully transforming into a universe, one could completely control every ounce of power in the internal universe. If the combat body was not strong enough, how could it accommodate a universe? Transcendence was difficult. It was even more difficult than Lin Feng had imagined. If many cultivators did not have a solid foundation, they were actually destined to never be able to transcend from the beginning. Only Lin Feng, who had undergone metamorphosis with a consummate combat body, had a silver of hope because his foundation was incomparably solid. However, that was just hope. If he metamorphosed rashly, even if his strength was comparable to a divine emperor, it would probably be difficult for him to transcend. Back then, the Divine Emperor of Silence and the Divine Emperor Void Sky had both dominated their eras and were the strongest divine emperors of their generation. But so what? The 2 of them had still failed to transform into the universe in the end. Even a prodigy who was favored by the entire universe and enjoyed the providence of the entire universe would probably find it difficult to transcend. Hence, even though Lin Feng was only a Grand Emperor now, he had to begin preparing for transcendence. He had to lay a solid foundation. If possible, Lin Feng would prefer to undergo metamorphosis with a consummate combat body. That kind of metamorphosis would allow developing the most perfect state, and only then would he have a chance of transcending in the future. Grand Emperor, there's news on Divine Heart. Suddenly, Lin Feng received a message from Venerable Vigil. Although Lin Feng was in seclusion, he was not completely isolated and still had contact with the outside world. Hence, Venerable Vigil and Grand Emperor Scorpius could report important news to Lin Feng directly. Among them, Lin Feng had personally instructed them to report the news of Divine Heart and the sacred stone of anathema to him immediately. There's news on Divine Heart. Lin Feng opened his eyes and left the secret chamber immediately, summoning Venerable Vigil and Grand Emperor Scorpius. Venerable Vigil, you obtained news on Divine Heart. Lin Feng took Divine Heart very seriously. After all, Divine Heart might have clues related to the sacred stone of anathema. Lin Feng was not willing to give up any trace of clues. Yes, Your Majesty. We obtained news on Divine Heart. According to the clues provided by the Grand Emperor, we discovered traces of an individual suspected to be Divine Heart in the Pelagios domain. The Pelagios domain. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Venerable Vigil explained in detail. It turned out that the Pelagios domain was a powerful region ruled by Divine Venerable Pelagios. Divine Venerable Pelagios had also presided over the Pelagios domain for countless billions of years. There were about tens of thousands of galaxies under the command of the Pelagios domain. It was a top-notch faction in the universe. And also a holy land for cultivation. It was located in the central region of the universe. The entire universe was almost boundless, but no matter how boundless it was, the Divine Venerables and Divine Emperors could roughly define the boundaries after repeated explorations. However, many people did not know, and even the Divine Kings did not know. However, the Pelagios domain could be considered the central region of the universe. Countless cultivators were willing to make a pilgrimage to the Pelagios domain because there was a Divine Venerable standing at the top of the universe there. There's actually such a place. Lin Feng did not expect there would be such a place that was prosperous to the extreme. Grand Emperor, although the Bamand Galaxy and the North River Galaxy seem to be presided over by Divine Kings and are very powerful, in reality, we are actually all in remote locations in the universe. It is already impressive for there to be one Divine King in a galaxy. But what about the Pelagios domain? There are countless Divine Kings. There are all kinds of combat bodies, cosmic arrays, comprehension techniques for laws, and so on. The amount of cosmic miraculous items is also simply unimaginable. Divine Heart actually went to the Pelagios domain. Looks like he intends to use the abundant cultivation resources in the Pelagios domain to recover from his injuries. With a little thought, Lin Feng immediately understood the purpose of Divine Heart's trip to the Pelagios domain. That holy land where cultivation was thriving would be very helpful to severely injured cultivators like Divine Heart. Lin Feng even suspected that in the Pelagios domain, Divine Heart did not need to make any commotion to recover from his injuries in the shortest time possible. Once he recovered from his injuries, it was extremely likely that Divine Heart would be comparable to a Divine Venerable. At that time, if Divine Heart swept through the entire Pelagios domain, and used the various resources in the Pelagios domain to return to his peak and become a Divine Emperor, it would be next to impossible for Lin Feng to obtain any clues on the sacred stone of anathema. Hence, this matter could not be delayed. Give me the exact location where Divine Heart had appeared. I'm afraid I'll have to leave for a while. I'll leave the Guardian Divine Palace to the two of you. Your Majesty, don't worry. We will definitely manage the Guardian Divine Palace well. Lin Feng nodded. He trusted Grand Emperor Scorpius and Venerable Vigil. This time, Lin Feng did not leave an avatar behind. This trip might take a longer time, and he might even be able to undergo metamorphosis. As he could only undergo metamorphosis in a perfected state, Lin Feng did not leave an avatar behind. In any case, the North River Galaxy was gradually stabilizing now. No one dared to cause trouble in the North River Galaxy. Otherwise, they would face the wrath of a powerful Grand Emperor who could slay a Divine King. Swoosh. After giving his instructions, Lin Feng did not delay any longer. He tore through space and entered the spatial passage, warping towards the Pelagios domain. Chapter 656, 656 Demon King. 656 Demon King. Miss Sarah, have you really made your decision? Miss Sarah, although you have the noble bloodline of the Sala family, the prestige of the Sala family has long faded. If anything happens to you once you go to the ancient demon planet, there will no longer be any hope of restoring the Sala family to its former glory. Miss Sarah, you are the only hope of the Sala family. Please reconsider. A large spaceship was slowly flying through the universe. There was a prominent crest on the spaceship. It was the crest of the Sala family. The Sala family had a long history and was once a reputed family. It was rumored that the ancestor of the Sala family was a great cultivator. He could destroy countless planets and shake the universe with ease as a top-notch Grand Emperor. Every descendant of the Sala family was proud to have the blood of the Sala family flowing in their veins. Unfortunately, billions of years later, there was no knowing how many generations had passed. The Sala family had already declined. There was only one venerable in the previous generation, but he was only an ordinary venerable who had barely managed to become an advanced planetary life form. Moreover, the last family head had died in an accidental battle. Miss Sarah was the current family head. This Miss Sarah was a genius. In just 300 years, she had already metamorphosed into a planetary life form. The bloodline of the Sala family. In her body was the richest in almost 100 generations. The previous head of family was trying to obtain an artifact for Sala to cultivate. He hoped that Sala could become a venerable or even a grand emperor sooner, and restore the Sala family to its former glory. Unfortunately, with the accidental fall of the previous patriarch, all of this had changed. The enemies of the Sala family were stirring. With the current foundation and power of the Sala family, they could not stop the decline of the family at all, and might even be destroyed. As the head of the family, Miss Sarah carried a heavy burden on her young shoulders. She kept flipping through the ancient texts in the family. She did not believe that an ancient family that had the supreme bloodline of a grand emperor would not have any foundation at all. Finally, Miss Sarah really found a record when flipping through one of the ancient texts. On the ancient demon planet, the ancestor of the Sala family, Grand Emperor Sala, had sealed a demon king. This terrifying demon king had an almost undying body. His combat body was very special, and he was also a top-notch Grand Emperor. Even Grand Emperor Sala could only defeat the demon king, and could not kill him. In the end, Grand Emperor Sala could only use the cosmic array to suppress the demon king. He hoped to use the suppression of the cosmic array to slowly weaken the demon king. Then, innumerable years later, he might be able to kill the demon king completely. This was a secret. There were only some rumors of it in the Sala family, but those were only rumors, and were not as detailed as the record in the ancient text. Miss Sarah immediately sensed that this might be a great opportunity, an opportunity for the Sala family. In order to suppress the demon king, Grand Emperor Sala had used an artifact as the eye of the cosmic array back then. Moreover, that cosmic array would constantly weaken the demon king while accumulating the power. In essence, it was a trump card left behind by Grand Emperor Sala. Once the demon king failed to withstand the suppression of the cosmic array in billions of years and fell, the power accumulated by the cosmic array over billions of years would be unimaginably massive, and would provide incredible help to the descendants of the Sala family's bloodline. These various factors caused Miss Sarah to make up her mind about going to planet Ancient Demon. However, her decision was opposed by all the members of the Sala family. Sarah was the family's only hope and a prodigy. They did not want to put Sarah at risk. However, Sarah's bloodline was the richest. It was probable that apart from Sarah, no one could activate the cosmic array on planet Ancient Demon. All right, stop talking. I've already made the decision on this matter. This is an order. A trace of determination appeared on Miss Sarah's beautiful face. She stared intently at the distant cosmos. She had already seen planet Ancient Demon. Actually, planet Ancient Demon was not mysterious. It was at the border of the Pelagios domain, in an inconspicuous cosmos. This place was shrouded in irregular spatial storms all year round. Many cultivators, even venerables, would occasionally enter it by mistake, but no one could ever come out again. As time passed, the ancient demon planet naturally became a dangerous place that everyone feared. Even venerables were unwilling to enter lightly. There were 3 more planetary life forms in the spaceship. They were all the last forces of the Sala family. Even though the family was against Miss Sarah, Sarah had already made the decision. The Sala family could only do their best to ensure Sarah's safety. Hence, they sent out their strongest force, the only remaining 3 planetary cultivators. Miss Sarah, have you really made your decision? I've made my decision. All right, let's accompany Miss Sarah in. The 3 planetary lifeform cultivators gritted their teeth. No matter how dangerous planet Ancient Demon was, they decided to accompany Miss Sarah in. However, Miss Sarah shook her head slightly and said, "No need. It's useless for you to go in. My bloodline is the richest. Only I can break the cosmic array if I go in. You are the only 3 planetary life forms left in the family. I can't allow any accidents to befall you. I'll go in alone. Don't forget, I'm also a planetary life form. Indeed, Miss Sarah was also a planetary life form, and she was very strong. Unfortunately, against the enemies of the Sala family, planetary life forms were nothing. Moreover, they could not turn the tide, let alone restore the former glory of the Sala family. But this is an order. Until I die, I remain the family head. Miss Sarah's face turned cold. The 3 planetary life forms opened their mouths, but hesitated in the end. Swoosh. Miss Sarah left the spaceship and flew towards planet Ancient Demon. The huge planet Ancient Demon was gloomy and dark. Although it was called the planet Ancient Demon, it was not a planet, but a profound cosmic array formed by countless planets. I am a descendant of the bloodline of Grand Emperor Sala. When Miss Sarah arrived in front of the Ancient Demon planet, she vaguely sensed danger. However, deep down, there was a strong desire, as if it was guiding her. Hence, she entered Ancient Demon planet step by step. Following the description in the ancient text, Miss Sarah gritted her teeth and said, as the descendant of Grand Emperor Sala's bloodline, I call upon my blood. Ancient Demon Array, activate. Buzz. As blood splattered out of Miss Sarah's body, the entire area of dozens or hundreds of planets on the entire Ancient Demon planet seemed to be shaking. A terrifying power was reviving. What powerful strength! If I can inherit this power, I may even have a chance to become a venerable, no, I may even become a quasi-emperor. A trace of joy appeared on Miss Sarah's face. Everything recorded in the ancient text was true. Grand Emperor Sala had really suppressed a demon king here. However, after so many years, even the strongest demon king would have long been reduced to ashes. The current planet Ancient Demon was just an energy magnetic field that accumulated unimaginable energy, specially prepared for descendants of Sala's bloodline. Sarah, on the other hand, may be able to inherit this power. However, Sarah did not get carried away. No matter how much time had passed, she was still very cautious. After all, Grand Emperor Sala had warned repeatedly in the ancient books that the terrifying demon king had an undying body. Even Grand Emperor Sala could not kill him. In the end, he could only choose to suppress him. Hence, she had to be careful not to release the demon king. Otherwise, the people would be plunged into misery and suffering, the planets would collapse, and the cosmos would shake. The appearance of the demon king would be unparalleled, causing an unimaginable calamity. Miss Sarah was very cautious. Before inheriting this power, she had to carefully sense if the demon king was dead. According to the records in the ancient books, the bloodline in Sarah's body was too rich, and had already been recognized by the cosmic array. Hence, Sarah controlled the cosmic array and constantly activated the power of the cosmic array in an attempt to suppress it. There's no movement anymore, nor is there any aura of the demon king. As expected, with billions of years, even the strongest demon king will be reduced to ashes. Sarah finally heaved a sigh of relief. She could rest assured. The demon king had long been reduced to cosmic dust, and could not possibly cause her any trouble. She could inherit this power left behind by Grand Emperor Sala without worries. There's hope for the family. A trace of excitement appeared on Miss Sarah's face. Then, without any hesitation, she activated the cosmic array forcefully and began to absorb the energy stored by the cosmic array for billions of years. Boom. Terrifying energy surged into Sarah's body. Her combat body continued to divide and expand, and her strength continued to increase. However, she did not notice that a crack had begun to appear in the originally stable cosmic array as she continued to absorb a large amount of power. Crunch. After an unknown period of time, a crisp sound rang out, as if space was shattering. How many years has it been? A low voice sounded, echoing faintly in the cosmos. As if possessing some kind of magic, everyone shuddered. Even Miss Sarah sobered up at once. The descendant of Sala finally can't wait anymore. Ha ha ha, you've finally given me a chance. Miss Sarah's entire body was trembling. She felt a terrifying aura sweep through the entire cosmos like a tide. She tried her best to suppress it with the cosmic array. Unfortunately, after she absorbed the energy in the cosmic array, the power of the cosmic array was no longer the same as before. Moreover, after billions of years, the power of the cosmic array was also weakening. The Demon King had already found an opportunity to break out of the array. Boom. A monstrous and terrifying aura wreaked havoc in the cosmos. An incomparably massive Demon King that had even reached dozens of light years stretched across the cosmos. Demon King. The Demon King is released. It's over. A cosmic calamity is coming. Once the Demon King awakens, the cosmos will collapse and the universe will be destroyed. Countless living beings will be devoured by the Demon King. We are sinners. The members of the Sala family were still on the spaceship, but they had already seen the changes on the ancient demon planet. The Demon King had been released. Ha 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 ha, Sala, you've been famed for your entire life, but so what? You died, but you couldn't kill me. You can't even stop me from breaking out of the array. I will devour all your descendants to vent my anger. This terrifying Demon King stared coldly at Miss Sarah. He had sensed the bloodline of Grand Emperor Sala in Sarah's body. In his eyes, any blood descendant of Grand Emperor Sala must die. Miss Sarah also had a pained expression. What had she done to obtain power and revitalize the family? She had released the terrifying Demon King, the Demon King who could destroy the world. In fact, if the Demon King was released, the Sala family would be the first to be destroyed. She was the sinner of the family. Demon King, no matter what, I'll stop you. You're just an ordinary planetary life form. You're not even qualified for me to snack on. Even a finger of the Demon King was larger than Miss Sarah's combat body. After I devour you, I'll go and have a full meal. It's been a long, long time since I've devoured life. That taste is really delicious. The Demon King seemed to be still missing the delicacies of living beings. Back then, he could easily devour dozens or hundreds of planets. Buzz. At this moment, spatial ripples suddenly appeared in the cosmos. This sudden appearance of spatial ripples stunned both Miss Sarah and the Demon King slightly. Swoosh. An ordinary figure instantly stepped out of the spatial passage formed by spatial ripples. This should be the Pelagio's domain. The mysterious figure still seemed a little confused, but he quickly sensed that something was amiss. He turned around abruptly and saw a head, indescribably huge, staring straight at him. A fiend. Chapter 657 Undying Body. 657 Undying Body. A fiend. As soon as Lin Feng stepped out of space, he saw such a huge head. In particular, the surging life force seemed to be the growls and roars of countless vengeful spirits. Lin Feng could not help but pay attention. Hence, Lin Feng's expression instantly turned cold, and even surged with killing intent. In the past, Lin Feng only hated fiends. He pitied those weak life forms. After all, he had grown step by step from a weak life form. However, it was not to the extent where it was like he had a blood feud whenever encountering fiends, and absolutely had to kill them. But things were different now. Ever since Lin Feng had comprehended the ultimate law of life, his attitude towards fiends had changed completely. In Lin Feng's eyes, all fiends had monstrous vengeful spirits growling and roaring on them. Only cultivators who had comprehended the law of life could sense them. The feeling of hearing the growls and roars of countless vengeful spirits at every moment was actually not pleasant. Fiends were almost innately opposed to the law of life. If Lin Feng wanted to comprehend the principle of life and improve further, he could not let any fiends off. Fiends deserve to die. Lin Feng's expression was cold, and the Demon King, who had just escaped, was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled sinisterly. Interesting. I can sense a huge amount of power in your body, but so what? I will devour you. Maybe then, I will be able to recover to my peak state. The Demon King opened his mouth and devoured Lin Feng. Be careful. He's the Demon King. He's been suppressed for billions of years and has an undying body, Miss Sarah could not help but remind him loudly. She was the one who had released the Demon King, who had been suppressed for billions of years. In the records of her ancestor, Grand Emperor Sala, it was a very terrifying Demon King that could not be killed at all. As a last resort, Grand Emperor Sala could only suppress him. But now, he had been released by Miss Sarah. The people were plunged into misery and suffering, and the cosmos had collapsed. There was no knowing how many living beings would be slaughtered and devoured by the Demon King. Deep down, Miss Sarah felt very guilty and blamed herself. Seeing this mysterious figure suddenly appear, she naturally reminded him out of kindness. She was even prepared to perish together with the Demon King. However, even if she wanted to perish together, taking the Demon King down with her was probably just wishful thinking. Lin Feng looked at the Demon King's huge mouth that was ready to swallow him in one gulp. Without manifesting his combat body, he pointed gently. Swish. A dazzling stream of light flashed, and the Starfell Pearl smashed fiercely towards the Demon King. Petty trick. Let me devour it. The Demon King had probably been suppressed for billions of years. He was really starving. Now that he had just escaped, everything seemed delicious. He did not care what this stream of light was. To him, it was just a delicacy. Devour. 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 The Demon King swallowed the stream of light forcefully. Seeing this scene, even Lin Feng's brows raised slightly. He could not help but be impressed by the Demon King's courage. He actually dared to devour the Starfell Pearl. It's really delicious, but it felt a little hard. The Demon King even burped. Seeing the trace of surprise on Lin Feng's face and Miss Sarah's dumbfounded expression, the Demon King felt incomparably satisfied. After being suppressed by Grand Emperor Sala for countless years, very few people might still remember his reputation as the Demon King of Gluttony. Back then, he had devoured everything in his way. Wherever he went, the cosmos would be emptied out. He had even devoured a few top-notch Grand Emperors. If he had not encountered Grand Emperor Sala in the end, who was just too strong and suppressed him, he might have devoured all the way to the Divine King realm by now. Of course, that was just a fantasy. How difficult would it be for even the top-notch Demon Kings to become Divine Kings? Bang. The Demon King was recalling his glory days. He really missed those carefree days when he could devour without restraint. Then, his body exploded. Without any warning, it instantly exploded into a bloody mist. The flesh on his body seemed to have been crushed by a terrifying force countless times. Then, there was no after. Miss Sarah's mouth fell open for a long time. Outside the ancient demon planet, the mouths of all the cultivators in the spaceship also hung agape. Their expressions seemed to be very nervous, but also shocked. They wanted to say something, only to hesitate. He's dead. Doesn't the Demon King have an undying body? Back then, Grand Emperor Sala could only suppress him and not kill him. He's actually dead. The dignified Demon King had been suppressed for billions of years. Even Grand Emperor Sala could not kill him completely back then, and could only suppress him. The Demon King with an undying body had died, just like that. Moreover, he had just escaped and was about to stir up a bloodbath in the cosmos, yet he just died for no reason. Many people were even still waiting. They were waiting to see if the Demon King would revive all of a sudden. However, after waiting for a long time, even when the bloody mist in the cosmos had already dissipated, the Demon King still had not revived. Swish. The Starfell Pearl landed steadily in Lin Feng's hand. It's that pearl. Everyone stared at the pearl in Lin Feng's hand. It was this pearl that the Demon King had swallowed, but it suddenly exploded. This pearl should be the treasure that killed the Demon King. An artifact. This must be an artifact. Even Miss Sarah's gaze was intense, but there was more envy in it. Even with the foundation of the Sala family, they could not possess such an artifact that could kill the Demon King. Lin Feng's expression was very calm, and there was not even a trace of change. It was as if killing the Demon King was insignificant. In reality, it was indeed insignificant. The so-called undying body of the Demon King just meant that the Demon King's combat body was a little special. It should be some kind of combat body with very strong restorative ability. Even if those top-notch Grand Emperors were stronger than the Demon King, as long as they could not destroy the Demon King's combat body at once, they naturally could not kill him. In a sense, the Demon King was indeed undying. It was probable that apart from the Divine King and the Supreme Grand Emperor, no one could really kill the Demon King. Only by surrounding him and attacking him at a huge cost could others possibly kill the Demon King completely. However, to Lin Feng, this kind of undying body was like paper. The Starfell Pearl was comparable to a combat body of 50,000 light-years. Its strength was so powerful that even Divine Kings had to be wary of it, let alone a mere Demon King. Lin Feng smashed the Demon King into a bloody mist with the Starfell Pearl lightly. No matter how strong a combat body was, how could it recover? Not unless one had comprehended the law of life. However, it was entirely impossible for a fiend to comprehend the law of life. Moreover, Lin Feng was the only one in the entire universe who had comprehended the law of life. Lin Feng was the one who was truly immortal. Lin Feng did not pay any mind to killing the Demon King. Then, he slowly shifted his gaze to Miss Sarah. Miss Sarah was also a little nervous. She was usually eloquent, but when facing a powerful cultivator who could kill the Demon King, she became incomparably silent now. This is the Pelagio's domain. After a long while, Lin Feng asked calmly. Chapter 658, 658 Pelagio's domain. 658 Pelagio's domain. Senior, this is the border of the Pelagio's domain. Is this your first time coming to the Pelagio's domain? After a brief moment of hesitation, Miss Sarah immediately replied smoothly. I'm already in the Pelagio's domain. Looks like I'm not mistaken. This is indeed my first time in the Pelagio's domain. Lin Feng did not conceal it. Miss Sarah's eyes lit up when she heard this. The Demon King was already dead. Although Miss Sarah had obtained some energy from the cosmic array, she was only a quasi-emperor. At most, a quasi-emperor might already be invincible to ordinary cultivators, or even ordinary families. However, the Sala family was different. Miss Sarah wanted to lead the Sala family back to the top. Hence, possessing merely the strength of a quasi-emperor was nothing. Even some of the enemies of the Sala family were Grand Emperors. Hence, Miss Sarah immediately thought of this powerful cultivator in front of her. If they could make an ally of this powerful cultivator, it was not impossible for the Sala family to return to its peak. Senior, our Sala family controls 18 territorial planets, and is rather familiar with the Pelagio's domain. Since this is your first time in the Pelagio's domain, why don't you come to our Sala family as a guest? If you have any requirements, we will definitely do our best to help. Lin Feng glanced at Miss Sarah. This beautiful cultivator's eyes were filled with anticipation. Lin Feng had come this far step by step from a weak life form. Naturally, he knew what Miss Sarah meant. She just wanted to make an ally. Considering how Miss Sarah had still reminded him in a desperate situation just now, she was someone decent. Lin Feng did not have any ill impressions. This was also his first time in the Pelagio's domain, and he was already clueless. It was not easy to find Divine Heart. After all, according to the news Lin Feng received, even if Divine Heart appeared in the Pelagio's domain, he was actually very cautious. And did not dare to act recklessly. After all, there was a Divine Venerable presiding over the Pelagio's domain. Even a Divine King would not dare to act without restraint. Lead the way. Lin Feng said indifferently, but Miss Sarah was overjoyed. Lin Feng had agreed. Their gains this time could be considered bountiful. Senior, please come with me. Miss Sarah led Lin Feng directly into the spaceship. The people in the spaceship had also personally witnessed how Lin Feng threw the Starfell Pearl and smashed the Demon King to death. Hence, they were also very respectful towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng had a spacious and comfortable single room, and there was a faint fragrance in this room. Judging from the decorations, it should be Miss Sarah's room. Miss Sarah's room was the best room on the spaceship. She gave the room to Lin Feng almost without any hesitation. Lin Feng shook his head and did not pay much attention to it. At his level of cultivation, even sleeping in the universe was nothing much. For example, Divine King Bamon's true form had always been slumbering in the cosmos, and he had only placed an avatar in the divine palace of Bamond. At this moment, Lin Feng had a computer in his hand. He was using the computer to search for the cosmic map of the Pelagios domain. Not everyone could obtain the cosmic map of the Pelagios domain, but with the foundation of the Sala family, they could still obtain it. After all, the Sala family was once a family left behind by a top-notch Grand Emperor, and their foundation was not bad. Miss Sarah had given him the computer, along with a cosmic map. She had clearly taken Lin Feng's needs into consideration. Lin Feng was also inwardly satisfied. The Pelagios domain marked on the cosmic map was extremely massive, about the size of tens of thousands of galaxies. One would realize with a thought just how enormous it was. Lin Feng was currently at the border of the Pelagios domain. Lin Feng searched carefully on the cosmic map and finally found a planet called Planet Light Shower. However, this planet Light Shower was not far from Lin Feng's location, and was also in the border region. Planet Light Shower. Miss Sarah should know something about the situation. Lin Feng pondered inwardly. The news he received was that Divine Heart had once appeared in the Pelagios domain, on Planet Light Shower. As for why he had appeared on Planet Light Shower and what he was doing there, Lin Feng did not know. This was his first time in the Pelagios domain, so Lin Feng had to restrain himself a little. Although he had the law of life and an undying body, he was just undying. If a divine king or even a divine venerable had some artifacts for suppression, it would not be a problem for them to trap Lin Feng. After all, there were artifacts that completely sealed space and did not allow even the ultimate law of space to warp space. Hence, Lin Feng invited Miss Sarah into the room for a chat. Miss Sarah's expression was very calm, but the gazes of the others were flickering and strange. They were a man and a woman. Although they were both cultivators, it was still easy for people to misunderstand if they were alone in a room. Miss Sarah was even vaguely looking forward to it. If something really happened between her and Lin Feng, she would be more than willing. Unfortunately, she knew that there was no reason an expert at this level care about something as minor as appearance. Miss Sarah, do you know about Planet Light Shower? Planet Light Shower? Of course I know it. Senior, what information would you like to know about Planet Light Shower? Everything about Planet Light Shower. Tell me everything in detail. The two of them treated it as a chat. Miss Sarah was indeed a smart woman. She understood immediately and immediately began to tell Lin Feng about Planet Light Shower in detail. Planet Light Shower was an enormous planet. The reason even Miss Sarah knew about it was the master of Planet Light Shower, Divine King Light Shower. There was a Divine King presiding over Planet Light Shower, and that was Divine King Light Shower. However, this Divine King Light Shower was very strange. His origins were a mystery. They only knew that he was very ancient, and not much younger than the Pelagios domain. It was rumored that when the Pelagios domain was newly established, Divine King Light Shower was already in the Pelagios domain. Later on, he even settled on planet Pelagios. He did not establish any faction and rarely appeared. In billions of years, the number of people who had actually seen Divine King Light Shower could be counted on one hand. Hence, he could be considered one of the most mysterious divine kings in the Pelagios domain. Although Divine King Light Shower had not established a faction, as Planet Light Shower was presided over by a divine king, it still attracted many cultivators. Gradually, Planet Light Shower prospered, and became a planet with extremely developed trade. Extremely developed trade. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He seemed to already know why Divine Heart had appeared on Planet Light Shower. If Divine Heart wanted to recover from his injuries, he would need a large amount of cultivation. resources, and all kinds of cultivation resources. Marauding without restraint in the Pelagios domain was too dangerous. It was far more preferable to purchase them legitimately. Moreover, there were all kinds of cultivation resources in the Pelagios domain. There were some miraculous items that even divine kings would be tempted by. It seemed like Divine Heart wanted to use the large amount of cultivation resources in the Pelagios domain to hide and slowly recover. Even if it took a long time to recover, even if it took centuries or millennia, as long as he was safe, Divine Heart did not mind wasting a little time. Miss Sarah observed his expression and could not help but ask, "Senior, are you looking for someone? Or is there anything you need? If you need anything, just tell me. Our Sala family still has some power on planet Light Shower." Lin Feng met Miss Sarah's bold gaze, and a smile gradually appeared on his lips. Chapter 659, 659A Lamb into the Lion's Denver. 659A Lamb into the Lion's Denver. If you really want to help me find this person. Even clues will do. Lin Feng did not mind having the Sala family help him. If the other party could really find Divine Heart, Lin Feng would not have to go through the trouble of searching for him alone. In the huge Pelagios domain, even if Lin Feng was a divine king, there was no knowing how long it would take for him to search through the entire Pelagios domain alone. He might not even be able to find Divine Heart. If they wanted to find someone, they still needed the local faction in the Pelagios domain. "Oh, who are you looking for, Senior?" Miss Sarah's expression lifted. She was not afraid of how difficult it would be to find the person Lin Feng was looking for. She was only afraid that Lin Feng would not ask for anything. As long as he asked for something, it would be an opportunity for the Sala family. "His name is Divine Heart. Perhaps he will use an alias, but it doesn't matter. This is his image. He had shown up on planet Light Shower before. Since you have some power on planet Light Shower, it shouldn't be difficult to find clues about him showing up." Lin Feng showed Miss Sarah the appearance of Divine Heart directly, and even a trace of his aura. His appearance could be changed, and his name could be concealed with an alias, but his aura could not be changed. Moreover, Lin Feng did not think that Divine Heart would be so cautious. After all, he definitely would not expect Lin Feng to investigate him. Moreover, Divine Heart was the consciousness born from the heart of Divine Emperor of Silence, and had also inherited a portion of Divine Emperor of Silence's memories. It seemed a little far-fetched to say that he was the Divine Emperor of Silence, but the Divine Emperor of Silence must have a huge impact on Divine Heart. Even if a dignified Divine Emperor, or an expert who was once at the level of a Divine Emperor, had come down in the world, he would still have an innate pride. "Understood. Senior, don't worry. We'll mobilize the family's power immediately to investigate this person's whereabouts on planet Light Shower. Just do it in secret." Miss Sarah hurriedly agreed, then bade farewell and left. After leaving Lin Feng's room, Miss Sarah heaved a sigh of relief and clenched her fists tightly. An excited smile appeared on her face. "Miss Sarah, how are you?" The core members of the Sala family surrounded her. "Miss Sarah, how are you? Miss Sarah, is that Senior willing to help our Sala family?" These were all core members of the Sala family. Miss Sarah shook her head and said, "To the conference hall." Everyone came to the conference hall. There was a trace of authority on Miss Sarah's face as she said in a low voice, "Everyone, our Sala family has gained a lot this time, especially after meeting the Senior. Although I don't know how strong the Senior is, he should be a Grand Emperor, and it's very likely that he's a top-notch Grand Emperor." Grand Emperor. A top-notch Grand Emperor at that. Everyone actually already had some vague guesses, but they were still very excited to hear Miss Sarah say it herself. Everyone knew how important a Grand Emperor, or even a top-notch Grand Emperor, was to the Sala family. Currently, the Sala family was in a precarious situation. If not for how dangerous the situation was, why would Miss Sarah take the risk on planet Ancient Demon herself? "Miss Sarah, is Senior willing to help our Sala family through this crisis?" The answer to this question was what everyone was looking forward to the most. Miss Sarah shook her head and said, "Why should Senior help us? Such a great entity would not help us for no reason. How can we repay? Senior. Everyone felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on them. That's right. Why should Lin Feng help them? They had only met by chance, and he had dealt with the Demon King because the other party was a fiend. Since the Demon King had already been dealt with, what reason did he have to still help the Sala family? For a moment, everyone's enthusiasm diminished. Miss Sarah nodded to herself. She wanted to tell everyone that only the power of the Sala family itself was true power. Relying on others was ultimately the last resort. However, the family's situation was not good now, so she could not deal too much of a blow to everyone. Hence, Miss Sarah continued. However, we have already communicated and established a good relationship with Senior Lin Feng. Moreover, Senior has entrusted a task to our Sala family. It is to find someone on planet Light Shower in secret. Even if we can only find some trace of a clue, Senior will definitely be very happy. Hence, mobilize all the power in the family to find the clue Senior needs at all costs. All of them were long-time cultivators, and 3 of them were planetary lifeforms. How could they not understand what Miss Sarah meant? Regardless of whether they could find any clues, at least Lin Feng would definitely be staying in the Sala family for the time being. That was enough. If they could find any clues, it would be a favor. They believed that Senior Lin Feng would definitely remember it. All right, we'll follow Miss Sarah's orders. We'll contact the family immediately. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. Having an expert who could kill the Demon King like Lin Feng living in the Sala family was the best aid to the Sala family. However, as soon as the people on the spaceship contacted the Sala family, they received grievous news. Miss Sarah, planet Sala has been surrounded. What? Miss Sarah's expression darkened all of a sudden. Sarah's not back yet. On planet Sala, the Sala family was already in chaos. Chaos. Everything was in chaos. Miss Sarah had just left and decided to venture into planet Ancient Demon. However, a few days later, Lin Huanyu from planet OM arrived at planet Sala, and brought along 3 quasi-emperors from the family. In name, Lin Huanyu was proposing marriage to marry Miss Sarah. However, everyone knew that this was just the Lin family's scheme. The Lin family's goal was still to completely annex planet Sala. Planet Sala did not have many cultivation resources. It had long been developed by the Sala family for billions of years. How could there be any cultivation resources left? Moreover, the Sala family was currently in dire straits. There was no wealth worth the Lin family's effort. However, the ancestor of the Sala family was a top-notch Grand Emperor after all. The legacy left behind was astonishing. Moreover, the foundation was very deep. In the past, the family had produced some Grand Emperors one after another. Although they were in decline now, who could be certain that the Sala family would not rise again? In particular, Miss Sarah was very talented. She had a chance of becoming a Grand Emperor in the future. What the Lin family took a fancy to was the legacy of the Sala family. The Lin family of planet OM was a family that newly rose to power in the recent tens of thousands of years. They had established themselves on planet OM, and their desire to expand was very strong. They had already annexed dozens of planets. There were dozens of venerables, 9 quasi-emperors, and an ancestor who was a Grand Emperor in the family. Such a faction far exceeded the Sala family. Before, the Sala family could still rely on some remaining connections from the past to maintain themselves. At least, they would not be annexed by the Lin family. But now, as the Sala family declined, the Sala family's situation became even more difficult. Naturally, the Lin family also developed the intent to annex it. However, the Lin family was very cautious. If they carried out the annexation with great fanfare, it was inevitable that they would suffer some damage. Moreover, if their behavior was too unsightly, the Lin family might be targeted by other factions. Hence, the Lin family chose to encroach it gradually. They would marry Miss Sarah in the name of Lin Huanyu. If they succeeded, without the extremely talented Miss Sarah, the Sala family would continue to decline. Years later, wouldn't the Sala family be at the Lin family's mercy? If the Sala family did not agree, it would be even simpler. At that time, the Lin family would have a good reason to attack, and the Sala family would not be able to resist. This was an open scheme. The Sala family was powerless to do anything. This was especially the case for Lin Huanyu. He knew Miss Sarah, and was very satisfied with her. Thinking of Miss Sarah's beautiful appearance and innate talent, Lin Huanyu was extremely satisfied. When the time came, he would even use Miss Sarah's identity to obtain the Sala family's legacy of billions of years. At that time, it would not be impossible for him to advance to the level of a grand emperor. At this thought, Lin Huanyu was incomparably excited. He was already a little impatient. She's back. The family head is back. Why is Miss Sarah back at this time? Didn't we already send a message to Miss Sarah, telling her to run as far as possible? As long as Miss Sarah is alive, there's hope. Foolish. Truly foolish. Sarah, you shouldn't have let your emotions get the better of you. You're the hope of our Sala family. The members of the Sala family received the news of Miss Sarah's return. However, at this moment, there was a trace of lament and regret on the faces of everyone in the Sala family. Some elders of the family were even more pained. They would rather Miss Sarah never return. Now that Sarah had returned, it would be akin to sending a lamb into the lion's den. It seemed like there was really no hope for the Sala family this time. Chapter 660, 660 Betrayal. 660 Betrayal. Has Miss Sarah returned? It's just as well. I haven't seen Miss Sarah in a long time. We will be family in the future, so we should get closer. Lin Huanyu's voice was very magnetic and sounded like a spring breeze. However, everyone in the Sala family were glaring intently at Lin Huanyu. Their eyes were bloodshot, but they did not dare to attack in the end. Lin Huanyu could be considered a top genius of the Lin family. In less than 800 years, he had already become a venerable, and a top-notch venerable with a combat body of 30 million kilometers at that. This time, Lin Huanyu had come to propose marriage with 3 quasi-emperors. So what if the Sala family was displeased? They could only endure it. Buzz. Suddenly, a huge spaceship appeared in the cosmos. Everyone's gaze was focused on the spaceship. She's back. Miss Sarah has returned after all. Perhaps this is fate. Miss Sarah cares about the Sala family. She would never give up on the family and escape alone. The members of the Sala family were all dejected, but it was useless. The matter was already set in stone. Moreover, Miss Sarah had probably already made up her mind when she decided to return to planet Sala. Otherwise, Miss Sarah could just have chosen not to return. However, this was Sarah. She valued the family more than herself. Hence, she would definitely return. The spaceship gradually landed. Compared to the deep hatred of many in the Sala family, Lin Huanyu felt very carefree. He kept a smile on his face. Crunch. The cabin door opened, and people from the Sala family alighted from the spaceship one after another. Miss Sarah did not show up until the end. However, Lin Huanyu was not in a hurry. The Lin family had also studied Sarah thoroughly, and knew that Sarah would definitely return. As expected, Miss Sarah came out. She was the last to come out. However, there was an unfamiliar young man in front of her. Moreover, from the looks of it, Sarah was rather respectful towards the young man. Lin Huanyu's eyes narrowed slightly. He already knew the situation of the Sala family like the back of his hand. He was certain that this man was not any important figure in the Sala family. However, the age of a cultivator did not depend on their appearance. For example, he was almost 1,000 years old, but he still looked like he was in his 20s. Appearance was not worth mentioning to a cultivator. Lin Huanyu was not angered. He would not get jealous over nothing. Lin Huanyu even strode forward and said politely, "Miss Sarah, this is Mr. Lin is a distinguished guest of the Sala family." Miss Sarah said coldly. She would not display a good attitude towards Lin Huanyu. "Oh, Mr. Lin. A sharp glint flashed across Lin Huanyu's eyes. Then, he said with a smile, "Distinguished guest, you came at the right time. Miss Sarah. I'm very sincere in coming to the Sala family to propose marriage." "Propose marriage?" Miss Sarah sneered and said, "Lin Huanyu, everyone knows what your Lin family is up to. You'd better leave quickly." "I refuse." Lin Huanyu's smile froze at once. His expression darkened slightly as he said, "Miss Sarah, I think you need to consider it carefully. The elders of the Sala family have already agreed just now." "Is that so?" "No matter who agreed to it, it won't do as long as I disagree. I'm the head of the family. My word is the decision of the Sala family." "How dare you?" The three quasi-emperors behind Lin Huanyu instantly emitted powerful auras, exerting pressure on Miss Sarah. Lin Huanyu, on the other hand, remained calm and collected. He took a closer look at Lin Feng. He really could not see through Lin Feng. Lin Feng seemed to be just an ordinary person, but how could an ordinary person be treated with such serious respect by Miss Sarah? Moreover, Miss Sarah seemed to be full of confidence at this moment. What gave Miss Sarah so much confidence? With Lin Huanyu's understanding of Miss Sarah, she would definitely not act on impulse. If this is Miss Sarah's final decision, then I respect Miss Sarah's decision. However, I'm not the only one in charge of the Lin family. Mississippi Sarah's actions have damaged the Lin family's reputation. Lin Huanyu shook his head, wearing an expression of pity. It had long been evident that the Lin family wanted to annex the Sala family. How could they be willing? "Young Master Lin, you pity Miss Sarah and are unwilling to use force against the Sala family. That's because you're benevolent. However, the Lin family won't accept losing face so easily. Now, the three of us will have a proper discussion with Miss Sarah." Behind Lin Huanyu, the three quasi-emperors took a step forward. Immediately, the entire planet seemed to be shaking. "What are you trying to do? Planet Sala has the cosmic array left behind by the ancestors of my Sala family. It won't be easy for even a Grand Emperor to break the cosmic array. If you dare to launch an attack on planet Sala, I will activate the cosmic array to kill you." Miss Sarah was also a decisive person, and was definitely not weak or malleable. The reason why the Sala family was still not annexed despite declining for so long was that there was a cosmic array on planet Sala, which guarded the Sala family firmly. Even a Grand Emperor would find it difficult to break the cosmic array, let alone quasi-emperors. If the Sala family was determined to keep the Lin family, Lin Huanyu and the others would not be able to escape. "Is that so? We've long heard of the cosmic array of the Sala family. Then, Miss Sarah, please activate the array so that the three of us can see it." "Huh?" Miss Sarah's eyes narrowed slightly. She was a smart woman and had been in charge of the Sala family for so long. Naturally, she knew that the Lin family coveted the Sala family. However, the Lin family was probably also wary of the cosmic array of the Sala family, and had never taken any direct action. Now, they had sent three quasi-emperors. On the surface, they were proposing marriage, but in actuality, they were probably already prepared to fail. They wanted to test the power of the cosmic array. Could it just be a test? Miss Sarah already could not back down. Moreover, here at the Sala family, she was not afraid of anyone, even if the other party was a quasi-emperor. "Since you three want to give it a try, go ahead." Miss Sarah's gaze turned cold. At this moment, she had to protect the reputation of the Sala family. This was planet Sala, not the Lin family's planet OM. Hence, with a thought from Miss Sarah, she controlled the entire cosmic array of planet Sala. Boom. The cosmic array was activated, and the entire planet Sala was enveloped in the heavy pressure of the cosmic array. The three quasi-emperors also endured this terrifying power. Even the dignified quasi-emperors found it very difficult to hold out. However, the strange thing was that the three of them did not look too worried. Instead, a bizarre smile appeared on their lips. As expected of the cosmic array left behind by the top-notch Grand Emperor Sala. Its power is indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, such a powerful cosmic array will only protect the Sala family for the last time. Huh? What do you mean? Miss Sarah frowned. She could not see what these three quasi-emperors had to rely on. Could it be that the Grand Emperor ancestor of the Lin family had been mobilized? However, on second thought, that was impossible. That old ancestor had always guarded the Lin family, and would not leave it rashly. Boom. Suddenly, the entire planet Sala shook violently. With this tremor, the aura of the cosmic array that was powerful just now actually plummeted. In the end, even Miss Sarah could no longer mobilize the cosmic array. Miss Sarah's face turned pale. She stared in a certain direction. The eye of the cosmic array has been broken. Who did you bribe? Traitor. There was a traitor in the Sala family. Someone had betrayed the Sala family and destroyed the eye of the cosmic array. Miss Sarah's face was pale. The cosmic array was the foundation of the Sala family. Now that the array was broken, what else could they use to protect the entire Sala family? Chapter 661, 661 Get Lost. 661 Get Lost. Who is it? Who betrayed the family? There are only a few people with authority over the cosmic array on planet Sala. In particular, the array eye at the core is only controlled by the family head. No, there's someone else who might know. Everyone's expression changed, as if they had thought of something. Miss Sarah's gaze also grew incomparably sharp as she stared in a certain direction. She really did not want to see that figure. Unfortunately, she was still disappointed. A slender figure gradually appeared in front of everyone. It was a very youthful-looking man. He was slender and pale, and his appearance vaguely resembled Miss Sarah's. When Miss Sarah's gaze landed on the man, his face became even paler, and his eyes were filled with panic. Wilson, you destroyed the array eye. Miss Sarah seemed to be in disbelief. Her entire body was trembling violently. She really hoped that Wilson would deny it. However, she would be disappointed. Wilson's gaze was evasive, and his entire being was timid. Even without responding, everyone already knew the answer. Sarah. It's me. That's right, it's me. There's no hope for our Sala family. Young Master Lin has already promised me many benefits. Moreover, do you see this? I've already metamorphosed into a planetary life form. It's thanks to all the resources young Master Lin gave me. The Lin family is very sincere. Moreover, young Master Lin is very talented. He's a good match for sister. Thud. Miss Sarah waved her hand and sent Wilson, who was caught off guard, flying. Wilson was her younger brother, her only biological brother. She had showered him with love and could never bear to let Wilson shoulder the heavy responsibilities of the family. Sarah had taken everything upon herself. She never expected that her younger brother, Wilson, would be the one to betray her and the family in the end. Why? Miss Sarah's voice was trembling. Why would the brother she had protected in every way betray the family? Of course she could tell that Wilson had already undergone metamorphosis. Through the Lin family's methods, providing a large amount of resources could indeed allow Wilson to undergo metamorphosis. However, so what if he had metamorphosed? By relying on accumulating resources, he had barely metamorphosed into a planetary life form. How could he possibly improve further in the future? Sarah was deeply disappointed in Wilson. Just for this small amount of benefits, Wilson had betrayed her and the family. Lin Huanyu waved at Wilson and said, "Wilson, come over. We'll be family soon. You've done a good job. This is the right choice. They'll all be grateful to you in the future." Wilson also bit his lip tightly, but did not say anything. Even if he wanted to regret it now, it was too late. From the moment he destroyed the eye of the cosmic array on planet Sala, there was no way out. Miss Sarah, what a pity. We were so looking forward to seeing the cosmic array of the Sala family. Now, there's no way that would happen. What a pity. Although the three quasi-emperors had expressions of regret, the aura on their bodies did not wane at all. Instead, it swept through the entire planet Sala in an even more forceful manner. Under the reeking of the auras of the three quasi-emperors, everyone in the Sala family despaired. The cosmic array was their last resort, and without it, forget about the three quasi-emperors, even one quasi-emperor was far from what the current Sala family could resist. Is that so? Miss Sarah closed her eyes. At the same time, the aura on her body expanded rapidly. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the aura on Miss Sarah's body had already increased to the level of a quasi-emperor. It entangled, collided, and confronted the auras of the three quasi-emperors madly. What? A quasi-emperor? Lin Huanyu was shocked. He had never thought that Miss Sarah could actually become a quasi-emperor. Lin Huanyu was not the only one who was shocked. Everyone from the Sala family was equally shocked. Some of the elders who knew the inside story all had excited expressions. They knew what Miss Sarah had gone to do previously. Now that Miss Sarah's strength had suddenly soared, how could they not understand what was going on? What a blessing for the Sala family. Haha, Miss Sarah must have obtained the artifact on the ancient demon planet. Her strength has actually increased substantially. A quasi-emperor. Another quasi-emperor has finally been born in our Sala family. In time, Miss Sarah may even become a grand emperor. There's hope for the revival of the Sala family. Compared to the ecstasy of the Sala family, Wilson looked dejected. He did not expect his sister, Sarah, could actually become a quasi-emperor. That was a height that he could never dream of attaining. Quasi-emperor? The rumors are actually true. You really went to the ancient demon planet. The expressions of the three quasi-emperors of the Lin family changed. They had previously received news that Miss Sarah had temporarily left planet Sala. They had even received vague news that Miss Sarah took a risk and ventured to planet Ancient Demon. Originally, they did not quite believe the various rumors about the ancient demon planet, but that kind of dangerous place was indeed mysterious and unpredictable. The venerables or quasi-emperors of the Lin family would not take the risk unless necessary. But now that Miss Sarah's strength had suddenly increased substantially, the three quasi-emperors of the Lin family were naturally suspicious. So what if she's a quasi-emperor? Can't the three of us suppress him? Miss Sarah, you'd better think this through. Once you attack, the entire planet Sala will be finished. The three quasi-emperors glared at Miss Sarah. The situation had changed, but they were not afraid. Everything was still under control. Even if Miss Sarah had become a quasi-emperor, she was not a match for the three of them. Moreover, considering Sarah's character, she would definitely choose to protect the Sala family. The only variable was that Sarah had already become a quasi-emperor. Then, should the Lin family's previous marriage plan continue? If Lin Huanyu really married Sarah, Sarah would become an unstable factor. If Sarah metamorphosed into a grand emperor one day, the situation would probably be reversed immediately. There was still hope for the revival of the Sala family. Miss Sarah bit her lip and stared intently at the three quasi-emperors. She still felt very pained regarding Wilson, who was behind the three quasi-emperors. If Wilson had not destroyed the cosmic array, with her current strength as a quasi-emperor, she could even easily kill these three quasi-emperors by activating the cosmic array. Miss Sarah would have nothing to fear even if the Lin family's grand emperor ancestor arrived. But now, it was too late. It was all too late. Without the cosmic array, the Sala family had completely lost its protection. Once a great battle broke out, planet Sala might even be destroyed. Moreover, Sarah had become a quasi-emperor. How could she contend with three veteran quasi-emperors? There was nothing Miss Sarah could do now. She gritted her teeth and saw Lin Feng, who seemed to be very calm the entire time. Then, Miss Sarah bowed respectfully to Lin Feng and said, "Mr. Lin, please save the Sala family." Mr. Lin. Immediately, everyone's gaze was focused on the unfamiliar face. The three quasi-emperors of the Lin family were not so arrogant that they had no sensibility. Their expressions changed slightly. Previously, they already had some doubts about Miss Sarah's respect for Lin Feng. And now, hearing Miss Sarah ask Lin Feng for help with their own ears, they immediately guessed it. This Mr. Lin was very likely a stronger reinforcement Miss Sarah had invited over. Although they did not know how strong Mr. Lin was. Someone who could be trusted by Miss Sarah must be at least a quasi-emperor, or even a top-notch quasi-emperor. Hence, Lin Huanyu took a step forward and said in a low voice, "Mr. Lin, please do not interfere in the matter between my Lin family and the Sala family. I will definitely be very grateful to Mr. Lin." Lin Feng glanced at Lin Huanyu expressionlessly, then said calmly, "Let the Lin ancestor talk to me." "Ah. Our ancestor." Before Lin Huanyu could finish speaking, Mr. Lin made a casual grab. "Get lost." A palm descended from above with overwhelming force. It grabbed Lin Huanyu, Wilson, the 3 quasi-emperors, and the other Lin family members before casually throwing them out of planet Sala. The scene was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 662, 662 Lin Family's Ancestor. 662 Lin Family's Ancestor. In the cosmos, Lin Huanyu, the 3 quasi-emperors, Wilson, and the others were all thrown into the cosmos in a sorry state. However, they were not injured, and no one had died. Who exactly is Mr. Lin? Wilson, you're Sarah's biological brother. Don't you know Mr. Lin? Lin Huanyu's expression was a little dark as he stared coldly at Wilson. The Lin family had invested so much in Wilson for a reason. They did not want to come up empty-handed. Wilson was also very aggrieved. He shook his head and said, "Sarah wouldn't tell me anything about the affairs of the family. But I've never seen or heard of this Mr. Lin. No matter what this Mr. Lin's background is, from the looks of it, he's showing mercy to us and doesn't dare to injure us. Looks like he's also afraid of Ancestor." Lin Huanyu stared in the direction of planet Sala with a dark expression. They were not thrown far away, and could still see planet Sala from afar. "No, young Master Lin, it's not because Mr. Lin is wary of us. It's because he doesn't pay us any mind." The 3 quasi-emperors all shook their heads. One of them spoke with lingering fear. "What do you mean?" Lin Huanyu was a little confused. He only knew that the other party had thrown them out, but they were not injured, and no one had died. If this was not showing mercy, what was? The quasi-emperor of the Lin family smiled weakly and said, "Young Master Lin, that Mr. Lin is definitely not someone we can provoke. His gaze was calm the entire time, and there's not even a trace of killing intent. Do you know why that is? Young Master Lin, think about it. How can an elephant be interested in ants? That Mr. Lin never even paid any regard to us. In his eyes, we're insignificant. He's not showing mercy to us just because of the Ancestor, but because there's no need." Even now, the 3 quasi-emperors still had lingering fear. That Mr. Lin was definitely a Grand Emperor, a genuine Grand Emperor. Then what should we do now? Lin Huanyu was quite convinced by these 3 quasi-emperors. Return to planet OM. Also, inform Ancestor of this news as soon as possible. Since that Mr. Lin asked Ancestor to meet him. Personally, it's probably not just talk. Everything will depend on Ancestor's decision. Hence, everyone from the Lin family returned to planet OM with a heavy heart. Only Lin Huanyu was still reluctant. However, if that Mr. Lin was really a Grand Emperor, this matter would get troublesome. Ancestor would make the call on everything. Is he dead? I think they've been driven away. Mr. Lin, with just a palm strike. Planet Sala fell silent, but everyone quickly came back to their senses. The people from the Lin family had already disappeared without a trace. Mr. Lin had thrown them out of planet Sala with a single palm strike. Moreover, he had specifically asked the Lin family's Ancestor to come. How bold was this? Seeing Lin Feng attack, Sarah finally heaved a sigh of relief. She bowed to Lin Feng again and said, "Thank you for your help, Senior. There's no need to thank me. Relying on the Sala family alone might not be enough to find the person I'm looking for. If the Lin family is involved, however, the chances are not bad." Sarah's heart skipped a beat. Could Lin Feng be planning to get the Lin family to help find Divine Heart? If that was the case, the Sala family would have to hurry. Once the Lin family found the news of Divine Heart first, the Sala family would really be in danger. Lin Feng did not even need to do anything. As long as Lin Feng stayed out of it, it would be difficult for the Sala family to contend with the Lin family. Seemingly sensing the anxiety in Sarah's heart, Lin Feng said indifferently, "Don't worry, if Divine Heart is found, I can guarantee that the Sala family will be safe." "Thank you, Senior." Although there was Lin Feng's assurance, Miss Sarah was not completely at ease. So what if there was Lin Feng's assurance? What Sarah wanted was for the Sala family to rise again. Hence, the Sala family had to find clues about Divine Heart as soon as possible. Miss Sarah left. Lin Feng was alone in the spacious room. Lin Feng did not pay much attention to today's farce. In his eyes, it was indeed just a farce. His goal was to find Divine Heart, not to help the Sala family. The matter between the Sala family and the Lin family had nothing to do with him. Of course, if the Sala family could really find clues to Divine Heart, he would not mind giving the Sala family some favors. "I can't place all my hopes on Divine Heart either. My own strength is more important." Lin Feng currently possessed 4 ultimate laws, namely the law of tides, the law of annihilation, the law of space, and the law of life. The law of tides and the law of annihilation were one thing. They could only be considered characteristic laws. The law of life and the law of space, however, were 2 of the 3 great laws. Currently, he was only lacking the law of time, and it was still shrouded in mystery. Lin Feng had no clue either. Lin Feng had already personally sensed the principles behind the laws of tides, annihilation, and space. They were the ultimate forms of laws. Mastering a complete principle was very difficult. Still, no matter how difficult it was, there was still hope. As for the law of life, however, Lin Feng still had no clue about the principle of life at the moment. Right now, Lin Feng was focused on comprehending the laws of space, tides, and annihilation. If he could take another step forward and comprehend the 3 complete principles, Lin Feng would have a chance of metamorphosis. If he wanted to undergo 9 life transitions, comprehending a complete principle was indispensable. Of course, even if he comprehended a complete principle, Lin Feng might not be able to undergo 9 life transitions. It could only be said that there was a high chance. If Lin Feng thought further, he would probably continue to strengthen his combat body until he reached consummation. Only then would metamorphosis be the most perfect. Time. Lin Feng needed time. Coincidentally, time was the last thing the current Lin Feng lacked. On planet OM, Lin Huanyu and the 3 quasi-emperors all came to a secret chamber. Boom. Suddenly, the secret chamber opened. The expressions of the 3 quasi-emperors and Lin Huanyu became incomparably respectful. "Welcome, ancestor." The 3 quasi-emperors and Lin Huanyu hurriedly bowed. A figure gradually walked out of the secret chamber. He resembled Lin Huanyu a little, and appeared like a middle-aged man. However, he gave off a very austere aura. He was the Grand Emperor ancestor of the Lin family. The ancestor frowned and said, "I'm trying to comprehend the ultimate law in the hope of becoming a top-notch Grand Emperor. I've already instructed you not to disturb me unless there's especially important matters." The ancestor's expression was a little impatient. His cultivation had been interrupted. How could he possibly be happy? "Tell me, what's going on?" Only when the ancestor made the inquiry did Lin Huanyu dare to look up and answer carefully, "Ancestor, we were preparing to annex the Sala family. If we can obtain the Sala family's legacy over billions of years, I believe it will also be very helpful for your comprehension of the ultimate law. Have you succeeded?" The ancestor took the legacy of the Sala family quite seriously. After all, Grand Emperor Sala was a famous top-notch Grand Emperor. Back then, the legacy he left behind must be extraordinary. Lin Huanyu hurriedly shook his head and said, "Ancestor, everything was going smoothly initially. The cosmic array on planet Sala was destroyed by Wilson. Although for some reason, Sarah's strength has soared to the level of a quasi-emperor, she's still under our control. The only accident was a mysterious person Sarah brought back. Sarah called him Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin threw us out of planet Sala in one fell swoop. Even the 3 quasi-emperors could not resist at all. Hence, we suspect that Mr. Lin is a Grand Emperor. Mr. Lin also asked us to send a message to Ancestor, asking you to make a trip to planet Sala. With that, Lin Huanyu did not say anything else. Everything was up to the Ancestor. Mr. Lin. That's just as well. It's been so many years since I've been able to exercise properly. Meeting other Grand Emperors might actually allow me to gain something. All of you, prepare yourselves and follow me to planet Sala. Lin Huanyu was overjoyed. With the Ancestor around, the Sala family probably would not be able to escape this disaster, no matter what. Even if Mr. Lin was really a Grand Emperor, so what? Ancestor Lin was not an ordinary Grand Emperor. He had even killed a true Grand Emperor before. Moreover, in recent years, Ancestor Lin had been trying to comprehend the ultimate law. Once he succeeded in comprehending it, he would not be far from becoming a top-notch Grand Emperor. Who could contend against a top-notch Grand Emperor? If they really succeeded, with a top-notch Grand Emperor like the Ancestor presiding over it, the Lin family might not be inferior to the Sala family back then, and might even be more prosperous. Sarah, you won't be able to run forever. A sharp glint flashed across Lin Huanyu's eyes. Chapter 663, 663 His word is law. 663 His word is law. The seemingly calm cosmos was ultimately not calm. What would come was inevitable. Phew. It was as if a gust of wind had blown through the cosmos and reached planet Sala. But how could there be wind in the universe? Everyone on planet Sala looked up at the cosmos. They had only gotten a few days of peace. A few days was nothing compared to the vast universe. However, for once, the members of the Sala family felt peace from the depths of their hearts. Even though the cosmic array had been broken, and it was very difficult to fix it in a short period of time, their hearts were at peace. This was because currently, there was Mr. Lin guarding planet Sala. There had long been rumors on planet Sala that Mr. Lin was a Grand Emperor. With a Grand Emperor guarding over planet Sala, it would definitely be incomparably safe. The wind is coming. There was no lack of discerning people on planet Sala. When the wind gradually blew over in the dark and quiet cosmos, their expressions all became very solemn. There would not be wind in the universe, but now, a violent gust was howling, blowing from the depths of the universe. There was only one reason. Law. A powerful law must have stirred up violent gales in the universe. They're here. Lin Feng looked up at the cosmos, his expression as calm as ever. The Sala family had long been shaken. Led by Miss Sarah, all the planetary lifeforms were mobilized. They stared intently at the cosmos. With incomparably solemn gazes. Wind, violent wind. However, in the eyes of the cultivators of the Sala family, those were not wind, but laws, the law of tides. That ancestor of the Lin family had comprehended the law of tides. As the wind grew stronger and stronger, there seemed to be faint rumbles coming from the cosmos. As they approached, even planet Sala was shaking. Many people's faces were pale. Clearly, they had sensed the terrifying aura in the depths of the universe. Boom. Finally, everyone saw a tide rising in the universe, sweeping over like a wave. A figure was standing proudly on the tide, slowly approaching on the cosmic tide. It's indeed the Lin family's ancestor. Ancestor Lin is here. Ancestor Lin does not usually leave planet OM lightly. Once he leaves, blood would definitely be spilled. Can planet Sala be saved? With the boundless power emitted by Ancestor Lin and the surging tides, he looked simply like an invincible demonic god. Previously, they had been confident about Mr. Lin guarding planet Sala. But now, looking at the Lin family's ancestor, who stood like a demonic god, even if Mr. Lin was a Grand Emperor, could he resist Ancestor Lin? Who is Mr. Lin? I specially exited seclusion and came here just to answer Mr. Lin's invitation. Ancestor Lin's voice spread throughout the entire planet. At this moment, everyone knew that Ancestor Lin had arrived. He might destroy the entire planet. For a moment, many cultivators on planet Sala panicked. All those who could leave the planet rushed to leave the planet as if they had gone mad. Ancestor Lin was notorious for his viciousness. He was a dignified Grand Emperor. Now that he had arrived with such fanfare, even if the Sala family could resist it, the aftershock would still kill countless people. Hence, they chose to leave. When Miss Sarah saw this, her expression was stiff. She did not blame those ordinary people for leaving planet Sala. Faced with the threat of Ancestor Lin, even the members of the Sala family would be swayed, let alone others. However, she had to hold out now. Moreover, Ancestor Lin was clearly targeting Mr. Lin this time. Hey, you don't dare to come out anymore, do you? Lin Huanyu glared fiercely at planet Sala. It was where he had lost all his dignity and was thrown out by someone. He was also a genius. Of the Lin family who had a chance of becoming a Grand Emperor in the future. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Now that he saw the ancestor arriving on the cosmic tide, looking as if he could drown planet Sala in an instant, Lin Huanyu was overjoyed. However, the Mr. Lin on planet Sala never appeared. Ancestor Lin frowned. He seemed rather displeased. He was a dignified Grand Emperor with a notorious reputation. He had comprehended the advanced law of tides and was just a little away from comprehending the ultimate law of tides, with a chance of becoming a top-notch Grand Emperor. Why would he pay any heed to ordinary Grand Emperors? However, this mysterious Mr. Lin still never appeared. This could not help but infuriate Ancestor Lin. Mr. Lin. Suddenly, Miss Sarah saw Lin Feng walk out of the room. A trace of worry appeared on her face. Even though she was certain that Lin Feng was very powerful, Ancestor Lin had a vicious reputation and was a famous Grand Emperor. No matter what, she was still a little worried. Lin Feng was still expressionless. He glanced at Ancestor Lin, who still lurked like a demonic god in the cosmos, and said calmly, "Recede." Huh. Ancestor Lin was a little confused. Even the Sala family was a little confused. Recede. What did he mean by recede? As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the surging law of tides in the universe suddenly shook. Boom. Even Ancestor Lin was shocked. Then, his entire body stiffened, and his heart could not help but shiver. Originally, the surging cosmic tides were enough to drown and destroy hundreds of planets. However, as soon as Mr. Lin finished speaking, the surging cosmic tides melted like ice and snow, quickly dissipated, and finally disappeared completely. No matter how Ancestor Lin mobilized the law of tides, it seemed to be useless, as if it was suppressed by some force. The law followed his command. His word was law. With just a word, the law retreated. Only those top-notch Grand Emperors who had comprehended ultimate laws could truly make their words law. His word is law. Even I cannot mobilize the law of tides at all. He can easily suppress the advanced law of tides. Could Mr. Lin have comprehended the ultimate law of tides? Ancestor Lin was immensely shocked. He did not expect that Mr. Lin could actually make the law follow his command. Mr. Lin had comprehended the ultimate law of tides, which happened to counter his own law of tides. If it was just the ultimate law of tides, it would be fine. At most, he would use his combat body to fight head-on. However, all Grand Emperors who could comprehend the ultimate planetary law were top-notch Grand Emperors. A top-notch Grand Emperor, Mr. Lin was very likely a top-notch Grand Emperor. Facing a top-notch Grand Emperor, Ancestor Lin did not even have the courage to resist. At this thought, all the anger and arrogance of Ancestor Lin dissipated. Ancestor Lin Huanyu stepped forward. He still did not know what was going on, and thought that Ancestor Lin had taken the initiative to withdraw. The cosmic tide. Retreat, retreat. Ancestor Lin immediately berated loudly, as if facing a formidable enemy. Ancestor. Get lost. Ancestor Lin appeared very impatient and rebuked Lin Huanyu directly. He even had half a mind to kill Lin Huanyu now. How did he manage to provoke a top-notch Grand Emperor? That was a top-notch Grand Emperor. His words and actions were almost unparalleled, dominating the cosmos without match. If such a Grand Emperor was alone and only traveled the cosmos, it would be a piece of cake for him to destroy the Lin family. Moreover, absolutely no one would stand up for the Lin family. Ancestor Lin could not imagine how the Sala family could still manage to get the help of a top-notch Grand Emperor to guard planet Sala. If he had known that the Sala family had such connections, he would never have dared to plot to annex planet Sala. Ancestor Lin, since you are already here, why don't you come down for a chat? Lin Feng's voice was very calm, as if it was echoing in everyone's ears. However, Ancestor Lin's expression was respectful, and he did not dare to disobey at all. He immediately retracted the aura on his body and berated the Lin family behind him. No one is to take a single step onto planet Sala without my order. With that, Ancestor Lin flew into planet Sala as quickly as possible. Chapter 664, 664 Greetings, Your Majesty. 664 Greetings, Your Majesty. Ancestor Lin flew down from the cosmos and landed in the Sala family. He saw Lin Feng almost immediately. Others might not be able to tell, but Ancestor Lin was a Grand Emperor himself. How could he not tell? Ancestor Lin's entire body shook, and his heart turned incomparably cold. It was a top-notch Grand Emperor, a genuine top-notch Grand Emperor. He sensed an aura as vast as the universe from Lin Feng. It was incomparably deep and terrifying. Even the few top-notch Grand Emperors he had seen back then seemed far less terrifying than this Mr. Lin in front of him. Ancestor Lin knew very well that before this mysterious Mr. Lin, even escaping was just a pipe dream. Greetings, Your Majesty. The Lin family's ancestor took a deep breath and bowed respectfully in front of Lin Feng, like a junior. His prestige as a dignified Grand Emperor was nowhere to be found now. Seeing the cautious attitude of Ancestor Lin, the members of the Sala family seemed to be in disbelief. All of them widened their eyes, confirming that they were looking at the esteemed Ancestor Lin. But no matter how one looked at it, he was indeed Ancestor Lin, an authentic Grand Emperor. However, this Ancestor Lin, who had given the Sala family so much trouble, had actually humbled himself and really come to meet Mr. Lin. By now, even the most foolish person knew that Mr. Lin was more than just a Grand Emperor, as they had imagined. This was especially the case when Ancestor Lin had shouted, "His word is law." The law followed his command. Even ordinary planetary lifeforms could claim that the law followed their command, as long as they had comprehended laws. However, there was only one possibility that could make even Ancestor Lin, a dignified Grand Emperor, exclaim. His word is law. The ultimate planetary law. It was very likely that Mr. Lin had grasped the ultimate planetary law. The Sala family had a long history behind their foundation. They were not an ordinary family. They knew very well what the ultimate planetary law represented. If a Grand Emperor comprehended the ultimate planetary law, the chance that they were a top-notch Grand Emperor was basically more than 99%. A top-notch Grand Emperor. Even back when the Sala family was at its peak, when Grand Emperor Sala was still alive, Grand Emperor Sala was a top-notch Grand Emperor. Even the bloodline left behind by a top-notch Grand Emperor could be passed down for a long time. Even if a top-notch Grand Emperor did not have any faction, they themselves were a huge faction that could not be ignored. Although Miss Sarah had some guesses previously, she was still very shocked when she confirmed that the Mr. Lin in front of her was a top-notch Grand Emperor. At this thought, everyone stopped being so bewildered about Ancestor Lin's attitude. Although the Lin family's ancestor was also a Grand Emperor, how could ordinary Grand Emperors be comparable to top-notch Grand Emperors? The difference between the two was as great as the difference between 5 life transitions and 6 life transitions. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was like a natural chasm. Only by becoming a top-notch Grand Emperor could one be. Planet Light Shower was definitely stronger than the Sala family. This way, it would be easier for Lin Feng to obtain clues. Very good, Miss Sarah. Then, I'll have to trouble you to explain my request to Ancestor Lin in detail. Yes, Senior. Then, Miss Sarah explained Lin Feng's request in detail. Ancestor Lin memorized everything by heart, and prepared to prioritize it as the Lin family's most important matter to deal with as soon as he returned. Understood. Senior, don't worry. I will mobilize all the factions of the Lin family on planet Light Shower. I will definitely find clues regarding Divine Heart for you. Lin Feng nodded and said calmly, all right, I'll wait for your good news. After that, Lin Feng added, this is not how the law of tides should be used. Huh. Ancestor Lin's expression was confused, but then, Lin Feng flicked his finger. Boom. Immediately, the vast cosmos seemed to shake all of a sudden. Even space itself was trembling. A terrifying tide blotted out everything, wreaking havoc in the universe. It was at least 100 times stronger than the cosmic tide mobilized by Ancestor Lin. The overwhelming cosmic tide made everyone's hearts tremble slightly. A top-notch Grand Emperor, he was definitely a top-notch Grand Emperor. Moreover, even among top-notch Grand Emperors, he was probably very powerful. Looking at how Lin Feng casually mobilized the cosmic tide, just the cosmic tide alone could probably easily shatter the combat body of a Grand Emperor. This power was simply daunting. Even if Grand Emperor Sala was resurrected, he probably could not exceed this. When Ancestor Lin saw this scene, he was the most shocked, because all that he thought about day and night was comprehending the law of tides. Now that he had seen the ultimate law of tides with his own eyes, how could he not be excited? Thank you for your guidance, Your Majesty. With that, Ancestor Lin bade farewell and returned to planet OM with everyone from the Lin family. Chapter 665, 665 News of Divine Heart. 665 News of Divine Heart. Ancestor Lin Huanyu was trembling in fear. Looking at the solemn expression of Ancestor Lin, he suddenly had a bad premonition. Lin Huanyu, you will stay in the Lin family's confinement room for the rest of your days. What? Ancestor, please spare me. Lin Huanyu knelt on the ground and kowtowed desperately. The Lin family's confinement room was nothing good. It was just a tiny room, with arrays that could imprison any cultivator below the level of a Grand Emperor. Once locked up in the confinement room, unless one could become a Grand Emperor, they would remain imprisoned until they die. Once locked up in the confinement room, Lin Huanyu would be finished. However, how could Ancestor Lin forgive Lin Huanyu just because he kowtowed and begged for mercy? Perhaps Lin Huanyu was not in the wrong, but faced with the anger of a top-notch Grand Emperor, Ancestor Lin would not choose to take risks no matter what. What are you waiting for? Take him away. Ancestor, please spare me. Men immediately came forward and brought Lin Huanyu away. Even the 3 quasi-emperors were trembling in fear. However, they were ultimately quasi-emperors. Ancestor Lin sighed and said, all of you are also great contributors to our Lin family, but this time, the Lin family was almost destroyed. Moreover, no one knows if that Mr. Lin was really offended. Therefore, I'll have to trouble the 3 of you to guard the mining planet. The hearts of the 3 quasi-emperors trembled. The mining planet was the planet with the most arduous environment, and was a place for exiles. The 3 dignified quasi-emperors were also exiled now. However, they knew that with how prudent Ancestor Lin was, he would not possibly take the risk. They only had themselves to blame for offending a top-notch Grand Emperor. They were already sacrificial pawns to the Lin family, and were already very lucky to not be locked in the confinement room too by Ancestor Lin. Thank you, Ancestor. The 3 quasi-emperors were also brought away. Ancestor Lin shook his head helplessly. If he had a choice, he wouldn't do this either. However, they had offended a top-notch Grand Emperor. He had no choice but to be cautious. However, when he thought of Mr. Lin's last words, Ancestor Lin's heart burned with passion again. Investigate the clues to Divine Heart. Although Planet Light Shower is not the place where Lin family is the most influential, we're still better than the Sala family there. If we find clues first, Mr. Lin will definitely be very satisfied. Ancestor Lin's heart burned with desire. This could be considered a blessing in disguise, and he had obtained the opportunity to work for a top-notch Grand Emperor. If he could find the clues first, Mr. Lin would definitely reward him generously. Just the demonstration of the ultimate law of tides this time was enough to tempt Ancestor Lin. If Mr. Lin could give him some pointers, he might be able to make a new breakthrough in his comprehension of the law of tides. Men, mobilize all the Lin family's forces to investigate on planet Light Shower. Ancestor Lin immediately began to arrange for his subordinates to investigate traces of Divine Heart. They must spare no effort to find the clues before the Sala family did. "Sister, I'm sorry." Wilson bit his lip and knelt in front of Miss Sarah with a woeful expression. The Lin family had released Wilson today, along with many gifts. All of them were to compensate the Sala family. They were very sincere. However, Miss Sarah also knew that all of this was because of Mr. Lin. He was why Ancestor Lin was so sincere. Otherwise, the Sala family was nothing. Miss Sarah did not even look at those gifts. She glared intently at Wilson. It really pained her. She had showered Wilson with love since he was young, and did not even want Wilson to shoulder the burden of the family. Moreover, she granted almost all of Wilson's requests. It was because Wilson might be the closest family she had. But what happened in the end? Wilson had betrayed her, and the family elders sentenced him according to the rules for betraying the family. After a long while, Miss Sarah seemed to feel weary as well. She waved her hand for the elders to decide. These elders all had wisdom that came with experience. If he was really sentenced according to the rules for betraying the family, considering Wilson's actions, he would be dead for sure. However, no matter how much Miss Sarah hated Wilson now and how much her heart ached, he was still Miss Sarah's only brother. Moreover, Miss Sarah was the only quasi-emperor in the Sala family now. She was their only hope. They could not let Miss Sarah's only family die. Miss Sarah, according to our discussion, although Wilson betrayed the family, it did not lead to serious consequences. Hence, his crime is not punishable by death. He is to be locked in the family's secret underground chamber. If Wilson can become a venerable one day, he can be released to atone for his crimes. The elders were clearly giving favors to Miss Sarah. The wrong Wilson had committed was more than just serious. If not for Mr. Lin's help, the Sala family would have been completely finished. Miss Sarah's face darkened. She said coldly, "There's no need to worry about me. How can becoming a venerable offset his crime? As long as he doesn't become a Grand Emperor, he'll stay locked in the underground secret chamber forever." Wilson's eyes widened. If it were just about becoming a venerable, there might be very little hope, but it was not impossible. After all, he was already a planetary life form. Perhaps after being locked up for hundreds or thousands of years, he would be able to leave the secret chamber. But a Grand Emperor? That was not something that could be achieved through talent alone. For one to have a chance of becoming a Grand Emperor, it also required opportunities, resources, and so on. Moreover, Wilson did not even have talent. If he was really locked in an underground secret chamber, he would probably never be able to come out again. "No, no, sister, I'm sorry." Unfortunately, Miss Sarah was unmoved by Wilson's pleading. She still ordered men to take Wilson away. Perhaps imprisonment for life was already the best outcome for Wilson. The elders looked at each other. They could all feel Miss Sarah's determination. They did not dare to plead on Wilson's behalf. In fact, if not for Sarah, they would not hesitate to sentence Wilson to death as a warning to others. "Miss Sarah, what should we do next?" "The Lin family has already taken action." Miss Sarah closed her eyes slightly and said in a low voice, "Ancestor Lin is not an ordinary person. Mr. Lin is a top-notch Grand Emperor. Befriending Mr. Lin is a huge opportunity. Ancestor Lin still wants to become a top-notch Grand Emperor, so he will definitely search for clues on planet Light Shower at all costs. Although our Sala family is not as influential as the Lin family, we are one step ahead and already have the advantage. Immediately mobilize all the power of the family. No matter what, we must find clues regarding Divine Heart in the shortest time possible. This concerns the survival of our Sala family. Miss Sarah, please be assured. We'll mobilize all the forces of the Sala family immediately. The elders were also worried. Meeting Lin Feng was both an opportunity and a challenge. If the Lin family was the first to find the clues Lin Feng needed, all the efforts the Sala family had made previously would be in vain. This chance for the Sala family to rise was not easy to come by. They could not give it up. No matter how the Sala family and the Lin family secretly competed, it was a good thing for Lin Feng. At least with competition, both parties would be more diligent. He believed that it would not be long before there was news of Divine Heart. Indeed, in just a month, Lin Feng received a message from Miss Sarah. They had found clues on Divine Heart. At the same time, Lin Feng also received a message from Ancestor Lin. He had also found clues regarding Divine Heart. The information from the two sources was similar, and only differed in some subtle clues. However, this was just as well. They could be cross-checked with each other. Divine Heart, you can't escape. After reading the clues provided by the Sala family and the Lin family, Lin Feng understood. He decided to make a trip to planet Light Shower personally. Chapter 666, 666 Moro Chamber of Commerce. 666 Moro Chamber of Commerce. Senior, you're going to planet Light Shower. Miss Sarah was a little surprised, but also a little disappointed. Once Lin Feng left, wouldn't the safety of the Sala family be compromised? However, at the same time, she knew very well that Lin Feng could not stay in the Sala family forever. Unfortunately, Miss Sarah had yet to become a Grand Emperor and could not protect the Sala family. Fortunately, during this period of time, the cosmic array had already been repaired by the Sala family, and they now had some ability to protect themselves. That's right. Since you've already obtained the clues on Divine Heart, how can I not make a trip personally? Moreover, didn't you encounter trouble? Lin Feng said calmly. On the other hand, Miss Sarah replied awkwardly, Senior, we did find clues, but it involves a Grand Emperor on planet Light Shower, so it's fine. Your Sala family isn't the only one that encountered trouble. You see, the Lin family encountered trouble too. Huh. Miss Sarah looked up and realized that Ancestor Lin had already personally arrived at planet Sala. Greetings, Your Majesty. Ancestor Lin glanced at Miss Sarah, wondering what Lin Feng's plan was for summoning him here. Lin Feng glanced at the two of them, then said indifferently, the two of you have both obtained clues, but you've both also encountered some trouble. I'm going to make a trip to planet Light Shower personally. Are the two of you willing to come with me? Yes, we are willing. How could the two of them not be willing? Lin Feng was a top-notch Grand Emperor. As long as he did not face a Divine King, what was there to be afraid of? Moreover, the two of them were indeed in trouble this time. The clues were cut off. When they came upon a Grand Emperor during the investigation, they could no longer follow up. They could only let Lin Feng take action personally. Very good. If you are willing, we will leave now. Lin Feng took the spaceship arranged by the Sala family directly. It was not that he did not want to warp space, but that there was no need at all. He was going for an investigation now. There was no need to be so high profile. Moreover, it was very likely that Divine Heart had already left. Lin Feng could only take his time to search for clues. In the beginning, Miss Sarah was a little worried, but on careful thought, as long as Lin Feng was around, the Lin family probably would not dare to attack the Sala family. Not to mention that the cosmic array of the Sala family was very strong. As a top-notch Grand Emperor, Lin Feng himself was an unpredictable factor. Who knew when Lin Feng would return to planet Sala? In fact, seeing how close Miss Sarah was to Lin Feng, the Lin family's ancestor could not help but speculate darkly if Lin Feng had already taken a fancy to Miss Sarah. If that was really the case, wouldn't the Lin family be courting death by attacking the Sala family? Having thought through this, Miss Sarah was completely at ease as she followed Lin Feng to planet Light Shower. After flying for a few days in the spaceship, Planet Lightshower could be seen from afar. Planet Lightshower was a busy trading planet. With Divine King Lightshower presiding over it, it was also incomparably safe. Hence, it did not even have a cosmic array. Anyone could enter Planet Lightshower at any time. Even the countless large chambers of commerce in the Pelagios domain had strongholds on Planet Lightshower. There were countless rare treasures. The Lin family and the Sala family also extended their influences to Planet Lightshower in order to do business more conveniently. In the Pelagios domain, the strongest faction was not a certain family, but the 10 major chambers of commerce. The 10 major chambers of commerce dominated the Pelagios domain and controlled more than 80% of the trade in the Pelagios domain. They had monstrous authority. Every chamber of commerce had a divine king presiding over it. Only then could they spread their business throughout the entire Pelagios domain. No cultivator in the Pelagios domain would dare to offend the 10 major chambers of commerce. So, the last clue was cut off at the Moro Chamber of Commerce. Lin Feng was listening to Miss Sarah and Ancestor Lin's report. The clues were cut off at the Moro Chamber of Commerce. Miss Sarah hurriedly said, "Senior, we did only find out that Divine Heart had been to the Moro Chamber of Commerce, and stayed there for a long time. After he entered the Moro Chamber of Commerce, there were no longer any clues on Divine Heart." Ancestor Lin also smiled weakly and said, "The Moro Chamber of Commerce is one of the 10 major chambers of commerce in the Pelagios domain. Experts are common there. Even its branch on Planet Lightshower has 2 grand emperors presiding over it. They are the president and the vice president. When it comes to grand emperors, there's nothing our Lin family can do, let alone when there's the Moro Chamber of Commerce behind these 2 grand emperors." Moro Chamber of Commerce, huh? Lin Feng muttered softly. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Divine Heart had likely gone to the Moro Chamber of Commerce to purchase something. As one of the 10 major chambers of commerce, the Moro Chamber of Commerce must have a lot of all kinds of rare treasures hoarded on a trading planet like Planet Lightshower. It was very likely that Divine Heart was here to purchase these rare treasures to recover from the injuries to the Divine Emperor's heart. As for Divine Heart never coming out after entering the Moro Chamber of Commerce, there were 2 possibilities. Either Divine Heart was still in the Moro Chamber of Commerce, or there was a spatial teleportation array in the Moro Chamber of Commerce that allowed him to teleport away directly. Although spatial teleportation seemed very complicated, and even ordinary divine kings might not be able to create it, the Moro Chamber of Commerce was one of the 10 major chambers of commerce. How wealthy was it? How powerful was it? It was not impossible for every important branch to establish a spatial teleportation array. Looks like I really have to make a trip myself. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The Moro Chamber of Commerce was one of the 10 major chambers of commerce. Forget about the Sala family and the Lin family, even a family 10 times stronger could do nothing about it. "Senior, are you really going to the Moro Chamber of Commerce?" Scared, Lin Feng looked at Miss Sarah and Lin Ancestor with a half-smile. Now, the 2 of them were really a little frightened. From the looks of it, Lin Feng was going to clash with the Moro Chamber of Commerce. If a conflict really broke out, Lin Feng might be fine. As a dignified top-notch Grand Emperor, where could he not go? However, the 2 of them would be in trouble. Even their families would be in trouble. Facing the Moro Chamber of Commerce, even Ancestor Lin, a Grand Emperor, was nothing. Ancestor Lin said carefully, "Mr. Lin, can we consider this more thoroughly? This Moro Chamber of Commerce is quite powerful. I'm afraid if things blow up, there won't be any benefits." Ancestor Lin was really somewhat regretful now. If he had known earlier, why would he follow Lin Feng here? However, on second thought, if he had not followed Lin Feng previously, it was hard to say what kind of wrath the Lin family would face from Lin Feng. He was in a dilemma now, and there was nothing he could do. "Don't worry. I'm here to find someone, not to cause trouble for the Moro Chamber of Commerce." Lin Feng seemed to have sensed their unease and said with a smile. Miss Sarah and Ancestor Lin looked at each other, their eyes filled with anxiety and unease. However, Since they were already here, there was no way out. They could only bite the bullet and follow Lin Feng to the Moro Chamber of Commerce. The spaceship gradually docked at the port of Planet Light Shower. Lin Feng left the port with only Miss Sarah and Ancestor Lin. As soon as they left the port, they saw a huge signboard. Moro Chamber of Commerce. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. The Moro Chamber of Commerce was right outside the port, so there was no need for him to make a trip. Hence, Lin Feng strode towards the Moro Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 667, 667 Causing Trouble. 667 Causing Trouble. The Moro Chamber of Commerce had countless miraculous items, cultivation techniques, and artifacts. As long as one had money, they could buy everything. The so-called money was energy, the common currency in the universe. No matter what kind of energy it was, the purer the energy, the harder the currency. Energy was the common currency for both technological and cultivation civilizations. Forget about half the cultivators below planetary lifeforms, so what if they cultivated to the level of top-notch grand emperors or even divine kings? They also urgently need a large amount of chaotic power. What was chaotic energy? It was a kind of energy as well, just a higher-level energy. Hence, energy was universal to all civilizations in the universe. At this moment, a man walked into the Moro Chamber of Commerce with a few young and beautiful women. "Young Master Xiao, what do you wish to buy? Our Moro Chamber of Commerce has everything you need." It seemed like the staff of the Chamber of Commerce was very familiar with this young man. Young Master Xiao said casually, "Do you have the Heart of Pyrozoa?" Heart of Pyrozoa. Young Master Xiao is really well informed. Our Chamber of Commerce just received the new goods yesterday, and there's only one Heart of Pyrozoa. Young Master Xiao is only an ordinary planetary life form at the moment, right? A Heart of Pyrozoa can improve young Master Xiao's combat body further, and increase your strength by at least 30%. Young Master Xiao's eyes lit up. To be able to increase the strength of his combat body by 30%, the Heart of Pyrozoa must also be top-grade. Of course, it was only useful for specific combat bodies. However, young Master Xiao cultivated this kind of specific combat body. As soon as he received the news of the Heart of Pyrozoa, he rushed over immediately. "How much is the Heart of Pyrozoa?" "Young Master Xiao is an old client of our Moro Chamber of Commerce. We naturally have discounts for you." Young Master Xiao was not short on money. His family was the family of a Grand Emperor, and there was a Grand Emperor, who was young Master Xiao's father. However, even if he was the son of a Grand Emperor, this brimstone heart could not be bought just because he wanted to. The Moro Chamber of Commerce gave the price. Young Master Xiao hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still bought the Heart of Pyrozoa. Heart of Pyrozoa. Suddenly, a slightly surprised voice came from outside the door. Following the voice, young Master Xiao saw a beautiful woman. Even though cultivators all had passable appearances and could even change their appearances, natural beauty was definitely different. Moreover, ordinary cultivators usually looked not that far off from each other. Their bearing was more important. The woman young Master Xiao saw had a regal aura. This regal aura was not something ordinary cultivators could possess. She must have powerful strength and a noble bloodline. "You know him?" Lin Feng looked at Miss Sarah beside him in surprise. Sarah seemed to be very interested in the Heart of Pyrozoa. Ancestor Lin smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, the combat body cultivation technique left behind by the Sala family really needs this Heart of Pyrozoa. Miss Sarah is also searching for it everywhere." "Oh." Sarah nodded and said, "Senior, I do need the Heart of Pyrozoa a lot." "It's fine. Buy whatever you like. I don't have money though." Lin Feng shook his head. Why would he bring any money? The so-called money was energy. He could condense a large amount of pure energy anytime. Miss Sarah didn't think too much. She hurriedly asked the staff of Moro Chamber of Commerce, "Do you still have any more Heart of Pyrozoa?" The staff of Moro Chamber of Commerce looked at Miss Sarah, then shook his head and said, "Distinguished guest, our Chamber of Commerce had just obtained one heart of Pyrozoa. It has been sold out after young Master Shao purchased it. If you need it, you can negotiate it with young Master Shao yourself." Young Master Shao. Miss Sarah frowned and glanced at young Master Shao, who had just bought the heart of Pyrozoa. Then, she shook her head. She did not negotiate with young Master Shao and returned directly to Lin Feng's side. However, young Master Shao had already been mesmerized by Miss Sarah's demeanor. He could not help but come in front of Miss Sarah and say with a smile, "I was the one who bought the heart of Pyrozoa, but beautiful miss, if you need it, it's not impossible for us to negotiate things." Miss Sarah replied coldly, "No need. I never take the treasured things of others from them. It's fine. We can discuss the price slowly." Seeing young Master Zhao's pestering, Lin Feng frowned. Ancestor Lin observed his expression and snorted coldly, "Where did this brat come from? Get lost." With that, he casually waved his hand and young Master Shao was pushed to the side. This was with consideration that they were at the Moro Chamber of Commerce. The name of the top 10 chambers of commerce in the Pelagio's domain could dominate all. Otherwise, Ancestor Lin would not have stopped at pushing him away. No one on planet Light Shower dares to so impudent to me." Young Master Zhao's expression darkened. The few beautiful women behind him immediately surrounded Lin Feng and the others. Ancestor Lin immediately revealed a trace of killing intent. As a dignified Grand Emperor, he was a figure of great authority in the Lin family. Why would he care about a mere planetary life form? The authority of a Grand Emperor could not be violated. Thud. In his wrath, Ancestor Lin's aura erupted. Just his aura alone was reminiscent of the cosmos collapsing and earth trembling, as if cosmic tides were surging over. Ancestor Lin did not attack, but he activated the law of tides and suppressed young Master Shao and the others. "Law, it's actually law. Save me, save me." Young Master Zhao's face was flushed, but he could not move. Even if it was just the advanced law of tides, how could a mere planetary life form break free? Young Master Shao asked the Moro Chamber of Commerce for help. The staff of the Chamber of Commerce at least knew young Master Shao well. They naturally knew young Master Zhao's identity. He came from a family with a Grand Emperor. If anything really happened to him, they would probably be in trouble. Everyone, fighting is not allowed in the Moro Chamber of Commerce. Is that so? Didn't your Moro Chamber of Commerce ignore it when young Master Shao ordered people to attack just now? The staff of the Moro Chamber of Commerce all looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Without a doubt, this ordinary-looking man was actually the one in charge. Moreover, judging from Lin Feng's tone, he was trying to cause trouble at the Moro Chamber of Commerce. "Supervisor, someone is causing trouble at the Chamber of Commerce." Someone immediately sent a message to the supervisor of the Moro Chamber of Commerce. "Who dares to cause trouble in the territory of the Moro Chamber of Commerce?" As soon as the news was out, a terrifying aura erupted from the Moro Chamber of Commerce, descending into the hall of the Chamber of Commerce like a tsunami. A stern middle-aged man strode over. He was the manager of Moro Chamber of Commerce, a peak quasi-emperor. However, when he saw how young Master Zhao's body was suppressed by law, the supervisor's expression changed slightly. He could naturally tell that it was an advanced planetary law. Normally, cultivators who could comprehend advanced planetary laws were basically all quasi-emperors, and peak quasi-emperors at that. They might even be grand emperors. However, no matter how strong they were, no one could cause trouble in the Moro Chamber of Commerce. Release him. No matter what grudge there is between you, you will resolve it outside. No fighting is allowed in the Moro Chamber of Commerce. This is the rule. The supervisor of Moro Chamber of Commerce said coldly. His sharp gaze swept over Ancestor Lin. The Moro Chamber of Commerce was ultimately very prestigious. At least, under the sharp gaze of this quasi-emperor supervisor. Even Ancestor Lin was a little hesitant. If he were alone, he would definitely have released young Master Shao long ago. However, Ancestor Lin glanced at Lin Feng and realized that Lin Feng's expression was calm. His expression had not changed at all. Ancestor Lin gritted his teeth and chose not to respond. He continued to use the law to suppress young Master Xiao and the others. Huh. The supervisor contemplated it. As if he had come to a realization, he raised his head suddenly, and stared coldly at Lin Feng with a sharp gaze. Chapter 668, 668 Dismantle It. 668 Dismantle It. Lin Feng was the real person in charge. The supervisor clearly realized this as well. Lin Feng smiled and said calmly, "I'm here to find someone. His name is Divine Heart." The supervisor's expression changed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. Then, he said in a low voice, "Sir, you're looking in the wrong place. Our Moro Chamber of Commerce only sells things. We're not responsible for finding people." Lin Feng was unmoved, however. He continued as if he had not heard him, "He entered your Moro Chamber of Commerce, but never came out again. Will you tell me where he went?" Seeing Lin Feng's nonchalant attitude, the supervisor also felt a little angry. He said coldly, "I've already told you. Our Moro Chamber of Commerce is only in charge of selling things. As for finding people, you've come to the wrong place." Lin Feng was unfazed. He stared at the supervisor with a faint smile. The supervisor was furious. He sneered and said, "Looks like you really intend to cause trouble at the Moro Chamber of Commerce." "Cause trouble? I'm causing trouble right now. What can you do?" The supervisor's eyes narrowed slightly. Buzz. Suddenly, the array of Moro Chamber of Commerce was activated, and a terrifying pressure enveloped Lin Feng and the others. "Since you're here to cause trouble, don't blame our Moro Chamber of Commerce for being impolite." The supervisor sneered. Although the array of the Moro Chamber of Commerce could not be considered a cosmic array, it was still extremely sophisticated. With him, a quasi-emperor, activating it, no cultivator below the level of a Grand Emperor would be able to withstand it. As for Grand Emperors, don't joke around. Grand Emperors were not cabbages. How could one run into them so easily? Moreover, how could a Grand Emperor not know the background of Moro Chamber of Commerce and dare to make trouble in the Moro Chamber of Commerce? As the supervisor activated the array, Lin Feng did not mind, but Miss Sarah could not quite withstand it. Although she was also a quasi-emperor, she had not been a quasi-emperor for long. She had not even completely mastered her own strength. How could she resist such a powerful array? "Lin Shen. Dismantle it." Lin Feng's tone was cold as he stared at the array of the Moro Chamber of Commerce. Lin Shen was the name of Ancestor Lin. Only Lin Feng could call Ancestor Lin by his name casually. "Destroy the array." Absurd. The supervisor of the Moro Chamber of Commerce was shocked and furious. Could someone be so arrogant as to actually try to dismantle the array? Their arrogance was astounding. However, when Ancestor Lin heard this, he could only feel distressed. Normally, he would never dare to offend the Moro Chamber of Commerce. But now, in front of Lin Feng, he had no choice but to bite the bullet. Since Lin Feng had asked him to dismantle the array of the Moro Chamber of Commerce, he would have to dismantle it. Boom. Ancestor Lin no longer concealed his aura. Immediately, a terrifying aura erupted. Just his aura sent a mere young Master Xiao flying. As for the array of the Moro Chamber of Commerce, it suffered a violent impact and shook continuously. Break. Ancestor Lin extended a hand. This hand instantly transformed into a huge palm that held up the sky. He aimed at the array of Moro Chamber of Commerce and grabbed hard. Thump. The array of the Moro Chamber of Commerce shattered instantly like an eggshell. The supervisor who was controlling the array also jolted violently. He had suffered considerable impact and was already slightly injured. A Grand Emperor. It's actually a Grand Emperor. Young Master Zhao's eyes widened, and his entire body was trembling. A Grand Emperor. It was actually a Grand Emperor. He had actually offended a Grand Emperor, and tried to start a fight with the Grand Emperor. Moreover, young Master Zhao's father was a Grand Emperor. He had been influenced by a Grand Emperor for a long time, so he naturally knew that there were differences in power between Grand Emperors. The aura of this mysterious Grand Emperor in front of him was not inferior to his father's at all, and might even be stronger. For a moment, young Master Zhao could only stand there in a daze. The few women behind young Master Zhao supported him and hurriedly fled. This was no joke. If a Grand Emperor was enraged, just a little aftershock might be enough to kill a venerable, let alone cultivators like them, who were only planetary lifeforms. The supervisor of the Moro Chamber of Commerce also stared intently at Ancestor Lin and the huge hand, his heart filled with shock. A Grand Emperor, a genuine Grand Emperor. There might seem to be many experts in the Moro Chamber of Commerce, including himself. But in reality, he had been in the Moro Chamber of Commerce for more than 3,600 years, but he was still a quasi-emperor, and had not improved at all. Moreover, this was not the headquarters of Moro Chamber of Commerce, but only a branch. Grand Emperors. Only the 2 presidents were Grand Emperors. The others were all cultivators below the level of Grand Emperors. Hence, when a Grand Emperor entered the Moro Chamber of Commerce, even the 2 branch presidents would treat him with respect. He had actually offended a Grand Emperor, and tried to use the array to trap a Grand Emperor. How foolish was this? What was even more terrifying was that the Grand Emperor seemed to be under the command of this ordinary-looking young man in front of him. Then, who was this young man? For a moment, the supervisor's thoughts were in a mess. He knew that he had offended someone he could not afford to this time and messed up. Even if you're Grand Emperors, the 2 presidents won't let you off so easily for destroying the array of the Moro Chamber of Commerce. The supervisor gritted his teeth and hurriedly sent the message to the 2 branch presidents. How terrifying was the aura of Grand Emperors! Moreover, the commotion here was so huge. Forget about the 2 branch presidents, even the other Grand Emperors on planet Light Shower sensed it. For a moment, many mental powers swept through Moro Chamber of Commerce. Which Grand Emperor is gracing our Moro Chamber of Commerce with their presence? Suddenly, a magnificent voice sounded in the Moro Chamber of Commerce. Immediately after, 2 figures appeared in the hall of the Moro Chamber of Commerce. Ancestor Lin's huge hand also seemed to be suppressed by a powerful force. Grand Emperors, and 2 Grand Emperors at that. President, they're causing trouble at the Moro Chamber of Commerce. When the supervisor saw the 2 of them, his face lit up. With 2 presidents around, even if the other party was a Grand Emperor, they wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. Oh. I think there must be a misunderstanding. Grand Emperor, can you stop for now? We can discuss everything properly. The president ignored the supervisor completely. This scene shocked the supervisor. A Grand Emperor was ultimately a Grand Emperor. Even if the array of the Moro Chamber of Commerce was dismantled, the president would not pursue his responsibility immediately. If both parties made peace, it was very likely that he, the supervisor, would become the scapegoat. Even though he was a quasi-emperor, only 1 word away from a Grand Emperor, the identity and status between the 2 were worlds apart. For a moment, the supervisor's expression was uncertain. He did not dare to complain to the 2 presidents anymore. Lin Feng waved his hand slightly. Ancestor Lin nodded and retracted his aura. He stood respectfully behind Lin Feng, looking like a servant, which surprised the 2 presidents even more. May I know your name, Grand Emperor? The president asked Lin Feng directly. Since he had a Grand Emperor as his subordinate, he must also be a Grand Emperor. He had already cursed the supervisor countless times in his heart. How could he have offended 2 Grand Emperors over nothing? This is Mr. Lin. Lin Feng did not answer directly. Ancestor Lin was the one who replied in a low voice. So it's Mr. Lin. You didn't come just to dismantle the array of the Moro Chamber of Commerce, did you? Lin Feng shook his head and said, of course not. As I said before, I'm here to find someone. However, this supervisor of your chamber of commerce has an arrogant attitude and thinks that I'm causing trouble. Since he thinks that I'm causing trouble, I might as well demolish this array and cause trouble. Huh. The two presidents could not be bothered to pursue the supervisor's responsibility now. Instead, they frowned and asked, "Who are you?" "Looking for Mr. Lin." "Divine Heart." The expressions of the two presidents changed abruptly when they heard this. Clearly, they had a deep impression of the name Divine Heart. They definitely knew him. "Mr. Lin, you've really misunderstood. This individual did not come to our Moro Chamber of Commerce." The branch president of the Chamber of Commerce took a deep breath and forced a smile. However, Lin Feng gave a half-smile and said calmly, "Is that so? In any case, the array has already been dismantled. I might as well dismantle the Moro Chamber of Commerce." Chapter 669 Annihilating a Grand Emperor with a Finger. 669 Annihilating a Grand Emperor with a Finger. "How dare you!" The two presidents were also furious and shouted. If the array was dismantled, there was still room for negotiation for the Moro Chamber of Commerce. After all, these were two grand emperors. They had to at least give them some respect. However, if the branch of the Moro Chamber of Commerce was really dismantled, the Chamber of Commerce would lose all its face. Even the two presidents could not absolve themselves from the blame and would be severely punished by the headquarters. "Lin Shen, dismantle it." Ancestor Lin's heart skipped a beat. As expected, the worst outcome had still happened. Lin Feng was going to have a hard confrontation with the Moro Chamber of Commerce. Then, the Lin family would still suffer in the end. However, Ancestor Lin did not dare to disobey Lin Feng's orders now. If he did, he might not have a future to wait until he might be killed by Lin Feng with a single palm strike right now. He had truly experienced how terrifying Lin Feng was. Even among top-notch Grand Emperors, he was definitely one of the best. Ordinary Grand Emperors like him could not resist him at all. At this thought, Ancestor Lin no longer hesitated. A portion of his combat body began to manifest. His huge hand extended and quickly expanded, finally turning into a huge palm that could hold up the sky, about to crush Moro Chamber of Commerce. Such a huge commotion naturally shook the entire planet light shower. Countless gazes and mental power were focused on the Moro Chamber of Commerce. Even the branches of the other 9 chambers of commerce were nervously paying attention to the proceedings. What's going on? Someone dares to fight at Moro Chamber of Commerce. From the looks of it, he should be a Grand Emperor. Which Grand Emperor isn't afraid of the Moro Chamber of Commerce? The Moro Chamber of Commerce was one of the 10 major chambers of commerce. When had it ever encountered such a serious provocation? The president of the branch shouted immediately, "Lin Shen. We've already investigated you thoroughly. Ancestor Lin of planet OM, even if you're a Grand Emperor, the Moro Chamber of Commerce will definitely flatten your planet OM one day." Ancestor Lin's heart trembled. He had ultimately been discovered. He was not a nobody. After all, he was Ancestor Lin, the only Grand Emperor in the Lin family. He was an expert who could blot out the sky on planet OM. All Grand Emperors were known in the Pelagio's domain. With the Moro Chamber of Commerce's ability, if a Grand Emperor suddenly appeared, they would definitely investigate thoroughly. However, although the identity of Ancestor Lin had been investigated, the Chamber of Commerce had yet to find out about this Mr. Lin in front of them. Even though Ancestor Lin was afraid of the Moro Chamber of Commerce, he was even more afraid of Lin Feng at this moment. Even if his identity was exposed, he paid no heed and squeezed hard with his huge palm. Thud. Even if the vice president resisted, how could he resist the power of an experienced Grand Emperor like Ancestor Lin in a hurry? With a squeeze, the entire Moro Chamber of Commerce was crushed and instantly reduced to ruins. The prestigious branch of the Moro Chamber of Commerce was now in ruins. It was simply a disgrace to the Moro Chamber of Commerce. Lin Feng naturally protected Miss Sarah and the others and flew into the sky. At this moment, the sky was already blocked by 2 huge combat bodies. The Vice President and Ancestor Lin flew into the universe and used combat bodies over a light year to fight in a frenzy. A battle between two grand emperors was rare. Even in the Pelagio's domain, it had been a long time since a battle between grand emperors had occurred. The two parties were evenly matched. It seemed like a victor could not be determined in a short period of time. However, the branch president of the Moro Chamber of Commerce had a solemn expression as he stared intently at Lin Feng. No matter who you are, destroying a branch of the Moro Chamber of Commerce makes you an enemy of the Moro Chamber of Commerce. Enemy. Lin Feng shook his head, then said coldly, "You're not worthy." Swish. Lin Feng did not make any unnecessary movements. He just flicked his finger. Buzz. The cosmos seemed to be shaking, and even the entire planet light shower was affected. Even all the grand emperors on planet light shower felt a sense of fear. That's. The eyes of the branch president of Moro Chamber of Commerce suddenly focused. The moment Lin Feng flicked his finger, he actually felt the threat of death. Even a top-notch grand emperor could not possibly make him feel the threat of death without relying on his combat body. Combat body. The branch president roared, and his massive combat body expanded wildly, quickly manifesting. 1 light year, 2 light years, 3 light years. The branch president's combat body had actually reached 5 light years. The branch president of the Moro Chamber of Commerce was indeed worthy of his position. His combat body had reached 5 light years. As long as he worked harder and obtained some opportunities, he could increase his combat body to 10 light years. That way, the branch president might become a top-notch grand emperor. Of course, a top-notch grand emperor had to comprehend the ultimate law. This was also a difficult obstacle. Still, the strength of the branch president was undoubtedly very powerful among those below top-notch grand emperors. To Lin Feng, however, 5 or 10 light years did not seem to make any difference. He only flicked his finger, and there seemed to be only a strong gust of wind. Yet as this strong wind streaked through the universe, crossed space, and approached the branch president, it had transformed into a terrifying cosmic tide. It was vast and mighty, infused with the aura of annihilating all things as it struck the branch president's combat body hard. Thud. A voice that resounded through the cosmos and shook the soul echoed in the universe, spreading in all directions. The combat body of 5 light years was actually shattered by the tidal wave. The massive body shattered into pieces like an eggshell. Once it was swept over by the cosmic tide, even its aura of life dissipated instantly. Dead. The branch president of the Moro Chamber of Commerce, an experienced grand emperor second only to a top-notch grand emperor, had fallen with a flick of Lin Feng's finger, reduced to cosmic dust. At this moment, even the battle between the other vice president and ancestor Lin paused. Their expressions were different, but without exception, their eyes were filled with shock. Not to mention the many grand emperors on planet Light Shower. Originally, the other 9 chambers of commerce and some itinerant cultivators were all watching the show. This was a rare battle between grand emperors. Moreover, the 2 presidents of the Moro Chamber of Commerce were the ones fighting. The other 9 chambers of commerce were also eager to see the Moro Chamber of Commerce make a fool of itself. However, with a casual flick of the finger, Lin Feng had blown apart an experienced grand emperor, killing the branch president of Moro Chamber of Commerce in an instant. For a moment, all the grand emperors felt a lingering fear. They were no longer in the relaxed mood of watching a show. They were all grand emperors. If the branch president of the Moro Chamber of Commerce could be killed in an instant, they would not be much better off. Is this also a grand emperor? Even a top-notch grand emperor can't kill another grand emperor in an instant. Just what kind of terrifying expert did the Moro Chamber of Commerce provoke? Everyone looked solemnly at the ordinary figure in the cosmos. He did not have a powerful combat body, nor did he have an overwhelming and suffocating aura. However, this person, who could not appear more ordinary, had killed a grand emperor with a flick of his finger. How powerful was he? Tell me, where is Divine Heart? Lin Feng stood in the cosmos with his hands behind his back, looking calmly at the vice president. Chapter 670, I can be even more impudent. 670 I can be even more impudent. Divine heart, divine heart. The vice president was a dignified grand emperor, but he was so frightened that he was at a loss now. He was truly petrified. Even the vice president could not withstand a single strike from Mr. Lin. What could he do? However, the matter of divine heart was really of great importance. If he spilled it, he would definitely die, even without Lin Feng doing anything. The Moro Chamber of Commerce seemed to be just a chamber of commerce, but in reality, the hierarchy was strict. If it was violated, even a grand emperor would be executed. You're not going to tell me? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, then he reached out and made a light grab. Boom. Lin Feng's large hand expanded, covering the entire cosmos. The mighty and terrifying pressure was countless times more oppressive than a black hole. The vice president's one-light-year combat body actually could not resist at all. Lin Feng grabbed it directly like he was grabbing a tiny worm. Talk. Where is divine heart? The vice president gritted his teeth, but refused to say anything. He seemed to be waiting for something. Lin Feng exerted strength slowly. How powerful was he? Even adding a little more strength would be unbearable for ordinary grand emperors. In Lin Feng's eyes, ordinary grand emperors were indeed no different from ants. Traces of the law of annihilation seeped into the vice president's combat body. As Lin Feng slowly exerted force, the vice president's combat body was also rapidly collapsing. No, no. The vice president roared in fear. If this continued, even if he was lucky enough to survive, his cultivation would be ruined. At this moment, one of the two presidents of the Moro Chamber of Commerce was dead, and the other was injured. Even the Chamber of Commerce had been destroyed. The entire branch might as well be completely destroyed. How serious a provocation was this to the Moro Chamber of Commerce? Many people could predict how furious the Moro Chamber of Commerce would be when they learned of this news. You seem to be waiting for something. Is someone coming to save you? Lin Feng looked at the vice president's demeanor of death before submission, and said with a smile. Who else could come to save the vice president now? I. The vice president opened his mouth. He was indeed still waiting. He believed that someone would come to save him soon. Boom. As expected, an aura that far exceeded that of ordinary grand emperors suddenly erupted on planet Light Shower. A figure in white slowly walked up the cosmos. It's the disciple of Divine King Light Shower, Grand Emperor White River. It's really Grand Emperor White River. That's a top-notch Grand Emperor. I heard that Grand Emperor White River and Divine King Light Shower don't interfere with conflicts on planet Light Shower. Haha, did you really believe it? They're just rumors. How can the 10 major chambers of commerce not report to Divine King Light Shower when they're stationed on planet Light Shower? Now that something has happened in the 10 major chambers of commerce, how can Divine King Light Shower sit back and do nothing? This Grand Emperor White River probably came here under the orders of Divine King Light Shower. As Divine King White River walked step by step into the cosmos, it was as if a holy light accompanied Divine King White River. Wherever the holy light passed, it seemed to be able to calm all negative emotions, making people feel at peace. The ultimate law. This was the ultimate planetary law. Grand Emperor White River, save me. When the vice president saw Grand Emperor White River, he cried for help like a drowning person grabbing a straw. Grand Emperor White River glanced at the vice president. Seeing that the vice president's combat body was collapsing and being annihilated at every moment, Grand Emperor White River said coldly, Mr. Lin, this is planet Light Shower. Cease your impudence. Grand Emperor White River, a top-notch Grand Emperor. So this is what you rely on? Lin Feng ignored Grand Emperor White River and looked at the vice president. At this moment, the excitement on the vice president's face came to an abrupt halt. He sensed the aura of death enveloping him. I can be even more impudent. Thud. The vice president's combat body was instantly crushed. Lin Feng retracted his palm, looking nonchalant. Ah. You really want to make an enemy of me and Divine King Light Shower? Grand Emperor White River's eyes suddenly focused, as if he was also very surprised. Facing a dignified top-notch Grand Emperor like himself, who even had Divine King Lightshower's support, Lin Feng had killed the vice president without hesitation. He seemed fearless. What did Mr. Lin have to rely on? Grand Emperor White River was not the only one who was surprised. The other cultivators were also very surprised. Grand Emperor White River represented Divine King Lightshower. Moreover, Grand Emperor White River was a top-notch Grand Emperor to begin with. He dominated the cosmos and was eternal. Standing at the peak of the cosmos, Miss Sarah and Ancestor Lin were both pale. They had guessed that perhaps the journey to planet Lightshower would not go that smoothly. However, who would have thought that the commotion would actually get to this point? Not only did they destroy the branch of the Moro Chamber of Commerce, they even killed 2 Grand Emperors. Even Grand Emperor White River, the disciple of Divine King Lightshower and a top-notch Grand Emperor, was alerted. No matter what, the 2 of them, and even the families behind them, would not be free of implication. For a moment, both Miss Sarah and Ancestor Lin's expressions were a little anxious. Lin Feng still appeared very calm, as if the one standing before him was not a top-notch Grand Emperor, but an ordinary cultivator. He said slowly, "Since you're guarding planet Lightshower, you must know about Divine Heart, right? Tell me, where is he?" Grand Emperor White River's eyes narrowed slightly, but his expression turned solemn. The reason Lin Feng killed the vice president so easily was that he knew that Moro Chamber of Commerce was probably not the only one who knew about the whereabouts of Divine Heart. It was very likely that Grand Emperor White River and even Divine King Lightshower knew. "Why are you looking for Divine Heart?" Grand Emperor White River asked in a low voice. "Divine Heart and I are old friends. I've been looking for him for a long time." Grand Emperor White River did not say anything. Of course he did not believe that Lin Feng and Divine Heart were really old friends. Moreover, how could someone find a friend by going on a killing spree like this? "All right, after all this talk, you won't tell me where Divine Heart is." "Since you won't tell me, I'll find him myself." Lin Feng looked at the planet Lightshower below. His mental power began to sweep through the entire planet Lightshower. "How dare you!" Grand Emperor White River was furious. His combat body suddenly expanded, instantly expanding to more than 10 light years. Moreover, intense holy light blotted out everything, suffusing the entire cosmos. All the cultivators, even the Grand Emperors, felt a heavy pressure. It was the pressure from a top-notch Grand Emperor. Top-notch Grand Emperors did not just have a combat body of more than 10 light years. They also had the enhancement of ultimate laws. If it was perfectly compatible with the combat body, it could even enhance the combat body by 10 times. The law that Grand Emperor White River had was a perfectly compatible combat body, and could enhance the combat body by 10 times. Hence, the current Grand Emperor White River possessed the equivalence of a combat body of 100 light years. It was extremely terrifying. A top-notch Grand Emperor. This is a true top-notch Grand Emperor. Grand Emperor White River hasn't fought in tens of thousands of years, right? I didn't expect his aura alone to be so terrifying now. Grand Emperor White River is valued by Divine King Lightshower, who devoted all kinds of resources to him. Ever since he comprehended the ultimate law and became a top-notch Grand Emperor, this is the first time Grand Emperor White River has fought. I didn't expect his strength to have reached such a terrifying level. He's probably one of the best even among top-notch Grand Emperors. Seeing Grand Emperor White River fight for the first time after becoming a top-notch Grand Emperor and display his powerful strength without restraint in front of everyone on planet Lightshower was shocked. Although they knew that Lin Feng might be a top-notch Grand Emperor, Ancestor Lin and Miss Sarah were both a little nervous at this moment. They were both top-notch Grand Emperors, and Grand Emperor White River's aura was not to be outdone. For a moment, the 2 of them were a little worried. They were not worried about Lin Feng, but worried that if Lin Feng lost, things definitely would not end well for the 2 of them and even the families behind them. In the cosmos, Grand Emperor White River displayed his prowess. His terrifying aura filled the entire cosmos like a tsunami as he confronted Lin Feng from afar. As for Lin Feng, he still retained that calm demeanor. He did not even manifest his combat body. Chapter 671, 671 The Supreme Grand Emperor had arrived. 671 The Supreme Grand Emperor had arrived. Is this your disciple? Lin Feng looked at Grand Emperor White River. To be precise, he was looking behind Grand Emperor White River. The compatibility between his law and his combat body is perfect, and his combat body is enhanced by tenfold. Are you willing to let such an outstanding disciple, who has a slight chance of becoming a divine king in the future, die by my hand? Lin Feng seemed to be speaking to Grand Emperor White River, but hearing this, Grand Emperor White River gradually began to feel that something was amiss. Why did it sound like Lin Feng was not talking to him? Buzz. At some point, an ordinary pearl emitting a glowing light had already appeared in front of Lin Feng, floating in front of him. However, the appearance of this pearl gave rise to an irrepressible sense of fear in Grand Emperor White River's heart. It was as if this small pearl was a natural chasm. As long as this pearl was here, he could not pass. You're very composed. All right then. I'd like to see if your disciple or divine heart is more important. Lin Feng pressed down with an empty hand. Boom. The cosmos shook. The cosmos was not just shaking, but shattering. That's right. The cosmos shattered all of a sudden, like a broken mirror. It was densely covered in cracks appearing one after another in the cosmos. The ordinary pearl expanded without warning. In the blink of an eye, it had already expanded to billions of kilometers. However, even a billion-kilometer pearl was nothing compared to a top-notch Grand Emperor with a 10-light-year combat body. But Grand Emperor White River did not think so. As the pearl expanded wildly to billions of kilometers at once, a powerful, suffocating pressure emitted from the pearl. Just the way it locked onto his aura made Grand Emperor White River feel as if he was about to suffocate. His combat body even became incomparably stiff, as if death was imminent. At this moment, everyone, including Planet Light Shower, looked at the pearl in fear. Just this pearl alone seemed to have blocked out the entire cosmos. All the cultivators felt fear from the depths of their souls. It was as if they were facing a top-notch Grand Emperor. No, it was even more terrifying than a top-notch Grand Emperor. It was like facing a divine king. A divine king. The aura of this pearl was actually comparable to a divine king. Grand Emperor White River could not help but tremble from the depths of his heart. A divine king. He was all too familiar with the aura of a divine king. The pearl in front of him had a terrifying power that was almost on par with a divine king. Could Mr. Lin be a divine king? This was the first time Grand Emperor White River had publicly manifested his combat body in front of everyone, but with his strength as a top-notch Grand Emperor, he did not even dare to attack now. A divine king was a peak expert who could make people lose their courage. Swish. Suddenly, the Starfell Pearl spun and transformed into a stream of light that smashed towards Grand Emperor White River. With Lin Feng's strength, how powerful must the Starfell Pearl that was comparable to a 50,000 light-year combat body be when he threw it? Hence, a casual smash like this definitely had power comparable to a divine king. As the Starfell Pearl flew out in a stream of light, space shattered wherever it passed. Even before the Starfell Pearl approached, Grand Emperor White River's combat body was already on the verge of collapse. Ah, resist it! Grand Emperor White River shouted and roared in a frenzy. He did not want to die. He had already become a top-notch Grand Emperor, and was already standing at the peak of the cosmos. There was still a chance for him to become a divine king in the future and rule the cosmos. How could he die now? However, no matter how Grand Emperor White River struggled, growled, and roared, it was futile before the Starfell Pearl. In Grand Emperor White River's eyes, there seemed to be only the dazzling white light of the Starfell Pearl. He had already sensed the encasement of the aura of death. It felt as if he would be turned into cosmic dust in the very next moment. Never before had Grand Emperor White River been so close to death. Boom. It was as if the entire universe was shaking. The space of the entire cosmos had already shattered, turning into nothingness. Grand Emperor White River's entire body shook, and his entire combat body trembled violently, as if he was enduring a violent shockwave. However, he was not dead. Swoosh. Grand Emperor White River could not help but open his eyes. In front of him stood a man whose entire body emitted a holy light. He was like a small giant, towering over the universe. It was the Divine King Light Shower. Master. Grand Emperor White River could not help but shout in joyous surprise. At this moment, Planet Light Shower was already shielded by Divine King Light Shower from the shockwave. Grand Emperor White River was naturally saved by Divine King Light Shower. Alas! Divine King Light Shower sighed. With a flick of his finger, he crushed everything. It was as if the invincible Starfell Pearl was repelled by Divine King Light Shower. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed the Starfell Pearl again. Divine King Light Shower, you're finally willing to show yourself. If I don't show myself, this disciple of mine will probably be killed by the Starfell Pearl of the Supreme Grand Emperor. As expected of the Supreme Grand Emperor, who killed a Divine King as a Grand Emperor. You're indeed extraordinary. The two of them were like old friends who had not seen each other for a long time. There was no tense atmosphere of hostility at all. It was as if everything just now was an illusion. However, looking at the empty cosmos in front of them, this was definitely not an illusion. Supreme Grand Emperor. Grand Emperor White River seemed to have finally returned to his senses. He looked at Lin Feng in the distance, and a rumor that had generally circulated in the universe recently echoed in his mind. A Supreme Grand Emperor by the name of Lin Feng had been born in the universe. He had once killed a Divine King as a Grand Emperor in the North River Galaxy, and given rise to a legend of the universe. Originally, Grand Emperor White River had scoffed at this. Slaying a Divine King as a Grand Emperor. How could nonsense actually spread throughout the universe? Grand Emperor White River naturally did not believe it. His master was a Divine King, so Grand Emperor White River naturally knew the abilities of a Divine King. How could there be any basis of comparison between a Divine King and a Grand Emperor? He had never seen any who could escape from a Divine King, let alone slay a Divine King. It must be an exaggeration that got distorted in communication through the universe. The Supreme Grand Emperor. That was more like a joke. But now, Grand Emperor White River could no longer laugh about it. He did not think that this was a ridiculous rumor anymore. The Supreme Grand Emperor. So this Mr. Lin in front of him was the Supreme Grand Emperor. Wasn't the legendary Supreme Grand Emperor called Lin Feng? Grand Emperor White River took a deep breath and bowed to Lin Feng. I'm ignorant. I didn't know that the Supreme Grand Emperor had arrived, and even tried to stop you. I'm really ashamed. Please forgive me, Supreme Grand Emperor. Grand Emperor White River said with a weak smile. Even though Lin Feng looked like he wanted to kill him previously, this was the Supreme Grand Emperor, who dominated the cosmos and killed a Divine King. He had offended the authority of the Supreme Grand Emperor. It would be justified even if he was killed on the spot. Grand Emperor White River's words confused the people on Planet Light Shower. Why was Grand Emperor White River bowing to Lin Feng when Lin Feng wanted to kill him? If not for the fact that Grand Emperor White River was a top-notch Grand Emperor, and the appearance of Divine King Light Shower, they would probably think that Grand Emperor White River had gone insane. Miss Sarah and Ancestor Lin both had confused expressions. They vaguely heard the words, Supreme Grand Emperor. It sounded like Mr. Lin was the Supreme Grand Emperor. Still, they knew nothing about whom the Supreme Grand Emperor was and what it represented. However, not everyone was ignorant. At the very least, the 9 chambers of commerce dominated the Pelagios domain and were well informed. The Grand Emperors of the 9 chambers of commerce knew about the news of the Supreme Grand Emperor. So it's the Supreme Grand Emperor, who killed a Divine King as a Grand Emperor. I didn't expect him to come to the Pelagios domain. It's said that rumors can't be trusted, but the legendary deeds of the Supreme Grand Emperor have spread throughout the entire universe. Now that I've seen it today, he is indeed powerful. He is really comparable to a divine king. He's not just comparable to a divine king. Killing a divine king as a grand emperor makes him even more terrifying than ordinary divine kings. As the grand emperors of the 9 chambers of commerce conversed, they did not deliberately conceal it. Hence, many cultivators learned of Lin Feng's identity. The supreme grand emperor who had killed a divine king as a grand emperor, the entity that was simply like a character from the myths and legends, had actually appeared in front of them. Ancestor Lin and Miss Sarah also grew excited. No wonder Grand Emperor White River bowed to Mr. Lin. He's the supreme grand emperor. He killed a divine king as a grand emperor, and is comparable to a great divine king. I didn't expect Mr. Lin to actually have such legendary deeds. Miss Sarah and Ancestor Lin were overjoyed. All their previous fear had dissipated. This might be the greatest opportunity in their lives. Chapter 672, 672 Grand Emperor against Divine King. 672 Grand Emperor against Divine King. Supreme Grand Emperor, the person you are looking for is not on planet Light Shower. Divine King Light Shower sounded like an innocent and kindly person. Even though Lin Feng had destroyed the peace on planet Light Shower and almost killed his disciple, Divine King Light Shower still maintained his restraint. Not on planet Light Shower. Lin Feng shook his head and said, I doubt so. Oh. The Supreme Grand Emperor doesn't believe me. Divine King Light Shower's expression gradually turned solemn. Whether I believe it or not does not matter. We'll know the answer by taking a look at the Divine King's residence. Divine King Light Shower's expression changed abruptly. At this moment, his expression also turned cold. Very well. As expected of the Supreme Grand Emperor. It's rumored that you killed a divine king as a Grand Emperor. I'd like to see it for myself today, but this place is too close to planet Light Shower. How about we fight in the depths of the universe? As you wish. Lin Feng was also filled with battle intent. Hence, the two of them stepped directly into the spatial passage and instantly warped space, disappearing into the cosmos. Looking at the empty cosmos, although many people were very regretful that they could not see a battle at the Divine King level, even a top-notch Grand Emperor could not withstand even the slightest aftershock from such a battle, let alone a mere planet Light Shower. If they really fought here, everything within a radius of hundreds of thousands of light years would actually be reduced to rubble. After Lin Feng left, Ancestor Lin and Miss Sarah, who were left behind, stood there a little awkwardly. Fortunately, Grand Emperor White River had no intention of attacking. Before the victor was determined before Lin Feng and Divine King Light Shower, Grand Emperor White River probably would not do anything to Miss Sarah and Ancestor Lin. On the other hand, the 10 major chambers of commerce all sent the news back to the headquarters. In particular, the Moro Chamber of Commerce would definitely send the news to the Chamber of Commerce headquarters immediately. However, facing a powerful Grand Emperor who could kill a Divine King, so what if they were the 10 major chambers of commerce? Would the Divine King of the Chamber of Commerce really risk his life here? While everyone was quietly waiting for the outcome of the battle between Lin Feng and Divine King Light Shower, the two of them had already arrived at an empty cosmos. Lin Feng also manifested his combat body. A combat body of 6,000 light-years stretched across the cosmos, emitting a powerful aura. Seeing Lin Feng's combat body, Divine King Light Shower could not help but exclaim, "You're indeed worthy of the title of Supreme Grand Emperor. As a Grand Emperor, your combat body can actually reach 6,000 light-years. If it is enhanced 10 times by law, it would be comparable to a combat body of 60,000 light-years." Divine King Light Shower was now completely convinced that Lin Feng was really a Grand Emperor. He had only undergone 8 life transitions, and was not a Divine King. However, this surprised him even more. Divine King Light Shower had never even heard of a Grand Emperor with a 6,000 light-year combat body, much less seen one. The combat bodies of ordinary top-notch Grand Emperors were at most 10 light-years in size. Some of the strongest Grand Emperors only had combat bodies about 100 light-years in size. So what if they reached 1,000 light-years? Compared to Lin Feng's combat body, they were countless times inferior. Moreover, Lin Feng's law was perfectly compatible with his combat body, and could enhance it by 10 times. Just the power of his combat body at 60,000 light-years alone was comparable to some weak divine kings. However, I still don't quite believe that the Supreme Grand Emperor can kill a divine king with just this. Boom. As soon as Divine King Lightshower finished speaking, he suddenly manifested his combat body. It was a total of 100,000 light-years, no. More than 100,000 light-years. It had even reached 150,000 light-years. The 150,000 light-year combat body was majestic. Just the aura it emitted made Lin Feng feel a trace of heavy pressure. Most of the divine kings Lin Feng had encountered had combat bodies of 100,000 light-years. For instance, Divine King Bamond also had a combat body of 100,000 light-years. This was the first time Lin Feng had encountered a divine king with a 150,000 light-year combat body. Divine King Lightshower was even stronger than Lin Feng had imagined. As expected of a very ancient divine king. For a moment, Lin Feng also became wary. How would I dare to show off my combat body in front of you, Divine King? Why don't you look at this instead, Divine King? Lin Feng extended his hand. A pearl appeared in his palm. It was the Starfell Pearl. However, at this moment, the complicated and mysterious spatial divine runes on the Starfell Pearl had already disappeared. Lin Feng retracted the spatial divine runes completely and unleashed the full power of the Starfell Pearl. This was the strongest form of the Starfell Pearl, comparable to a combat body of 50,000 light-years. Moreover, combining the two gave more than just a simple additive effect. Starfell Pearl, go. Lin Feng did not make any unnecessary movements. At this moment, it was useless to use any laws or techniques. When his combat body reached more than 100,000 light-years, what techniques would be useful? Hence, Lin Feng's method was very direct. He smashed through the Starfell Pearl with all his might, and smashed with all his might. It was the same for Divine King Lightshower. Without any techniques, he threw a punch directly. Fighting head-on was the most direct and effective method. Boom. With a combat body of 150,000 light-years, how terrifying was the power of a punch from Divine King Lightshower. Lin Feng's full power strike throughout the Starfell Pearl that was comparable to a combat body of 50,000 light-years. It was forceful and not inferior in strength. The two collided fiercely. Divine King Lightshower's entire body shook. Even with his 150,000 light-year combat body, he actually felt the impact. Lin Feng's Starfell Pearl, on the other hand, was sent flying by the impact, and flew for an unknown distance before being caught by Lin Feng. The remaining force even forced Lin Feng back a few steps. With a single strike from the two, the difference was obvious. Lin Feng was indeed slightly inferior. However, Divine King Lightshower was very shocked. He had a combat body of 150,000 light-years, which was far stronger than ordinary divine kings. Facing a powerful Grand Emperor like Lin Feng, he actually only had a slight advantage. If it were an ordinary top-notch Grand Emperor, Divine King Lightshower would probably be able to kill them with a single breath. Lin Feng was also very surprised. He was not surprised by the power of Divine King Lightshower, but by his own strength. During this period of time, the power of the Starfell Pearl had not increased. It was still only comparable to a combat body of 50,000 light-years. Back when Lin Feng's combat body was only 1,000 light-years away, relying on the Starfell Pearl would not actually make him comparable to a divine king. At the very least, Lin Feng was definitely not a match for Divine King Bamond. But what was happening now? Ever since Lin Feng devoured the essence blood in the Divine Emperor's heart last time, his combat body had expanded to 6,000 light-years, almost increasing by 5 times. This time, he still attacked with all his might. Coupled with the Starfell Pearl, his power had actually reached about 100,000 light-years. In other words, with Lin Feng's current strength, even in a head-on clash, he was comparable to a divine king of 100,000 light-years. Haha, good one. Come again. Lin Feng was excited rather than afraid. The power of his combat body combined with the Starfell Pearl was far more than just additive. He used all his strength to throw the Starfell Pearl in a frenzy. Immediately, the Starfell Pearl transformed into streams of light that smashed towards Divine King Lightshower in a frenzy, exhausting him. Boom. 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 He struck again and again. Even though the Starfell Pearl was sent flying and Lin Feng's combat body suffered some shocks every time. This minor injury was nothing to Lin Feng. At the scene, Lin Feng was even gradually gaining the upper hand. This was the first time Lin Feng had gained the upper hand against a true Divine King. Principle of Holy Light. Finally, Divine King Lightshower roared. An incomparably dazzling principle descended instantly from the cosmos with the pressure of the entire universe. A complete principle, a principle above laws. Originally, Divine King Lightshower had not wanted to use the principle either. For a Divine King, having to use a principle to deal with a Grand Emperor was actually a loss in itself. But now, Divine King Lightshower had no choice but to use the principle. Otherwise, he would be in an even worse state. Chapter 673, 673 Slight Loss. 673 Slight Loss. Boom. 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 When Divine King Lightshower used the principle of holy light, Lin Feng felt as if he was enduring the weight of the entire universe. Even with the Starfell Pearl, he felt that it was difficult to move at all. Crunch. Finally, under the enhancement of the principle of holy light, Lin Feng's combat body was the first to give out. Thud. Lin Feng's combat body collapsed completely. With the enhancement of principle, Divine King Lightshower's power equivalent to a 150,000 light-year combat body crushed Lin Feng almost completely. Who said that principles were not important? Principles were actually very important, because they could suppress laws. No matter what law it was, it seemed to have a certain suppressive effect. It would not be much if they just suppressed laws, but they could also suppress the combat body. As long as Lin Feng had not comprehended a complete principle, he would be at a disadvantage. Between divine kings, a competition of principles was naturally not that important, because neither party had a principle. However, if one side had a principle, and the other did not, the difference would be huge. Back then, Lin Feng could kill the Divine King as a Grand Emperor only because the North River Divine King was a fiend. His ultimate law of life happened to counter the North River Divine King. Is he dead? Divine King Lightshower's principle filled the entire cosmos, and his combat body almost covered the entire cosmos. Seeing Lin Feng's combat body instantly collapse and turn into a bloody mist, he was very confused instead. This was because Lin Feng still had a life aura. That's right, a life aura. He could still sense Lin Feng's life aura. Although it was weak. There was indeed a life aura. Buzz. Suddenly, it was as if the universe was boiling. A vast and mysterious power broke through Divine King Lightshower's principle of holy light at once, enveloping the entire cosmos. This is. Divine King Lightshower's eyes widened. He felt that this mysterious power seemed to be a law, but he was not sure, because he had never seen such a law before. He had seen even the law of space, but he had never seen such power. As this mysterious and vast power broke through the principle of holy light and enveloped the entire cosmos, Lin Feng, who had originally exploded into a bloody mist, actually gradually condensed into form again. Divine King Lightshower knew how strong the power he exerted just now was. With the enhancement of the principle of holy light, its power was even more terrifying. Lin Feng's combat body had already collapsed. How could he recover so quickly? Even those combat bodies that were good at recovery could not possibly recover so quickly. Moreover, Divine King Lightshower had never seen such a combat body so resilient that it could still recover after exploding into a bloody mist. Principle of Holy Light. Divine King Lightshower used the principle of holy light to suppress Lin Feng again. Then, he punched Lin Feng's combat body, which had just condensed, into pieces. However, that was all. As soon as Lin Feng's combat body was blasted apart, it quickly recovered and condensed into form. No, it's not the restorative ability of the combat body, but law. A trace of surprise and doubt appeared on Divine King Lightshower's face. Law. This was actually law. His combat body could recover so quickly. Lin Feng could recover no matter how he attacked. This was a truly immortal body. What kind of law could guarantee that a cultivator could still maintain an immortal body when facing a divine king? The law of life. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Divine King Lightshower's mind. The law of life, the most mysterious law among the legendary three great laws. It was rumored in the universe that the law of life could allow people to cultivate an immortal body. No matter how severe their injuries were, they could recover in an instant. With the law of life, it meant immortality. However, wasn't the law of life a legendary law? Even Divine King Lightshower did not think that the law of life really existed in this world. Comprehending it would be even more absurd. Lin Feng condensed into form again. This time, Divine King Lightshower did not continue to attack. Instead, he looked at Lin Feng with a solemn expression. Soon, Lin Feng's combat body recovered, and his aura was not diminished at all. Divine King Lightshower was already vaguely convinced. Law of life. To an ancient divine king like Divine King Lightshower, it could not be concealed. Moreover, Lin Feng did not intend to conceal it. Hence, he nodded and said, "That's right, it's the law of life." Divine King Lightshower fell silent. Lin Feng had personally admitted that he had comprehended the law of life. Moreover, Divine King Lightshower had tried it many times. This was a truly immortal body. At the very least, when facing a divine king, Lin Feng was immortal. No divine king could kill Lin Feng. Supreme Grand Emperor. You are indeed worthy of such a title. Divine King Lightshower shook his head and smiled wanly. He actually had some understanding of the Supreme Grand Emperor. After all, any divine king would probably not overlook someone who could kill a divine king as a Grand Emperor. He knew that Lin Feng had comprehended the law of annihilation, the law of tides, and even the law of space. He did not think that he could kill Lin Feng completely at all. Even if Lin Feng was in danger, he could use the ultimate law of space to escape, and Divine King Lightshower would not be able to do anything. Hence, Divine King Lightshower was very surprised when he blasted Lin Feng's combat body apart. As a powerful Grand Emperor who had comprehended the ultimate law of space, how could he not dodge and allow his combat body to be blasted apart? But now, he understood. He understood everything. It was not that Lin Feng could not dodge, but that there was no need to dodge. With the ultimate law of life, he was already undying. Why would he need to dodge? Moreover, although Lin Feng's direct combat power might not be comparable to Divine King Lightshower, with his immortal body and the ultimate planetary law, it would be very difficult to trap Lin Feng even if he wanted to. In fact, his direct combat power was not inferior to an ordinary divine king with a 100,000 light-year combat body. If such a troublesome entity kept clashing with him, it would really be a headache. Hence, Divine King Lightshower shook his head and said, "All right, there's no need to fight anymore." As expected of the Supreme Grand Emperor. I really believe now that the Supreme Grand Emperor can defeat a divine king as a Grand Emperor. Grand Emperor, didn't you want information on Divine Heart? Come with me to Planet Lightshower. You will know everything you want to know. With that, Divine King Lightshower retracted his combat body and quickly warped space to return to Planet Lightshower. As expected, Divine King Lightshower knows the whereabouts of Divine Heart. A sharp glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. Actually, he had long guessed that Divine King Lightshower should know the whereabouts of Divine Heart. How could a dignified divine king who had presided over Planet Lightshower for billions of years not know about what had happened on Planet Lightshower? In fact, Divine King Lightshower had even come into contact with Divine Heart. After Lin Feng's battle with Divine King Lightshower allowed Divine King Lightshower to learn how troublesome Lin Feng was, he could only tell Lin Feng the whereabouts of Divine Heart. Otherwise, Divine King Lightshower would really never get a day of peace. This method seemed a little shameless, but Lin Feng could not kill a divine king-level expert at the moment, so this was the only way. Swoosh. Lin Feng also entered the spatial passage. With a step, he had already returned to planet Light Shower. Grand Emperor. Mr. Lin. Previously, when Miss Sarah and Ancestor Lin only saw Divine King Light Shower return alone, they immediately had a bad premonition. Fortunately, Lin Feng had also returned, allowing them to finally heave a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Feng was not dead, it would be great news. No one knew who had won or lost between the two of them, and no one asked. Divine King Light Shower smiled and said to Lin Feng, "This way, Grand Emperor." "This way, Divine King." Lin Feng and Divine King Light Shower were like old friends meeting. There was no tense atmosphere of hostility at all. Instead, they appeared very cordial as they flew into planet Light Shower one after another. Who won? From the behaviors of the Supreme Grand Emperor and Divine King Light Shower, they don't seem to have just experienced a huge battle. I don't know who won or lost, but if Supreme Grand Emperor and Divine King Light Shower can get along so peacefully, hey, it must mean that neither can do anything to the other. Since neither can do anything to the other, they can only make peace. If we really want to be discerning here, Divine King Light Shower should be slightly inferior. Many people analyzed it carefully and realized that it was true. If neither could do anything to the other, in fact, Divine King Light Shower had already lost slightly. After all, Lin Feng was ultimately only a Grand Emperor. Chapter 674, 674 The Goodwill of Divine King Light Shower. 674 The Goodwill of Divine King Light Shower. This way, Grand Emperor. Divine King Light Shower solemnly invited Lin Feng to the Light Shower Divine Palace. The two of them sat opposite each other. Beside Divine King Light Shower was Grand Emperor White River, and behind Lin Feng were Ancestor Lin and Miss Sarah. These three people were relatively trustworthy. "Your Majesty, where did Divine Heart go?" Lin Feng asked bluntly. "Divine Heart? He has already left through the teleportation array of the Moro Chamber of Commerce. Perhaps he went to Moro Chamber of Commerce headquarters." Moro Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Divine King Light Shower sounded very sincere. It should be true, but from the looks of it, Divine King Light Shower seemed to know a lot about Divine Heart. "Your Majesty, may I be so blunt as to ask what your relationship with Divine Heart is?" "Our relationship?" Divine King Light Shower seemed to be reminiscing of events a long time ago. He heaved a long sigh and said, "Once upon a time, a long time ago, when I was still an ordinary planetary life form, I had already heard of the reputation of Divine Heart. At that time, he was a top entity in the universe. I never dreamed that I could one day interact with such an entity. However, I did receive a little favor from him. And will always remember it by heart." "Ah. So, Your Majesty offered help to Divine Heart?" "That's right. It could be said that I offered help to him." "Your Majesty, do you know about Divine Heart's current situation?" "The situation is very bad, isn't it? Although I don't know how he ended up like this, I'll never forget his aura." Lin Feng understood. He understood completely now. This Divine Heart was really cunning. He had actually disguised himself as the Divine Emperor of Silence. Or rather, Divine Heart was actually a part of the Divine Emperor of Silence. After all, the true form of Divine Heart was the heart of a Divine Emperor. It did not seem wrong to call him the Divine Emperor of Silence. The others would not be able to tell the difference at all. However, Lin Feng knew very well that the Divine Emperor of Silence and Divine Heart were two separate entities. The two were not the same person at all. The Divine Emperor of Silence was long dead. The current Divine Heart was just a consciousness born from the heart of the Divine Emperor. Over billions of years. In other words, Divine Heart had disguised itself as the Divine Emperor of Silence and deceived Divine King Light Shower into trusting him. Back then, the Divine Emperor of Silence must have helped Divine King Light Shower, and Divine Heart had obtained this portion of memories. That was why Divine King Light Shower was doing his best to help the Divine Emperor of Silence. No matter what excuse or method Divine Heart used, he must have deceived Divine King Light Shower into trusting him. If Lin Feng was not wrong, Divine Heart had probably gone to the Moro Chamber of Commerce headquarters for the same purpose. Is the Divine King behind the Moro Chamber of Commerce also related to Divine Heart? Lin Feng asked in a low voice. Divine King Light Shower pondered for a moment and said, I'm not sure, but Divine King Moro behind the Moro Chamber of Commerce is a peak Divine King entity, even older than me. It's very likely that he knows Divine Heart. I believe that he will even look for Divine Venerable Pelagios one day. Divine Venerable Pelagios. That's right. Divine Venerable Pelagios was a registered disciple of Divine Heart back then. Lin Feng came to a realization. He understood everything now. He finally understood why Divine Heart had come to the Pelagios domain. Moreover, if Lin Feng was not wrong, Divine Heart would not go to Divine Venerable Pelagios rashly. After all, he was a Divine Venerable, and used to be a registered disciple of the Divine Emperor of Silence. Who knew if he would realize that Divine Heart was not the Divine Emperor of Silence? If Divine Heart really went to look for Divine Venerable Pelagios, it would definitely be after his injuries had recovered, and he was on par with a Divine Venerable. He might even try to devour Divine Venerable Pelagios to improve further. The entire Pelagios domain was vaguely shrouded in an ominous air. It was very likely that the Pelagios domain would be destroyed altogether. Your Majesty, what exactly did you give Divine Heart? Divine King Light Shower glanced at Lin Feng, then heaved a long sigh and said, I gave all the new substances I've accumulated over billions of years to Divine Heart. Boom. Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly. New substances. He had actually given him new substances. How prestigious an entity was Divine King Light Shower? Moreover, he was one of the oldest Divine Kings in the Pelagios domain. Even back when Divine Emperor of Silence was alive, Divine King Light Shower was already around. How many new substances must Divine King Light Shower have accumulated over the years? Once Divine Heart used all of them, even if he did not recover completely, he would at least be able to recover by more than 50%. In addition, Divine Heart would receive the help of Divine King Moro. With the foundation of the Moro Chamber of Commerce, one of 10 major chambers of commerce in the Pelagios domain, it was possible for Divine Heart to recover from his injuries completely. Once Divine Heart recovered completely, he would not just be a Divine King, but a Divine Venerable. A true Divine Venerable. Moreover, he would be a Divine Venerable with the memories of a Divine Emperor. At that time, it would probably be even harder for Lin Feng to kill Divine Heart, or obtain clues about the sacred stone of anathema from him. Grand Emperor, you don't know Divine Heart that well either, do you? Why are you looking for Divine Heart? Moreover, it seems like you have ill intentions. Considering the help Divine Heart had given me back then, how could I tell you his whereabouts so easily? Lin Feng naturally would not explain the difference between Divine Heart and the Divine Emperor of Silence in detail to Divine King Light Shower. Since it was a misunderstanding, it could remain as one. Then why would Your Majesty tell me the whereabouts of Divine Heart now? Divine King Light Shower smiled and said, the reason is very simple. I've already repaid Divine Heart's favor. I intend to befriend Grand Emperor now. Divine King Light Shower knew very well that Lin Feng had already created a miracle by being able to comprehend the law of life. He was a legend in the universe. Moreover, in Lin Feng's consummate combat body state, once he underwent metamorphosis, he was destined to become a Divine Emperor. On one side was a former Divine Emperor, who while all-powerful in the past might never be able to restore a drop in cultivation level. On the other side was the Supreme Grand Emperor with infinite potential, who would definitely become a Divine Emperor in the future. How could Divine King Light Shower not see the clear option between these two choices? Thank you, Divine King, for providing me with important information. I can't thank you enough. I'll repay you in the future, but for now, I have to rush to the Moro Chamber of Commerce. Lin Feng immediately stood up and bade farewell to Divine King Light Shower. Grand Emperor, do you know where the Moro Chamber of Commerce headquarters is? I do not know. Haha, this is a cosmic map marked with the Moro Chamber of Commerce headquarters. With your attainment in the ultimate law of space, traveling by warping space won't be much slower than a spatial array. Lin Feng accepted this cosmic map. This was the goodwill Divine King Lightshower expressed to him. Lin Shen, Miss Sarah, will part ways here. You can all return to Planet OM and Planet Sala. If this trip goes smoothly, I'll come looking for you again. Lin Feng stood up directly. This time, he decided to go alone. Bringing Ancestor Lin and Miss Sarah would only pose a burden. The two of them hurriedly nodded. They also knew that following Lin Feng would pose a burden to him. With Lin Feng's words, they were also at ease. Your Majesty, farewell. With that, Lin Feng entered the spatial passage and disappeared. Ancestor Lin and Miss Sarah also bade farewell to Divine King Lightshower. They did not dare to stay in front of Divine King Lightshower for long. After the two of them left, Grand Emperor White River could not help but say, Master, that's a former Divine Emperor. Why did you really leak his information to the Supreme Grand Emperor? Even if he's the Supreme Grand Emperor, you don't have to treat him with such respect. Divine King Lightshower's eyes narrowed slightly. Then, he said in a low voice, what do you know? Conflict may arise in the Pelagios domain again in the near future. Don't go anywhere. Master, could Lin Feng and the Divine Emperor of Silence? No. No matter what happened to Divine Emperor of Silence, he was still a former Divine Emperor. As for this Supreme Grand Emperor, he's already invincible. Invincible. Grand Emperor White River was very confused, not understanding why Lin Feng was invincible. No matter how far Divine Emperor of Silence had fallen, he was still a former Divine Emperor. Moreover, his injuries were recovering. How could he not be able to deal with a mere Supreme Grand Emperor? Divine King Lightshower would not reveal the matter of the law of life. This concerned Lin Feng's greatest secret. In any case, he had already befriended the Supreme Grand Emperor, Lin Feng, today. That was good enough. With Divine King Lightshower's billions of years of wisdom, he naturally understood the priorities better than anyone. Chapter 675 Divine Heart, Get Out Here. 675 Divine Heart, Get Out Here. The headquarters of the Moro Chamber of Commerce, one of the 10 major chambers of commerce, was located on planet Moro. 10 planets converged in this area, standing silently in the cosmos like a giant dragon. The headquarters of the 10 major chambers of commerce were not located on planet Pelagios. After all, that was where the headquarters of the Pelagios Divine Palace was located. With Divine Venerable Pelagios presiding over it, if they moved to planet Pelagios, the 10 major chambers of commerce would definitely be restricted at every turn. Hence, the 10 major chambers of commerce established a separate area as their headquarters. On the surface, the 10 major chambers of commerce were in competition with each other, but in reality, when the 10 major chambers of commerce faced major problems, they would unite against the outside force. They were close and distant at different turns, and their relationship was very complex. At this moment, on planet Moro, Divine Heart was listening to the report of Divine King Moro. Your Majesty, are you really not going to inform Venerable Pelagios? Divine King Moro had a respectful expression. If anyone from the Chamber of Commerce saw this, they definitely would not believe that the dignified Divine King Moro, a peak Divine King level expert, would be so respectful to a stranger. Even facing Divine Venerable Pelagios did not seem to evoke such respect from Divine King Moro. There's no need. Even if he's the Supreme Grand Emperor, he's merely a Grand Emperor. Is that enough to make you afraid? That's not it. It's just. How are your injuries, Divine Emperor? It's fine. With the cultivation resources you provided, my injuries will recover soon. This Supreme Grand Emperor does have some abilities. If he really comes, you just need to trap him. When I recover, I can easily kill him. I understand. I can trap a mere Grand Emperor alone. Moreover, our 10 major chambers of commerce are actually on the same side. How can we allow a mere Grand Emperor to act with impudence? All right, it assures me to hear that. After I recover, I'll definitely help you to become a divine venerable. With your foundation and accumulations, you should have become a divine venerable long ago. After obtaining the affirmation of the Divine Emperor of Silence, Divine King Moro was very happy. This was the dignified Divine Emperor of Silence, after all. Be it his aura or appearance, he was no different from the Divine Emperor of Silence in his memory. Although the aura of the Divine Emperor of Silence had declined a little, it was rumored in the universe that the Divine Emperor of Silence had already transcended, or was already dead. Now that he had suddenly appeared, the Divine Emperor of Silence must have failed to transcend, and injuries were inevitable. However, the lifespan of a Divine Emperor was infinite. This minor injury was nothing. Once he recovered, he could still stand at the top of the entire universe. By offering help this time, in the future, when the Divine Emperor of Silence recovered, Divine King Moro might be able to fulfill his long-time wish over billions of years and become a divine venerable. Contributing a little cultivation resources was nothing compared to becoming a divine venerable. Divine King Moro immediately retreated and to avoid disturbing the Divine Emperor of Silence's recovery. The Divine Emperor of Silence entered the secret chamber and sealed it. Even the Divine King could not check it. Then, a strange smile appeared on the Divine Emperor of Silence's face. Supreme Grand Emperor, Lin Feng. You're really hot on my heels. Although the law of life indeed makes you undying, with so many Divine Kings holding you off from me, once my injuries recover, I can naturally suppress you. There are really many benefits too. Inheriting the memories of the Divine Emperor of Silence. Divine Emperor of Silence, don't worry. Since I'm the consciousness born from your heart, you are me, and I am you. We're indistinguishable. I'll fulfill the wish that you failed to realize back then. The so-called Divine Emperor of Silence was actually Divine Heart. He had long arrived at Moro Chamber of Commerce and successfully obtained the trust of Divine King Moro. Actually, Divine King Moro could not be blamed for being careless. Back then, Divine Emperor of Silence was so awe-inspiring. He dominated the universe and was practically the strongest individual in the universe. Later on, it was even rumored that Divine Emperor of Silence had successfully transcended. Now, the Divine Emperor of Silence had returned and was severely injured. Divine King Moro was only a Divine King. How could he see through the truth of Divine Heart? Moreover, Divine Heart was indeed the consciousness produced by the heart of Divine Emperor of Silence, and the aura on his body was indeed the aura of Divine Emperor of Silence. It was only normal that he could confound Divine King Moro. Relying on this trick, Divine Heart had successfully deceived the trust of Divine King Lightshower, obtaining a large amount of cultivation resources accumulated by Divine King Lightshower. Actually, his injuries had already recovered by half. Now that he had obtained the stash Divine King Moro had accumulated over billions of years, he believed that with so many cultivation resources, his injuries would definitely recover. Once his injuries had recovered, he would immediately possess the power of a divine venerable. In addition, he had inherited a portion of the memories of the Divine Emperor of Silence. With the memories of a divine emperor, he would be the most terrifying entity among divine venerables. At that time, even if Divine Venerable Pelagios learned of Divine Heart's true strength, would not be able to do anything to Divine Heart. Moreover, the reason he chose the Pelagios domain was that he was brewing a shocking plan. Once he succeeded, his strength would not stop at being a divine venerable. Supreme Grand Emperor, after I suppress you and obtain your comprehension of the law of life, no one in the vast universe will be able to pose a threat to me. At this thought, Divine Heart was incomparably excited. Then, without any delay, he immediately grabbed a large pile of cultivation resources and devoured them directly, quickly recovering the injuries to the Divine Emperor's heart. In the silent cosmos, spaceships flew back and forth. How many spaceships entered and exited the 10 major chambers of commerce every day? There were simply too many to count. Not all goods were transported by spatial warp. After all, activating spatial warp also required a large amount of energy. Ordinary goods were loaded in spaceships and slowly flown to various parts of the Pelagio's domain. Although the headquarters of the 10 major chambers of commerce were definitely very wealthy, no one dared to have designs on this place. The reason was very simple. The headquarters of the 10 major chambers of commerce were all presided over by divine kings. Moreover, the headquarters of the 10 major chambers of commerce were located together. If they really dared to attack, it was very likely that they would face 10 divine kings. Even ordinary divine kings would not be able to withstand such an array. Swoosh! Suddenly, spatial ripples appeared in the quiet cosmos. Immediately after, a figure walked out of the space. Coincidentally, no spaceships passed by here, so no one discovered that a stranger had appeared here yet. Planet Moro, Moro Chamber of Commerce Headquarters. Lin Feng swept his gaze. Referring to the cosmic map, he quickly locked onto Planet Moro, where the Moro Chamber of Commerce was located. However, Lin Feng did not forget the other 9 chambers of commerce either. According to the information he received, the 10 chambers of commerce were very closely related to each other. Moreover, this matter involved Divine Heart, who was deceiving these divine kings using the identity of the Divine Emperor of Silence. Things might not go so smoothly. Lin Feng took a deep breath. No matter what, he had to find Divine Heart. Otherwise, by the time Divine Heart recovered from his injuries and acquired the strength of a Divine Venerable, it would be useless even if he found Divine Heart. Facing a Divine Venerable, even if Lin Feng had a truly immortal body, he would definitely be a punching bag that would be trounced by the Divine Venerable. Lin Feng was also afraid that something unexpected would happen if he dragged this out for too long. Hence, in order to end things quickly, he simply took a step forward and approached Planet Moro. Divine Heart, get out here! Lin Feng shouted at Planet Moro. The mighty voice spread throughout the entire cosmos. Everyone in the 10 major chambers of commerce could already hear this loud voice clearly. He really came. What arrogance! Divine King Moro suddenly opened his eyes. A trace of coldness appeared in his eyes, and his figure instantly disappeared. Chapter 676, 676 Suppression with Principle. 676 Suppression with Principle. Divine Heart, get out here! The mighty voice still echoed in the cosmos. Lin Feng stood in the cosmos with his hands behind his back. He was not afraid of the spying from others. Some sources of that spying even gave Lin Feng a sense of danger. Without a doubt, there were divine kings who had taken notice. It was impossible for the divine kings to not notice such a huge commotion. Who dares to act with such impudence on Planet Moro? Divine King Moro stepped out of the spatial passage. His gaze was sharp as a blade as he stared coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He sensed killing intent, and it was extremely strong. This was a divine king, Divine King Moro. Back. Then, even when Lin Feng fought with Divine King Light Shower, neither side actually had much killing intent. However, Divine King Moro was different. The overwhelming killing intent seemed to have frozen space, enveloping Lin Feng from all directions. Divine King Moro, it seems like Divine Heart has promised you a lot of benefits for you to work so hard. Lin Feng smiled coldly. He only needed to think for a moment to understand the reason. He had never met Divine King Moro. Even destroying a branch of the Moro Chamber of Commerce was nothing. Why would he develop such killing intent towards an expert with the combat power of a divine king? Apart from that, there was only one explanation. Divine King Moro had been entrusted by someone with a mission, and that someone was most likely Divine Heart. Now, Divine Heart was committing fraud everywhere as the Divine Emperor of Silence. It was probably very difficult for any divine king to not be tempted by the promise of a divine emperor. Divine King Moro's expression changed slightly, but then he sneered, so what if he did? So what if he didn't? You destroyed the branch of my Chamber of Commerce on planet Light Shower, yet you still dare to come to planet Moro today. Do you really think no one can do anything to a supreme grand emperor like you? Clearly, Divine King Moro had also learned of Lin Feng's true identity. After all, the current Lin Feng was no longer a nobody. The news of him killing a divine king as a grand emperor in the North River Galaxy had long spread throughout the entire universe. At the very least, the divine king would know with a little investigation. Divine King Moro, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't help Divine Heart only to end up being betrayed by him. Can he really fulfill his promise? What a joke. Do I need you to interfere with my actions? You should mind your own business first. The Supreme Grand Emperor. What? A joke. How dare a mere Grand Emperor call himself supreme? Divine King Moro was completely unmoved. His mind was clearly set. Lin Feng, die. Divine King Moro roared. Only a portion of his combat body had manifested, but he charged towards Lin Feng like a meteor. Swoosh. Lin Feng's figure instantly entered the spatial passage. Divine King Moro followed closely behind, unwilling to let Lin Feng off at all. In the depths of the cosmos, the two of them no longer had any reservations and could use their combat bodies without restraint. As a peak Divine King, the combat body of Divine King Moro was more than 200,000 light-years. Ordinary Divine King combat bodies were actually only tens of thousands of light-years in size, about 50,000 light-years in size. These were the weakest Divine Kings. The slightly stronger Divine Kings had combat bodies about 100,000 light-years in size. This was also the mainstream of Divine Kings in the universe, and what most of them were like. As for a peak Divine King, when their combat body reached more than 20 light-years, they could already be called a peak Divine King. A peak Divine King's combat body was more than twice that of a senior Divine King. Double was not to be underestimated. Although 100,000 to 200,000 light-years did not seem like a huge increase, that was only in terms of numbers. But in reality, it was extremely difficult for a Divine King to improve by even a little. It would be very difficult for them to even reach more than 200,000 light-years. Of course, there were also stronger peak Divine Kings. A peak Divine King could be 200,000 light-years, 500,000 light-years, or even 1,000,000 light-years in size. It would take more than 1,000,000 light-years to become a Divine Venerable. The difference between them was simply worlds apart. Normally, a Grand Emperor would metamorphose directly into a Divine Venerable, or a Divine Emperor after 9 life transitions. It was too difficult and almost impossible to slowly accumulate from a Divine King to a Divine Venerable, let alone slowly accumulate to the level of a Divine Emperor. It was almost a fantasy. Divine King Moro's 200,000 light-year combat body gave Lin Feng a very strong sense of oppression. Just the aura of the huge combat body was powerful to the extreme. The first time Lin Feng ever faced a Divine King, he had also felt such a strong pressure. This time, he did not dare to delay at all. He immediately used his strongest form, the Void Traversal Combat Body. That's right. Lin Feng's strongest form was not the Tidal Combat Body, nor the Greater Annihilative Combat Body, but the Void Traversal Combat Body. This was a qualitative change, produced by comprehending the law of space to the ultimate level. Spatial Sunder. Lin Feng waved his hand, and infinite spatial blades began to slice through Divine King Moro's combat body. When dealing with Divine King Light Shower, Lin Feng basically did not use the ultimate law of space. However, this time, he felt pressure and used Spatial Sunder immediately. There was a ripping noise. The ultimate law of space was not an ordinary law. The surrounding void seemed to have turned into sharp blades all of a sudden. Divine King Moro's 200,000 light-year combat body would also be slashed by the spatial blades, and instantly become riddled with wounds. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the Starfell Pearl whistled out. Boom. Coupled with Lin Feng's full power smash, the power of the Starfell Pearl, which was comparable to a 50,000 light-year combat body, was not inferior to a Divine King with an ordinary 100,000 light-year combat body at all. In fact, it was even stronger. Back then, by relying on this move, Lin Feng could defeat Divine King Light Shower and put him at a constant disadvantage. It had to be known that Divine King Light Shower's combat body was a total of 150,000 light-years in size, almost close to a peak Divine King. It was only when Divine King Light Shower used a complete principle of holy light in the end that the situation was reversed. Divine King Moro is actually at a disadvantage. Divine King Moro is a reputed peak Divine King. Has he been slacking off for too long, to the point where he can't even deal with a mere Grand Emperor? Haha, Moro can't even fight back, and is even injured. What a rare sight. This Supreme Grand Emperor Lin Feng is really something. Divine King Moro can be ranked in the top 5 among us 10 Divine Kings, right? Yet a mere Grand Emperor can put Divine King Moro at a disadvantage like this. Impressive, truly impressive. Lin Feng's battle with Divine King Moro naturally alarmed the Divine Kings of the other 9 chambers of commerce. The 10 chambers of commerce appeared to be competing on the surface. They competed in every inch of the entire Pelagio's domain, and the competition was very intense. However, in reality, the 10 Divine Kings had a good relationship. At least, they had a good personal relationship. With such a huge commotion, the 9 Divine Kings naturally had to take a good look. However, what they saw surprised them greatly. Divine King Moro was actually at a disadvantage. Lin Feng, the Supreme Grand Emperor, lived up to his reputation of space covered the entire cosmos, and it was invisible and intangible. How could he defend himself against it? With the activation of the ultimate law of space, even his combat body as a dignified peak-level Divine King could not withstand it. With the tenfold enhancement of Lin Feng's law and the powerful origin weapon, the Starfell Pearl, even Divine King Moro was caught off guard. However, he was a peak Divine King. Since he was a Divine King, he had a principle. Rumble. In an instant, the entire cosmos seemed to be boiling. The originally silent and dark cosmos suddenly turned silvery white, and an extremely cold aura spread throughout the entire cosmos. Principle of polar ice, suppress. Divine King Moro's gaze was apathetic, and his tone was icy. A complete principle descended upon the entire cosmos. At this moment, all laws retreated. Even the ultimate law of space was slightly suppressed in an instant. Although it was only for an instant, Lin Feng's heart could not help but sink slightly. Chapter 677, 677 Principle. Principle. 677 Principle. 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 It was the principle again. Facing the principle of Divine King Light Shower, Lin Feng was helpless. At this moment, facing the principle of Divine King Moro, how could he do anything? The principle was the strongest ability of a Divine King. If one wanted to become a Divine King, they had to comprehend a complete principle first. Lin Feng had the ultimate law of space, the ultimate law of tides, the ultimate law of annihilation, and the ultimate law of life. The 4 ultimate laws were not inferior to Divine Sovereign Void Sky from back then at all, but so what? No matter how many ultimate laws he had, Lin Feng could do nothing against the principle of a Divine King, which could make all laws retreat. The 4 ultimate laws were more or less limited by the principle. Although they were not completely unusable, their effects were much inferior. And a Divine King was only in their strongest form with a principle. Divine King Moro's gaze was cold. He stood in the cosmos, and the entire cosmos seemed to be frozen. A terrifying principle enveloped the entire cosmos. In this cosmos, all laws retreated. Normal planetary laws, be they ordinary laws or advanced laws, could not be used. Only ultimate laws could still be used, but they were also restricted. This was the majesty of the principle. Principle, principle. If one can comprehend the principle, even if it cannot enhance the combat body, just the majesty of the principle alone is enough to make any Grand Emperor bow down. Moreover, it can contend against a Divine King. Many thoughts flashed through Lin Feng's mind instantly. He could escape now. He could go to so many forbidden places with the ultimate law of space. Escaping a mere principle of polar ice was nothing. Crunch. Lin Feng's combat body had already been frozen by the principle of polar ice. Divine King Moro's huge palms struck out hard. Thud. Accompanied by the ice crystals, Lin Feng's combat body instantly turned into countless tiny ice fragments. Forget about a grand emperor, even a divine king who had a combat body specializing in regeneration would be deader than a doornail with such injuries. The Supreme Grand Emperor? Absurd. Divine King Moro sneered. So what if it was the Supreme Grand Emperor? After he unleashed his principle, he could still kill him with a single palm strike. He did not quite understand. Divine King Light Shower was not much inferior to him. Why couldn't he kill Lin Feng? But considering that Lin Feng had the ultimate law of space and could escape at any time, perhaps Divine King Light Shower's principle alone could not restrict Lin Feng, allowing Lin Feng to keep up with Divine King Light Shower. However, he, Divine King Moro, had comprehended the principle of polar ice. It instantly froze Lin Feng and restricted his movements. In Lin Feng's carelessness, it was too late for him to use space to escape. Seeing Lin Feng's combat body shattered by a single palm strike from Divine King Moro, the other 9 Divine Kings were a little surprised, but they immediately understood. No matter how strong Lin Feng was, he was still ultimately a Grand Emperor. Although he might have the combat power of a Divine King, he was not a true Divine King after all. He definitely had weaknesses in other aspects, and was much weaker than a Divine King. Such as the principle. Perhaps principles were not of much use in battles between Divine Kings. When Divine Kings fought, they basically did not use principles. After all, both parties had their own principle, and were about the same. However, principles made a huge difference between Divine Kings and Grand Emperors. Grand Emperors did not comprehend principles but the ultimate laws. Naturally, there was a huge gap in power. Just as Lin Feng, the Supreme Grand Emperor, was suppressed by the principle of Divine King Moro now. In fact, with a moment of carelessness, he was killed by Divine King Moro. What a pity. The Supreme Grand Emperor is ultimately only a Grand Emperor. I heard that Lin Feng has the Divine Palace of Bamand behind him. I wonder how furious Divine King Bamand will be about his death. So what if he's Divine King Bamand? Do you think the Divine Kings of Arpeggios domain are afraid of a mere Bamand? The 9 Divine Kings were not surprised by Lin Feng's death. After all, Lin Feng was facing a peak Divine King Moro. Moreover, Divine King Moro's principle of polar ice could indeed restrain someone easily if they were caught off guard. Once he was restrained, Lin Feng's ultimate law of space would be useless. Wouldn't he still be at the mercy of his opponent? As for Divine King Bamand behind Lin Feng, the Divine Kings of the 10 Chambers of Commerce cared even less. A smile also appeared on Divine King Moro's face, but it did not last for long before it froze. This was because he saw that Lin Feng, who had already been blasted apart by his punch, had actually condensed into form again. He's not dead. Divine King Moro was very shocked, truly shocked. He had already been broken into ice fragments with such injuries, and every part of him was reduced to cosmic dust. How could he not die after that? Even a Divine King could not possibly recover from this. However, the truth was right in front of him. No matter how incredulous Divine King Moro was, he needed to face the reality. Lin Feng had indeed revived, and his injuries had all recovered. Even the aura on his body had not changed much. Divine King Moro, we meet again. Die. Divine King Moro was furious. He activated his principle, and the cosmos was frozen. Lin Feng's combat body was frozen again. It had to be said that the Divine King Moro's principle of polar ice indeed countered Lin Feng's ultimate law of space to a certain extent. It could only freeze Lin Feng for a very short period of time, and Lin Feng would naturally be able to break out of the seal after that period of time. However, this period of time was already enough for Divine King Moro to kill Lin Feng countless times. Thud. Lin Feng was blasted apart again. This time, Divine King Moro was very cautious. He even blasted apart the ice fragments again until they were completely invisible, and completely reduced to cosmic dust. He did not believe that Lin Feng could still revive. In fact, he could no longer sense any life force from Lin Feng now. Divine King Moro, we meet again. Seeing Lin Feng revive once again, and how the aura on his body did not decline at all, Divine King Moro's expression slowly darkened. Even the expressions of the other 9 divine kings gradually turned solemn. Immortality. True immortality. They knew very well what this meant. Even divine kings did not dare to say that they were immortal. However, Lin Feng's current performance shocked even the divine kings. That was simply an immortal body. Divine King Moro had attacked Lin Feng with his power again and again just now, blasting Lin Feng's combat body apart and even turning it into cosmic dust. These divine kings knew that they could never recover from such injuries. If that really happened to them, even a divine king would die. However, Lin Feng just would not die. This was somewhat intriguing. A grand emperor actually had an immortal body when facing a divine king. An immortal body. A truly immortal body. I wonder if you guys sensed it. Lin Feng's body is vaguely enveloped by a layer of mysterious, vast, and strange law. I sensed it too, but I've never seen such a strange law before. It seems to be filled with life force. Filled with life force, immortality. Could it be the legendary? The 9 divine kings were stunned. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The legendary law of life. Law of life. If the 9 divine kings could think of it, so could the divine King Moro. He stared intently at Lin Feng, but did not continue attacking. There was a look of disbelief on his face. The law of life. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, he still did not quite dare to believe that a mere grand emperor like Lin Feng could comprehend the legendary law of life that even divine kings, divine venerables, and divine emperors could not. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Your insight is not bad, divine king. The principle of polar ice is very powerful, but so what? Divine king, you can't kill me." That's right. Lin Feng could not be killed. With the law of life, one practically had a true immortal body. Forget about divine kings, even divine venerables and divine emperors could not kill Lin Feng. However, while divine King Moro was shocked, he also thought of divine Emperor of Silence's reminder. The divine Emperor of Silence had always emphasized that he had to stop and restrain Lin Feng. Did he already know that Lin Feng had comprehended the law of life and possessed an immortal body? That's right, stall for time for the divine Emperor. Once the divine Emperor recovers his strength, even if he can't kill Lin Feng, he can easily suppress him. I'll stall him for as long as I can now. Divine King Moro came to a realization. It turned out that everything was within the prediction of the divine Emperor. Then, a cold smile appeared on divine King Moro's face. Lin Feng, so what if you've grasped the law of life? I can't kill you, but don't even think about finding the person you're looking for. I can freeze you again and again and blast you apart again and again. That must be a very unpleasant feeling, right? Principle of polar ice. Divine King Moro used the principle of polar ice again. Immediately, a complete principle descended and froze Lin Feng again. What divine King Moro needed to do was very simple. It was to do his best to restrain Lin Feng and buy time for divine Emperor of Silence. Divine King Moro, divine heart. Lin Feng was smiling, but a trace of anger rose in his heart. It was even monstrous. Divine heart used divine King Moro to hold him back. Just as the divine King Moro had said, he was immortal and divine king. Moro could not kill him, but so what if that's the case? Lin Feng was looking for divine heart, and divine heart was very likely on planet Moro. He might be using a large amount of cultivation resources to recover from his injuries at this moment. What divine heart lacked was time, so the divine King Moro would buy time for divine heart tomorrow. Fool. Divine King Moro, do you realize what divine heart is going to do? Fool. You are a complete fool. Lin Feng was shocked and furious. Once divine heart completely recovered, the first ones to be devoured might be the divine kings of the 10 major chambers of commerce. Moreover, once divine heart recovered from his injuries, he was very likely to be comparable to a divine venerable. At that time, the entire Pelagios domain would not be able to stop divine heart. The entire Pelagios domain would be destroyed. It would be almost impossible for Lin Feng to find clues about the sacred stone of anathema from Divine Heart again. But what could Lin Feng do now? Divine King Moro would give his all to stall for time and restrain Lin Feng. Hence, the principle of extreme ice enveloped the cosmos at every moment, and Lin Feng was frozen again and again. Suppressed by the principle, the ultimate law of space did not seem to be very effective anymore. Divine King Moro would not give Lin Feng any chance to use the ultimate law of space at all. Principle. Principle. I need to comprehend a principle. Although Lin Feng was very anxious, he had to calm down at this moment. In this life or death and critical moment, all his abilities were restrained. How long had it been since Lin Feng had been so passive? He was blasted apart again and again, and frozen again and again. Although Lin Feng's will could withstand the pain and not collapse, it was genuine pain. It was precisely at times like these that one's potential would erupt. A principle. Lin Feng had to comprehend a principle. Chapter 678, 678 Critical Point. 678 Critical Point. Lin Feng was currently in an extremely dangerous situation. What was his goal in tracking Divine Heart all the way to planet Moro? It was not just for Divine Heart, but for the trace of clue regarding the sacred stone of anathema, which Divine Heart possessed. However, Divine Heart used Divine King Light Shower, Divine King Moro, and the others to stop him continuously. What was his goal? It was to stall for time and keep Lin Feng occupied. However, Lin Feng could not expose Divine Heart. Otherwise, if Divine Heart had inherited a portion of the memories of the Divine Emperor of Silence, countless Divine Kings and even Divine Venerables would go mad over this alone. The memories of a Divine Emperor were what's most valuable. Would those great entities who had been trapped in Divine Kings and Divine Venerables for countless years pass on the Divine Heart with the memories of a Divine Emperor so easily? In the end, Divine Heart was only Divine Heart, not the Divine Emperor of Silence. If Lin Feng wanted clues to the sacred stone of anathema, he would not expose the true identity of Divine Heart at all. What a clever scheme. Clever plan. Lin Feng's gaze became even colder. As expected of someone who had inherited the memories of a Divine Emperor. In terms of schemes, no one was a match for the current Divine Heart. With billions of years of experience, he had encountered all kinds of hardships. However, this also happened to expose Divine Heart's vulnerability. Using schemes. That waste most inferior method, because only those who were not strong enough would use schemes. Divine Heart was actually afraid of Lin Feng. He did not dare to face Lin Feng directly, so he drove Divine King Light Shower, Divine King Moro, and the others to stop Lin Feng. This was especially the case for Divine King Moro. He was at the peak of the Divine King realm, and possessed the principle of polar ice. To a certain extent, he happened to counter Lin Feng's various methods. He had put Lin Feng in such a helpless situation. Once Divine Heart obtained enough time to recover to the strength of a Divine Venerable, he would really be able to crush everything. Number one in the vast universe could do anything to him. Principle. I need to comprehend the principle. Lin Feng's thoughts were in a mess, but the more this was the case, the more he had to keep calm. So what if Divine Heart used schemes? As long as he was strong enough, there was no need for schemes. He could crush them directly. Buzz. Lin Feng did not hesitate anymore. He immersed his consciousness in the sacred stone of anathema immediately. The fusion of 3 sacred stones of anathema into one had incredible effects. In particular, in terms of comprehending laws, it was even more immersive. Lin Feng's law of tides, law of annihilation, and law of space were all enveloping the sacred stone of anathema. In the sacred stone of anathema, Lin Feng felt as if he could see the terrifying principle of tides, destroying the entire universe as it surged over. He felt as if he could see the eternal principle of annihilation again, destroying everything in its path. There was also space. Time, life, and space were the 3 basic laws of the universe. All of them were indispensable. The universe was made of infinite space and infinite time. Greatness is born of capacity. This was the meaning of space. Hence, Lin Feng saw the principle of space hanging high above the sacred stone of anathema. It seemed to be above all principles. Be it the principle of tides or the principle of annihilation, all of them seemed to need to use space as a vector under the principle of space. There was no distinction of better or worse principles, but the three great laws were different. The fundamental principles of the three laws were the foundation of everything in the universe. Only with the principle of time could all things exist. Without time, how could all things exist? After time, there would come space. Space was everywhere and contained everything. Be it laws or the cosmos, they were all space. Space had to be their vector. Only after then was there life. Although the principle of life seemed to come after the principle of space, it was one of the most mysterious principles, even more mysterious than the principle of space. How did life come into being? Forget about divine kings, even divine venerables and divine emperors could not explain it. Even divine emperors could not understand the essence of life. Only cultivators who had comprehended the principle of life and come into contact with the essence of life could truly master life. At that time, creating new life forms from the void would no longer be something difficult. Hence, the three great laws and three basic principles of the universe were actually above the various principles in the universe. There was no distinction of better or worse principles, but there was a difference to their order and strengths. All kinds of inspirations burst forth in Lin Feng's mind. Actually, after such a long time, when Lin Feng used the sacred stone of anathema, be it the law of tides, the law of annihilation, or the law of space, he was already on the verge of a critical point. With just a little opportunity and a little comprehension, he could save decades of ascetic cultivation and attain an epiphany overnight. However, it was this minute opportunity needed for a moment's epiphany that was the most difficult. Countless cultivators might not be able to find this minute opportunity for epiphany in billions of years. They would waste their entire life and never comprehend a complete principle. Lin Feng had come to search for divine heart this time with the intention of finding clues regarding the sacred stone of anathema. After all, he had deduced that there were 9 sacred stones of anathema. Currently, he had only obtained 3, and the remaining 6 were missing. However, in actuality, Lin Feng also wanted to find a little opportunity of his own in the universe to comprehend the principle through an epiphany. In the past, Lin Feng's life had been smooth sailing, especially after comprehending the ultimate law of space and the ultimate law of life. Almost no one and no power could feel dangerous or troublesome to him anymore. Even though Divine King Light Shower seemed to be evenly matched with him, Lin Feng actually had the upper hand. Only this time, he met Divine King Moro. To a certain extent, the other party's principle of polar ice indeed countered Lin Feng's various abilities now. Moreover, Divine King Moro knew Lin Feng very well, so Lin Feng had no way of using all his abilities. He was frozen again and again, trying to break free from the restraints of the ice. He used the ultimate law of space again and again, trying to forcefully interfere with space and warp it. However, they would all be interfered with or even suppressed by the principle of Divine King Moro. This was how ingenious opportunities were. Under such circumstances, a trace of inspiration burst forth in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's comprehension of the law of space, and even the principle of space, deepened. This was especially the case when the principle of polar ice obstructed, interfered with, and even suppressed the ultimate law of space. The collision between the principle and the law left a deep impression on Lin Feng. Even though the ultimate law of space seemed to be ubiquitous, it appeared so fragile before a complete principle. The ultimate law of space was instantly torn apart, and Lin Feng could sense the law fragments after it was torn apart. A small fragment of law contained the foundation of the law of space. Moreover, Lin Feng's current state was very strange. It was not just the law of space. The law of tides and the law of annihilation also seemed to have been triggered. However, the law of tides and the law of annihilation automatically fell under the law of space. The 3 laws seemed to be incompatible, and the essence of the principle was different, but there was a faint connection. It was as if the law of annihilation and the law of tides were both contained in the principle of space. Lin Feng's various comprehensions were clearly presented in the sacred stone of anathema. It was like water, slowly heating, boiling, and steaming. Finally, at some point, it reached the critical point and erupted. Boom. The entire cosmos shook violently. The law of tides, law of annihilation, and law of space on Lin Feng's body seemed to have been instantly shattered by some terrifying force. It shattered completely and turned into the void. This was something that even Divine King Moro, Principle of Polar Ice, could not do. However, when this scene fell into the eyes of tomorrow's Divine King and the other 9 Divine Kings, they were stunned with terror, and incredulous shock appeared on their faces. Chapter 679, 679 God of Tides. 679 God of Tides. Principle. He's about to comprehend a principle. How is that possible? A breakthrough on the spot to comprehend the principle. This. The Divine Kings were all a little stunned. In a battle with a Divine King, he could still attain a breakthrough on the spot and comprehend the principle. What was this? All other cultivators, even Divine Venerables and Divine Emperors back then, comprehended principles over time. They had to comprehend it bit by bit, and only after becoming certain could they shatter law, reach the true essence of law, and comprehend the essence of principle. But as for Lin Feng, he was actually about to comprehend the principle after breaking through on the spot. Moreover, with such a huge commotion, there was no knowing just what kind of principle Lin Feng had comprehended. The Supreme Grand Emperor. As expected of the Supreme Grand Emperor, he's already a legendary entity that has created countless miracles. It seems like even Divine King Moro will become his stepping stone. The other 9 Divine Kings smiled wanly. They had heard many legends, but they still could not quite believe it when it really happened in front of them. However, the truth was right in front of them. The 9 Divine Kings did not sense it so deeply, but Divine King Moro had the deepest sense of it. This was because he was right in front of Lin Feng, and was Lin Feng's opponent. What kind of principle is this? Divine King Moro raised his head, and his huge combat body looked up at the cosmos. Waves of terrifying aura of the principle descended, and it seemed to make even his heart tremble. Boom. The pitch-black cosmos shook violently, as if an ancient behemoth was roaring. A huge vortex appeared out of nowhere and swept in all directions in a frenzy. It expanded, and kept expanding wildly. Under this vortex were 2 other huge vortices. The 3 vortices stood in a tripartite formation, looking rather spectacular. Crunch. Crisp sounds echoed in the cosmos. Divine King Moro's expression changed drastically. The 3 vortices formed, and 3 completely different auras of principles swept over instantly. This was the most fundamental power of the universe, the power of the universe. With the descent of principle, all laws must retreat. But Divine King Moro's principle of polar ice should also be a principle. At this moment, traces of cracks actually appeared on Divine King Moro's principle of polar ice, as if it was glass. Then, it began to shatter. Crack. Crack. What did it feel like to have one's principle shattered? Divine King Moro's expression was currently very pained. It was his comprehension of the principle that was at stake. If his principle was shattered, it would destroy his foundation. He forewent all reservations and immediately retracted the principle of polar ice. Just what kind of principle is it? Divine King Moro was also a little frightened. He was a dignified peak Divine King, and had long comprehended a complete principle. After so many years, he had mastered this principle to the point of perfection. Yet now, he was afraid of a principle that Lin Feng was about to comprehend. This was very abnormal. However, he thought of the 3 mysterious vortices just now, which were clearly vortices of principle. One of the forces could actually shatter his principle of polar ice. That was simply unbelievable. He wanted to see what kind of principle Lin Feng had comprehended. As the 3 vortices appeared, they naturally emitted 3 completely different auras of principles. Swoosh. Lin Feng opened his eyes. One of the vortexes suddenly flew towards Lin Feng. Accompanying the vortex was a terrifying cosmic tide, as if it could destroy everything in the entire universe. In reality, when a principle was strong to a certain extent, its pure destructive power could indeed destroy the entire universe. Just like the Big Bang, even divine venerables and divine emperors who had comprehended the principle of destruction could not match that annihilative power. However, that was also a principle. After divine kings comprehended a complete principle, they could actually slowly deepen their mastery, and finally reach an incredible level to increase the power of the principle. However, most divine kings who comprehended the principle could not advance. Comprehending the principle was countless times more difficult than comprehending laws. The mighty cosmic tide enveloped Lin Feng. Boom. Lin Feng's entire body shook. The ice crystals around him shattered instantly. The 6,000 light-year combat body was like an ancient deity, stretching across the cosmos, surrounded by countless cosmic tides. He was the king of the cosmic tides, and controlled the cosmic tides. With a word, he could stir up monstrous tides. From today onwards, a cultivator who grasped the principle of tides would be born in the universe. Principle of tides. Lin Feng understood. He gently extended his hand and clenched it into the void. This feeling was too miraculous. The essence of the tides, and the true meaning of the tides, were all within his grasp at this moment. This was because he had mastered the principle of tides. From now on, the tides were his incarnation. He could control all the tidal power in the universe. To a certain extent, he was the god of tides. This was a true deity. Only by grasping a complete principle could one actually be considered a true god. Gods dominated the universe, leaving their legends and orthodoxies among billions of planets. Many ordinary planets would give birth to some myths, such as gods with human heads and snake bodies, gods who controlled flames, gods who controlled storms, and so on. Perhaps it was the various legends left behind by some divine kings when they sent down their avatars and used the principles. This was a true god. Although Lin Feng had not undergone 9 life transitions and was not a divine king yet, he had already mastered a complete principle. Then, he could be considered a god. Moreover, what gratified Lin Feng was that he could sense that he was the only one who grasped the principle of tides in the universe at the moment. In other words, he was the only god of tides in the current universe. There were many principles in the universe that any cultivator could comprehend. However, if there was a conflict regarding the principle, such as when a few people comprehended and mastered the same principle at the same time, it would result in competition. This kind of competition could sometimes be very cruel, and could even make life or death enemies. For instance, there was once a divine venerable who grasped an extraordinarily powerful principle. However, coincidentally, a few grand emperors who wanted to advance to the divine king realm also comprehended that law, and needed to comprehend the principle. Hence, they angered that divine venerable. The battle for the principle was no trivial matter. That divine venerable tracked down the few grand emperors and brutally killed them one by one. This was the so-called competition for the principle. Competition for the principle was common in the universe. It was just that it was very difficult to become a divine king now, and many cultivators did not know the mysteries in it at all. No one competed for Lin Feng's principle of tides, because he was the only one who had mastered it at the moment. It's the principle of tides. He has already comprehended the principle of tides. He's probably not far from becoming a divine king. Once the Supreme Grand Emperor undergoes metamorphosis and undergoes 9 life transitions, he won't be a divine king, but a divine emperor. The 10 great divine kings, including Divine King Moro, all had very solemn expressions now. Divine King Moro even felt a vague sense of regret. The Divine Emperor of Silence was once a peak divine emperor. He was naturally a great entity that dominated the world. Even if he was injured and could not recover for the time being, one day, he would definitely be able to recover. As a cultivator of an era that the Divine Emperor of Silence had once dominated, Divine King Moro knew very well how powerful the Divine Emperor of Silence was. Hence, after obtaining the Divine Emperor of Silence's promise, without even thinking, Divine King Moro agreed to help the Divine Emperor of Silence to hold Lin Feng back. However, who would have thought that Lin Feng would actually take the critical step? Although Lin Feng was the supreme Grand Emperor and seemed to be only a step away from becoming a divine king, if he could not comprehend the principle, he would not be able to undergo metamorphosis. Even if Lin Feng was the supreme Grand Emperor, this fact remained. He might remain dormant for tens of thousands of years, or even longer. By that time, Divine Emperor of Silence would have long recovered. As for which was more important, Divine King Moro had assumed that the advantageous party was clear. But who would have thought that Lin Feng would actually comprehend a complete principle right now? Having comprehended the principle, he would be able to undergo metamorphosis when the time was right and his combat body had enough accumulation. Once he underwent metamorphosis, with Lin Feng's foundation, he would definitely become a divine emperor. Directly, and it was very likely that he would be a peak divine emperor, not much inferior to the divine emperor of Silence. Hence, Lin Feng was already half a step into the divine emperor realm. How could Divine King Moro not regret offending a peak divine emperor with boundless prospects so severely? No, it's not just the principle of tides. There's a second principle. Buzz. A trace of fright actually appeared on the faces of the 10 divine kings. They could only watch helplessly as the second huge vortex descended on Lin Feng with a terrifying annihilative aura. Chapter 680, 680 The Beginning of Divine Battle. 680 The Beginning of Divine Battle. Boom. It was as if the universe had been annihilated. A black current appeared in the cosmos. If they so much as brushed against a little of it, even the combat bodies of the divine kings would be on the verge of collapse. It was as if nothing in the world could resist this power. The annihilative power and the law of annihilation finally formed, the principle of destruction. The universe was shaking. Lin Feng's body had just emitted the aura of a tide, like a cosmic tide. He was a body of tides, standing at the peak of the universe. In an instant, the annihilative power descended. Lin Feng's entire body emitted an aura of destruction. That black current enveloped the entire cosmos, as if it was devastating and destroying everything. The law of annihilation finally metamorphosed, becoming the principle of destruction. With the descent of principle, all laws must retreat. For both the law of annihilation and the law of destruction, perhaps the two were somewhat different at the stage of laws. However, all laws would ultimately become one. Once they metamorphosed into a principle, there would only be one principle, and they would all become the principle of destruction. The principle of destruction contained billions of laws. All kinds of laws were related to the principle of destruction. In the sacred stone of anathema, a complete principle was a towering tree, or rather, a tree trunk. Those countless branches were nurtured by this tree trunk. Different paths would lead to the same destination, and all laws would converge to form a complete principle. Hence, Lin Feng's had the law of annihilation, but ultimately comprehended the principle of destruction. Lin Feng was enveloped in a layer of black currents, as if he was draped in a mysterious veil. It was faintly discernible as he walked out of the depths of the cosmos. He gently extended his hand and pointed. Boom. The cosmos shook, as if there was a faint roar from an ancient deity. Everything was annihilated, just like the Big Bang back then. Even though the scale was different, the aura was the same. Principle of destruction. Lin Feng's heart was devoid of joy or grief. In his senses, there were countless clear principles in the vast universe. In his left hand was the principle of tides, and in his right hand was the principle of destruction. With two principles in hand, he stood at the top of the universe. However, Lin Feng did not seem to be the only one who had comprehended this second principle of destruction. Lin Feng sensed that there were three faint imprints on the principle of destruction. In other words, at least 3 people had grasped the principle of destruction. Now, Lin Feng was the 4th. There was a need to fight for the principle. Even though multiple people could master a single principle, there was still a huge difference between one person mastering it and a few people mastering it. If a few people needed the power of the principle at the same time, there would be a situation where the power of the principle would be weakened. Even though the chance of this situation occurring was minuscule, it existed. If both of them actually grasped a principle at the same time, and the two of them were enemies with each other, that would be real trouble. Lin Feng frowned slightly, but Divine King Moro was overjoyed. The principle of destruction, it's actually the principle of destruction. Lin Feng, oh Lin Feng, you're indeed worthy of being the supreme Grand Emperor. You've grasped the principle of tides and the principle of destruction. In particular, the principle of destruction specializes in offense. Its offensive power can be considered top-notch among all principles. However, do you know that the principle of destruction is not so easy to master? It's one thing for other principle, where no one is competing with you. However, for the principle of destruction, there's a divine king of destruction. He's a peak-level divine king that took up destruction as his title. He's even half a step away from becoming a divine venerable. By comprehending the principle of destruction, you're competing with him for the principle. Haha, be ready to face a true divine battle. Divine King Moro laughed in elation. A divine battle. Lin Feng was definitely going to face a divine battle. Divine battles were not great battles between divine kings, but battles for principles. This was because all those who comprehended principles were actually true gods. The competition between gods for the principle was a divine battle. Apart from the Moro Chamber of Commerce, there were also the other 9 chambers of commerce. Naturally, there were the 9 divine kings. How could 9 divine kings not pay attention to such a huge commotion now? Originally, the 10 divine kings had a good relationship. Divine King Moro even sent messages to the 9 divine kings, asking them to interfere and restrain Lin Feng if necessary. However, as Lin Feng comprehended the principles and the situation reversed, how could the 9 divine kings dare to act rashly? For a moment, the 9 divine kings appeared very cautious. At this moment, the 9 divine kings, who were already stunned, behaved similarly to the divine King Moro. Others might not know this well, but the 9 divine kings did. The principle of destruction was not a principle that ordinary people could master. In fact, the principle of destruction was not a blessing, but a curse. The reason was very simple, and it was the divine king of destruction. He was a terrifying divine king who was on the brink of entering the divine venerable realm, and was vengeful and extremely domineering. Moreover, he enjoyed killing and destruction. Even true divine venerables had to be wary and would not offend the divine king of destruction lightly. However, even if they did not provoke the divine king of destruction, sometimes, the divine king of destruction would take the initiative to provoke them. The reason was very simple: competition for the principle. The principle of destruction contained many laws, most of which were extremely offensive laws. Hence, all paths led to the same destination, and all techniques converged into one. There were many battles in the universe. To cultivators, fighting was ultimately inevitable. Hence, in order to defeat enemies, there were many cultivators who cultivated powerful offensive combat bodies and comprehended offensive laws. Naturally, cultivators who comprehended the principle of destruction were born among them, and there would naturally be far more of them than divine kings who comprehended other principles. But in reality, up until now, only 3 divine kings had comprehended the principles of destruction, and the divine king of destruction was the reason. If anyone tried to comprehend the principle of destruction, they would evoke the wrath of the divine king of destruction. The divine king of destruction would launch a divine battle and kill his opponent at all costs. There were countless cultivators who had lost their lives because of it. Among them, there was no lack of divine kings who had already comprehended the principle of destruction. They had all died at the hands of the divine king of destruction. Only the 2 divine kings were very lucky. Back then, they had decent origin weapons or were protected by other divine kings, which saved their lives. Then, they slowly developed their abilities to the point where they could contend with the divine king of destruction. The divine king of destruction could not do anything to the other 2 divine kings who had comprehended the principle of destruction. But as soon as a 4th person had comprehended the principle of destruction appeared, the divine king of destruction would definitely not let them off. Such domineering divine kings were rare. The divine king of destruction happened to be one of them. So what if it's a divine battle? Lin Feng's gaze was cold. In his entire life, he had almost always faced all kinds of battles and opponents. Why would he be afraid of a divine king of destruction launching a divine battle? Lin Feng carefully experienced the principle of destruction. He could clearly sense 3 mental imprints within. One of the mental imprints was the strongest. It seemed to have vaguely sensed Lin Feng's mental imprint. Hence, it suddenly erupted. And the entire principle of destruction seemed to be fluctuating violently. Humph. Lin Feng snorted coldly and immediately controlled the riot of the principle of destruction. He knew that this meant the divine king of destruction had already discovered him, the new and 4th controller of the principle of destruction. In the distant cosmos, a magnificent divine palace was filled with austerity. In the divine palace, a tall man with dark skin sat cross-legged quietly. Swoosh. The tall man's eyes flew open. How dare you? Another cultivator trying to comprehend the principle of destruction. You're courting death. The tall man was the divine king of destruction. He ruled over several galaxies, and his style was extremely domineering. He had once killed a few divine kings who had comprehended the principle of destruction. Only the 2 divine kings could barely contend with him, but contending with him was all they could do. The 2 divine kings who had comprehended the principle of destruction were both desperately improving their own strength. This was because they knew very well that once the divine king of destruction took another step forward, if he took that critical step and became a divine venerable, the first thing the divine king of destruction would probably do was to kill the 2 divine kings who had mastered the principle of destruction once and for all. The domineering nature of the divine king of destruction was evident. But now, someone actually dared to comprehend the principle of destruction and compete with the divine king of destruction for the principle. How could the divine king of destruction not be enraged? No matter who you are, if you fight for the principle of destruction, you shall die. The divine king of destruction stood up abruptly. It was as if the entire divine palace and even the entire planet were shaking. His murderous aura spread majestically throughout the entire cosmos. It made all the living beings outside the divine palace tremble. They knew that their only deity, the supreme divine king of destruction, was enraged again. Swoosh. The divine king of destruction took off and stepped into the spatial passage. At the same time, the divine king of destruction sensed the new mental imprint in the principle of destruction. Then, the divine king of destruction mobilized the principle of destruction and swept towards the new mental imprint in an overwhelming manner, intending to erase this new mental imprint. This was a divine battle initiated by the divine king of destruction. The divine king of destruction initiated the most brutal divine battle to fight for the principle right from the beginning. In the distant Pelagios domain, Lin Feng was quietly comprehending the principle of destruction. While all paths led to the same destination, the law of annihilation and the principle of destruction were actually still a little different. The principle of destruction contained more laws, and every law was not inferior to the law of annihilation. They were all laws that specialized in offense. There were simply tens of thousands of them, and they were infinite. If he had not grasped the principle of destruction, Lin Feng would not have imagined that a single principle could actually contain so many laws. Even under the principle of tides, there were not so many laws. The many offensive laws echoed in Lin Feng's mind like streams of information, also aiding Lin Feng in comprehending the principle of destruction. As his comprehension deepened, his principle of destruction would become stronger and stronger. In fact, in the end, it was not impossible for the principle of destruction to unleash the power of a destructive tide akin to the Big Bang. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt the tremors in the principle of destruction. A mental mark that was far stronger than his seemed to be competing for the principle of destruction. Even the principle of destruction that Lin Feng was using now seemed to be affected, and its power was greatly reduced. Divine King of Destruction. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He immediately knew the reason. It was the Divine King of Destruction who was competing with him for the principle, and he did not hesitate to launch a divine battle to do so. Lin Feng's gaze became colder and colder. He could even sense the Divine King of Destruction approaching him. Clearly, the Divine King of Destruction had already warped space and locked onto his location, and was rushing over. The divine battle begins. Lin Feng took a deep breath. From this moment on, he knew that the divine battle had already begun. He could not hide even if he wanted to. Chapter 681, 681 Principle of Space. 681 Principle of Space. Rumble. In the cosmos, ripples spread in all directions. A burly giant leaped out of the spatial passage at once. His entire body was covered in muscles, and he emitted a terrifying aura of destruction, causing everyone to feel a trace of heavy pressure. Who dares to compete with me for the principle? The divine king of destruction's rough voice echoed in everyone's ears, filled with infinite dominance. Divine king of destruction. A sharp glint flashed across divine King Moro's eyes. It was indeed the divine king of destruction. His guess was right. The divine king of destruction was vengeful and incomparably domineering. He would never allow anyone else to master the principle of destruction. If Lin Feng wanted to comprehend the principle of destruction, he would have to withstand the monstrous wrath of the divine king of destruction. Oh! A divine king of the 10 major chambers of commerce in the Pelagios domain. The divine king of destruction frowned slightly, seemingly a little surprised. The Pelagios domain was famous. How could he not have heard of the 10 major chambers of commerce, which were the hegemonial faction here? He even knew about the divine kings of the 10 major chambers of commerce. Although the divine king of destruction seemed very domineering, unreasonable, violent, and bloodthirsty, in reality, as someone who could stay in power in the universe, how could he truly be someone who did whatever he wanted without restraint? He was not an all-powerful divine emperor. How could he dare to be without restraint? The divine king of destruction was actually very calm and perceptive of the situation. He absolutely would not provoke those with powerful backgrounds. Otherwise, he would have been dead countless times over. Among the 10 major chambers of commerce, there were the 10 great divine kings. Even the divine king of destruction did not dare to offend this faction lightly. Although he was a peak divine king and had half a foot in the divine venerable realm, he did not dare to really go against the 10 great divine kings in the Pelagios domain without inhibitions. Divine King Moro, what is the relationship between your 10 chambers of commerce and this person? The divine king of destruction said coldly. However, the fact that he did not attack as soon as he appeared, and instead asked about Lin Feng's relationship with the 10 great divine kings already made his stance clear. A cold smile appeared on divine King Moro's lips. Divine king of destruction, this person has nothing to do with the 10 major chambers of commerce. On the contrary, he is our common enemy. Enemy. That's right. Does the divine king of destruction wish to launch a divine battle? That is fine. Shall you launch a divine battle? The 10 great divine kings will naturally deal with this person. For a moment, the divine king of destruction became even more vigilant. Who was worth the attention of the 10 great divine kings? He was cautious by nature. He sized Lin Feng up carefully again, but the more he looked at him, the more surprised he became. He's not a divine king yet. That's right. The divine king of destruction might not know this, but he's the supreme grand emperor in the universe, Lin Feng, who's rumored to have slain a divine king as a grand emperor. Even if he has comprehended principles, there's no knowing how long it'll take for him to undergo metamorphosis. If the divine king of destruction helps by launching a divine war, and with us 10 divine kings taking action, why would we have anything to fear from a mere supreme grand emperor? Divine King Moro said hurriedly, going so far as to rope in the other 9 divine kings. Hold on, Divine King Moro, this has nothing to do with us. We have no wish to be involved. The other 9 divine kings hurriedly shook their heads, distancing themselves from Divine King Moro. What a joke. This was someone that was very likely to become a divine emperor in the future. Moreover, the key was that Lin Feng had comprehended the law of life, and could not be killed. Why would they help Divine King Moro? Everyone, attack with me. You still don't know, do you? I'm under the orders of the Divine Emperor of Silence to restrain this Lin Feng. Back then, the Divine Emperor of Silence failed to transcend and was injured. Once the Divine Emperor recovers, why would he be afraid of a mere Supreme Grand Emperor? At that time, even if Lin Feng has comprehended the law of life, with the abilities of the Divine Emperor, how could he not be able to kill a Grand Emperor? After the matter is done, the Divine Emperor will definitely help all of you to advance to the Divine Venerable Realm. Divine King Moro was also getting a little anxious. Now was the best time to restrain Lin Feng. If he could have the help of the 9 Divine Kings and the Divine King of Destruction to launch a divine war to hold back Lin Feng, even if Lin Feng could not be killed, suppressing him would be a piece of cake. At that time, Divine Emperor of Silence, who had recovered from his injuries, could naturally deal with Lin Feng personally. In order to achieve his goal, Divine King Moro would do whatever it took, even making promises to the 9 Divine Kings. Divine Emperor. Divine King Moro is actually backed by the Divine Emperor of Silence. Incredible. It's rumored that the Divine Emperor of Silence has already transcended. I didn't expect him to still be alive. Back then, Divine Emperor of Silence dominated an era. How long have we been trapped in the Divine King realm? If it's really the Divine Emperor of Silence, he might indeed be able to help us become Divine Venerables. They were tempted. The 9 Divine Kings were tempted. A Divine Emperor, and an entity that dominated an era of the universe and stood at the peak. How could they not be tempted? Just the name of the Divine Emperor of Silence was enough to convince many Divine Kings. Divine King Moro, is what you said true? Of course. I have an oral decree from the Divine Emperor. Divine King Moro immediately transmitted the image of the Divine Emperor of Silence to the minds of the 9 Divine Kings. Immediately, the vivid image of the Divine Emperor of Silence, in addition to the aura of quietus that dominated the universe, was unmistakable. It was the Divine Emperor of Silence. He was a former hegemon of the universe, a peerless Divine Emperor who was just a little away from transcendence. He was an entity that might become a Divine Emperor in the future. Moreover, if they joined forces, it was probably hard to guarantee if Lin Feng could still become a Divine Emperor. The priority was obvious. The 9 Divine Kings immediately made their decision. Kill. Without any hesitation, the 9 Divine Kings attacked. 9 extremely massive combat bodies appeared in the cosmos, instantly squeezing out every inch of space in the cosmos. A terrifying aura swept in all directions like a cosmic storm. When had such a grand occasion ever occurred in the cosmos? The 10 Divine Kings attacked together with only one target, and that was Lin Feng. The 10 great Divine Kings are attacking together. Humph, perhaps you do have some ability. Supreme Grand Emperor, you only have Divine King Baman behind you. How dare you compete with me for the principle? You're courting death. The Divine King of Destruction no longer hesitated. What accident could happen when the 10 great Divine Kings attacked? Forget about the fact that Lin Feng had yet to become a Divine King, even a peak-level Divine King would be blasted apart by the 10 Divine Kings. Moreover, the Divine King of Destruction was competing with Lin Feng for the principle of destruction, which limited Lin Feng's energy. Domineering and insufferably arrogant, the Divine King of Destruction was not someone who gave any pretenses of nobility and refused to attack with an advantage in numbers. On the contrary, the Divine King of Destruction was a sinister, cunning, and vengeful cultivator. As long as there's any advantage to be taken, he would interfere forcefully. Moreover, Lin Feng wanted to compete with him for the principle of destruction. This made him a competitor. The Divine King of Destruction would never tolerate competitors. The lineup of the 10 great Divine Kings and the Divine King of Destruction was enough for even a Divine Venerable to take them seriously. In particular, the 10 great Divine Kings had manifested their combat bodies. The cosmos was shaking, and countless principles descended, freezing space. This was the first time Lin Feng had faced such a dangerous situation. The terrifying power almost suffocated him. Swoosh. However, Lin Feng did not avoid it at all. Instead, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with burning battle intent. At this moment, the third vortex in the cosmos, which was also the largest of the three vortexes, shook slightly. Then, it instantly descended, breaking through all kinds of principles. Tens of thousands of laws descended upon Lin Feng. At this moment, everything in front of Lin Feng seemed to have disappeared. Be it the 10 great divine kings or the divine king of destruction, everything had disappeared. Even the universe had disappeared. There was only the dark, enigmatic, and perpetual principle that seemed to have existed in the universe for billions of years, the principle of space. Chapter 682, 682 Time is king and space reigns supreme. 682 Time is king and space reigns supreme. Boom. With the descent of the principle of space, all the laws and principles were suppressed. That's right, suppressed. Be it the principle of polar ice, the principle of destruction, or the 9 principles of the 9 divine kings, after Lin Feng's principle of space descended, all the principles collapsed and were forcefully suppressed. Even a near-divine venerable like the divine king of destruction had to avoid the power of the 10 divine kings, and did not dare to resist them head-on. However, Lin Feng did not move at all. His entire body emitted a regal, mysterious, and majestic aura. No, what kind of principle is that? The principle of space, the legendary principle of space. What? The principle of space. The principle of space descended, and even the cosmos was shattered. Tens of thousands of laws and all kinds of principles were suppressed. No principle could contend with it. Some ancient divine kings in the universe all knew a proverb that had been passed down through the ages. No one knew how it came about, but almost everyone knew about it in the ancient times of the universe. Time is king, and space reigns supreme. Time referred to the principle of time. Those who grasped the principle of time could become the king of the universe and stand at the top of the universe. If they comprehended the principle of space, they could dominate the universe and become the universal supremacy. Be it the divine emperor of silence or divine emperor void sky, both had comprehended the principle of space. It was by relying on the principle of space that they could dominate the universe, dictate an era, and become the universal supremacy. This was enough to show how powerful the principle of space was. The 3 great principles of time, space, and life were the most basic principles of the universe. As the saying went, 1 begets 2. 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. There were actually similarities through different approaches. The 3 principles formed the foundation of the universe. Only from then on was it possible for various other principles and laws to evolve in the origin universe. In the past, Lin Feng had always thought that no principle or law was inherently superior or inferior to another, and the only distinction lied in strength. He had always thought this was the case, up to the point he comprehended the principle of tides and the principle of destruction. However, it was not until he comprehended the principle of space that he realized his mistake. Among the tens of thousands of laws and all kinds of principles, the 3 basic principles were above all principles. In the history of the universe, all those who could become universal supremacies, dominate the universe, and dictate an era were divine emperors who had comprehended space. This was the case for both Divine Emperor of Silence and Divine Emperor Void Sky. Now, Lin Feng had comprehended the principle of space. He had yet to undergo 9 life transitions and metamorphose into a divine emperor, so he could not dominate the universe and dominate an era. However, his principle of space was enough to shatter all principles. Break. Lin Feng's gaze was cold. As he mobilized the principle of space, the various principles of the 10 divine kings seemed to be ruthlessly torn apart by a terrifying force that far surpassed their principles. Crunch. It shattered. It really shattered. The principles shattered. The 10 divine kings' faces were filled with disbelief. Their principles could actually shatter. Once the principle shattered, it would not be easy to condense it again, or even master it. It would take a long time. No, impossible. Die. The 10 divine kings were immediately shocked and furious. The principle of space. They had never expected Lin Feng to actually be able to comprehend the principle of space. Moreover, including the principle of tides and the principle of destruction, that was 3 principles in total. Comprehending 3 principles at once was simply unprecedented. Divine King Moro, you've really screwed us over. The other 9 Divine Kings all looked at Divine King Moro in anger. They had been persuaded by Divine King Moro. Or rather, the benefits promised by Divine King Moro had tempted the 9 Divine Kings. However, the moment the 9 Divine Kings attacked, they regretted it. The principle of space. Time is king, and space reigns supreme. As long as no one comprehended the principle of time, the principle of space was supreme, and above all principles. Hold out. So what if he has comprehended the principle of space? If he has not undergone metamorphosis, his combat body will be very weak. Even if he has the law of life, we can keep killing him. We need time now. As long as we stall for enough time and wait for the Divine Emperor of Silence to recover, Lin Feng will be nothing. Don't forget, what did the Divine Emperor of Silence rely on to dominate the universe? Divine King Moro's words made the other 9 Divine Kings' hearts skip a beat. That's right. They still had the Divine Emperor of Silence, but what did the Divine Emperor of Silence rely on to dominate the universe? The principle of space. It was the principle of space as well. Lin Feng had the principle of space, but did the Divine Emperor of Silence not have it too? Moreover, you attacked Lin Feng just now. Do you still have a way out? The 9 Divine Kings gritted their teeth. They also knew that there was no way out for them. They could only kill Lin Feng now. Kill. Although the principles of the 9 Divine Kings had been shattered and Lin Feng was no longer restrained by their principles, they still had their combat bodies. They still had the combat body, the strongest aspect of Divine Kings. Hence, the 10 Divine Kings still charged towards Lin Feng without hesitation. Their terrifying combat bodies crushed the cosmos, causing it to collapse, revealing dark and empty regions. However, Lin Feng ignored it and allowed the attacks from the combat bodies of the 10 Divine Kings to land on him. Thud. How terrifying was the power of the 10 Divine Kings? Forget about the current Lin Feng, even if his combat body was enhanced by a 100-fold, it would be useless. He would be crushed directly. Is he dead? The Divine King of Destruction was slightly stunned. When Lin Feng's principle of space descended, it had really shocked and angered the Divine King of Destruction, and even terrified him incomparably. The principle of space was a principle that conferred one a chance to dominate a cosmic era in the future. If Lin Feng could become a Divine Emperor, even if the Divine King of Destruction ran to the edge of the universe, it would be useless. Fortunately, Lin Feng was still dead. He had comprehended the principle of space, the principle of tides, and the principle of destruction, but he still had not undergone metamorphosis. As long as he had not undergone metamorphosis, he would remain a Grand Emperor. Comprehending the principle did not enhance the combat body at all. Hence, the combat body became Lin Feng's weakness instead. Lin Feng's combat body was blasted apart by the 10 Divine Kings, and a smile appeared on the Divine King of Destruction's face. In fact, just now, he had been very regretful. Why had he offended a terrifying expert who had comprehended the principle of space, and could dominate a cosmic era in the future? But now, the Divine King of Destruction had completely relaxed. However, from the corner of his eye, he saw that the 10 Divine Kings looked nervous, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. There was no sign of relaxation on their faces at all. Lin Feng had clearly been blasted apart and was already dead. Why were the 10 Divine Kings so indifferent about it, and still so nervous? No, Lin Feng is not dead. My principle of destruction. Suddenly, the Divine King of Destruction cried out in pain. At the same time, a cold voice echoed in the cosmos. Get out of my principle. Boom. In an instant, the Divine King of Destruction felt that his control over the principle of destruction seemed to have been diminished to the extreme. He could only mobilize a little of the might of the principle of destruction. Moreover, the principle of destruction seemed to be suppressed. It was Lin Feng. It must be Lin Feng. The divine king of destruction was filled with incomparable fear. He felt as if the apocalypse had arrived. Lin Feng had used the principle of space to suppress the principle of destruction, then used his terrifying mental power to directly suppress his control over the principle of destruction. This was a competition for the principle. This was a divine battle. But now, the divine battle had just begun, and the divine king of destruction had already lost. At the same time, a scene that shocked the divine king of destruction even more happened before his eyes. Lin Feng, who had just been blasted apart by the 10 divine kings, was actually slowly condensing his combat body again. Moreover, not only did the aura on his body not weaken, it became even stronger. Impossible. The divine king of destruction was on the verge of a breakdown. He had been domineering all his life and had killed countless cultivators who wanted to compete with him for the principle of destruction. But now, he felt as if he could not understand the scene before him at all. Lin Feng's gaze was cold, and the 10 divine kings did not hesitate at all. The moment Lin Feng condensed into form, their massive combat bodies crushed down again. Lin Feng, on the other hand, walked step by step in the cosmos. It was as if there were layers of stairs rising under his feet. I am the god of tides. Lin Feng's voice was cold. A principle of tides instantly appeared in his left hand, emitting a faint surging sound. I am the god of destruction. Lin Feng's right hand seemed to be clenching the terrifying power that could destroy the universe as he approached the 10 divine kings. Step by step. I am the god of space. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire cosmos shook slightly. Countless principles roared. Lin Feng was like an ancient deity. Surrounded by countless principles, he met the combat bodies of the 10 divine kings. Chapter 683, 683 Integration of Principles. 683 Integration of Principles. Boom. The principle and the combat body were both at their strongest states. This was the first time they had collided in this manner. Lin Feng held the principle of tides in his left hand, attracting infinite cosmic tides that surged over and roared in the cosmos. In his right hand, he held the principle of destruction. The pitch-black, terrifying, and deep principle of destruction was the most offensive principle in the universe. In terms of offensive power, it could be considered the strongest. With the principle of tides in his left hand and the principle of destruction in his right, behind Lin Feng was the principle of space above. The tens of thousands of laws and various principles. The manifestation of the principle of space was like the entire cosmos. Strictly speaking, the universe was actually also a huge space. But it was more complete than space, because in this huge universe, there was time, life, and many laws. However, in essence, the huge universe was actually just a huge space. Although the principle of space that Lin Feng had comprehended could not mobilize the spatial power of the entire universe, the spatial power within a radius of millions or even principle millions of light years could be easily mobilized by Lin Feng's principle of space. As the 3 principles manifested on Lin Feng, these 3 principles actually gradually integrated into one. To be precise, the principle of space contained the principle of tides and the principle of destruction. The 3 principles had already converged in the principle of space. They vaguely contained the aura of the universe, just like how the universe encompassed all things, all laws, and all kinds of principles. The 3 principles integrated completely as one. The principles and the divine king's combat bodies collided intensely in the cosmos. Crunch. A dazzling sphere of starlight seemed to radiate for hundreds of thousands of light years, enveloping the entire cosmos. Terrifying. Aftershock spread in all directions. As soon as this aftershock swept past Lin Feng's combat body, it immediately collapsed, turning into a bloody mist. However, with the ultimate law of life, Lin Feng could be considered immortal. Why would he care about the threat of this slight aftershock? When he condensed into form again, however, he did not make any other move. He only stared quietly at the center of the collision between the combat bodies of the 10 divine kings and Lin Feng's 3 principles. Phew. As the dust settled, the cosmic space had long shattered. Infinite spatial power had already dissipated, revealing the 10 divine kings at the center of the collision. At this moment, the 10 divine kings' expressions were very grim. They all looked down at their combat bodies. Crunch. Divine King Moro's combat body began to collapse. Disbelief appeared on his face. How is this possible? Even a near-divine venerable can be blasted apart by the combined forces of the 10 divine kings. How can a mere power of the principle? As soon as Divine King Moro's words of disbelief sounded, the combat bodies of the other 9 divine kings also cracked like glass and began to shatter. Crack. Crack. Even the divine king's combat bodies were collapsing, and it was an irrepressible collapse. The combat bodies of the 10 divine kings, including Divine King Moro, were all cracked and covered in dense fissures. It had to be known that there were peak divine kings with combat bodies hundreds of thousands of light years in size among them. Any one of them would be a terrifying expert who dominated a region in the universe. But now, with the 10 divine kings joining forces, their combat bodies were shattered by Lin Feng. Moreover, Lin Feng was only relying on the power of the principles. This was simply a miracle. Even the principle of space isn't this powerful. Is the integration of the 3 principles, principle of tides, principle of destruction, and principle of space so powerful? The 10 divine kings were all severely injured, but they still seemed to find it unbelievable. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, they still found it hard to believe. When the 3 principles were separate, even the principle of space was definitely not a match for the 10 divine kings. It had to be known that 3 of the 10 divine kings were peak divine kings. However, when the 3 principles were integrated as one, the power unleashed could be considered horrifying. The universe. Lin Feng was even more certain now. That was the universe. Of course, the combination of 3 principles was not that strong. Even the combination of 3 other principles would not be that powerful. The reason it was so powerful was that with the principle of space as the foundation, supplemented by the principle of destruction and the principle of tides, they formed an imperfect, even conceptual, minor universe. That's right. It was only Lin Feng who called it a minor universe. In reality, it had nothing to do with the universe, but it possessed certain characteristics of a universe, and that was that there were the principle of space and various other principles. It could not even be considered the embryonic form of a universe, yet its power had actually reached such a terrifying level. It was even comparable to the power of a divine venerable. This could not help but strengthen Lin Feng's determination to transform into a universe. In the future, transforming into a universe, and a complete universe at that, how powerful would it be? Even Lin Feng himself did not dare to imagine it, and could not estimate it. Moreover, the 3 principles, with the principle of space as the basis, integrated into one. This also allowed Lin Feng to see the direction for transforming into a universe, and he knew that this path was indeed feasible. Direction was very important. Without direction, it was impossible to transcend. The 10 divine kings were already severely injured. Although they were not dead, they had already lost their combat ability in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng relied on the law of life to possess an immortal body. Coupled with the integration of the 3 principles, the power that exceeded Lin Feng's imagination made Lin Feng almost comparable to a divine venerable. Such power was almost invincible. Lin Feng swept out in all directions and crushed everything. He appeared in the cosmos in an invincible manner. The divine king of destruction was shocked to the extreme. He was a dignified near-divine venerable who dominated the universe. Apart from divine venerables and divine emperors who cultivated in seclusion, he had never been afraid of anyone. But now, he was afraid. He was really afraid. He was terrified. Lin Feng's undying body, Lin Feng's mastery of the principle of space, and Lin Feng's integration of the 3 principles combined and defeated the joined forces of the 10 divine kings in one fell swoop. All of these things happening on Lin Feng made him feel terror. Although the divine king of destruction was domineering and unreasonable, he had always bullied the weak and feared the strong. He had always been cautious. As soon as he saw that the situation was going south, he gave up on the competition for the principle. When the battle ended, he tried to warp space and leave almost immediately. Buzz. Traces of ripples appeared in space. The Divine King of Destruction already developed the intention to retreat. "Oh, you want to leave now? It's too late." Lin Feng's voice shook. Space shattered, and the Divine King of Destruction was actually forcefully squeezed out of the spatial passage. Under the suppression of Lin Feng's principle of space, without his approval, no one could warp space. After all, Lin Feng, who had comprehended the principle of space, was already the god of space. Divine King of Destruction, the principle belongs to all living beings in the universe. It does not belong to you alone. You were brutal and domineering, and wanted to monopolize the principle of destruction. For this purpose, you did not even hesitate to start a divine battle and join forces with the 10 great divine kings. Your intentions are punishable by death. The Divine King of Destruction's expression changed drastically. His combat body was vast and mighty. When he manifested it in an instant, it was even stronger than the combat bodies of the 10 great divine kings. It almost reached millions of light years. But so what? You deserve death. Lin Feng extended his hand and pointed. Like a true cosmic god, he judged the sins of the world, and the Divine King of Destruction's sins were unpardonable. Don't think you can. Before the Divine King of Destruction could finish speaking, his massive combat body cracked like a fragile balloon. Arg. With a scream, the combat body of the Divine King of Destruction had already collapsed. He was in an even more miserable state than the 10 divine kings. Under the attack of Lin Feng's 3 principles, he collapsed instantly and turned into cosmic dust. For a moment, unusual phenomena arose in the cosmos, and the principles wailed. These were signs of the fall of a divine king. In the principle of destruction, there were originally 4 mental imprints including Lin Feng's, representing 4 cultivators who had grasped the principle of destruction. Now, the mental imprint that belonged to the Divine King of Destruction instantly dissipated. The despotic Divine King of Destruction who dominated the cosmos had fallen. Chapter 684, 684 Poor Timing. 684 Poor Timing. The principle of destruction was shaking, and abnormal phenomena appeared in the cosmos. The principles were wailing. The 2 other divine kings who grasped the principle of destruction sensed it the most clearly. As the 2 divine kings who also mastered the principle of destruction, they knew very well that the Divine King of Destruction was always a threat to them. As long as the Divine King of Destruction was around, they would not be at peace. It was even rumored that the Divine King of Destruction had already become a near-divine venerable, and was about to become a true divine venerable. At that time, no matter what abilities the 2 of them had, they would probably not be able to escape when the Divine King of Destruction hunted them down to kill them. Considering the domineering nature of the Divine King of Destruction, he would never let them off. But now, the Divine King of Destruction was actually dead. Even the mental imprint left on the principle of destruction had dissipated. Normally, a divine king who had comprehended a principle would leave a mental imprint on the principle. This was the so-called principle imprint. Only when a cultivator died would the principle imprint dissipate. Why is the principle imprint of the Divine King of Destruction gone? It's dissipated. It's completely dissipated. The Divine King of Destruction has fallen. That can't be, right? The Divine King of Destruction is already a near-divine venerable. Who can possibly kill him? Moreover, he's a cautious person. He would not possibly go and offend any peak experts above the divine venerable realm. You still don't get it. Just now, a 4th imprint appeared on the principle of destruction. Considering the domineering style of the Divine King of Destruction, would he allow a 4th person to comprehend the principle of destruction? That unfamiliar mental imprint is still there, and it seems to be growing constantly. It's already stronger than our mental imprints, but the imprint of the Divine King of Destruction has dissipated. Don't you see? Could it be that expert who has just comprehended the principle of destruction? It might be an expert supporting him. But no matter what, the Divine King of Destruction has fallen. We don't have to hide like this anymore. However, will this new Divine King who has comprehended the principle of destruction want to monopolize the principle of destruction like the Divine King of Destruction? We have to take a look for ourselves. Yes, that's right. We should go and take a look ourselves. The two divine kings who had comprehended the principle of destruction had actually always stayed together. In order to counter the divine king of destruction, the two divine kings did not dare to be separated at any time. As time passed, they actually became inseparable good friends. In addition, the two of them had all kinds of abilities that prevented the divine king of destruction from doing anything to them. However, the two of them were finding it harder and harder to keep up. Once the divine king of destruction became a divine venerable, their troubles would probably begin. Swoosh. With the help of the mental imprints in the principle of destruction, the two of them could sense the exact location of the other mental imprint, and warped directly over. Buzz. Traces of spatial ripples appeared in the cosmos, and a spatial gate opened instantly. Two figures walked out of the spatial passage at once. Swoosh. In an instant, more than a dozen heated gazes were fixed on the two of them. The two dignified divine kings who had mastered the principle of destruction, and even the divine king of destruction could not do anything about, were naturally extraordinary divine kings. However, as soon as the two of them stepped out of space, they saw more than 10 gazes focused on them in the calm cosmos. In particular, 10 of them were divine kings. Oh! The divine kings of the 10 major chambers of commerce in the Pelagios domain. What's going on? I think we came at a poor time. The two divine kings looked at the scene in front of them. The divine kings of the 10 major chambers of commerce were all severely injured. As for the other mysterious person, with their insight, they could naturally tell at a glance that he was the cultivator who had just comprehended the principle of destruction. Moreover, there was no one else. In other words, this person was the one who injured these 10 divine kings, and even killed the divine king of destruction. How was this possible? More importantly, they sensed that this terrifying expert who stood with his hands behind his back like an ancient deity actually only had the aura of 8 life transitions. In other words, he was only a grand emperor. Was it possible for a grand emperor to kill the divine king of destruction, and severely injure the 10 great divine kings? The two divine kings did not know what to say anymore. A strange scene appeared in the cosmos. Lin Feng looked calmly at the two unfamiliar intruders in the cosmos. These were two divine kings. The aura of destruction on their bodies could not be concealed. Lin Feng could tell at a glance. Apart from the divine king of destruction, there were only 2 other divine kings who had comprehended the principle of destruction. Without a doubt, these 2 divine kings were the 2 divine kings who had comprehended the principle of destruction. Lin Feng could also roughly guess their intentions for coming. The principle belongs to all living beings. I will not monopolize it. The 2 divine kings were very surprised, but after some thought, they understood. The other party had most likely guessed their purpose for coming. In particular, considering the other party's words, he had good as admitted that he was the one who killed the divine king of destruction. At this thought, the two of them drew a deep breath. Being able to kill the divine king of destruction made him undoubtedly stronger than the divine king of destruction. No matter what method the other party used, it must mean he's a greater threat than the divine king of destruction. Now that he had taken the initiative to state that he would not monopolize the principle, the two of them also heaved a sigh of relief. May I know your name? Lin Feng. The Supreme Grand Emperor, Lin Feng. The expressions of the two divine kings changed slightly. They understood now. They understood everything now. Only the legendary Lin Feng, the Supreme Grand Emperor born in the North River Galaxy, could defeat a divine king as a Grand Emperor. In the past, they had thought that it was nonsense, but now, it seemed like it was probably true. In particular, Lin Feng had now comprehended the principle of destruction. Killing the divine king of destruction did not seem that unbelievable. After all, Lin Feng was already a legend in the universe. Greetings, Grand Emperor. The two divine kings looked at each other and bowed to Lin Feng. This could be considered a cosmic wonder. It was even the first time a divine king had bowed to a grand emperor in the universe. If there's nothing else, the two of you can leave first. I'm afraid this place won't be that safe later. Lin Feng's gaze shifted slightly. Then, he looked past the 10 divine kings and at planet Moro. At this moment, there was a faint aura slowly rising on planet Moro, gradually becoming stronger. In the end, it actually formed a terrifying storm of aura that charged out of planet Moro and encircled the cosmos. This aura was filled with annihilation, ancientness, mysteriousness, and violence. Just sensing it for a moment was enough to suffocate a divine king. This is a divine emperor. It must be a divine emperor. The divine emperor of silence. The 10 divine kings were overjoyed. They had thought that they were in a hopeless situation, but they did not expect the divine emperor of silence to recover at this moment. That's right. According to the senses of the divine kings, this aura was too strong. Moreover, it was mixed with an ancient aura, far surpassing the divine kings. It was very likely that divine emperor of silence had already recovered. The one who showed the most excitement was divine king Moro. Even though he had suffered heavy losses, his combat body had collapsed, and his principle had shattered, he still managed to hold out in the end. Moreover, he managed to hold out until divine emperor of silence recovered. With the power of the divine emperor of silence, a universal supremacy who dominated an era, no matter how strong a supreme grand emperor like Lin Feng was, what could he do? Divine emperor. The 2 divine kings who had inexplicably barged into the battlefield heard the surprised voices of the 10 divine kings. Coupled with the terrifying aura born on planet Moro, their hearts sank abruptly. Serious trouble. It was serious trouble indeed. No wonder Lin Feng said that this place would be unsafe later. How was this unsafe? It was clearly a death zone. Why did they have to be so curious about finding the person who killed the divine king of destruction? Now, they had accidentally involved themselves in a battlefield. Even if they were divine kings, they likely had no guarantee of survival at all. Grand Emperor, we'll take our leaves first. We'll visit Grand Emperor in the future. The 2 divine kings immediately made the decision to warp space and leave. This kind of battle was no longer something too mere divine kings like them could interfere in. However, before they could warp space and leave, a huge hand suddenly extended from the void, covering an area of tens of thousands of light years, and grabbed forcefully. Thud. The 2 divine kings were crushed before they could even use their combat bodies, and died instantly. Chapter 685, 685 I can't accept this. 685 I can't accept this. The cosmos was silent. The 10 divine kings' mouths fell open, and their eyes were filled with shock. Even the fanatical divine king Moro seemed to have calmed down a little. Those were 2 divine kings who had comprehended the principle, and they were crushed before they could even deploy their combat bodies. However, they knew very well that even if the 2 divine kings had used their combat bodies, the outcome would not change at all. This was because even Lin Feng was implicated, and Lin Feng's combat body was crushed alongside theirs. Buzz. Lin Feng gradually condensed his combat body again, and the aura on his body did not weaken at all. However, while he could recover, the other 2 divine kings could not. The 2 divine kings had fallen. Abnormal phenomena appeared in the cosmos, and the principles wailed. At this moment, Lin Feng's mental imprint was the only one left on the principle of destruction. The other 2 mental imprints also dissipated instantly. As the principles wailed, Lin Feng's heart turned cold. If these 2 divine kings had not come, they would not have been implicated. Unfortunately, their curiosity had doomed them. Or rather, they had assumed that having become divine kings, even the divine king of destruction could not do anything to them for the time being. How could they be in danger? However, the battlefield outside planet Moro was clearly the most terrifying battlefield in the cosmic region now. Even divine kings could fall easily. In a short period of time, 3 divine kings had already fallen on this battlefield. Abnormal phenomena arose in the cosmos, and the wails of principles still seemed to echo. The entire cosmos was filled with an aura of lethality. Divine Heart. Lin Feng's gaze was cold, but his killing intent could not help but leak out. What did these two divine kings have to do with Divine Heart? They were killed by Divine Heart just for being accidentally involved in the battlefield out of curiosity. Lin Feng had also killed many, and even the Divine King of Destruction had died at his hands. However, he would never kill for no reason. A figure gradually appeared in the cosmos. He had not even manifested his combat body, and was only of an ordinary size. Even his face was ordinary. The only highlight might be his eyes, which were as boundless as the cosmos. One could not help but be drawn in by them. Lin Feng, you've been pursuing my esteemed self all this time. You're really persistent. Esteemed self. Divine Heart, don't tell me you actually see yourself as the Divine Emperor of Silence. Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. He could tell that Divine Heart had already recovered, but he was definitely not a Divine Emperor. How could Divine Heart recover to the level of a Divine Emperor with only the Divine Emperor's heart? Heh, am I not the Divine Emperor of Silence? Why don't you ask them? Divine Heart looked at the Divine King Moro and the others. These 10 Divine Kings were all looking at Divine Heart now. With their insight, they could naturally tell at a glance that Divine Heart had far exceeded the level of a Divine King. Divine King Moro, in particular, had a look of elation as he said with a smile, I had seen the Divine Emperor of Silence back then. Even his aura has no difference at all. How can this not be the Divine Emperor of Silence? Divine Emperor, please kill Lin Feng. Divine King Moro might be the person who wanted Lin Feng dead the most now. He had held Lin Feng back previously, and later took the lead in asking the 9 Divine Kings to attack Lin Feng together. If Lin Feng did not die this time and really became a Divine Emperor in the future, his life would be difficult. Could Divine Emperor of Silence protect him for the rest of his life? Hence, Divine King Moro hoped that Divine Emperor of Silence could kill Lin Feng, and prevent future troubles once and for all. That's right. Your Majesty, please kill Lin Feng. The other 9 Divine Kings chimed in one after another. They had suffered heavy losses this time. Their combat bodies had collapsed. And their principles had been shattered. There was no knowing how long it would take for them to recover. Divine Heart had a smile on his face the entire time. When he saw the Divine King Moro, the smile on his face seemed to widen. That's right, Divine King Moro. You've done a good job this time by holding off Lin Feng for so long. You've all done a good job. The promise I made back then shall be in effect. Divine Heart's gaze swept across the 10 Divine Kings one by one. Right now, the combat bodies of the 10 Divine Kings were severely injured, and they had almost all lost their combat ability. Even an ordinary Divine King might be able to kill all 10 of them. Hence, now was the time when the 10 Divine Kings were at their weakest. Thank you, Divine Emperor. There's no need to thank me. You will soon experience the power of becoming a Divine Venerable, because you are about to fuse with me. Boom. Almost without warning, Divine Heart opened his mouth and sucked the 10 Divine Kings towards him like a terrifying behemoth. What? Divine Emperor. Divine Emperor of Silence, you. The 10 Divine Kings were very shocked. They never expected the Divine Emperor of Silence to attack them. Moreover, they did not even have the slightest ability to defend themselves. Now, the matter had happened so suddenly that they could not resist at all. Phew. As Divine Heart opened its mouth and devoured, the 10 Divine Kings were swallowed by him at once. Divine King Moro was the last to be devoured. His eyes were filled with indignation. Divine Emperor of Silence, I can't accept this. However, no matter how unwilling Divine King Moro was, it was useless. He was devoured by Divine Heart, and quickly converted to energy to repair Divine Heart's injuries. Oh! How delicious! To be honest, devouring delicacies is so enjoyable, I almost want to become a fiend. By the way, why didn't you stop me? Divine Heart glanced at Lin Feng with some surprise. Just now, when he was devouring the 10 Divine Kings, Lin Feng actually did not stop him. This was a little beyond his expectations. From his understanding of Lin Feng was someone who adhered to principles but was not pedantic. He could recover from his injuries and increase his strength by devouring the 10 divine kings. Why would Lin Feng not stop him? Lin Feng's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "They surrounded and tried to kill me just now. They deserve to die. I'm not an actual saint who wants to save others even if they tried to kill me. Moreover, you were too fast. I couldn't save them even if I wanted to." Just like the 2 divine kings who had comprehended the principle of destruction just now, Lin Feng had genuinely wanted to save them. But he could not, because even his combat body had been crushed by divine heart. Moreover, the fact that you devoured them proves that your injuries have yet to recover completely, right? Haha, so what if I haven't completely recovered? I already have the strength of a divine venerable. The integration of your 3 principles is indeed powerful, but your main focus is the principle of space. You have the great of space, while I've inherited the memories of the divine emperor, and even his comprehension of the principle. I have the principle of space as well. Divine Heart threw its head back and laughed aloud. At the same time, the cosmos was shaking violently. Lin Feng could clearly sense that in the principle of space he had comprehended, there was originally only one mental imprint, and it was his own mental imprint. But now, a new yet familiar mental imprint appeared in the principle of space. How could it not be the mental imprint of Divine Heart? It was the imprint of Divine Heart, not the imprint of the Divine Emperor of Silence. The Divine Emperor of Silence had long fallen, so his mental imprint had naturally dissipated. Divine Heart had inherited the memories of the Divine Emperor of Silence, and even his comprehension of the principle. This situation was extremely unique. There were those who inherited memories, but inheriting comprehension of the principle was very rare. In a sense, Divine Heart was the Divine Emperor of Silence, but the Divine Emperor of Silence was not Divine Heart. Hence, Divine Heart could be said to have comprehended the principle of space now. Lin Feng, what do you say? Divine Heart mastered the principle of space. The principle was rumbling. It was as if he was stepping on a principle of space, like a true deity, and his aura was even stronger than Lin Feng's. In particular, Divine Heart had the strength of a divine venerable now, and Lin Feng was far inferior. Without the advantage of the principle of space, Lin Feng, how can a mere grand emperor like you contend against my esteemed self? Divine Heart was high and mighty, as if he was looking down on Lin Feng and everything. Standing at the top of the universe, he already had a hint of the majesty of the Divine Emperor of Silence from back then. It had to be said that Divine Heart had inherited the memories of the Divine Emperor of Silence. It was really the most difficult opponent Lin Feng had ever encountered. Not only was he powerful, his schemes also made one despair. Divine Heart's calculations were flawless. From the beginning, Lin Feng had been countered at every turn, and was restrained by Divine Heart. The Divine King of Light Shower impeded Lin Feng, and Divine King Moro gave his all to hold Lin Feng back. In the end, even the 9 great Divine Kings were involved. Even though Lin Feng had broken through at the last minute and crushed the 10 Divine Kings, he still could not stop Divine Heart from recovering from his injuries and obtaining the strength of a Divine Venerable. From the beginning, it seemed like Lin Feng had been schemed against Divine Heart, and his every step had been carefully planned for by Divine Heart. Divine Heart, you've calculated everything thoroughly and carefully planned every step. However, you've missed something. Do you know why I didn't stop you from devouring the 10 Divine Kings? Divine Heart was slightly stunned. Wasn't this the question he had asked Lin Feng just now? But now, Lin Feng was asking him this question instead, and there was clearly a deeper meaning behind it. Chapter 686, 686 You know nothing about life. 686 You know nothing about life. Do you know why I could kill a divine king as a grand emperor? Lin Feng did not explain and went on to ask, as if he was speaking to himself. Divine Heart's frown deepened. He knew that Lin Feng's strength back then was far inferior to now. Lin Feng could kill a divine king above his level only because he had comprehended the law of life. However, the law of life could only guarantee that Lin Feng would not die. Could it allow him to kill a divine king? Divine Heart had never thought about this question with care, but now that Lin Feng asked it, he felt that something was amiss. That's right. How did Lin Feng manage to slay a divine king back then? It's because the North River Divine King was a fiend. Lin Feng's voice suddenly became louder as he approached Divine Heart step by step. He's a fiend. Lin Feng's voice was drifting, and his speed increased exponentially, as if he was not afraid of Divine Heart at all. Fiend? So what if he's a fiend? Besides, I'm no fiend. Seeing Lin Feng approach step by step, Divine Heart sneered. Lin Feng was playing tricks. Even if Lin Feng would not die, he was confident that he could suppress Lin Feng. With his power as a divine venerable, suppressing Lin Feng was a piece of cake. How could Lin Feng possibly turn the tables? Divine Heart's strategy was flawless. He had calculated every step. He naturally knew Lin Feng's advantages and weaknesses. Immortality might be very daunting to others. However, when Divine Heart's power was far stronger than Lin Feng's, immortality did not matter that much. He had many ways to deal with Lin Feng. You may not be a fiend, but you have the heart of one. Humph, you're deliberately mystifying things. Die. Divine Heart sneered. So what if he was a fiend? So what if he had the heart of a fiend? As long as he could recover from his injuries and reach the top again, he had nothing to fear even if he devoured the entire universe. Divine Heart extended its huge palm and smacked Lin Feng forcefully. However, Lin Feng did not even look at Divine Heart. He did not even use the principle of space. This was because there was no need. Just as Divine Heart had said, he had calculated every step and all of Lin Feng's methods. Even if Lin Feng used the principle of space, Divine Heart would also use the principle of space to interfere with Lin Feng. In the end, the outcome would not change at all, and Lin Feng's combat body would be smashed into a bloody mist. In terms of strength, Lin Feng was far inferior to Divine Heart, who was already comparable to a divine venerable. The entire cosmos was covered by the huge palm of Divine Heart. It blotted out everything. The palm of Divine Heart seemed as if it could conceal everything. This was what a divine venerable was like. Their strength was unparalleled. After losing the advantage of the principle of space, what was left for Lin Feng to contend with Divine Heart? Nothing. It was not just Divine Heart. Any divine king, divine venerable, or even divine emperor would not be able to think of any way for Lin Feng to counter Divine Heart at this moment. The difference in strength was just too great. Lin Feng stopped. He looked at the cosmos above his head. An overwhelming palm pressed down, as if it could blot out the sky. Even he felt as if he was about to suffocate. This was an instinctive reaction. In terms of the combat body, he was far inferior to Divine Heart. In terms of the principles, even if he had 3 principles combined, the most crucial one was still the principle of space, but Divine Heart also had the principle of space. In fact, his comprehension of the principle of space was even deeper than Lin Feng's, having inherited the memories of the Divine Emperor of Silence and his comprehension of the principle. Everything about Lin Feng was accounted for by Divine Heart. Unfortunately, even divine kings, divine venerables, and divine emperors would not know how Lin Feng could resist Divine Heart. However, Lin Feng knew very well. He knew because of his understanding. His understanding of the law of life. Fear often stemmed from the unknown. Even divine emperors could not master and predict the unknown, let alone Divine Heart. Do you know why I didn't stop you from devouring the 10 great divine kings? It's not just that these 10 people deserved to die in the first place. More importantly, they would be your only weakness. Divine Heart. Your calculations are flawless. But do you know the value of life? Do you know the profound meaning of life? Do you know the miracle of the law of life? You know nothing about life. Hence, you are destined to fail. Lin Feng's words rang out like judgment. Then, he aimed at the terrifying palm that blotted out the sky above Divine Heart and tapped gently. You are free. Boom. As Lin Feng's voice fell, a great, vast, and mysterious power instantly enveloped the entire cosmos. The originally dead cosmos seemed to have become filled with vitality all of a sudden. This is. The smile on Divine Heart's face froze all of a sudden. There seemed to be a trace of fear in his expression. That's right, fear. Under the intervention of this mysterious power, he actually felt fear. The law of life. This was the law of life. In the past, Divine Heart had assumed that he understood the law of life so well, because the law of life gave Lin Feng an immortal body, a true immortal body. This was Lin Feng's advantage, and this advantage was too great. An immortal body. He had always thought highly of Lin Feng's immortal body, and was even very envious. Unfortunately, even in the memories of Divine Emperor of Silence, there was no memory of the law of life, let alone comprehension of the law of life. However, it was precisely because the advantage of the immortal body was too great that Divine Heart ignored the other advantages of the law of life. The immortal body was not the greatest characteristic of the law of life at all. Buzz. As Lin Feng pointed, the originally silent cosmos seemed to be filled with a gale all of a sudden. There were faint cheers, roars, and deep voices. Under the fearful gaze of Divine Heart, the huge palm that could hold up the sky also dissipated bit by bit. As if snowballing, it grew larger and finally collapsed completely. This collapse was not just akin to being broken apart, but more like the loss of life force. The cells in his palm collapsed and were annihilated, and it spread to his combat body. Do you understand why I could kill the North River Divine King as a Grand Emperor now? It's because he's a fiend, a fiend. He devoured countless lives, and the law of life can awaken those life forms devoured by the North River Divine King. Therefore, I am the nemesis of fiends. You devoured the 10 great divine kings and thought that your plan was flawless, and that you could recover from your injuries faster. Little did you know that this was your path to death. You will never understand why life is great. Lin Feng slowly walked towards Divine Heart step by step. The insufferably arrogant Divine Heart just now retreated continuously, a trace of fear appearing on his face. No, no, impossible. Silence combat body. Divine Heart roared furiously. Then, he used his combat body. Divine Heart was already a genuine Divine Venerable now. How strong was a Divine Venerable? Divine Venerable was just a term for combat power. Like the Divine King, both had undergone 9 life transitions. Although the essence of life was the same, the difference in strength was worlds apart. There was a common saying in the universe that the combat body of a Divine Venerable could reach the size of 1,000 galaxies. How large was a galaxy? Ordinary galaxies were tens of thousands of light-years in diameter, and slightly larger galaxies were 100,000 light-years in size. 1,000 galaxies would be 100 million light-years in size. In other words, a Divine Venerable's combat body had to reach at least 100 million light-years before they could be considered a Divine Venerable. Above the Divine King realm, combat bodies were measured in light-years. Even a combat body of 100,000 or 1,000,000 light-years was already incredible. The Divine King of Destruction had a combat body of millions of light-years, and was already known as a near-divine Venerable. The combat body of a true Divine Venerable was at least 100 million light-years. Hence, the so-called near-divine Venerable, the Divine King of Destruction, was still far from a true Divine Venerable. Through slow accumulations, the probability of the Divine King of Destruction becoming a Divine Venerable was not higher than that of ordinary cultivators. I am Divine Heart. I was born with the unfulfilled wish of the Divine Emperor of Silence. I will go on to become a peak Divine Emperor. Sweep through the world, stand at the peak of the universe as a universal supremacy, and dominate an era. My calculations were flawless. I have the greatest strength and am now comparable to a Divine Venerable. I can kill a Divine King with a breath. What can a mere Grand Emperor like you do to stop me? Divine Heart seemed to have gone mad, and his combat body expanded wildly, unrestrained and reckless. He cared for nothing at all. He would not hesitate to even shatter the entire Pelagio's domain. However, Lin Feng shook his head and said, struggling is futile. Then, he pointed out with a finger. Without even manifesting his combat body, he calmly tapped on Divine Heart's combat body. Chapter 687 Divine Venerable Pelagios. 687 Divine Venerable Pelagios. Boom. Lin Feng pointed at Divine Heart's combat body. The extremely massive combat body shook with a bang, and like dominoes, it instantly began to collapse. How massive was a combat body of 100 million light-years? Lin Feng could not imagine it. In any case, even the planets where the 10 major chambers of commerce were located were crushed by the combat body of Divine Heart. Countless vengeful spirits and living beings were growling. Divine Heart would pay for all of them. Although Divine Heart had a combat body of 100 million light-years that could make any divine king despair, in Lin Feng's eyes, this 100 million light-year combat body was full of vulnerabilities, like a bubble that could burst with a poke. You are free. Go, go. Lin Feng waved his hand. He felt as if he could see the vengeful spirits of the 10 divine kings bowing to Lin Feng from afar. Then, they flew out of Divine Heart's combat body and turned into cosmic dust. Every life form obtained freedom, while the combat body of Divine Heart collapsed with a bang, and the speed of collapse became faster and faster. 100 light-years, 1,000 light-years, 10,000 light-years, 100,000 light-years. The speed at which Divine Heart's combat body collapsed was simply shocking. The combat body of a dignified Divine Venerable collapsed with such ease. Divine Heart roared in indignation. He tried to mobilize his true form, which was the power of the Divine Emperor's heart. Unfortunately, it was still useless. Even his true form, the Divine Emperor's heart, was affected. Originally, the true form of Divine Heart, the Divine Emperor's heart, was already injured. Although he had collected a large amount of cultivation resources to recover, devouring the 10 divine kings was a great nourishment, allowing the injuries to the Divine Emperor's heart to recover faster, and even approach complete recovery. However, the so-called complete recovery was riddled with holes under the envelopment of Lin Feng's law of life. Deprive. Lin Feng strengthened the law of life again. Immediately, infinite life force was drained from Divine Heart. 100,000 light-years, 1,000,000 light-years, 10 million light-years. In the blink of an eye, the insufferably arrogant Divine Heart with a combat body of 100 million light-years had already disappeared. All that was left was a Divine Heart with a combat body of hundreds of thousands of light-years. In fact, Divine Heart had already manifested his true form, which was a Divine Emperor's heart. However, Lin Feng had depleted a large amount of life force from the Divine Emperor's heart at this moment. It was even weaker than when he left the Silent Galaxy previously. What exactly do you want? The weak voice of Divine Heart sounded in Lin Feng's ear. No matter how unwilling he was, he recognized the reality now. He had planned for every step, but was met with such serious consequence because he had missed the law of life. This was the severe consequence due to Divine Heart's ignorance of the law of life. What do I want? Lin Feng stared coldly at Divine Heart. There were many things he wanted. For example, the Silent Galaxy had already been taken by Divine Heart. In truth, the Silent Galaxy was the broken universe formed by the Divine Emperor of Silence after he failed to transform into a universe. It was similar to the dilapidated universe in the Void Sky Divine Palace, except that it was clearly larger. Once Divine Heart had recovered to a certain extent, as long as he possessed this dilapidated universe, even if Deity Heart was not a Divine Emperor, he would probably be comparable to a Divine Emperor. This was also Divine Heart's trump card. It was even more important than the memories inherited from the Divine Emperor of Silence. Although Lin Feng also valued the dilapidated universe left behind by the Divine Emperor of Silence very much, to him, the more important and most critical reason for pursuing Divine Heart so closely was to find out if there was any clue to the sacred stone of anathema in Divine Heart's inherited memories. However, Lin Feng would not disclose such a thing easily. At this moment, Divine Heart had already been weakened again, and his life force had been depleted to an extremely severe extent. Only A few light years remained of his combat body. A combat body of merely a few light years was nothing. Divine Heart was so weak that he even thought he was about to die. After weakening Divine Heart to this extent, Lin Feng stopped. He did not really want to kill Divine Heart. If Divine Heart died, the clues he wanted to obtain would be gone. Suppress. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed Divine Heart. Then, he used his power to seal the entire body of Divine Heart and threw him into the Starfell Pearl directly. With Divine Heart's tenacious life force and foundation, he could still survive in the Starfell Pearl. In the future, Lin Feng could naturally take time to interrogate Divine Heart and obtain clues to the sacred stone of anathema. The entire cosmos had already been razed to the ground. Even space was shattered. The planet where the 10 major chambers of commerce were located was crushed by Divine Heart's combat body. In a battle in the cosmos, especially a battle between experts above the Divine King realm, it was inevitable to accidentally damage some planets in the crossfire. Even Lin Feng could not guarantee that he would not damage some planets by accident when using his combat body. After all, a Divine King's combat body of tens of thousands of light years, or even hundreds of thousands of light years, was too massive. With a slight movement, or even a breath, it could even destroy countless planets. Moreover, Divine Heart was a divine venerable with a combat body of 100 million light years. You can come out now. Lin Feng placed his hands behind his back and stood quietly in the cosmos. His gaze locked onto a cosmos. There were not many cultivators who could escape his detection now. In fact, when he fought with Divine Heart, he had already sensed that someone was concealing themselves in the depths of the cosmos. They just never showed themselves. Since the other party had not appeared, it meant that he had reservations, or rather, some wariness. Until Lin Feng completely resolved the matter of Divine Heart, he would not complicate matters. However, now that Divine Heart had been suppressed by Lin Feng, he naturally had nothing else to worry about. He wanted to see who had been hiding in the cosmos, yet never made a move. As expected of the Supreme Grand Emperor. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, a figure walked out of the spatial passage in the cosmos. From afar, it was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. However, the fact that he was able to hide from the detection of so many divine kings and go unnoticed by even Divine Heart meant he must be extraordinary. Only Lin Feng, who had comprehended the ultimate law of life, could sense that there was life force nearby, and speculated that it should be a hidden cultivator. Otherwise, Lin Feng would not have been able to sense him. How could such a well-concealed cultivator be a nobody? Who are you? The middle-aged man looked at Lin Feng for a long while, then said calmly, Grand Emperor, you've displayed much of your prowess in the Pelagios domain, yet you do not know who I am. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately had a guess. Divine Venerable Pelagios. Haha, that's right. I'm Pelagios. It was indeed Divine Venerable Pelagios. Lin Feng was not surprised. It was really abnormal that no Grand Emperor or other Divine Kings had come despite such a huge commotion. It had to be known that the 10 Divine Kings were not the only ones in the Pelagios domain. However, no Divine King or Grand Emperor had come after so long. Clearly, someone had stopped them. Now that Divine Venerable Pelagios had personally appeared, it made sense. With his status, it wouldn't be hard for him to inform those Divine Kings and Grand Emperors to stay away from this battlefield. However, Lin Feng did not dare to let his guard down. He would not think that he was invincible in the Pelagios domain just because he had suppressed Divine Heart. The Pelagios domain had always belonged to Divine Venerable Pelagios. Lin Feng knew this fact very well. Nothing in the Pelagios domain could escape the Divine Venerable Pelagios. In particular, Divine Venerable Pelagios had witnessed the entire process of Lin Feng defeating the 10 Divine Kings, killing the Divine King of Destruction, and finally suppressing Divine Heart. However, Divine Venerable Pelagios had remained concealed all along. This was intriguing, and he had no choice but to be careful. Hence, Lin Feng asked in a low voice, Divine Venerable Pelagios, why have you been hiding in the dark? As soon as he finished speaking, the cosmos fell silent. Even the atmosphere seemed to tense all of a sudden. Chapter 688, 688 Divine Palace in Trouble. 688 Divine Palace in Trouble. Divine Venerable Pelagios was the ruler of the Pelagios domain. It was rumored that the Divine Venerable Pelagios was also a very ancient Divine Venerable, and even had some relation to the Divine Emperor of Silence. Hence, Lin Feng had to be on guard. Divine Venerable Pelagios shook his head and said, "I did have some plans before I came. What about now?" "Now?" Divine Venerable Pelagios smiled weakly and said, "I have no plans now. Whether it's the Divine Emperor of Silence or the Divine Emperor's heart, they have nothing to do with me now." Lin Feng was a little surprised that this Divine Venerable Pelagios could actually see through the true identity of Divine Heart. However, on second thought, it made sense. Divine Venerable Pelagios was an esteemed Divine Venerable. How could he be comparable to ordinary Divine Kings? After Divine Heart came to the Pelagios domain, he had not gone to visit the Divine Venerable Pelagios. In fact, this was already indicative of something. Divine Heart must have some reservations about Divine Venerable Pelagios. Divine Venerable had designs previously, but not now. Why? Haha, Grand Emperor, why ask when you already know the answer? Grand Emperor has comprehended the law of life, and also comprehended the principle of space, principle of tides, and principle of destruction, integrating the three principles as one. Although I'm a Divine Venerable, I can't kill a Grand Emperor with the law of life. Moreover, I can't trap a Grand Emperor who can warp space and leave. What designs can I have? Divine Venerable Pelagios threw his head back and laughed aloud. He was speaking the truth, appearing very frank. In reality, this was what Divine Venerable Pelagios had considered. He had hidden in the dark previously because he had discovered the true identity of Divine Heart. How dare a mere Divine Emperor's heart be so impudent? He even planned to reap the benefits after Divine Heart and Lin Feng injured each other. Unfortunately, things did not go according to his wishes. After Lin Feng suppressed Divine Heart, Divine Venerable Pelagios completely gave up on any idea of competing entirely. Then why did Divine Venerable not leave previously, and continue to hide? Lin Feng would not trust Divine Venerable Pelagios so easily. The reason I didn't leave was that I was worried that Grand Emperor would misunderstand. To express my goodwill, I have a message. Specially for you. What message? It's regarding the Bamond Galaxy. Divine King Bamond has been in trouble recently. Grand Emperor probably doesn't know yet, right? Trouble. That's right. Divine King Bamond must be very distressed now. If Grand Emperor doesn't believe me, you'll naturally find out when you return to the Bamond Galaxy. Lin Feng frowned. He did not know if he should trust Divine Venerable Pelagios. However, it seemed like there was no need for Divine Venerable Pelagios to lie about this. That would be meaningless. Thank you, Divine Venerable Pelagios. Grand Emperor, you're too polite. You have good as eliminated a threat for the Pelagios domain. If you hadn't done so, I'm afraid that I'll be the next target of Divine Heart. By the way, if Grand Emperor needs me for anything in the future, you can send a message to me directly. With that, Divine Venerable Pelagios gave Lin Feng his contact number directly. Lin Feng looked at Divine Venerable Pelagios for a long while, then cupped his hands and said, "Goodbye." Swoosh. Lin Feng warped space and left. Divine Venerable Pelagios' eyes narrowed slightly. There was some regret in his eyes, but also some rejoice. Law of life, principle of space, consummate combat body. This Lin Feng is probably the strongest Grand Emperor in history. Now that he suppressed Divine Heart, it's likely that no one can stop him from becoming a Divine Emperor. Once he becomes a Divine Emperor, he'll be a universal supremacy comparable to the Divine Emperor of Silence back then, and dominate an era. Befriending a future universal supremacy through a message is worth it. Divine Venerable Pelagios actually had nothing to be regretful about. Although the heart of a Divine Emperor was important and even Involved the secret of the divine emperor of silence. Would obtaining the heart of a divine emperor definitely allow one to become a divine emperor? Divine Venerable Pelagios knew very well that the most important thing to becoming a divine emperor was to rely on oneself. External items were just supplementary. Even if he obtained divine heart, he might not be able to become a divine emperor. On the other hand, befriending Lin Feng, the future universal supremacy, would be a different matter. Divine Venerable Pelagios could tell which was more important. Unfortunately, the 10 great divine kings were too foolish. They chose to obey divine heart's orders, and instead fought against a future universal supremacy. It was simply foolish to the extreme. Divine Venerable Pelagios is quite an interesting individual. Lin Feng walked out of the spatial passage. I've arrived at the Bemond Galaxy. Lin Feng felt a little emotional. The Bemond Galaxy was an unknown distance from the Pelagios domain. Even when Lin Feng had comprehended the ultimate law of space in the past, he still needed to warp many times to arrive at the Bemond Galaxy. But now, Lin Feng had already comprehended the principle of space. Although the entire universe was vast, there was no place that could truly impede Lin Feng. There were almost no people, power, or artifacts that could trap cultivators who had comprehended the principle of space in this universe. Even during the battle between Lin Feng and Divine Heart, as long as Lin Feng wanted to leave, Divine Heart could not stop him. In other words, even if Divine Heart wanted to leave, Lin Feng could not stop him either. Unfortunately, Divine Heart was overconfident. He thought that everything was in place, that he could manipulate Lin Feng, and his plan was flawless. But in reality, he had now already become Lin Feng's prisoner, trapped in the Starfell Pearl. Lin Feng had comprehended the principle of space. There was no limit to the distance he could travel at once, and it could almost extend to every corner of the universe. From now on, no matter how vast and massive the entire universe was, it was nothing in Lin Feng's eyes. He could arrive anywhere in the universe in an instant. The surroundings of the Bemond Galaxy were very calm, and there was no killing intent. It did not look like anything had happened. However, it was impossible for the Divine Venerable Pelagios to deceive Lin Feng with fake news. What would be the point? It would only take a thought for Lin Feng to return to the Pelagios domain. I'll go to the Divine Palace of Bemond to take a look. Since he had already arrived at the Bemond Galaxy, Lin Feng naturally had to find out the truth. The most direct method was to go to the Divine Palace of Bemond and ask Divine King Bemond personally. In the Divine Palace of Bemond, Divine King Inferno, Divine King Tempest, Divine King Occult, and Divine King Bemond were all gathered. During the last trip to the Silent Galaxy, only the 4 Divine Kings survived, so their relationship became even closer. But now, the 4 esteemed Divine Kings all had grim expressions, as if something major had happened. Divine King Occult, what does your divination say? The 3 Divine Kings all looked at Divine King Occult. With Divine King Occult's divinations, although one could not avoid all the trouble, they could minimize unnecessary losses. Divine King Occult shook his head and said, I don't quite understand the situation. It involves a Divine Venerable and can't be deduced. Although I can't deduce it, I received vague clues that there seems to be a chance of a turnabout. As for what the turnabout is, I'm not sure. A turnabout? Divine King Bemond smiled weakly and said, what other turnabout can there be now? There are only 3 days left until the 3-month deadline. If we don't agree now, the Divine Kings under Divine Venerable of Massacre will probably come to the Bemond Galaxy personally. How will we respond then? The Divine Venerable of Massacre wanted us to serve him. That's not a big deal in and of itself, but he intends to expand his territories without inhibition. Divine Kings like us are just cannon fodder. How can we agree? That's right, we absolutely can't agree to it. Cultivating is not easy for us. How can we get involved in a battle between Divine Venerables so lightly? But if we don't agree, forget about the Divine Venerable of Massacre. If even a peak Divine King under the Divine Venerable is sent, how will we resist? The 4 Divine Kings fell silent again. This was a very realistic question. Peak Divine Kings had combat bodies of at least 200,000 light-years, but some peak Divine Kings under the Divine Venerable of Massacre even had combat bodies of more than 1,000,000 light-years. How could the 4 Divine Kings resist such a powerful peak Divine King? Although they were all Divine Kings, only Divine Kings knew Divine Kings better. If angered, all the Divine Venerable of Massacre needed to do was to send a peak Divine King with a combat body of over 1,000,000 light-years to sweep through the 4 galaxies, and defeat the 4 Divine Kings. A peak Divine King. If the 3 Divine Kings had not fallen in the Silent Galaxy last time, perhaps with the power of the 7 Divine Kings, we might still be able to contend with them. We can only barely contend with them. If we infuriate the Divine Venerable of Massacre, he has more than 1 peak-level Divine King under his command. The 4 Divine Kings all fell into a dilemma. Serving a Divine Venerable was actually not a big deal. There were even some benefits. However, there was no benefit in serving the Divine Venerable of Massacre at all. Instead, it was very likely for them to become cannon fodder. The 4 Divine Kings were naturally unwilling, but there was no other way. With the domineering nature of the Divine Venerable of Massacre, even if the 4 Divine Kings wanted to seek refuge with other Divine Venerables, it unlikely for any Divine Venerable to accept them. Why didn't you inform me that the Divine Palace is in trouble? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in the hall of the Divine Palace. Chapter 689, 689 Returning to the Divine Palace of Bamond. 689 Returning to the Divine Palace of Bamond. In the hall, spatial ripples spread in the void. Divine King Bamond suddenly stood up. The other Divine Kings were all a little surprised. Swoosh! A figure walked out of the spatial passage. Lin Feng. Supreme Grand Emperor. Supreme Grand Emperor, I didn't expect you to come. The various Divine Kings also smiled and greeted Lin Feng. However, they were actually still a little surprised. Lin Feng had warped space directly and entered the hall. Although it seemed very simple, it was actually very extraordinary. What was this hall? It was the core of the Divine Palace of Bamond. The entire Divine Palace of Bamond was enclosed by a cosmic array. Even the ultimate law of space could only allow one to travel by spatial passage to outside the Divine Palace of Bamond. But Lin Feng had bypassed the array of the Divine Palace of Bamond and entered the hall directly. However, no one asked. Lin Feng's relationship with Divine King Bamond was very unusual. Lin Feng could actually be considered Divine King Bamond's disciple. Greetings, Your Majesties. Lin Feng also bowed politely. Lin Feng, why have you come to the Divine Palace? You could have informed me in advance. Divine King Bamond was also very happy to see Lin Feng here. However, Lin Feng shook his head and said, Your Majesty, why didn't you tell me that the Divine Palace is in trouble? I only learned through other channels that the Divine Palace seems to be in trouble, so I rushed over. However, Divine King Bamond's face was filled with helplessness. He smiled wanly and said, This matter has nothing to do with you. I didn't want to implicate you. Moreover, so what if you know? The 4 of us Divine Kings have been discussing it for so long, but we still haven't been able to come up with any solutions. What trouble is it? I heard the Divine Kings mention the Divine Venerable of Massacre just now. What's going on? Divine King Occult's brows relaxed slightly, then he said, It's the Divine Venerable of Massacre. This Divine Venerable of Massacre was originally very far from our galaxy, and there used to be the Silent Galaxy between us. However, after the Silent Galaxy disappeared, the sphere of influence of the Divine Venerable of Massacre gradually expanded. Recently, he even tried to annex our galaxy directly into the Massacre domain belonging to the Divine Venerable of Massacre. Oh. It doesn't seem that unacceptable to join a Divine Venerable, right? Lin Feng thought of the Pelagios domain. There were also many Divine Kings in the Pelagios domain. That's right. How can we dare to refuse a Divine Venerable unless absolutely necessary? However, that Divine Venerable of Massacre harbors ill intentions. The Divine Venerable of Massacre and Divine Venerable Celestial I have been fighting for more than 10,000 years just to fight for a chaotic rift. Chaotic rift. This was the first time Lin Feng had heard of such a place. That's right, the chaotic rift. Perhaps the Supreme Grand Emperor has never heard of it. This chaotic rift is very famous. It's very rare in the universe. Once it appears, countless divine venerables will be tempted. This is because some chaotic aura will occasionally leak out from the chaotic rift in large quantities. I believe the Supreme Grand Emperor knows what the use of chaotic aura is. Lin Feng did know very well. That was chaotic aura. Why would so many divine kings fight for miraculous items during the Big Bang? It was because those miraculous items came from the chaos, and were contaminated with chaotic aura over a long time, which contained chaotic energy. Chaotic energy could greatly improve the combat body of cultivators above the level of Divine King. No wonder the Divine Venerables would fight for the chaotic rift. They were even willing to go to war over it. This concerned cultivation. Even the great and powerful Divine Venerables who ruled over tens of thousands of galaxies were not exempt. Even if he's competing with Divine Venerable Celestial I for the chaotic rift, it should be beneficial to Divine Kings. After all, even the Divine Venerable of Massacre would probably distribute some of the chaotic aura gained, right? Distribute the chaotic aura? Hey, we can indeed obtain some chaotic aura, but Grand Emperor, do you know how the Divine Venerable of Massacre and the Divine Venerable Celestial I go to war? The two Divine Venerables have been fighting for so long, and they have always been evenly matched. The expert Divine Kings and Grand Emperors under their commands are the ones they sent to fight over the chaotic rift. However, the main forces are still the Divine Kings. Every time they fought, Divine Kings would be severely injured, or even fall. What? Divine Kings would fall? Lin Feng was very surprised. Although the universe was vast, Divine Kings were definitely considered entities at the apex. The fall of every Divine King would cause a great deal of shock. Of course. Although Divine Kings are rare, there are still quite a lot of them in the entire universe. In the eyes of those high and mighty Divine Venerables, Divine Kings are nothing. The Divine Venerable of Massacre has always used us as cannon fodder. Perhaps in the next competition, the four of us will be the ones fighting with our lives on the line against the Divine Kings under Divine Venerable Celestial I. Lin Feng nodded. He understood. He understood everything now. The Divine Venerable of Massacre had always been very callous with Divine Kings under his command. Apart from those Divine Kings who were his direct subordinates, the rest were treated as cannon fodder and sent to fight for the chaotic rift with the Divine Kings under Divine Venerable Celestial I. It was precisely because of this that Divine King Bamond and the others were unwilling to serve the Divine Venerable of Massacre. If they did, wouldn't their billions of years of ascetic cultivation be for naught? They would even have to be cannon fodder. Then what are your plans, Divine Kings? Lin Feng asked evenly. What else can we do? We'll have to wait and see. The Divine Venerable of Massacre gave us some time to consider. There are only 3 days left. In 3 days, there's no knowing if the Divine Venerable of Massacre will send a peak Divine King over. If that really happens, we only have two choices. Either we submit to the Divine Venerable of Massacre to protect our galaxies, or we leave this place and never return. With that, Divine King Occult heaved a long sigh. Although the four Divine Kings were all great and powerful Divine Kings, encountering such a thing was still a difficult choice. They even regretted going to the Silent Galaxy somewhat. In the end, as soon as the Silent Galaxy disappeared, trouble came knocking on their door. Have your Majesties never thought of resisting? Resisting? Divine King Bamond shook his head and said, if we still have 7 Divine Kings, we can resist them for a while. As for now, any peak Divine King can destroy our galaxies and defeat the 4 of us. A peak Divine King was on a level that many Divine Kings could not attain, even in billions of years. For instance, none of the previous 7 Divine Kings was a peak Divine King. Divine Kings, I do have an idea. Will you agree to it? Is that so? Grand Emperor, what is your idea? The many Divine Kings' hearts lifted a little. Lin Feng was the supreme Grand Emperor, and his strength was not inferior to ordinary Divine Kings at all. Hence, they had long treated Lin Feng as a Divine King of equal status. I believe there are many galaxies that are oppressed by a Divine Venerable like the Divine Venerable of Massacre. Why can't we use this to contact other galaxies, and establish an alliance to resist the threat of the Divine Venerable of Massacre together? Establish an alliance. The eyes of the various Divine Kings lit up. This was a good idea. If the four of them were not strong enough, they could join forces with the other Divine Kings. This is a good idea. Establish an alliance to resist the Divine Venerable of Massacre together. However, even if it's feasible, it's too late. There are only 3 days left until the deadline given by the Divine Venerable of Massacre. What can we do in 3 days? Divine King Occult shook his head, as if he felt somewhat regretful. 3 days is indeed not enough, but what about 3 days later? It's impossible for the Divine Venerable of Massacre to come. Personally, he still has some reservations. With the Divine Venerable Celestial Eye holding him back, he will only send the Divine Kings under his command. Moreover, the Divine Venerable of Massacre's goal this time is only the 4 Divine Kings. He won't send a large number of Divine Kings over. At most, he'll send a peak Divine King. We just need to deal with a peak Divine King. Then, we can form the alliance. A peak Divine King. That's easier said than done. Who can contend against one? Divine King Occult glanced at the other Divine Kings and finally shook his head. Even one peak Divine King was enough to crush the few of them. Your Majesties, in 3 days, allow me to deal with the Divine Kings under the Divine Venerable of Massacre. You. The 4 Divine Kings looked at each other. Divine King Bamand hurriedly said, Lin Feng, don't force yourself. We all know that you have the ultimate law of space, but while the ultimate law of space is powerful for escaping, it's far inferior to a peak Divine King in combat. Don't take the risk. The other Divine Kings also nodded. They knew Lin Feng's capability. Actually, there was a hidden meaning in Divine King Bamand's words. He even sent a voice transmission, Lin Feng, I know you've comprehended the law of life, but you're still weak. You can't take the risk. If you rashly expose the law of life, I'm afraid it will end poorly. Divine King Bamand was also worried that Lin Feng wanted to use the law of life to deal with the Divine Kings under The Divine Venerable of Massacre. However, Lin Feng could only stall and hold them back. As for defeating the Divine Kings under the Divine Venerable of Massacre, Divine King Bamand did not hold any hope at all. Your Majesty, I have my own method. A confident smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. Chapter 690, 690 Divine Hearts Fading. 690 Divine Hearts Fading. In the Divine Palace of Bamand, Lin Feng was alone in a secret chamber. Lin Feng could still remember Divine King Bamand's shocked expression when he learned that he had comprehended the principle of space. In the past, Divine King Bamand had only thought that Lin Feng had the potential to undergo metamorphosis, and had a high chance of becoming a Divine Emperor. However, Divine King Bamand himself could not guarantee whether it would take 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years. Either. That was just potential. Now that Lin Feng had comprehended the principle of space, this meant that Lin Feng was almost halfway to becoming a Divine Emperor. However, Lin Feng still had ambitions. He still wanted to cultivate his combat body to the consummate state again. The consummate combat body could not only increase Lin Feng's combat power by leaps and bounds, but also lay a solid foundation. In particular, Lin Feng's goal was not just to become a Divine Emperor, but to surpass Divine Emperors, transform into a universe, and achieve transcendence. This was a goal that even the 2 famed Divine Emperors, Divine Emperor Void Sky and the Divine Emperor of Silence, could not achieve. As the 3rd practitioner of transformation into a universe, Lin Feng naturally knew very well how important foundations were. If his foundation was not solid, even if he really comprehended the three principles of time, space, and life in the future, he might still fail. If he wanted to transcend, every step of cultivation must be incomparably solid. Lin Feng did not take the matter of the divine venerable of massacre too seriously. With his current strength, with the integration of the three principles, no one less than a divine venerable could do anything to him. It was precisely because Lin Feng had revealed a little of his strength that Divine King Bamand finally agreed to Lin Feng's method. They would survive this crisis first, before discussing establishing the alliance. There were still 3 days left. Lin Feng would not waste them. Divine Heart was still sealed in the Starfell Pearl. Swoosh! Lin Feng reached out and grabbed. Divine Heart appeared in the secret chamber. At this moment, Divine Heart's face was pale, and his eyes were dispirited. He looked despondent. His mighty air of being a divine venerable from back then was nowhere to be seen, let alone the demeanor of the Divine Emperor of Silence. Divine Heart. Lin Feng looked at Divine Heart coldly. As Lin Feng's voice sounded, Divine Heart gradually raised his head. A mocking smile appeared on his lips. Ask away. You can ask anything you want. Heh, I lost. I lost completely. All the energy and spirit of Divine Heart had drained out of him. He looked like it had nothing left to live for. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and said, I need to obtain information about it. Lin Feng flipped his hand, and the sacred stone of anathema appeared in his hand. This stone. Divine Heart frowned. Then, he seemed to be incredulous as he asked in disbelief, You hunted me down because of this stone. What do you think? Lin Feng was indeed hunting down Divine Heart because of the sacred stone of anathema. In Lin Feng's eyes, the sacred stone of anathema was the most important thing. However, Divine Heart did not know the use of this sacred stone. He thought hard, but in the end, he shook his head and said, I did not inherit memories regarding this stone from the Divine Emperor of Silence. Nothing. If not, wouldn't Lin Feng's efforts be in vain? No, you definitely know. This sacred stone is also very important to the Divine Emperor of Silence. You must have inherited this memory. Even if all other memories are gone, the Divine Emperor of Silence would not lose this memory. Lin Feng's gaze was sharp as a blade as he stared intently at Divine Heart. Since the Divine Emperor of Silence knew the use of the sacred stone of anathema, and had relied on it to eventually become a universe supremacy who dominated an era, the memories of the sacred stone of definitely would not be lost. Moreover, the sacred stone of anathema was so well concealed in the essence blood in the heart of the Divine Emperor of Silence. It was enough to show how much importance the Divine Emperor of Silence placed on the sacred stone of anathema. But I really don't know. Let me think about it. Divine Heart seemed to be thinking hard as well. According to Lin Feng's detection, Divine Heart did not have any second thoughts. He had completely admitted defeat. He did whatever Lin Feng asked him to do, almost like a puppet, and did not even beg Lin Feng to spare him. Divine Heart was ultimately just Divine Heart, not the true Divine Emperor of Silence. Now that he had been reduced to Lin Feng's prisoner, he had long given up hope. After a long while, Divine Heart raised his head, as if he had thought of something. I indeed do not have any memories of this sacred stone. If there's really any, there's only a stretch of memory, and it's completely blank. I can only vaguely understand that there's a memory regarding the Big Bang that's completely blank. Back when Divine Emperor of Silence was only an ordinary Grand Emperor, he participated in the Big Bang and obtained an artifact. However, I don't know what this artifact is. From then on, Divine Emperor of Silence embarked on the path of legends, and eventually became the universe supremacy. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. If it was the Big Bang, that was really possible. The sacred stone of anathema came from the chaos, which was in line with Lin Feng's previous hypothesis. However, if that was the case, his plan to obtain clues about the sacred stone of anathema from the Divine Heart would be in vain. Actually, on second thought, this was within expectations. If there were really clues to the sacred stone of anathema, the Divine Emperor of Silence had dominated a cosmic era back then and become a universe supremacy. How could he not search for the sacred stone of anathema? However, in the end, Divine Emperor of Silence only had one sacred stone of anathema. In all likelihood, Divine Emperor of Silence only obtained this sacred stone of anathema by chance as well. In the end, the clues were still severed. Back when Lin Feng hunted down Divine Heart, it was because there was a trace of hope. However, that hope was very slim. From the looks of it now, it was more than slim, the clue was severed entirely. However, Lin Feng did not gain nothing. At the very least, Divine Heart was his gain. Divine Heart, you should not have existed in this world in the first place. Perhaps even you did not realize this, you inherited the memories of the Divine Emperor of Silence, yet you also think of yourself as Divine Heart. But in reality, the memories of the Divine Emperor of Silence are constantly affecting you. It has only been a short period of time now. Perhaps you still do not understand. In 1,000 or 10,000 years, when your memories are completely overwritten by the memories of the Divine Emperor of Silence, will you still be Divine Heart then? You will be the Divine Emperor of Silence. In other words, Divine Emperor of Silence will revive. Lin Feng's words were not an exaggeration. It was indeed possible for things to develop to that extent. As Divine Heart continued being affected constantly by the memories of Divine Emperor of Silence, in the future, Divine Heart would no longer be Divine Heart, but the actual Divine Emperor of Silence. That's right. Sometimes, I'm also confused. Am I Divine Heart, or the Divine Emperor of Silence? Perhaps the Divine Emperor of Silence was never dead after all. Divine Heart had lost all hope. Lin Feng's expression was also very complicated. Divine Heart had devoured a few divine kings. What he had done was actually not much different from fiends. In fact, in order to recover from his injuries, Divine Heart would probably not hesitate to devour the entire Pelagio's domain. Lin Feng would not feel any pity towards Divine Heart. However, Divine Heart was also affected by the Divine Emperor of Silence. He wanted to recover to the strength of the Divine Emperor of Silence at his peak. But upon careful analysis, this was unlikely. A Divine Venerable was basically the limit of Divine Heart. The Divine Emperor's heart could only allow Divine Heart to mobilize the power of a Divine Venerable. It was impossible for him to recover to the peak state again. Divine Heart, you should not have existed in this world in the first place. In that case, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Go to sleep. Lin Feng's voice drifted. Gradually, Divine Heart felt more and more tired, and finally could not even open his eyes. He knew that he was about to die, and truly fade away. He thought of how during this period of time, he had relied on the Divine Emperor's heart and worked hard for billions of years, just to take a form. Thinking about it now, it felt like a dream. Now, it was time to wake up from the dream, and he should return to peace and fade completely. Chapter 691 Devouring Essence Blood. 691 Devouring Essence Blood. Divine Heart was dead, and his aura of life dissipated completely. Or rather, the consciousness of Divine Heart had dissipated, and was completely reduced to cosmic dust. Divine Heart was the consciousness born in the heart of the Divine Emperor of Silence over billions of years. His appearance was a mistake in the first place. In billions of years, when Divine Heart was overwritten by the memories of Divine Emperor of Silence, the Divine Emperor of Silence would probably really be resurrected. The Divine Emperor of Silence. Lin Feng fell into deep thought. He did not know if the Divine Emperor of Silence had expected this situation. However, even if he had, the Divine Emperor of Silence probably would not want to be resurrected in this manner. This was because his foundation had already been destroyed. Even if the Divine Emperor of Silence was resurrected, it would be difficult for him to transcend. With the death of Divine Heart's consciousness, his true form gradually manifested. Lin Feng placed the Divine Emperor's heart into the Starfell Pearl again. He also entered the Starfell Pearl himself. The Starfell Pearl was extremely huge, but it was only a huge space and was not comparable to the real universe. Lin Feng could not even sense any principles or laws in the Starfell Pearl. The absence of the principles meant that this was a space that would never become a universe. The heart of a divine emperor was actually very good material. It could be used to refine the starfell pearl, and was much better than things like some of the bones of divine emperor Void Sky that Lin Feng had obtained in the Void Sky divine palace back then. After all, this was a complete divine emperor's heart. Moreover, after the divine emperor of silence transformed into a universe, this heart had already undergone a qualitative metamorphosis. In other words, it could be considered the heart of a half-chaotic life form. The heart could be used to refine the starfell pearl and strengthen the material of the starfell pearl. At the same time, it could accommodate more planets. The essence blood in the heart was also very useful for Lin Feng's combat body. Back then, just absorbing more than 10 drops of essence blood had allowed Lin Feng's combat body to improve substantially. Now, there could only be more essence blood in this heart. After all, Divine Heart had plundered a large amount of cultivation resources to recover from the injuries to the Divine Emperor's heart. Lin Feng immediately entered the Divine Emperor's heart to take a look. He realized that the Divine Emperor's heart was densely packed with essence blood. He counted carefully. There were hundreds of drops of essence blood. This amount of essence blood was enough to show how much cultivation resources Divine Heart had plundered back then. However, Lin Feng was benefiting from all of it now. If the current Lin Feng wanted to improve his combat body, apart from chaotic energy, he could only rely on some miraculous items. On the other hand, those like Divine Emperor Void Sky and Divine Emperor of Silence who had failed to transform into the universe but left behind essence blood, were actually equivalent to half-chaotic life forms. They were naturally very helpful to Lin Feng's combat body. However, Lin Feng could not use his combat body to devour essence blood in the Starfell Pearl. Hence, Lin Feng left the Starfell Pearl and entered the spatial passage directly with a flash. Buzz. When Lin Feng stepped out of the spatial passage, he had already arrived at an empty cosmos. This place was empty. There were only some dead planets within a radius of 1,000,000 light-years. This was a suitable place for Lin Feng to cultivate his combat body. The principle of space is indeed extraordinary. Lin Feng was in awe as well. This place was immeasurably far from the Bemond galaxy. Even a divine king would have to warp countless times to travel such a distance. However, having comprehended the principle of space, Lin Feng could arrive in an instant. Moreover, there was originally also Divine Heart's mental imprint in the principle of space. However, as Divine Heart fell, his imprint on the principle of space also dissipated entirely. Now, in the entire universe, Lin Feng was the only one who had comprehended the principle of space. Hence, he could mobilize the power of the principle of space at any time. It would not take long for him to travel anywhere in the universe. Swoosh. Lin Feng used the Starfell Pearl. Then, he made a grab with his hand, and the Divine Emperor's heart appeared in the cosmos. Even though this Divine Emperor's heart no longer had any aura of life, it still emitted a terrifying pressure. As expected of a part that could still be intact after the Divine Emperor of Silence transformed into the universe. Basically, it could already be considered a body part of a half-chaotic life form. Devour. Lin Feng grabbed 10 drops of essence blood from the Divine Emperor's heart and swallowed them directly. It was still the same feeling from back then, but now, Lin Feng's mental state was completely different from before. Back then, he was trapped in the body of the Divine Emperor's heart. Now, this Divine Emperor's heart had become an inanimate object completely. Boom. As Lin Feng devoured the 10 drops of essence blood in the heart, his combat body immediately began to expand. The speed was unbelievable. Devouring essence blood was fundamentally different from devouring life forms. This Divine Emperor's heart was only an inanimate object. It was no longer a life form at all. Even if the consciousness of Divine Heart was still there back then, this essence blood would still be an inanimate object. In fact, even silent beasts could not be considered true life forms. The silent beasts were formed from the essence blood of the Divine Emperor of Silence. They were non-sentient and lacked intelligence, and could not be considered life forms. What was the essence of life? Apart from life force, there was also a very mysterious thing involved, and that was the soul. The soul did not belong to any principle or law. It was intangible. Even divine emperors could not sense the soul. In fact, the existence of souls was only speculated by cultivators. Souls should exist, but cultivators in the present could not detect it. Without a soul, it would not be life. Be it the essence blood of the divine emperor's heart, or the silent beasts, they were not true life forms. Hence, Lin Feng could devour them without worry, and his law of life would not reject them at all. If Lin Feng devoured life, it would violate the ultimate law of life he had comprehended. His law would collapse, and it would be difficult to ever condense it again. However, he was not worried about devouring essence blood at all. The essence blood of a divine emperor's heart was too powerful. Even with Lin Feng's current 6,000 light-year combat body, he could sense the abundant energy in his body, and it was constantly filling his entire body. Divide. The essence blood could only help to fill Lin Feng's body with energy, but Lin Feng still had to take the initiative to divide his cells. Although there was some damage, the essence blood of a divine emperor's heart was abundant. Such minor damage was of no consequence. Hence, Lin Feng's combat body began to expand wildly. It expanded from 6,000 light-years, 7,000 light-years, 8,000 light-years, 9,000 light-years, to 10,000 light-years. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng's combat body had already metamorphosed to 10,000 light-years. Without any hesitation, he devoured all the essence blood in the divine emperor's heart. He wanted to cultivate the consummate combat body now. Once he cultivated the consummate combat body, he would be able to undergo natural metamorphosis, complete 9 life transitions, and become the strongest divine emperor. However, becoming the strongest divine emperor was not Lin Feng's goal. What he valued more was transcendence. Hence, acquiring the consummate combat body was about building the foundation. Even if it took a little longer, he had to cultivate the consummate combat body, and not undergo metamorphosis rashly. However, even the oldest divine venerables and divine emperors in the universe would not know how far an ultimate planetary life form with 8 life transitions could reach with a consummate combat body. Lin Feng could only rely on himself to slowly figure it out. Lin Feng was also interested in seeing how far his combat body could improve after devouring all the essence blood in the divine emperor's heart. Chapter 692, 692 They're already here. 692 They're already here. We are inviting the divine kings of various galaxies. His Majesty the Divine King has entrusted us with an important responsibility. We must complete the mission well. I wonder why the Divine Palace wants to contact the other divine palaces everywhere. That's what you don't know. I heard that the Divine Palace has encountered some trouble. However, His Majesty the Divine King would be the one handling these major matters. No matter how worried we are, it's useless. Our duty is to complete the mission properly. The 3 Grand Emperors of the Divine Palace of Bamand were currently on spaceships and flying out of the Bamand galaxy at an extremely fast speed. They seemed to be heading to other galaxies to contact the various divine palaces. Buzz. Suddenly, circles of spatial ripples appeared in the quiet cosmos. Moreover, 3 spatial ripples appeared at once. Who's warping space? Which divine king has arrived? The 3 Grand Emperors of the divine city of Bamand were ultimately Grand Emperors, and had extraordinary knowledge. Apart from those who had comprehended the law of space, the only ones who could warp space were those great and powerful divine kings. Recently, many more divine kings had come to the divine palace of Bamand. These Grand Emperors did not know if more divine kings had arrived. Boom. However, a pale hand suddenly extended from the spatial passage. This pale hand instantly became incomparably huge, like a huge palm that could hold up the sky. It grabbed towards the spaceship where the 3 Grand Emperors were. Don't, we are disciples of the divine palace of Bamand. The 3 Grand Emperors tried to deploy their combat bodies, but as soon as they were halfway through deploying their combat bodies, the spaceship was forcefully grabbed by the huge hand. Boom. The spaceship exploded instantly, and even the combat bodies of the 3 grand emperors were crushed, turning into a bloody mist. Pagoda-bearing divine king, why didn't you leave anyone alive? 3 cultivators walked out of the spatial passage. The auras on their bodies were clearly all that of divine kings. One of the divine kings retracted his palm. It was this pagoda-bearing divine king who had crushed the spaceship and killed the 3 grand emperors of the divine palace of Bamand. Why leave them alive? Didn't they say just now that they're going to other galaxies to contact divine palaces and form an alliance? The pagoda-bearing divine king laughed coldly. Then, he said respectfully to a man in white beside him, Divine King Sword Rain, the truth is clear. It seems like Divine King Bamand and the others still have other ideas. The white-robed man was Divine King Sword Rain. Although his expression was calm, and he did not seem to be as domineering as the pagoda-bearing divine king, the 2 divine kings were both very respectful towards him and did not dare to show any impudence. It's normal for them to have other ideas. If they don't have other ideas, why would His Majesty send us here? Divine King Sword Rain looked up into the distance and said calmly, let's go. His Majesty the Divine Venerable asked us to sweep through the 4 galaxies. If they really don't know what's good for them, we can only crush them with expedient force. If necessary. We can also kill 1 divine king, but don't kill them all. They are all very important cannon fodder. Understood. With Divine King Sword Rain personally in action, it's naturally foolproof. His Majesty the Divine Venerable is too cautious. He thinks too highly of Divine King Bamand and the others by asking the 8th Divine King Sword Rain to come. What powerful divine king can be born in such a backward galaxy? The one who spoke was another divine king, Divine King Vajra. The 3 divine kings were all divine kings under the Divine Venerable of Massacre. Under the Divine Venerable of Massacre, there was a strict hierarchy, even among divine kings. For example, Divine King Vajra and the pagoda-bearing Divine King were ranked 28th and 30th respectively. They could both be considered relatively powerful divine kings. However, they were nothing compared to Divine King Sword Rain. Divine King Sword Rain was one of the top 10 divine kings under Divine Venerable of Massacre, ranked 8th. The top 10 divine kings of the Massacre domain were all peak divine kings. They were the true direct subordinates of the Divine Venerable of Massacre. Of course they would not be divine kings who were cannon fodder. Only those ranked below the top 10 were cannon fodder. Moreover, the lower one's ranking was, the more likely they would become cannon fodder. How could any divine king be willing to become cannon fodder? However, the divine kings under the Divine Venerable of Massacre were basically forced to join him for all kinds of reasons. Once they joined, it would be incredibly hard to leave. Divine King Sword Rain glanced at Divine King Vajra and the pagoda-bearing Divine King. A trace of mockery appeared on his apathetic face. Finally, he shook his head and said, "You 2 are too uninformed. Although the Bamand galaxy is a backward galaxy, and the divine kings here are nothing worth mentioning, a genius was born in the North River Galaxy not far from the Bamand Galaxy." North River Galaxy. Your Majesty, are you talking about the Supreme Grand Emperor, Lin Feng, who everyone has been talking about recently? Divine King Vajra seemed to recall something. That's right, it's the Supreme Grand Emperor, Lin Feng. I'd really like to see the one who was able to slay a divine king as a Grand Emperor. Divine King Sword Rain had volunteered to come to the Bamand Galaxy this time. Otherwise, how could one of the top 10 divine kings, Divine King Sword Rain, be sent to deal with merely a few divine kings of the Bamand Galaxy? That would simply be making a mountain out of a molehill. Supreme Grand Emperor, Lin Feng, I think it might be a rumor. How is it possible for a Grand Emperor to kill a divine king? And in a backward galaxy like the North River Galaxy at that? Divine King Vajra shook his head. In reality, this news had long spread throughout the universe. However, many divine kings only laughed it off when they heard it and did not pay any heed to it. Killing a divine king as a Grand Emperor was unprecedented in the entire history of the universe. How could such a thing happen now? Moreover, it was in a backward galaxy like the North River Galaxy, where not even a divine venerable had ever been born. The pagoda-bearing divine king also snorted and said, "Your Majesty divine king sword reign, I think you don't have to pay too much attention to it. After we sweep through the Beaumont Galaxy, I'll go to the North River Galaxy and personally capture that so-called Supreme Grand Emperor for your Majesty's scrutiny." Divine King Sword Rain shook his head and did not pursue this matter any longer. To him, the so-called Supreme Grand Emperor was indeed just a small interlude. There was no need to pay much attention to it. Let's go and see how many Divine Kings this Divine King Beaumont has allied with. Divine King Sword Rain took a step forward and flew towards the Divine Palace of Beaumont. In the hall of the Divine Palace, Divine King Beaumont suddenly frowned. Divine King Occult seemed to have sensed it and asked softly, "Divine King Beaumont, what's wrong?" Right now, there were 4 Divine Kings in the hall. They had been waiting quietly during this period of time, while Lin Feng went to the secret chamber alone. Something doesn't seem right. A fluctuation of power appeared to have erupted in the Beaumont Galaxy just now. It's very obscure, but it should be a Divine King level power, Divine King Beaumont said in a low voice. Divine King level power. The hearts of the other 3 Divine Kings sank slightly. The Beaumont Galaxy was the territory of Divine King Beaumont. Divine King Beaumont naturally knew it very well. It was impossible for his senses to be mistaken. Could it be that the 4 Divine Kings all had a bad premonition? Didn't you say that the final deadline is in 3 days? Why? Before he could finish speaking, Divine King Beaumont suddenly raised his head and stared coldly at the cosmos outside the Divine Palace. They're already here. Chapter 693, 8th Divine King. 693 8th Divine King. They're already here. The expressions of Divine King Occult, Divine King Inferno, and Divine King Tempest changed drastically. Wasn't the 3-day deadline agreed upon? How much time had passed now? It had only been 2 days at most. Let's go and welcome the 3 Divine Kings. Divine King Beaumont's tone was calm. At this point, he could only remain calm. Moreover, he had already sent a message to Lin Feng in secret. As long as Lin Feng received the message, he would definitely come. Divine King Beaumont and the others took a step forward and disappeared from the hall of the Divine Palace. When they reappeared, they had already appeared in the silent, cold, and pitch-black cosmos. Welcome, Divine Kings. Excuse Beaumont for not coming out to welcome you in advance. Beaumont shouted at the 3 figures emitting powerful auras in the distance. Rumble. The 3 figures sped up again. Even without using their combat bodies, they seemed capable of shaking the cosmos. The 3 figures stopped. Led by the white-robed Divine King, the other 2 Divine Kings sized up the 4 Divine Kings. Finally, they smiled and said, "Divine King Beaumont, you've only gathered these few Divine Kings after so long." Divine King Beaumont stared intently at the 3 Divine Kings in front of him. They did not know any of the 3 Divine Kings, but even by conjecture, they were Divine Kings under the Divine Venerable of Massacre. Otherwise, why would they be so aggressive? Haha, Divine King Beaumont, there's no need to be so surprised. Before we came, we encountered 3 Grand Emperors. They seemed to be disciples of your Divine Palace of Beaumont. Unfortunately, they were a little unlucky to have encountered us. Divine King Beaumont's expression darkened. Those were 3 dignified Grand Emperors, core disciples of the Divine Palace of Beaumont. But now, they had been killed just because they ran into these 3 Divine Kings. Are the 3 of you Divine Kings under the Divine Venerable of Massacre? Divine King Beaumont asked in a low voice. That's right. This is His Majesty Divine King Sword Rain. I'm Divine King Vajra, and this is the pagoda-bearing Divine King. You're really lucky. Your few minor galaxies actually alerted His Majesty Divine King Sword Rain, the 8th Divine King under the Divine Venerable, to come personally. The 8th Divine King. Divine King Beaumont and the others looked at each other, their eyes vaguely filled with shock and solemnity. Ever since they learned that the Divine Venerable of Massacre wanted them to submit, they had naturally collected some information about the Massacre domain. Among it, Divine King Bamand and the others had some knowledge of the information regarding the Divine Kings under the Divine Venerable of Massacre. This was especially the case for the top 10 Divine Kings under the Divine Venerable of Massacre. All of them were peak Divine Kings, and were the direct subordinates of the Divine Venerable of Massacre. They specialized in dealing with matters regarding some galaxies and Divine Kings. Although Divine King Bamand had expected that a peak Divine King might come, in reality, they were also hoping they'd get lucky. They had hoped that no peak Divine King would come. After all, the top 10 Divine Kings under the Divine Venerable of Massacre usually would not be mobilized lightly. Unexpectedly, a peak-level Divine King had come in the end, and it was the 8th-ranking Divine King Sword Rain. Greetings, Divine King Sword Rain. Although Divine King Bamand and the others were surprised, they had to remain calm at this moment. You may have misunderstood, Divine King Sword Rain. Didn't His Majesty the Divine Venerable give us a deadline? There's still one day before the deadline. Why is the 8th Divine King here in advance? Divine King Bamand's expression was very solemn. Divine King Sword Rain's early arrival had disrupted their plan, putting them somewhat on the spot. Oh, the deadline isn't up yet. I'm really sorry for disrupting Divine King Bamand's plan. Why don't we wait for another day, and proceed step by step according to Divine King Bamand's plan? Divine King Sword Rain's tone was very calm, but the mockery on his face was obvious. Divine King Bamand's face was ashen, but he could not say anything. How dare you? Do we have to inform you when His Majesty Divine King Sword Rain will arrive? Forget about 3 days, forget about 2 days. His Majesty Divine King Sword Rain is here now. Give your answer. Submit or die. The pagoda-bearing Divine King berated sternly. For a moment, the expressions of Divine King Bamand, Divine King Occult, and the other 2 Divine Kings were very dark. The atmosphere grew tense. Divine King Bamand, when will the Supreme Grand Emperor arrive? I've already informed Lin Feng. He should be able to rush over soon. Then what should we do now? The 4 Divine Kings were now following the lead of Divine King Bamand. Divine King Bamand closed his eyes, then opened them suddenly. Your Majesty, please inform the Divine Venerable that our 4 galaxies do not wish to be incorporated into the Massacre domain. Do forgive us. Divine King Bamand's words echoed on in the cosmos, and his tone was resolute. How dare you? What insolence! Divine King Vajra and the pagoda-bearing Divine King were both shocked and furious. They did not expect Divine King Bamand to really dare to refuse. It had to be known that in the past 10,000 years, the Divine Venerable of Massacre's faction had expanded continuously, and had already annexed countless galaxies. In the beginning, there were still some Divine Kings who dared to resist. However, later on, as the Divine Venerable of Massacre crushed them with expedient force, few Divine Kings dared to refuse anymore. How could Divine King Bamand and the other 3 mere Divine Kings dare to refuse? So, do the 3 of you Divine Kings reject the Divine Venerable's good intentions, just like Divine King Bamand? Divine King Sword Rain's tone was calm as he looked at Divine King Occult and the other 2 Divine Kings. Divine King Bamand's decision is our decision. Divine King Occult also said firmly. Very well. In that case, die. Without any warning, killing intent burst forth on Divine King Sword Rain's entire body. A sharp blade soared into the sky. Majestically. It was as if the entire cosmos was filled with this terrifying sword intent. In the silent cosmos, the surroundings were empty, save for the huge combat body stretching across the cosmos. From 10,000 light-years, 12,000 light-years, 14,000 light-years, 16,000 light-years. Lin Feng's combat body expanded continuously, and his cells divided continuously. The essence blood of the Divine Emperor's heart he had devoured seemed to be constantly emitting violent energy, supporting the increment of Lin Feng's combat body. When Lin Feng's combat body increased to 10,000 light-years, he realized that every light-year of improvement for his combat body seemed to be many times harder than before. Hence, the improvement of his combat body became relatively slow after 10,000 light-years. Although the increment of his combat body was slow, Lin Feng's combat body was improving steadily, and his foundation was becoming more and more solid. Lin Feng could sense that every cell in his combat body was filled with massive energy, and a powerful feeling lingered throughout his combat body. This was true power. A power that truly belonged to Lin Feng himself. It did not rely on any principle, any origin weapon, or any external object. It was power that belonged entirely to Lin Feng. No one would believe that a Grand Emperor's combat body could actually reach more than 10,000 light-years. It was simply incredible. Ordinary top-notch Grand Emperors only had combat bodies of only over 10 light-years, and the stronger ones could reach at most 100 light-years. As for top-notch Grand Emperors with 1,000 light-year combat bodies, they could be counted on one hand. Only one might only be born in tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years. As for a Grand Emperor whose combat body had reached tens of thousands of light-years, that was unprecedented. Lin Feng was now embarking on a path that no one had ever taken before. He did not know what level the consummate combat body of an ultimate planetary life form could reach. At least until now, his combat body had already approached 20,000 light-years, but he still did not sense consummation. From 18,000 light-years, 20,000 light-years, 22,000 light-years. Lin Feng's combat body seemed to be boiling. The energy transformed from the essence blood in the Divine Emperor's heart caused monstrous waves that surged through Lin Feng's combat body again and again. Lin Feng knew that it would still take some time to completely absorb the essence blood of these Divine Emperor's hearts. The 8th Divine King came in advance. Lin Feng opened his eyes abruptly. Chapter 694, 694 Those who interrupt my cultivation shall die. 694 Those who interrupt my cultivation shall die. Lin Feng's combat body was still improving. Every cell was filled with massive energy. However, at this moment, the 8th Divine King had arrived in advance. The 8th Divine King was one of the 10 peak Divine Kings under the Divine Venerable of Massacre. If he came personally, Divine King Bamand and the others would not be able to resist him at all. You interrupted my cultivation. You shall die. Lin Feng had always been polite and refined, and was much more amiable compared to other Divine Kings and Divine Venerables. However, even with such an amiable personality, he was vaguely angry now. Disturbing someone's cultivation at such a critical time was simply heinous. No cultivator would let it go so easily. Go. Lin Feng no longer hesitated and allowed the energy in his combat body to constantly wash over his combat body. Although his cultivation was disturbed, with his ability, he could improve at any time, even in battle. However, if he was a little late, Divine King Bamand and the others might all be dead. Then, it would be too late for regrets. Hence, Lin Feng did not dare to delay. He entered the spatial passage directly with his massive combat body, and warped towards the Bamand galaxy. The cosmos seemed to be filled with sword intent, as if even the cosmos had been split apart by it. As a Divine King named after his sword, Divine King's sword reign was rare among Divine Kings. Just like Divine King Great Axe. Back then. The difference between them and ordinary Divine Kings was that they condensed all their strength into their origin weapons. The sword was Divine King Sword Rain's origin weapon. Seeing Divine King Sword Rain erupt, both Divine King Vajra and the pagoda-bearing Divine King could not help but retreat. They knew Divine King Sword Rain very well. Once Divine King Sword Rain went all out, it would be an indiscriminate massacre. Wherever the blade went, it would be unstoppable and invincible. Actually, His Majesty Divine King Sword Rain doesn't need to do it himself. The two of us can also deal with these 4 Divine Kings. That's right. They're really too weak. Divine King Bamand is the only one who's slightly stronger, but he only has a combat body of 100,000 light-years. Any one of us can easily deal with him. After all, this is a galaxy that is backward and primitive. In billions of years, no Divine Venerable has ever been born. It's already very Lucky that a divine king has been born here. As for a peak divine king, forget it. There definitely can't be any. TSK, Divine King Sword Rain is indeed worthy of being the 8th ranking Divine King. Such a sword strike can probably kill a peak Divine King, right? At this moment, Divine King Sword Rain had already deployed his combat body. Although his combat body did not reach 1,000,000 light dash years, it had reached 400,000 light years. Moreover, he was holding a huge sword. Just a trace of the blade made Divine King bemoaned. And the others feel as if they were about to suffocate. There was no way to resist it. There was no way to resist it at all. In fact, with this strike, the entire Beaumont galaxy would be completely destroyed. This strike can kill a peak Divine King. You are very lucky that you will die to this strike. Divine King Sword Rain raised the great sword in his hand high. Just the tip of the huge sword seemed capable of severing the cosmos, causing all the cultivators in the Beaumont galaxy to feel immense pressure, as if they were breathing death. We can't resist it. There's no way. What about the Supreme Grand Emperor? Where is he? Divine King Beaumont was not the only one whose heart sank. The other 3 Grand Emperors were also slightly flustered at this moment. Divine King Sword Rain was a peak Divine King to begin with. His combat body was 400,000 light-years in size, comparable to 4 Beaumont galaxies. Even without using the Great Sword, the Beaumont galaxy would still be destroyed. Moreover, now that Divine King Sword Rain had used his Great Sword, the power of this strike was so great that it could really kill a peak dash level Divine King. Even if the 4 of them joined forces, how could they resist this strike? Slash. Divine King Sword Rain slashed down with his sword. It was as if he had transcended space. Or rather, there was no longer any space. Under this strike, despair appeared on the faces of the 4 Divine Kings. They could only watch helplessly as this sword slashed down. Even their massive combat body probably could not withstand this strike. Buzz. Suddenly, spatial ripples appeared in the cosmos. At the same time, a huge palm instantly grabbed towards the great sword. You're courting death. Divine King Sword Rain sneered. He was completely unmoved. No matter who it was, even if it was a peak Divine King, as long as he had already slashed down with his sword, the blow would be unstoppable. It was not just talk that a strike of the sword could kill a peak Divine King. Boom. The enormous hand only held out for a short while before collapsing and turning into ashes. As expected, even a peak Divine King would die to this strike, let alone a mere hand. However, Divine King Sword Rain's smile quickly froze, because this hand had appeared again. Moreover, its speed was incredible, as if it had appeared out of thin air to block this strike. There was a ripping noise. The enormous hand was defeated. Again, but after blocking it twice in a row, the power of the great sword had already been greatly reduced. Moreover, there was still the 3rd, 4th, 5th time. Divine King Sword Rain saw with his own eyes that the giant hands were slashed apart, reappeared, and slashed apart again, until the power of his great sword was exhausted. Perhaps the process seemed very complicated, but it actually lasted only an instant. Which peak Divine King blocked a strike from me? Divine King Sword Rain's expression was a little solemn as he stared intently at the spatial gate in the cosmos. Once the spatial gate appeared, it would definitely expand the spatial passage countless times with great power. Only a peak Divine King could do it. The huge spatial gate slowly opened, and an incomparably colossal figure stepped out of the spatial gate instantly. Boom. It was as if the cosmos was shaking. This combat body did not look too strong, only over 20,000 light-years in size, but the power it emitted was shocking. Supreme Grand Emperor. The Supreme Grand Emperor is here. Grand Emperor, you're finally here. The 4 Divine Kings were overjoyed. Lin Feng had arrived, and he had resisted Divine King Sword Rain's strike as soon as he arrived. It had to be known that that strike could kill a peak Divine King. They did not know how Lin Feng could withstand this strike, nor did they know how strong Lin Feng had become. They were only enjoying the feeling of surviving a calamity now. Having almost died to Divine King Sword Rain's sword, they had really survived a calamity. Supreme Grand Emperor. Divine King Sword Rain's eyes widened, and a trace of shock finally appeared on his face. You are the Supreme Grand Emperor of the North River Galaxy, Lin Feng, who killed a Divine King as a Grand Emperor. Even though Divine King Sword Rain was a little interested in Lin Feng previously, that was only interest. He had never felt or thought that a mere Grand Emperor could be his match. At this moment, Divine King Vajra and the pagoda-bearing Divine King also realized that something was amiss. This new cultivator was the Supreme Grand Emperor. How could a mere Supreme Grand Emperor have a combat body of 20,000 light-years? It's impossible for someone with a combat body above 20,000 light-years to be a Grand Emperor. However, the aura on his body is indeed that of an 8th life transition. Now, I can somewhat believe the rumors that the Supreme Grand Emperor killed a Divine King as a Grand Emperor. He's probably more than just a Grand Emperor. His combat body is actually still strengthening. He's still improving his strength on the spot. Divine King Vajra and the pagoda-bearing Divine King's eyes could not help but widen as they exclaimed. Actually, they were not the only ones who had discovered it. Divine King Sword Rain had also discovered it. Lin Feng's combat body was still improving constantly. His cells were dividing and becoming stronger at every moment. His combat body was even striding towards 30,000 light-years. Lin Feng's gaze was cold as he stared intently at Divine King Sword Rain. A tremendous anger was brewing in his heart. Those who interrupt my cultivation shall die. Chapter 695, 695 It's my turn. 695 It's my turn. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Those who interrupt my cultivation shall die. Lin Feng's tone was cold and filled with tremendous anger. He had just cultivated to the critical moment, only to receive a distress call from Divine King Bamond. How could he not be furious? Your cultivation. How dare you make claims on killing me with a combat body of merely 20,000 to 30,000 light-years? I didn't even use my principle with that strike just now. I'll show you what the power of a peak Divine King is like. Divine King Sword Rain sneered, even though inwardly, he was very shocked. Lin Feng, a mere Grand Emperor, already had a combat body of 20,000 to 30,000 light-years. This had simply broken his understanding. How could a Grand Emperor be comparable to a Divine King in terms of combat body? Incredible, truly incredible. Lin Feng had already become an anomaly. Divine King Sword Rain did not know how Lin Feng cultivated, but the threat Lin Feng posed was not that strong. Even before, Lin Feng had to take 5 or 6 turns to withstand a sword strike from him. Hence, Divine King Sword Rain was still very confident. Lin Feng's strength was only comparable to an ordinary Divine King. Perhaps his combat body was a little special, and he was very difficult to kill. His restorative ability was astonishing. However, that was because the power Divine King Sword Rain had used was not strong enough. Now, Divine King Sword Rain was going to use his full strength. He did not believe that Lin Feng could still withstand it. Divide. Lin Feng looked at the blade condensed on Divine King Sword Rain's body, but did not pay heed to it at all. Instead, he continued to divide the combat body cells. Right now, his top priority was to divide the combat body cells and digest the essence blood of the Divine Emperor's heart in his body as soon as possible. Otherwise, such a huge amount of essence blood power in Lin Feng's body could only cause damage to his combat body. That might damage the foundation of the combat body. Boom. As Lin Feng divided with all his might and digested the essence blood power of the Divine Emperor's heart in his body, his nonchalant attitude completely infuriated Divine King Sword Rain. Supreme Grand Emperor, die. In his rage, Divine King Sword Rain used the principle. Immediately, the principle rumbled, and the daunting power of the principle surged down, enveloping Lin Feng's massive combat body. At this moment, Lin Feng's combat body was still constantly dividing. From 24,000 light-years, 26,000 light-years, 28,000 light-years, 30,000 light-years. Finally, Lin Feng's combat body reached 30,000 light-years. At the same time, Divine King's sword rain's sword slashed down. Boom. Lin Feng's 30,000 light-year combat body instantly collapsed, turning into a bloody mist. Is he dead? Seeing Lin Feng's combat body be slashed into a bloody mist so easily, Divine King's sword rain even felt a little surreal. How could he die so easily? However, Lin Feng clearly had not resisted just now, and merely allowed his sword to strike Lin Feng's combat body. Divine King's sword rain actually found it a little surreal that Lin Feng was killed so easily. Lin Feng, Supreme Grand Emperor. Seeing Lin Feng turn into a bloody mist with a single strike, Divine King Occult, Divine King Tempest, and Divine King Inferno were all a little stunned. Just now, Lin Feng had blocked such a terrifying strike from Divine King's sword rain. They all thought that they were saved. How could Lin Feng be killed by a single strike now? Haha, I thought this so-called Supreme Grand Emperor was so powerful. He came out of such a huge spatial gate and dared to contend with Divine King's sword rain. He's simply a fool. A Grand Emperor is only a Grand Emperor after all. Perhaps he can really kill a Divine King, but that's just an ordinary Divine King. It's not like His Majesty Divine King's sword rain has never killed Divine Kings before. Divine King's sword rain is the 8th Divine King. His strongest strike can kill a peak-level Divine King. A mere Grand Emperor is nothing. Divine King Vajra and the pagoda-bearing Divine King laughed aloud. Actually, they were also a little worried just now. They felt that the timing of Lin Feng's appearance was too bizarre. Moreover, he probably had something he could rely on if he dared to appear at this juncture. They were really a little worried, but now, all their worries were gone. No matter how strong a mere Grand Emperor was, there was a limit. How could he be a match for Divine King's sword rain? Only Divine King Bamond, despite wearing a solemn expression, did not show any sorrow or anxiety. This was because he knew very well that Lin Feng, who possessed the law of life, could not die at all. However, this way, the matter of Lin Feng comprehending the law of life would probably be exposed. At that time, the entire universe would know that someone had comprehended the law of life. To Lin Feng, this was not a good thing. However, apart from the law of life, how could Lin Feng resist Divine King's sword rain? With a slight ripple, a mysterious and vast power instantly descended into this cosmos. At the same time, ripples appeared in the space where Lin Feng had exploded into a bloody mist, and a combat body condensed again. How? How is this possible? Immortal. Divine King's sword rain failed to kill Lin Feng with a single strike. That was a strike that could kill a peak-level Divine King. What kind of combat body can have such a terrifying restorative ability? I'm afraid it's not the combat body, but law. All the Divine Kings, including Divine King's sword rain, had their mouths agape, and a trace of disbelief appeared in their eyes. It was immortality, true immortality. Lin Feng had actually cultivated an immortal body. It had to be known that even Divine Venerables and Divine Emperors did not have a so-called immortal body. But now, Lin Feng's combat body had been blasted apart, yet he could still condense it again, and the aura on his body did not decrease at all. If this was not an immortal body, what was? The law of life. Finally, Divine King's sword rain enunciated each word clearly, his eyes fixed on Lin Feng. An epiphany flashed through his mind as he recalled the legends about the law of life in the universe. It was rumored that anyone who comprehended the ultimate law of life practically had an immortal body. No one could kill a cultivator who had comprehended the ultimate law of life, not even a universe supremacy. Among the 3 great laws of time, space, and life, there was almost no clue, nor was there any rumor regarding the law of time, let alone any description. It was as if the law of time did not exist at all. Although the law of life was also very mysterious, some brief descriptions were passed down. However, since ancient times, no one in the universe had been able to comprehend the law of life. As time passed, it naturally became a myth. However, myths were not groundless. How similar was Lin Feng's current immortal body to the legendary law of life? The Divine Kings could all tell that the reason Lin Feng was immortal and his combat body could be recondensed was not the power of the combat body, but a mysterious and vast power. This power was very similar to the power of laws. The Divine Kings were naturally all too familiar with laws. They would never be mistaken. Divine King Bamand, has the Supreme Grand Emperor really comprehended the law of life? Divine King Occult, Divine King Tempest, and Divine King Inferno all stared intently at Divine King Bamand. They were so nervous just now, but Divine King Bamand seemed to be the only one who was very calm. Now that they thought about it carefully, Divine King Bamand probably already knew. Divine King Bamand also knew that this matter could not be concealed anymore. He could only nod and say, "This is Lin Feng's greatest secret. It's of great importance, and I didn't inform you in advance. Divine King Bamand, you've kept us in the dark for so long. But an immortal body and the law of life. Haha, as expected of the legend of the universe, the Supreme Grand Emperor." The three Divine Kings all laughed excitedly. They had a good relationship with Divine King Bamand and Lin Feng, and were even about to establish an alliance. They were senior members, so needless to say, their relationship was close. Considering the potential that Lin Feng had displayed at this moment, it was actually no longer potential, but genuine strength. In the future, when he underwent metamorphosis and advanced to the Divine Emperor realm, he would be a universe supremacy. At this thought, how could the three Divine Kings not be excited? At this moment, Lin Feng's combat body also gradually stopped dividing, and finally reached 40,000 light-years. Swoosh! Lin Feng raised his head and stared coldly at Divine King Sword Rain. "I've already experienced the power of your sword. Now, it's my turn." The essence blood in his combat body had already been digested. Lin Feng was in his strongest. Chapter 696 Crushing the Divine King with the Principle. 696 Crushing the Divine King with the Principle. You. If I couldn't kill you, how can a mere Grand Emperor like you kill me? Divine King Sword Rain's expression was very dark. He was an esteemed peak-level Divine King, yet he could not kill Lin Feng, a Grand Emperor. It would be very embarrassing if word got out. However, at the thought that Lin Feng had actually comprehended the legendary law of life, he also accepted it. In fact, this was major news. The law of life was a legendary law, and one of the most mysterious three great laws since ancient times. No one in the universe had ever been able to comprehend the law of life. Once this news was sent back to the Massacre domain and reported to the Divine Venerable of Massacre, it would probably be a great merit. The Divine Venerable of Massacre would not let a cultivator with the law of life off. In fact, Lin Feng, the Supreme Grand Emperor in the universe, might actually be forced to reveal all his secrets. How could an ordinary cultivator comprehend both the law of space and the law of life? Moreover, Lin Feng's combat body was so massive. It was unheard of for a mere Grand Emperor to have a combat body of 40,000 light-years. "Do you think I cannot kill you?" Lin Feng's massive combat body shook slightly. He felt that its strength was just too powerful. It could even blow up a galaxy at will. With his current combat body of 40,000 light-years, with another tenfold enhancement, it would be equivalent to 400,000 light-years. Even Lin Feng did not dare to imagine his limit. It had to be known that ordinary Divine Kings only had combat bodies of tens of thousands of light-years. Lin Feng was already infinitely close to the combat bodies of the weakest Divine Kings. However, even the weakest Divine King was a dignified Divine King with 9 life transitions. They already differed in the essence of life. Could Lin Feng really crush a Divine King as a Grand Emperor without relying on the enhancement of laws? In the past, Lin Feng did not dare to imagine it, but now, it seemed like it was really possible. Go. Without hesitation, Divine King Sword Rain immediately warped space and prepared to leave. Even Divine King Vajra and the Pagoda Dash bearing Divine King were a little stunned. The dignified peak divine king, the eighth divine king of the massacre domain, had turned around and fled when facing a grand emperor, just like that. However, divine king Sword Rain knew very well that since he could not kill Lin Feng, and he could not trap Lin Feng, if he did not leave. Now, then when? Divine King Sword Rain had always been decisive and never hesitated when doing things. Although Divine King Vajra and the pagoda-bearing Divine King were a little surprised, the two of them quickly caught on and immediately followed Divine King Sword Rain, preparing to warp space. Do you think you can still leave now? Principle of Space, confine. Lin Feng's gaze was cold, and a mocking smile actually appeared on his lips. As for Divine King Sword Rain and the others, who had just entered the spatial passage, they felt the world spin, as if the spatial passage had collapsed instantly. The three of them were shocked and immediately struggled to fly out of the spatial passage. They actually looked rather disheveled. Boom. A terrifying principle descended. This principle seemed capable of suppressing all principles. It stood high above all principles, overlooking all beings. Under such circumstances, no divine king could think of using a principle. Even the principle of a divine venerable could do nothing. This is principle. The principle of space of the three mysterious principles. Impossible. Could Lin Feng have already undergone 9 life transitions? The expressions of Divine King Sword Rain and the others changed drastically. They were shocked. If Lin Feng had undergone 9 life transitions, he was very likely a divine emperor. They were facing a divine emperor. It's indeed the principle of space, but he has not undergone 9 life transitions. He's still an ultimate planetary life form. Divine King Sword Rain was the first to catch on. He sensed carefully. Lin Feng was indeed an ultimate planetary life form with 8 life transitions, not 9. His aura was still far inferior. However, the principle of space was genuine. The great and powerful principle of space suppressed all principles. Even a peak divine king like him felt pressure. With the principle of space suppressing space, it was entirely impossible for him to escape. Lin Feng's principle of space descended in this cosmos. Even Divine King Bamond and the others could sense the vast and terrifying pressure clearly. In other words, they all knew that Lin Feng had comprehended the principle of space. Divine King Bamond, you know about this too. Looking at Lin Feng, who was enveloped by the principle of space like an ancient deity, Divine King Occult looked at Divine King Bamond in awe. Divine King Bamond's gaze was also stunned. He was also very awed. In the end, he nodded and said, Lin Feng mentioned it briefly to me before. He only said that he had comprehended the principle, but he didn't mention that he had comprehended the principle of space. This is the principle of space, a principle that can suppress all principles. It's a principle that only universe supremacies can comprehend. Seeing that Lin Feng had comprehended the principle of space, Divine King Bamond was very shocked. He was even more shocked than when he learned that Lin Feng had comprehended the law of life. Laws were laws, and principles were principles. No matter how miraculous the law of life was, could it evolve into a principle? It was probably hard to say. Even Lin Feng himself had no guarantee whether he could comprehend the principle of life at all, and he would not be able to undergo metamorphosis without comprehending the principle. Hence, Divine King Bamond knew very well that the principle was the foundation. The principle of space was basically the standard of universe supremacies. All those who became universe supremacies had comprehended the principle of space. Using the principle of space to suppress all kinds of principles, he could sweep through everything and become a universe supremacy. Being able to comprehend the principle of space meant taking a critical step towards 9 life transitions, and the path of invincibility. However, Lin Feng was not that thrilled. Be it the principle of space or other principles, they actually did not make much of a difference to him. If he could not comprehend the principle of life and the most mysterious principle of time, no matter how many principles he comprehended, there was no hope of transcendence. The principle of space. Lin Feng, so what if you've trapped me? I may not be able to kill you, but can't I destroy the Bamond galaxy? I can even destroy your North River galaxy and other galaxies one by one. Remove the principle of space. When I return to the massacre domain and report to the Divine Venerable, you can save your galaxies. Seeing that he could not warp space to leave, Divine King Sword Rain also became a little anxious. A sense of danger even gradually arose in the depths of his heart, as if some dangerous power was awakening. Let you go. Since you're here, there's no need for you to leave. You won't release me, and you can't kill me. What's the point? Who said that I can't kill you? As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, a principle of tides appeared in his left hand, as if cosmic tides were roaring. The principle of destruction appeared in his right hand, filled with the aura of destruction. Under Lin Feng's control, the three principles gradually became one. Three principles. Divine King Sword Rain was becoming a little numb from shock. Comparatively speaking, Lin Feng comprehending three principles no longer seemed to be a big deal. However, as Lin Feng integrated the three principles, Divine King Sword Rain finally sensed that something was amiss. A terrifying aura soared into the sky, as if it could crush everything. With the integration of three principles, Lin Feng appeared like an ancient deity. Countless cosmic tides surged. Endless destructive power roared, and the principle of space suppressed all. Lin Feng seemed to have transformed into the god of tides, the god of destruction, and the god of space. He walked towards Divine King Sword Rain step by step. Die. Lin Feng was like an ancient deity of judgment. He extended his hand and pointed from afar. The three principles became one, and a terrifying power descended. It was as if frightening forces were pressing towards Divine King Sword Rain and the others from all directions. No, no. Divine King Sword Rain, the pagoda-bearing Divine King, and Divine King Diamond Vajra, a peak Divine King, and two senior Divine Kings all had panicked and fearful expressions at this moment. They sensed the threat of death. Boom. As the three principles descended, the three Divine Kings did not even have the slightest ability to resist. They were instantly crushed into dust by the combined power of the three principles. With a light surge of the cosmic tide, the dust dissipated. Chapter 697, 697 Annihilate the Bamand Galaxy. 697 Annihilate the Bamand Galaxy. With the fall of the three Divine Kings, principles wailed, and abnormal phenomena appeared in the cosmos at once. The entire cosmos seemed to be filled with an aura of sorrow. Divine King Bamand, Divine King Occult, and the other three Divine Kings were all shocked by Lin Feng's combat power. Just now, they had seen clearly that Lin Feng had not even used the power of his combat body. He had actually crushed three Divine Kings by force, simply by combining the three principles. Moreover, one of them was a peak Divine King with a combat body of 400,000 light-years. Lin Feng's current performance surprised the four Divine Kings. Since when did Lin Feng have the strength to crush peak-level Divine Kings? They had entered the Silent Galaxy with Lin Feng back then. This was especially the case for Divine King Bamand. Back then, Lin Feng had not even attained 6 life transitions, nor had he become a planetary life form. He had witnessed Lin Feng slowly reach the peak step by step, up until now. He could even crush a peak Divine King. Even Divine King Bamand did not dare to imagine such strength. Lin Feng retracted his combat body and the principles. He said calmly, "Your Majesties, I'm afraid today's matter can't be concealed for long. Those in the massacre domain will definitely learn of the deaths of Divine King Sword Rain and the others. When the time comes, the Divine Venerable of Massacre will be infuriated. I'm afraid those Divine Kings he will mobilize won't be as simple to deal with as a mere 8th Divine King." In Lin Feng's eyes, Divine King Sword Rain was only the 8th Divine King. However, in the eyes of Divine King Bamand and the others, it was already difficult for them to resist a Divine King Sword Rain, let alone a Divine King stronger than Divine King Sword Rain. It had to be known that Divine King Sword Rain was only ranked 8th. There were a total of 7 other Divine Kings stronger than him. With the way of the Divine Venerable of Massacre, he would never let the matter rest so easily. The 4 Divine Kings, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, tensed again. A divine king's sword reign was just the beginning. "Your Majesty, what do you think we should do?" Divine King Occult said in a low voice. Without realizing it, Divine King Occult had even changed the way he addressed Lin Feng, expressing a title of respect for him. All the divine kings also looked at Lin Feng. Only Lin Feng had a solution now. In the eyes of the divine venerable of Massacre, the four divine kings were nothing. Lin Feng already had a plan. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was looking into the depths of the cosmos. He said calmly, "According to the original plan, we'll continue to gather the surrounding galaxies and contact the divine kings. We can even extend an invitation to the entire universe. As long as it's a divine king, or even a hegemonial faction of a galaxy, they can represent their galaxy to participate in the alliance meeting. The time is set for 3 days later." Hearing that Lin Feng was still going to hold the alliance meeting as planned, the four divine kings were actually not surprised. However, it was held in 3 days, and the time was a little rushed. "Your Majesty, 3 days is too short a time. There won't be many divine kings coming then, or even very few. Why don't we extend it for a while?" Divine King Occult suggested. "Extend the time?" "No, even if we extend the time, the divine venerable of Massacre won't. In at least 3 days, and at most 5 days. The divine venerable of Massacre will definitely react, and our alliance must be formed before this. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to form cohesion after." Lin Feng had long thought of a countermeasure, and that was an alliance. The major and minor factions in the universe were generally divided into galaxies and cosmic domains. Galaxies were relatively basic, because cosmic domains were also composed of countless galaxies. A galaxy usually had a divine king presiding over it, while a cosmic domain had a divine venerable presiding over it. As cosmic domains expanded, many galactic factions were also unwilling to become vassals of the cosmic domain, just like the divine venerable of Massacre, who expanded without restraint and treated divine kings as cannon fodder. Very few divine kings were willing to join the divine venerable of Massacre. However, the divine venerable of Massacre's faction was too powerful. Any peak-level divine king he sent could sweep through many galaxies. If an alliance was established, things would be different. They would join forces with other galaxies and other divine kings, and join forces to resist the cosmic domain. Even if it was a loose organization, it would not be easily pushed around by the cosmic domain in the future. Lin Feng did not care much about this alliance, and it was not very beneficial to Lin Feng, because with his strength, even if he was not comparable to a divine venerable yet, he was not far from it. He could guarantee the safety of the North River Galaxy. But what about the other galaxies? For example, these divine kings from the Bemond Galaxy, the Tempest Galaxy, the Inferno Galaxy, and so on were very weak. Facing a behemoth like the Massacre domain, they were helpless. Could they just wait for death helplessly? Lin Feng wanted to spread an ideal. It could be seen from his guardian planet that he had always been promoting an ideal, and it was not to slaughter senselessly. It was not that realistic for Lin Feng to rule the entire universe with his strength alone. However, if the ideal was spread, and the alliance rose to power with his aid, in the future, there would be more and more such alliances. In the universe, the smaller factions would stick together for safety, preventing the larger factions from acting without inhibitions. The universe would be much more peaceful and stable. In fact, without chaos, even the living space of fiends would be greatly reduced. Disseminating ideals was much better than directly providing aid. Strength could indeed help for a time, but it could not be passed down forever. However, ideas could be passed down forever, and even spread throughout the entire universe. Lin Feng wanted to use this alliance to spread his ideal. The purpose of establishing the alliance before the Divine Venerable of Massacre took revenge was to use this as the core to increase cohesion, and even bank on the notorious reputation of the Divine Venerable of Massacre to better propagate the name of the alliance and spread Lin Feng's ideals. Although Divine King Bemond and the others did not know why Lin Feng was so anxious, Lin Feng was the strongest. Moreover, Lin Foe would have to resist the revenge of the Divine Venerable of Massacre in the future. Hence, Lin Feng's words naturally held great weight. All right, the alliance meet will be held in the Divine Palace of Bamand in 3 days. Thank you for your trouble, Divine Kings. There's no time to lose. Let's start informing the major galaxies immediately. The 4 Divine Kings also did their best and immediately began to take action. After all, once the alliance was established, ordinary galaxies and ordinary Divine Kings like them were the ones who benefited from it. The Massacre domain seemed to be perpetually enveloped by a layer of killing aura. There were many planets and inhabited planets in the Massacre domain, but in the Massacre domain was enshrouded by killing aura at all times, and killing was ubiquitous. Even the mortal kingdoms on ordinary planets were constantly engaged in killing. This was a world of massacre, a world that belonged only to the Divine Venerable of Massacre. In the most central hall of the Divine Palace of Massacre, the Life Tokens Hall. Crack. 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 At this moment, there were 3 crisp sounds in the hall of the Life Tokens. The life tokens of the 3 Divine Kings shattered. One of them was even the 8th Divine King of the top 10 Divine Kings, Divine King Sword Rain. The faces of the few Grand Emperors guarding the life tokens immediately turned pale. This was a major matter. When had 3 Divine Kings fallen at the same time in the Divine Palace of Massacre? This was especially the case for the top 10 Divine Kings. Every one of them was a peak Divine King. The death of even one of them would be a loss to the Temple of Massacre. Hurry up and report to the Divine Venerable. A few Grand Emperors went to report in a panic. The face of the high and mighty Divine Venerable of Massacre seemed unrecognizable, and was perpetually shrouded in a bloody hue. After learning that Divine King Sword Rain's life token had been shattered, the Divine Venerable of Massacre immediately gathered most of the Divine Kings, especially the top 10 Divine Kings. Apart from Divine King Sword Rain, all of them were here. The blood-red eyes of the Divine Venerable of Massacre seemed suffocating. Even Divine Kings felt a little uncomfortable in this oppressive atmosphere. Everyone knew that the Divine Venerable was enraged, and furious to the extreme. Divine King Sword Rain is dead. The words of the Divine Venerable of Massacre made all the Divine Kings' hearts tremble. Even though they already knew that something major might have happened before they came, the death of Divine King Sword Rain still left everyone at a loss. That was one of the top 10 Divine Kings. Although the Divine Venerable of Massacre seemed to treat many Divine Kings as cannon fodder, that still depended on who it was. Since the top 10 peak Divine Kings followed the Divine Venerable of Massacre, none of them had fallen. But now, the 8th-ranked Divine King Sword Rain had fallen. The Divine Kings could not imagine how furious the Divine Venerable of Massacre would be. Divine Venerable, who killed Divine King Sword Rain? It's unknown, which is why I need you to investigate. That's right, they went to a place called the Bamand Galaxy previously. There are a few Divine Kings there who seem reluctant to serve me. Divine King Azura, lead the other 8 peak Divine Kings, and another 32 ordinary Divine Kings to investigate the Bamand Galaxy. Whether it's related to the Bamand Galaxy or not, bring the murderer back and annihilate the Bamand Galaxy. Hearing this, Divine King Azura, the first Divine King of the Massacre domain, was also slightly shocked. He knew that the Divine Venerable of Massacre was enraged, and even filled with killing intent. It had been a long, long time since the Divine Venerable of Massacre had been so furious. The death of Divine King Sword Rain undoubtedly infuriated the Divine Venerable of Massacre. If not for the fact that he was held back by Divine Venerable Celestial Eye, the Divine Venerable of Massacre might even want to personally head to the Bamand Galaxy this time. As you command, Divine Venerable. Azura will definitely annihilate the Bamand Galaxy. Divine King Azura stood up and gathered the 32 Divine Kings at once. At this moment, all the Divine Kings were filled with killing intent. They followed Divine King Azura in a majestic lineup and warped towards the Bamand Galaxy. They only had one goal for this trip, to annihilate the Bamand Galaxy. Chapter 698, 698 Show of Support. 698 Show of Support. The Divine Palace of Bamand was decorated with lanterns and colorful banners today. There was red everywhere. The fiery colors also added to the festive atmosphere, sweeping away the gloom that had plagued the divine palace of Bamand for days. The disciples of the divine palace were all busy at the moment. Be it the disciples of the lower or middle districts, they were all receiving guests outside planet Bamand. Even the core disciples of the upper district were receiving guests personally. There were simply too many people who came. They were jointly invited by Divine King Bamand, Divine King Inferno, Divine King Occult, Divine King Tempest, and the Supreme Grand Emperor, Lin Feng. Moreover, it was an invitation extended to the entire universe. For any galaxy or any divine king, as long as they felt solitary and in need of help, as long as they felt that they were alone and weak, they could come to the divine palace of Bamand to participate in this Universal Alliance meeting. This was also Lin Feng's strong suggestion. Initially, they had set the name as the Galaxy Alliance, but Lin Feng rejected it. He wanted to spread the ideal to the entire universe. In the future, they might not just be open to galaxies. Some minor domini might also join. Hence, since they were starting a campaign, they might as well make it big, and call it the Universe Alliance. This name was powerful and classy, of course. However, looking at it, Divine King Bamand, Divine King Occult and the others were a bit stunned. A few mere Divine Kings and a Supreme Grand Emperor like themselves actually dared to hold a Universe Alliance meeting. Saying it was kind of embarrassing. However, Lin Feng knew that as long as they could survive the trial of the Divine Venerable of Massacre, it would not be embarrassing. But true to its name, only then would the Universe Alliance become famed in the universe. That's right. Lin Feng planned to use this crisis. They would turn the situation around, and use the notoriety of the Divine Venerable of Massacre to completely spread the Universe Alliance to the entire universe. Of course, the prerequisite was that the newborn Universe Alliance could withstand the strike of the Divine Venerable of Massacre. The representative of the mechanical civilization's royal family from the mechanical galaxy has arrived. From outside the hall, they could hear a commotion from afar. This alliance meeting was not held casually, but was rather grand and of the highest standard. Lin Feng and the others were all a little surprised. They did not expect the first one to arrive to be the representative of the royal family of the mechanical civilization from the mechanical galaxy. It had to be known that the hegemonial faction of the mechanical galaxy was the mechanical civilization, and the mechanical galaxy was a purely technological civilization. It basically did not have much interaction with cultivation civilizations. However, just like the Bamand galaxy, the mechanical galaxy was ravaged by the silent beasts back then. It was Lin Feng who came to the mechanical galaxy after leaving the silent galaxy, and even helped it. Soon, a mechanical life form walked in. Greetings, Grand Emperor and Divine Kings. Lin Feng and the Divine King sat up straight on their chairs. This mechanical life form seemed very young, but in reality, mechanical life forms had almost eternal lifespans. There was really no concept of young. Your Highness, please take a seat. Your mechanical galaxy is the first faction to represent their galaxy to participate in the Universe Alliance meeting. Lin Feng said with a smile. Our mechanical civilization had counted on the Grand Emperor's help back then. Otherwise, how can the mechanical civilization still stand now? How can the mechanical galaxy still stand now? If Grand Emperor advocates the establishment of the Universe Alliance, our mechanical galaxy is naturally duty-bound to support you. Even Lin Feng was a little moved. Although the mechanical galaxy did not even have Divine King-level combat power and was insignificant, they did not hesitate at all. Just because Lin Feng had helped them back then, they had specially rushed over to Lin Feng to show support. Lin Feng did not say anything extraneous. He only nodded and said, "Thank you for your trouble, Your Highness. Please take a seat." Lin Feng remembered the great favor the mechanical galaxy had done him firmly in his heart. Seeing that the first galactic-level faction had arrived as soon as the Universe Alliance meeting began, Divine King Bamand, Divine King Occult, and the other two Divine Kings were rather satisfied. Even though the mechanical galaxy did not even have any Divine King level combat power, as a peak civilization with technological power, certain technologies were still very useful. For example, things like spaceships, some weapons of war, and so on were all useful for the Universe Alliance. The Universe Alliance meeting could be considered to have gotten off to a good start. The four divine kings were in high spirits and maintaining their optimism. However, as time passed, the excitement of the four divine kings gradually waned. After a few hours, apart from the representatives of the mechanical galaxy, not a single galactic faction had come. What was going on? Were they just entertaining themselves? For a moment, the expressions of the four divine kings were a little awkward. However, when they looked at Lin Feng, who still appeared just as calm, they could only suppress their restless emotions and wait quietly. Lin Feng was also looking outside the hall. In reality, he had already expected this. Even though the five of them had jointly issued invitations to all the factions in the universe, in reality, anyone with even the slightest information channel could find out that the threat facing the Beaumont galaxy now was the Divine Venerable of Massacre. The Divine Venerable of Massacre, who stood at the peak of the universe, had countless experts in the massacre domain under his command. There were dozens of divine kings and 10 peak divine kings. Against such a powerful faction, wouldn't it be suicidal to approach them at this time? Time passed slowly. Even though Lin Feng could still maintain his composure, the four divine kings could no longer hold it in. After such a long time, apart from the representatives of the mechanical galaxy, who else had come? Grand Emperor, let's begin the Universe Alliance meeting at once. No one else will come at this time. Divine King Tempest had a fiery temper. At this moment, he finally could not hold it in anymore. They had made so many preparations previously. They had extended invitations to the entire universe as 4 divine kings and 1 Supreme Grand Emperor. In the end, when the Universe Alliance meeting was held today, only one galaxy, the mechanical galaxy, had come. This was simply a huge joke. They would probably become the laughingstock of the universe. There's no hurry. Let's wait another hour. Lin Feng seemed to be waiting for something. Even though the 4 divine kings were very anxious, since Lin Feng had spoken, they could only endure it. Unknowingly, Lin Feng had already become the backbone of the 4 divine kings. They were even willing to obey Lin Feng's orders. Time passed slowly. An hour was too short. In the blink of an eye, it had passed. Lin Feng, I think no one is coming anymore. Divine King Beaumont also sighed softly. How could anyone still come in such a situation? They had underestimated the vicious reputation of the Divine Venerable of Massacre, and thought too highly of their influence. This situation was destined from the beginning. Lin Feng nodded as well. There was indeed no point in continuing to wait at this moment. All right, it's time. The Universe Alliance meeting has begun. The Universe Alliance, composed of the North River Galaxy, the Beaumont Galaxy, the Occult Galaxy, the Tempest Galaxy, and the Mechanical Galaxy, has officially been established. Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, something unexpected happened. The entire cosmos seemed to shake slightly. Even the hall of the Divine Palace of Beaumont was shaking slightly. At the same time, there was a commotion outside. Divine Venerable Pelagios of the Pelagios domain has arrived. Boom. Everyone in the hall of the Divine Palace was a little stunned, but then they were overjoyed. The 4 divine kings even stood up excitedly. A Divine Venerable. A Divine Venerable had actually arrived. Only Lin Feng's expression seemed to have finally relaxed. A smile appeared on his lips. Chapter 699, 699 Azura's Descent. 699 Azura's Descent. Swoosh. A figure walked in from outside the door. He looked very ordinary, but in reality, his body contained a terrifying power like the cosmos. Even the 4 divine kings were shocked. A Divine Venerable Pelagios. A genuine Divine Venerable. Haha, Grand Emperor, I'm not late, am I? As soon as Divine Venerable Pelagios entered the hall, he said to Lin Feng with a laugh, as if they were old friends reuniting. In reality, Lin Feng and Divine Venerable Pelagios could really be considered old friends. It's not too late. The timing is just right. Divine Venerable, thank you for the great gift you gave me last time. Lin Feng was referring to the goodwill of the Divine Venerable Pelagios. The last time he disclosed the news of trouble in the Bemond Galaxy to Lin Feng, this was really a gift. If it had come any later, the Bemond Galaxy would probably have really suffered a devastating blow. Lin Feng was naturally very satisfied with this great gift from Venerable Pelagios. Lin Feng had expected such a situation to occur during this Universe Alliance meeting. Hence, he sent an invitation to Divine Venerable Pelagios beforehand. Divine Venerable Pelagios had expressed his goodwill previously, so he would treat this as a touchstone. Lin Feng was not confident that Divine Venerable Pelagios would come. He could only try his best. Unexpectedly, the Divine Venerable Pelagios really came. Actually, even if the Divine Venerable Pelagios did not come, it would not affect Lin Feng much. He still had to deal with the Divine Venerable of Massacre himself. However, what kind of shock would it evoke if the Divine Venerable Pelagios came to participate in the Universe Alliance meeting? Once the news was out, and the Universe Alliance repelled the Divine Venerable of Massacre, at that time, the Universe Alliance would erupt. What the current Universe Alliance needed was influence. And the influence of Divine Venerable Pelagios was enough. Greetings, Divine Venerable Pelagios. When the 4 Divine Kings saw that Divine Venerable Pelagios had personally come, they did not dare to remain sitting and hurriedly bowed. Divine Venerable Pelagios also nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The 4 Divine Kings never expected that a Divine Venerable would actually participate. Moreover, from the looks of it, the Divine Venerable Pelagios and Lin Feng were familiar with each other. It was probably because of Lin Feng that he had come to participate in the Universe Alliance meeting. In other words, be it the representative of the Mechanical Galaxy or Divine Venerable Pelagios, they were all here to support Lin Feng. Only at this moment did the 4 Divine Kings seem to understand that Lin Feng was no longer just a Grand Emperor. He had truly surpassed ordinary Divine Kings. Divine Venerable Pelagios, please take a seat. Lin Feng was referring to the seat closest to him. This seat was originally reserved for Divine Venerable Pelagios by Lin Feng. All right, I won't stand on ceremony then. Divine Venerable Pelagios immediately took his seat. When a Divine Venerable took his seat, it was as if the entire empty hall no longer felt so empty. Everyone felt more confident. With Divine Venerable Pelagios, the Universe Alliance would definitely not be a small matter, let alone self-entertainment. Instead, it might really become a colossus. As Divine Venerable Pelagios took his seat, voices came from outside the Divine Palace again. Divine King Kunyu of the Kunyu Galaxy has arrived. Divine King Draconis of the Draconis Galaxy has arrived. Divine King Mosa of the Mosa Galaxy has arrived. Divine King Shiva of the Shiva Galaxy has arrived. As the Divine Kings arrived one after another in an endless stream, each representing a galaxy, the entire Divine Palace Hall immediately became lively. Lin Feng did not have much interaction with those 4 Divine Kings, these galaxies, or the other Divine Kings. Without a doubt, it was thanks to Divine Venerable Pelagios that they were here to join the Universe Alliance at this time. As a Divine Venerable, even if he did not constantly expand his faction like the Divine Venerable of Massacre, he still received many responses with a single call. In particular, Divine Venerable Pelagios was one of the oldest Divine Venerables. Aside from his Pelagios domain, there were also countless Divine Kings from galaxies who were willing to follow Divine Venerable Pelagios to participate in the Universe Alliance meeting. However, be it thanks to Divine Venerable Pelagios, or out of genuine wish to join the Universe Alliance, the fact that so many Divine Kings and representatives of so many galaxies were here at the Universe Alliance meeting was a sign of support for Lin Feng and the Universe Alliance. Lin Feng naturally welcomed them all. Soon, the hall was completely filled. Although there were still some empty seats, there were dozens of Divine Kings and a Divine Venerable in the hall. No one dared to underestimate the Universe Alliance anymore. Everyone, since we've already participated in the Universe Alliance, we're on the same team from now on. Although the Universe Alliance is a loose faction, there are some rules. Everyone can learn more about them. The Universe Alliance was established for one purpose only, and that is to stick together for safety. We do not take the initiative to provoke others, but if a large faction provokes us, no matter which galaxy they provoke, it will be tantamount to going against the entire Universe Alliance. This is the core of the Universe Alliance. Lin Feng briefly explained the rules, goals, and many other details regarding the Universe Alliance. Even if these divine kings only joined on account of divine venerable Pelagios, the Universe Alliance was a key faction for Lin Feng to spread his ideals. Naturally, it had to be managed properly. Sticking together for safety was the core philosophy of the Cosmic Alliance. They are not to take the initiative to provoke others. If they did, they would not be protected by the Universe Alliance. Only when a certain divine king or galaxy in the Universe Alliance was coerced or attacked by stronger cultivators or factions could they seek the help of the Universe Alliance. Hearing Lin Feng's introduction, many divine kings and galactic representatives who were originally here on account of divine venerable Pelagios also became interested. If what Lin Feng said was true, and the Universe Alliance continued growing stronger, joining the Universe Alliance was not a bad choice. Moreover, there was divine venerable Pelagios in the Universe Alliance now. Just as the Universe Alliance meeting was ongoing, a group of uninvited guests also arrived at the Beaumont Galaxy. Buzz. In the quiet cosmos, circles of spatial ripples spread in all directions like black holes, constantly expanding. Finally, it formed a huge spatial gate. Swoosh. 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 Figures flew out of the giant spatial gate one after another. These figures all had murderous expressions and emitted terrifying auras. They were all divine kings. When the last man in a blood-red robe and a pale face stepped out of the spatial gate, the entire cosmos seemed to be filled with austerity, and there was a faintly chilling sensation. This is the Beaumont Galaxy. The one who spoke was Divine King Azura, the first divine king under the divine venerable of Massacre. He led 7 peak divine kings and 32 senior divine kings, which including himself, added up to a total of 40 divine kings. Such a massive lineup was enough to sweep through any faction. Using it to deal with a mere Beaumont Galaxy would be making a mountain out of a molehill. First divine king, this is the Beaumont Galaxy. Moreover, I found some vague information regarding the Beaumont Galaxy just now. Tell me. The Divine Palace of Beaumont seems to be holding the Universe Alliance meeting. It's attempting to contend against the Massacre Domain and His Majesty the Divine Venerable of Massacre Universe Alliance. They're just a motley crowd. Tell me, have you found any information regarding Divine King Sword Rain? Divine King Azura's tone was filled with killing intent. It was the death of Divine King Sword Rain that incurred the wrath of the slaughter. Divine Venerable. Otherwise, as the dignified #1 divine king of the slaughter domain, why would he bring dozens of divine kings to this remote Beaumont Galaxy in the wilderness? He was also filled with anger that could only be unleashed through wanton killing. First divine king, we have already investigated thoroughly. It was the 4 divine kings and the Supreme Grand Emperor who killed Divine King Sword Rain. 4 divine kings and the Supreme Grand Emperor. Yes, that's them. Although they did it very discreetly, nothing can be concealed from me when I activate my principle. Very good. Where are they now? Holding the Universe Alliance meeting in the Divine Palace of Beaumont. Azura's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, his killing intent soared as he shouted at the dozens of divine kings beside him, "Crush the Beaumont Galaxy right here." Boom. Immediately, dozens of divine kings used their combat bodies one after another. That terrifying killing intent spread throughout the entire Beaumont Galaxy, as if dyeing the entire cosmos of the Beaumont Galaxy into a world of slaughter. Led by Divine King Azura, wherever Divine King Azura stepped would certainly turn into a terrifying purgatory. Hence, it was also known as the Azura Hell. Wherever Divine King Azura passed, no life was left behind, and it would be turned into Azura Hell. Death might be the only fate for those facing Divine King Azura. Chapter 700, 700 Azura Hell. 700 Azura Hell. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. In the divine palace of Bamand, Lin Feng looked up immediately. He saw divine venerable Pelagios reacting as well. It seemed like both of them had sensed it. They're here. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. The other divine kings were still a little confused. Divine venerable Pelagios smiled and said, "The lineup is still a little grand. Let me meet them." However, Lin Feng shook his head and said, "You are a guest from afar. How can we trouble divine venerable? I'll do it. They must be looking for me too." Hearing Lin Feng's conversation with divine venerable Pelagios, many divine kings also realized that something was amiss. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying aura erupted. Even all the divine kings far away in the divine palace of Bamand could sense it. What a powerful aura. Divine kings. All of them are divine kings. There are at least 40 of them. There are 40 divine kings, and there's an aura like purgatory among them. Is this the first divine king under the divine venerable of Massacre, Azura? It's divine king Azura, and he didn't come alone. The top 9 peak divine kings under the divine venerable of Massacre are all here. Only the divine king Sword Rain isn't here. 9 peak divine kings and 32 senior divine kings. Such a lineup. These divine kings also clearly sense the commotion. With such a huge formation, even the experienced and knowledgeable divine kings could not help but gasp. Such a lineup could sweep through almost all the factions in the universe. Without the protection of a divine venerable, it was almost impossible to resist this faction. Fortunately, the Universe Alliance was protected by divine venerable Pelagios now. It was precisely because of his presence that the divine palace of Bamand was still relatively calm and did not panic. Otherwise, just the appearance of such a lineup would probably cause chaos among the many divine kings of the divine palace of Bamand themselves. Although there were also many divine kings in the Universe Alliance at this moment, there was still a considerable gap between them and the 9 peak divine kings under the divine venerable of Massacre. Divine venerable, divine kings, please wait for a moment. I'll be back soon. With that, Lin Feng moved and instantly stepped into the spatial passage. He was actually intending to resist such a huge lineup alone. Even Divine King Bamand, Divine King Occult, and the others, who knew that Lin Feng had comprehended the principle of space and the law of life, could not help but be moved and a little worried, let alone the other divine kings who did not know much about Lin Feng. They were all a little stunned to see Lin Feng actually warp space and leave alone. Why did the Supreme Grand Emperor leave? He said he'll be back soon. Is the Supreme Grand Emperor going to resist Divine King Azura alone? That's impossible, right? It's rumored that the Supreme Grand Emperor can kill a Divine King as a Grand Emperor, but even if he can kill a Divine King, these are 9 peak Divine Kings and 32 senior Divine Kings. Apart from Divine Venerables, even peak Divine Kings are not their match. These Divine Kings did not know what Lin Feng was going to do, but since Divine Venerable Pelagios had not moved, they naturally would not do anything unusual. They all focused and observed the actions of Divine King Azura and the others. Buzz. Lin Feng took a step out of the space. As soon as he came out, he sensed a terrifying power. It was not one, but dozens of terrifying auras. They were all Divine Kings. They were all in the cosmos, and the combat bodies they deployed simply blotted out everything. Any one of these Divine Kings could easily crush the Bamand galaxy. What a huge array. The Divine Venerable must really think highly of the Bamand galaxy and I. Lin Feng snorted coldly. His gaze swept coldly across these Divine Kings, and finally landed on a Divine King with a purgatory-like aura. Divine King Azura. Lin Feng naturally knew about Divine King Azura. The vicious reputation of the first Divine King under the Divine Venerable of Massacre had long spread throughout the entire universe. In terms of killing, this Divine King of Azura was not inferior to the Divine Venerable of Massacre. Azura's kills might even have surpassed him. You were the one who killed Divine King Sword Rain. Divine King Azura's eyes narrowed slightly. He actually sensed a trace of threat from Lin Feng. That's right, from the moment Lin Feng stepped out of the space, Divine King Azura had sensed a trace of threat. It had to be known that Lin Feng's body still emitted the aura of an ultimate planetary life form. In other words, the person in front of him was not a divine king, but only a grand emperor. But how could a grand emperor make a dignified peak divine king like him feel threatened? That's right. Lin Feng did not deny it, and admitted the truth directly. Grand Emperor, the aura on your body is the aura of a Grand Emperor. You could kill Divine King Sword Rain. Are you the Supreme Grand Emperor rumored in the universe, Lin Feng, who is able to kill a Divine King as a Grand Emperor? That's me. You actually came alone. You have guts. However, no matter what method you use to kill Divine King Sword Rain, I won't let you off. Today. Not only will you die, I will also annihilate the Beaumont Galaxy. Even your North River Galaxy will be annihilated. Everyone shall die. Divine King Azura's killing intent soared. As soon as he spoke, it was as if countless vengeful spirits were wreaking havoc. They roared and howled wildly, and even the Divine Kings were affected. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. What a powerful killing intent. He had never felt such a strong killing intent. Even the fiends back then did not have such a strong killing intent. Fiends only devoured for the sake of cultivation, while this Divine King Azura killed purely for the sake of killing. His principle should even be the principle of killing, just like the Divine Venerable of Massacre. The principle of killing was also one of the principles, but only through constantly killing could one slowly understand the true meaning of killing, and comprehend the principle from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. You think you can do it? Lin Feng glanced coldly at the 40 Divine Kings led by Divine King Azura. These were 40 Divine Kings. Just their auras alone were enough to shake the cosmos, let alone when 40 Divine Kings joined forces. Very well, Supreme Grand Emperor. You're just a Grand Emperor. No matter how strong your abilities are, they're useless. Boom. Divine King Azura extended his hand, and an artifact flew out, immediately enveloping Lin Feng. For a moment, all kinds of vengeful spirits, roars, howls, and cries surged forward, constantly surrounding Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked down. It was as if a sea of blood was sweeping towards him in a frenzy, trying to pull him into the vast sea of blood. Even a divine king with a combat body of hundreds of thousands of light years would be pulled into such an enormous sea of blood. Moreover, Lin Feng had a feeling that once he was pulled in, it would probably be difficult to struggle to get out again. Those in Azura Hell will fall into a boundless sea of suffering, and never be able to break free. The voice of Divine King Azura sounded like an ancient deity in this sea of blood, echoing majestically in Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng's surroundings had already completely transformed into scarlet light. The sea of blood had already swept Lin Feng's body into it. Like a wave. This was the Azura Hell. It was an artifact condensed from the supreme killing intent of Divine King Azura, and could even suppress peak dash level Divine Kings. Once one was dragged into the Azura Hell, they would be sealed for eternity, and never be able to escape. Chapter 701, 701 This evil artifact should be destroyed. 701 This evil artifact should be destroyed. Title Combat Body. A cold voice suddenly came from the sea of blood. Immediately after, the sea of blood churned. A terrifying aura erupted, and even his combat body expanded rapidly. Lin Feng's combat body quickly expanded to 40,000 light years. Coupled with the tenfold enhancement, it was equivalent to a combat body of 400,000 light years. Boom. Lin Feng punched the sea of blood, causing the entire sea of blood to shake violently. What powerful strength. It's about comparable to a combat body of 400,000 light years, right? As a mere Grand Emperor, you're actually comparable to a peak-level Divine King. No wonder you could kill Divine King Sword Rain. However, do you actually think you can break free after encountering my Azura Hell? Dream on. Azura Hell, suppress. Seeing that the raw power of Lin Feng's combat body was already so strong, not inferior to any peak-level Divine King Azura was actually very shocked. It had to be known that Lin Feng was only a Grand Emperor. A mere Grand Emperor's combat body was already comparable to a peak Divine King. Forget about seeing it, it was unheard of. Lin Feng's reputation as the Supreme Grand Emperor was well-deserved. In the entire universe, no Grand Emperor could match Lin Feng's strength. Lin Feng was undoubtedly the Supreme Grand Emperor. But so what if he was a Supreme Grand Emperor? Azura was the first Divine King under the Divine Venerable of Massacre. Several few peak-level Divine Kings had died at his hands. Hence, even if Lin Feng had the power of a peak-level Divine King Azura was not afraid at all. As Divine King Azura activated the Azura Hell, the boundless sea of blood churned again. Every time the scarlet light flickered, it struck Lin Feng's combat body hard. Lin Feng's combat body, on the other hand, was damaged and collapsed bit by bit. However, the tidal combat body could still manage to withstand it, and could even recover slightly. Even so, the suppressive power of Azura Hell was indeed very strong. If this continued, Lin Feng would never be able to break free. His strength would also slowly be depleted, and he would eventually become a part of the Sea of Blood entirely, feeding its power. This was an artifact of Divine King Azura to begin with. The more experts it killed, the more powerful the artifact would be. There's no need to try to struggle. The more you struggle, the faster you die. Once you fall, the power of my Azura Hell will probably increase by another level. At that time, even a peak Divine King can be killed at my will. Divine King Azura was very satisfied. He had refined this artifact for tens of thousands of years. He had already killed more than 10 Divine Kings, and had even severely injured peak Divine Kings before throwing them into the Azura Hell to trap and kill them. If he killed Lin Feng, the Supreme Grand Emperor, his Azura Hell would become unimaginably powerful. At that time, he would probably be able to kill a peak Divine King just by deploying the Azura Hell casually. Hence, he worked even harder to control Azura Hell to suppress Lin Feng in a frenzy. It's about time. My combat body does have the combat power of a peak Divine King, but that's all. Lin Feng's voice came through the sea of blood. There was no panic in his voice. Instead, he appeared very calm. Divine King Azura also felt that something was amiss. Was Lin Feng pretending to be calm? Why was he still so calm at a time like this? Boom. Without any warning, a vast, mysterious, and terrifying principle descended. It instantly tore apart the Azura Hell and descended into the Sea of Blood. This principle even suppressed the Divine King Azura's principle of killing. For a moment, the Azura Hell that relied on the principle of killing was ruthlessly suppressed. Even the Sea of Blood calmed down, and could no longer stir up any waves. Lin Feng's gaze was cold. His massive combat body gradually walked out of the Sea of Blood step by step. How is this possible? It suppressed my principle. This is the principle of space. A trace of shock appeared on Divine King Azura's face, and his eyes were actually filled with disbelief. The principle of space. How could Lin Feng have comprehended the principle of space? That was the principle of space, which could suppress all laws and all principles. Even though his principle of killing was peerless in slaughtering, before the principle of space, it could only be suppressed. As the principle of space descended, Lin Feng stepped on it like an ancient deity and slowly flew into the air. He glanced at Azura Hell. This was a heinous artifact. This evil artifact should be destroyed. Lin Feng waved his hand. At the same time, the principle of space, the principle of tides, and the principle of destruction became one. Immediately, these three principles transformed into a terrifying force of principle that collided hard into the Azura Hell. No, how dare you? Divine King Azura was shocked and furious. He wanted to retract the Azura Hell immediately, but it was already too late. Lin Feng's three principles had already smashed hard into Azura Hell. Crunch. There was no fluke. A crack appeared on Azura Hell. Then, more and more cracks appeared, densely packed like spider webs. Boom. In the end, the Azura Hell exploded instantly, turning into countless fragments that scattered in the cosmos. The artifact that Azura had painstakingly refined for tens of thousands of years dissipated, turning into cosmic dust. Lin Feng wielded the principle of tides and the principle of destruction in his hands, like the god of tides and the god of destruction. He stood in the cosmos, and the terrifying principle of space above his head overlooked all the divine kings. At this moment, all the divine kings had a lingering fear, and did not dare to meet Lin Feng's gaze. This evil artifact deserves to be destroyed. In Lin Feng's eyes, the Azura Hell was only an evil artifact. There was no knowing how many living beings had been killed to refine this evil artifact to such an extent. Destroying it was a piece of cake to Lin Feng. It did not take much effort at all. However, to the other divine kings, this was a huge matter. Just look at Divine King Azura. Divine King Azura would definitely be furious. He comprehended the principle of space. Incredible, truly incredible. He's just a grand emperor, yet he can integrate three principles. How is this possible? No wonder the Supreme Grand Emperor dares to contend with Divine King Azura and the others alone. It turns out that the Supreme Grand Emperor is actually so powerful. Even Divine King Azura's evil artifact was destroyed. However, the Supreme Grand Emperor will probably face Divine King Azura's fury. All the divine kings of the divine palace of Bamand, including Divine Venerable Pelagios, were observing the battle between Lin Feng and Divine King Azura. Previously, when they saw that Lin Feng had a combat body of 40,000 light-years, many divine kings were already in disbelief. Now, seeing that Lin Feng had actually comprehended the principle of space and integrated three principles together to destroy the evil artifact of Divine King Azura, they found it even more incredible. However, Lin Feng would definitely have to face the wrath of Divine King Azura next. Lin Feng, you deserve to die. Azura's tone was cold and filled with monstrous killing intent. Boom. Divine King Azura no longer hesitated. He immediately deployed his terrifying combat body. Chapter 702, 702 Lin Feng vs. Azura. 702 Lin Feng vs. Azura. If one had to describe Divine King Azura's combat body, there was only one word for it: large. If it must be given another word, it would be colossal. Divine King Azura's combat body had already exceeded 1,000,000 light-years, reaching a total of 3,000,000 light-years. He was undoubtedly a peak divine king. Even under the Divine Venerable of Massacre, he was the first divine king. Among the 10 peak divine kings under the Divine Venerable of Massacre, only the top 3 divine kings had combat bodies of more than 1,000,000 light-years. In particular, Divine King Azura had a combat body of more than 3,000,000 light-years. How terrifying was that? Even among peak divine kings, he was considered a peak entity. Back then, the Divine King of Destruction's combat body was only 1,000,000 light-years in size, and he was already called a near-divine venerable. Thinking back of it now, he indeed had limited insight and was truly foolish. Even Divine King Azura did not dare to call himself a near-divine venerable, let alone the Divine King of Destruction. As expected of Divine King Azura, the first Divine King of the Massacre domain, a combat body of 3,000,000 light-years is enough to crush everything. This Supreme Grand Emperor is very strong, but he should never have destroyed the evil artifact of Divine King Azura. Great, now Divine King Azura is furious. The surrounding galaxies will probably suffer again. A great amount of blood will definitely be spilled. Seeing Divine King Azura angered, even the many divine kings of the Massacre domain could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. They knew very well how terrifying Divine King Azura was when he got angry. Sometimes, even all the divine kings combined would not kill as many living beings as Divine King Azura. This was enough to show how horrifying the Azura Divine King was. The combat body of 3,000,000 light-years and the principle of killing filled Divine King Azura's entire body. However, the principle of killing was firmly suppressed by Lin Feng's principle of space. Relying on principles, Divine King Azura had no advantage at all. However, Azura was a peak divine king. So what if he did not have the principle? His strongest aspect was his combat body, which was a total of 3,000,000 light-years in size. Even the entire Beaumont galaxy was only 100,000 light-years in diameter. A combat body of 3 million light-years was 30 times that of the Beaumont galaxy. With Azura's current combat body, a casual breath from him could probably wreak havoc in the Beaumont galaxy and completely destroy it. This was a peak Divine King, the strongest being below the Divine Venerable realm. I am Azura. I became a Divine King through slaughter. Kill. 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 Divine King Azura shouted the word kill 3 times in a row. Immediately, the entire cosmos emitted a murderous aura. This murderous aura seemed to have dyed the entire cosmos into a purgatory. Impressive, Divine King Azura. Your comprehension of the principle of killing has almost reached the limit of a principle, and is not inferior to a Divine Venerable at all. A sharp glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. He had also seen many Divine Venerables. For example, Divine Heart possessed the power of a Divine Venerable. There was also Divine Venerable Pelagios, who was also the oldest Divine Venerable. However, these 2 Divine Venerables seemed to be inferior to Azura in terms of comprehension of the principle. In terms of principles alone, Divine King Azura's principle of killing was truly immeasurable, and was already close to the essence of the principle. As Divine King Azura's massive combat body crushed down, the chilling killing intent was enough to spook any Divine King. However, although Lin Feng was not a Divine King, he was even more terrifying than one. He waved his hand, and the principle of tides rushed over. The cosmic tide surged majestically in the cosmos, and everyone could hear the sound of the cosmic tides. Lin Feng seemed to be standing on the waves of the cosmic tide, like the god of tides. His massive combat body lay before Divine King Azura, as insignificant as an ant. However, Lin Feng, who was as insignificant as an ant, waved his right hand again. The principle of destruction surged over, suffused with the aura of destruction. It enveloped Lin Feng's entire body, as if it could destroy everything. Lin Feng seemed to have transformed into the god of destruction again, controlling the destruction of all things in the universe. The principle of tides and the principle of destruction could not be integrated with each other. They could only be integrated within the principle of space, which suppressed all laws and all principles. Behind Lin Feng, a pitch-black principle of space suddenly appeared, eternal and unchanging. As the principle of space descended, Lin Feng seemed to have transformed into the god of space once more. At this moment, Lin Feng's aura also rose to its peak. His combat body was already comparable to a peak Divine King, but compared to a top-notch Divine King like Divine King Azura, the difference was still too great. This was not something that could be made up for easily. However, the combat body was only a part of one's strength. Lin Feng's strongest aspect now was principles, especially the integration of 3 principles. I am the god of tides. Lin Feng took a step forward. The cosmic tide surged as he followed behind Lin Feng. I am the god of destruction. In the cosmos, the principle of destruction manifested, as if it could destroy all things in the universe. Unlike the principle of killing, which was purely about killing and solely for the purpose of slaughtering living beings, the principle of destruction destroyed everything indiscriminately, regardless of whether it was living. I am the god of space. The infinite darkness and infinite space seemed to have become 3-dimensional all of a sudden. It was as if the entire cosmos had suddenly become a huge box, held in Lin Feng's hand. The 3 principles were manifested. Then, Lin Feng clapped his hands. Boom. When the 3 principles became one, even the cosmos shook, as if all laws retreated. Space, destruction, and tides completely integrated into one. Immediately, the power of the principles increased explosively. Principles were the foundation of the operation of the universe. Ordinary principles were enough to suppress cultivators below the divine King realm. No matter how strong their combat body was, they could not escape the fate of being suppressed by principles. However, if the strength of the combat body reached a certain extent, there was nothing the principle could do either. The 2 grew and declined in strength relative to each other. They were not complementary. Hence, if the principle was strong, it could crush the combat body. Similarly, if the combat body was strong enough, the principle would be useless. Lin Feng did not know how strong his three principles were when combined, but the fact that he could kill the Divine King of Destruction back then proved that when combined, the power of his three principles was indeed astonishing. As for whether he could defeat Divine King Azura, Lin Feng himself did not know either. However, so what if he could not? He had the law of life and an immortal body. The power of the three principles was infinite. The power of the principles was almost the power of the universe. How could the power of the universe be exhausted? Boom. When the principles collided with the combat body, everyone's heart seemed to shake violently. If one was not a divine king, they would not even be qualified to watch such a level of power expansion. Terrifying shockwaves spread in all directions. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the principle of space descended, suppressing all the shockwaves to prevent them from destroying the Bemont galaxy. The divine kings behind Divine King Azura were not so lucky. They could only use their combat bodies to resist the shockwaves. Caught off guard, they were even slightly injured. Everyone was very concerned about the collision between Divine King Azura's combat body and Lin Feng's three principles. Who would win? Chapter 703, 703 Brat, how dare you? 703 Brat, how dare you? Crunch. A sharp sound came from the center of the explosion. At the same time, the dust settled, revealing Divine King Azura's combat body. The mighty combat body of 3 million light-years was riddled with holes. It was covered in dense cracks, and the once enormous combat body was now less than 2 million light-years in size. Moreover, there was still a faint destructive power, tidal power, and even spatial power in Divine King Azura's combat body. It was wrecking his combat body constantly, causing it to collapse and weaken. The current Divine King Azura had become unprecedentedly weak. He had lost a full third of his combat body. It could be said to be a heavy loss. In the collision between the combat body and the principle, Divine King Azura had lost. I've lost. A trace of fear appeared on Divine King Azura's face. He was afraid of Lin Feng's integration of the three principles. That power made him feel as if he was facing a great divine venerable. Although his strength might not be that strong, in terms of comprehension of principles, even a divine venerable was far inferior to Lin Feng. Too strong. He's just strong. Divine King Azura no longer had any confidence. All divine kings, follow my command. Kill Lin Feng. Divine King Azura gritted his teeth. He was a dignified peak divine king, the first divine king under the divine venerable of massacre. Yet now, he actually failed to take down a mere grand emperor, and even had to rely on the help of other divine kings. If word got out, his reputation would definitely suffer a severe blow. However, Divine King Azura could not care about all that now. After seeing his fight with Lin Feng, could anyone still think of Lin Feng as a grand emperor? Unless they were blind, who would still think of Lin Feng as a grand emperor? What grand emperor's combat body could reach 40,000 light-years? What grand emperor could comprehend the principle of space? What grand emperor could comprehend three principles and combine them into one? None. Such a grand emperor had never appeared in the history of the universe. Lin Feng was worthy of the title of Supreme Grand Emperor, and was an unprecedented anomaly in the universe. As Divine King Azura gave the order, all 40 divine kings all used their combat bodies. Without using any principles, the 40 divine kings gathered their combat bodies and blasted towards Lin Feng. Divine Venerable, let's hurry up and help the Grand Emperor. They're going too far. 40 divine kings besieging one Grand Emperor. Do they really think there's no one in our universe alliance? Divine Venerable, when do we attack? Seeing that Lin Feng was surrounded and attacked, the divine kings of the divine palace of Bemont could no longer sit still. No matter how strong Lin Feng was, could he withstand the attacks of 40 divine kings? Apart from divine venerables, it was likely no one in the entire universe could withstand the attacks of 40 divine kings. There's no hurry. I'll protect the Bemont galaxy. Grand Emperor has his own methods. Divine Venerable Pelagios did not interfere rashly. He knew Lin Feng's abilities very well, and naturally knew that Lin Feng was not in danger. He only had to protect the Bemond galaxy from the impact in secret. Could Lin Feng, the supreme Grand Emperor who had created miracles, withstand the attack of 40 divine kings? The truth was that he could not resist it. Met with a single strike from the 40 divine kings, Lin Feng's combat body was almost defenseless. It was instantly torn apart and blasted into dust. This scene stunned all the divine kings. Even Divine King Azura was in a daze and a little surprised. Is he dead? Divine King Azura seemed to be in disbelief. Lin Feng's 3 principles combined had almost made him doubt everything he knew, yet Lin Feng was killed by the 40 divine kings just like that. Wasn't it too easy? Azura was bewildered, but the divine kings beside him laughed aloud. Haha, Divine King Azura, no matter how strong this Lin Feng is. What's the use? Even if it's Divine King Azura, can you resist a strike from 40 divine kings like us head-on? Divine King Azura thought carefully, then shook his head. What a joke. How terrifying was a full-power strike from 40 divine kings? Even if Azura did not attack, there were still 8 peak divine kings among them. Hence, even Divine King Azura himself could not withstand this power. Lin Feng's strength lied in principles, and his combat body was not considered that strong. How could he withstand a single strike from 40 divine kings? I was overthinking things. We'll annihilate the Bemond galaxy. Divine King Azura took a deep breath and let go of the unease in his heart. Then, his killing intent surged again. Lin Feng had embarrassed him completely today. How could he let Lin Feng's galaxy off? Not only would he annihilate the Bemond galaxy, he would also annihilate the surrounding galaxies one by one. He would even destroy Lin Feng's North River galaxy to vent the rage in his heart. After all, Divine King Azura had never been in such a humiliating state. Lin Feng was blasted apart by the 40 divine kings, but there was silence in the divine palace of Bemond. The Supreme Grand Emperor was killed just like that. He was still having the upper hand just now after defeating Divine King Azura. How could he be dead now? No matter what, the divine kings in the divine palace of Bemond did not seem to quite believe it. They felt that it was too unreal. However, if one put themselves in their shoes, apart from divine venerables, who could resist the 40 divine kings? Only a few people, including Divine Venerable Pelagios, Divine King Bemond, Divine King Occult, and the others, knew that Lin Feng had comprehended the ultimate law of life. He was immortal and indestructible. Forget about 40 divine kings, even 400 divine kings would make no difference to Lin Feng. Rumble. Just as Divine King Azura was about to set off and destroy the Bemond galaxy, the cosmos suddenly shook. The principle of tides, principle of destruction, and principle of space all combined into one. This is 3 principles. The 3 principles combined again. Could Lin Feng be alive? Many speculations arose along with the 3 principles in the cosmos. In particular, Divine King Azura's heart clenched. The faint sense of threat from before had appeared again. Buzz. In the cosmos, a familiar figure appeared in front of everyone. Again. However, he was no longer in the form of a combat body, but of ordinary size. Lin Feng, how can you not be dead? Divine King Azura cried out in alarm. How can someone still be revived after sustaining such injuries and being blasted into a bloody mist? This was too unbelievable. Even a divine venerable did not have such an ability for revival. However, Lin Feng shook his head and said, "What's impossible in the vast universe? If you want to annihilate the Bemond galaxy, I'll annihilate you first." A sharp glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. Even without his combat body, the integration of 3 principles was the strongest power. Boom. The 3 principles combined and instantly collided towards the 40 divine kings. As soon as those divine kings who had never experienced the terrifying power of Lin Feng's 3 principles came into contact with They felt as if they were making an enemy of the entire universe. An unstoppable force struck their combat bodies madly. Crack! The combat bodies of innumerable divine kings collapsed. Thud! Among them, the combat bodies of some divine kings even exploded directly, and they died on the spot. Bang! 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 Again and again, Lin Feng's three principles combined collided towards the 40 divine kings and divine king Azura. The power of principles was infinite, and Lin Feng was practically immortal. This was a one-sided massacre. He was slaying divine kings. Perhaps only a divine venerable could achieve such a magnificent feat. No, no. Divine King Azura was also resisting with all his might, but his combat body was already severely injured. Now that he was encountering Lin Feng's indiscriminate and wild explosions, the terrifying fusion of three principles could crush all combat bodies. Hence, Divine King Azura's combat body quickly collapsed, diminished from 2 million light-years to 1 million light-years. Then, 90% of his combat body was destroyed, leaving only a mere 100,000 light-years. However, this 100,000 light-years was instantly annihilated by the force of Lin Feng's three principles combined. The esteemed first Divine King under the Divine Venerable of Massacre, the peak Divine King Azura, had fallen just like that. There was the sound of wailing. Abnormal cosmic phenomena arose, and the principles wailed. This time, it was not just one or two divine kings who died, but hordes of divine kings. 3, 5, 10, 20. As the divine kings fell one after another, some divine kings tried to escape. They were terrified. Lin Feng was impossible to kill. He was even more terrifying than a divine venerable. It was a one-sided massacre. However, Lin Feng had the principle of space, which confined space. Who was capable of escaping? Hence, these powerful divine kings, who were invincible in the cosmos, were wrecked to death by the power of the principles without any chance for a fair fight. The entire cosmos seemed to be dyed blood-red. All the divine kings who witnessed this were dumbfounded. Even divine venerable Pelagios was no exception. Even though he was a respected divine venerable, he was still very shocked to see this scene. In the distant cosmos, the divine palace of Massacre was filled with a murderous aura. Swoosh! Suddenly, the divine venerable of Massacre sitting on the throne opened his eyes. At the same time, the life tokens of countless divine kings in the Hall of Life Tokens shattered in an instant. This scene stunned the Grand Emperors guarding the Hall of Life Tokens so much that they even forgot to report it. However, there was no longer a need for reporting. The divine venerable of Massacre opened his eyes. The terrifying killing intent on his body seemed to have materialized as he charged out of the divine palace of Massacre at once. All the cultivators in the Massacre domain were trembling. They could sense that the divine venerable of Massacre was furious. "Brat, how dare you!" The anger in the divine venerable of Massacre's voice overflowed from the divine palace of Massacre and seemed to materialize in the cosmos, shaking it. At the same time, the divine venerable of Massacre took a step forward, and instantly disappeared from the divine palace. Chapter 704, 704 The Divine Venerable of Massacre's Arrival. 704 The Divine Venerable of Massacre's Arrival. Boom. The divine venerable of Massacre was like an enormous deity. As soon as he stood up, the entire cosmos shook. When he took a step out of space, monstrous killing intent seemed to condense into a scarlet nebula in the cosmos. "Brat, how dare you!" A booming voice spread throughout the Beaumont galaxy. Just as Lin Feng used the three principles in the end and killed the three divine kings, the cosmos fell silent. Apart from Lin Feng, there was no longer a single divine king in the entire cosmos. Led by Divine King Azura, over 40 divine kings were wiped out. This was almost 80% of the strength of the Massacre domain. Now that they had all been annihilated, seeing this scene, the divine venerable of Massacre, who had just stepped out of space, was enraged. His anger almost ignited the cosmos. That's the divine venerable of Massacre. The divine venerable of Massacre actually came personally. When he saw the furious figure in the cosmos, Divine Venerable Pelagio's expression also changed abruptly. He cried out inwardly, "This is bad." As soon as the thought came to him, Divine Venerable Pelagio's figure flashed suddenly as he entered the spatial passage. At the same time, the Divine Venerable of Massacre suddenly extended his palm and slammed down with monstrous anger. It was majestic, far stronger than a combined strike from the 40 Divine Kings. Lin Feng's expression finally changed slightly. It was the Divine Venerable of Massacre. This power could not be resisted. It was entirely impossible to resist. Even with his 3 principles combined, he could not withstand it. Even though Lin Feng was already invincible among Divine Kings, he was still somewhat inferior to a Divine Venerable. Now that the Divine Venerable of Massacre was attacking in anger, how could it be shrugged off? This strike naturally could not kill Lin Feng. What Lin Feng was worried about was that the Bemont galaxy behind him, and even the galaxies around the Bemont galaxy, would all be destroyed by this palm strike from the Divine Venerable of Massacre then, wouldn't everything he had done previously be in vain? However, at such a critical moment, he had to resist it even if he couldn't. Principle of tides. Principle of destruction. Principle of space. The 3 principles combined and constructed an invisible barrier to resist this strike. Unfortunately, it collapsed instantly under the furious strike of the Divine Venerable of Massacre. Just as the Divine Venerable of Massacre was striking in anger, and Lin Feng was failing to resist it even with 3 principles combined, an incomparably huge palm suddenly extended out of the Bemont galaxy. Boom! The 2 palms collided fiercely. The cosmos shook, and even the Bemont galaxy was slightly impacted. A few relatively close planets shattered instantly. Even Lin Feng was implicated. His combat body was instantly torn apart and reduced to dust. However, Lin Feng recondensed in the blink of an eye. The Divine Venerable of Massacre's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at the owner of the huge palm just now. It was a Divine Venerable. It was also the power of a Divine Venerable. How could there be a Divine Venerable in the insignificant Bemont galaxy? Divine Venerable of Massacre, it's been 1,000,000 years since we last met. How have you been? Divine Venerable Pelagios stepped out of space and said cheerily. So it's you, Divine Venerable Pelagios. Divine Venerable of Massacre's furious thoughts calmed slightly. Divine Venerable Pelagios was one of the oldest Divine Venerables in the universe. He was not someone to be trifled with. That's right. I've already joined the Universe Alliance and become a member. Previously, the Divine Kings under the Divine Venerable of Massacre mobilized a large force and attacked. That's really detrimental to peace. Why don't the Divine Venerable of Massacre sit down? And we can talk things over properly. Talk things over. Haha, I had 40 Divine Kings under my command. If we include Divine King Sword Rain, that would be 41 Divine Kings. Who died at this lad's hands? You want to talk things over with me? Absurd. Pelagios, let me ask you, do you insist on harboring this lad? And the Universe Alliance? The Divine Venerable of Massacre's eyes gradually turned red again. This was a sign that he was about to fly into a rage. The Divine Venerable of Massacre had become a Divine Venerable through slaughter in his entire life, and was incomparably domineering. He had never excelled at plotting, nor was he good at scheming. He only had one attitude towards everything, and that was killing. Only killing could have given the Divine Venerable of Massacre his intimidating reputation in the present. Divine Venerable of Massacre, I'm already a member of the Universe Alliance. How can it be called harboring? If you want to destroy the Universe Alliance, it would be equivalent to asking to fight me to the death. Divine Venerable Pelagios' expression gradually turned cold. He was the oldest Divine Venerable in the universe. He usually kept a low profile and was amicable, but it was not that he did not have a temper. According to the time he had cultivated, even the Divine Venerable of Massacre was only his junior. Seeing his presumptuous attitude, now, Divine Venerable Pelagios was naturally a little angry. Very well. Divine Venerable Pelagios, the Universe Alliance, and the Supreme Grand Emperor. If I can't kill you, can't I destroy a few mere galaxies? If I want to destroy the Beaumont galaxy, who can stop me? The divine venerable of Massacre was enraged. He only wanted to vent and kill now. It was impossible for him to just leave in dejection. After suffering such a huge loss, if he really left, he would not be the notorious divine venerable of Massacre. Die. The divine venerable of Massacre went completely berserk. Even if he could not kill Lin Feng and divine venerable Pelagios, he would destroy the Beaumont galaxy and all the surrounding galaxies to vent his rage. Divine venerable Pelagios' face was also ashen. If the divine venerable of Massacre really wanted to destroy the Beaumont galaxy, even he could not stop him. After all, he and Lin Feng alone could not stop the divine venerable of Massacre at all. Is that so? Divine venerable of Massacre, you can barely protect himself. Aren't you worried that your home base will be attacked by divine venerable celestial eye after you leave the Massacre domain? Lin Feng sneered. Die. Divine venerable of Massacre did not say anything else and used his combat body directly. How massive was the combat body of a divine venerable? Only one with a combat body of at least 100 million light-years could be called a divine venerable. The divine venerable of Massacre had dominated the universe for so many years and made a name for himself. His combat body far exceeded 100 million light-years in size, and reached almost 500 million light-years. Divine venerable Pelagios, there's no need to hold back. Attack with all your might and kill the divine venerable of Massacre. Lin Feng immediately sent a voice transmission to divine venerable Pelagios. Kill. That's right, kill him. The divine venerable of Massacre courted death himself. Lin Feng was full of confidence. Even divine venerable Pelagios was a little surprised. What right did Lin Feng have to say that he could kill the divine venerable of Massacre? It had to be known that even with 3 principles were combined, it was very difficult for Lin Feng to even injure the divine venerable of Massacre, let alone kill him. Lin Feng's only use was to suppress the principle of the divine venerable of Massacre, preventing the divine venerable of Massacre from utilizing the power of the principle, such that his strength was slightly weakened. However, that was all. How could divine venerable Pelagios kill the divine venerable of Massacre with his power alone? Divine venerable Pelagios did not think much of it. Now, he could only do his best to stop the divine venerable of Massacre. How terrifying was it when 2 divine venerables used their combat bodies? Even the slightest shockwave could destroy countless galaxies. So what if you suppress my principle? The killing intent of the divine venerable of Massacre boiled. His combat body specialized in killing, and his defense was not very strong. However, he still had the advantage when facing Lin Feng and divine venerable Pelagios. This was because he did not need to risk his life. He only needed to attack, and keep attacking to vent his anger, and destroy galaxies one after another. Once the divine venerable of Massacre went berserk, he was indeed very terrifying. Even divine venerable Pelagios felt pressure. Of course, if he were fighting the divine venerable of Massacre solo, divine venerable Pelagios would not be struggling so much. However, he had to protect the Beaumont galaxy, so his hands were tied. Naturally, he could not use his full strength. Boom. Suddenly, the space in the cosmos shattered. A huge hand suddenly extended from the spatial passage and struck the divine venerable of Massacre from behind. The divine venerable of Massacre's entire body shook. His huge combat body was actually shaking. Countless cells were annihilated. And he was actually on the verge of collapse at once. Who is it? Divine venerable of Massacre, one mistake leads to another. It's time for all our years of struggle to end now. Die. An incomparably massive combat body emerged from the spatial passage, its entire body emitting a chilling killing intent. Celestial Eye, divine venerable Celestial Eye. The divine venerable of Massacre was furious. His eyes widened, and his soaring killing intent burned like flames. Chapter 705, 705 Surrounding and Killing the Divine Venerable. 705 Surrounding and Killing the Divine Venerable. Divine Venerable Celestial Eye. Divine Venerable Pelagio's entire body shook. Then, he recalled what Lin Feng had said previously, so he turned to look at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng shook his head and said, "There's no need to look at me. I only used the principle of space to send a message to Divine Venerable Celestial Eye. It's Divine Venerable Celestial Eye's own decision to attack decisively." Lin Feng also admired Divine Venerable Celestial Eye for his decisive action at the critical moment. If he could really kill the Divine Venerable of Massacre this time, the perennial war with the Divine Venerable of Massacre would be over. From the looks of it, this Divine Venerable Celestial Eye was undoubtedly even more terrifying. Haha, Divine Venerable of Massacre, today is the day you die. Supreme Grand Emperor, Divine Venerable Pelagios, the three of us will surround and kill the Divine Venerable of Massacre. We'll share the chaotic rift together. What do you say? Divine Venerable Celestial Eye also said loudly. Actually, his actions were far less domineering than the Divine Venerable of Massacre's. Lin Feng had also heard that when the chaotic rift was discovered, Divine Venerable Celestial Eye also proposed sharing it with the Divine Venerable of Massacre. However, the Divine Venerable of Massacre was incomparably selfish and insisted on monopolizing it. Divine Venerable Celestial Eye naturally would not allow it. Hence, the two had been fighting for so long. It was precisely because of this that Lin Feng disclosed the news to Divine Venerable Celestial Eye. Divine Venerable Celestial Eye was indeed very decisive. He attacked immediately. He naturally would not miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Attack. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng attacked immediately. He used the principle of space. It descended at once, enclosing the Divine Venerable of Massacre. It suppressed the Divine Venerable of Massacre's principle of killing and weakened him. Divine Venerable Pelagios mobilized his combat body and charged towards the Divine Venerable of Massacre in a frenzy. His combat body specialized in recovery. It would be extremely difficult to defeat Divine Venerable Pelagios. Hence, he could withstand even the attacks of the Divine Venerable of Massacre. A huge eye slowly appeared between the brows of Divine Venerable Celestial Eye. It was the Celestial Eye. This Celestial Eye was Divine Venerable Celestial Eye's strongest offensive method, comparable to the killing power of the Divine Venerable of Massacre. The two Divine Venerables and the Supreme Grand Emperor surrounded the Divine Venerable of Massacre, each using their own abilities. Such a scene was not so easy to encounter. Only the Divine Kings of the Divine Palace of Bamand could see this battle. All of them were overwhelmed with emotions and did not dare to relax at all. There were 3 Divine Venerables and 1 Supreme Grand Emperor. The various abilities such as the principle, the combat body, secret techniques, artifacts, and so on were simply dazzling. Even these Divine Kings' horizons were broadened. They finally understood that the battle between Divine Venerables did not just depend on the principle and the combat body. Secret techniques and artifacts could also be effective. In fact, Lin Feng's principle of space suppressed the Divine Venerable of Massacre's principle of killing. It also significantly weakened the power of the Divine Venerable of Massacre by at least 20%. 20% of strength was not to be underestimated. If converted to the power of the combat body, it would be almost the power of a combat body of 100 million light-years, nearly equivalent to the power of an ordinary Divine Venerable. In other words, Lin Feng alone was holding off an ordinary Divine Venerable. Of course, such a comparison was definitely not appropriate. It was just an analogy. Lin Feng's principle of space was also crucial. Divine Venerable of Massacre, Divine Venerable Pelagios, Divine Venerable Celestial Eye, and a Supreme Grand Emperor. Such a great battle can only be chanced upon by luck. Just witnessing a battle at this level has already deepened my comprehension of the principle. In particular, the principle of space of the Supreme Grand Emperor is simply too powerful. It suppresses all principles. How impressive! Even if the Divine Venerable of Massacre wants to escape, he can't warp space and escape under the confinement from the principle of space of the Supreme Grand Emperor. Without the Supreme Grand Emperor, Divine Venerable Pelagios and Divine Venerable Celestial Eye would only be able to gain the upper hand over the Divine Venerable of Massacre. It would be entirely impossible for them to kill him. These divine kings were all discussing spiritedly. 3 divine venerables and a supreme grand emperor. Such a great battle had stunned them. It could only be chanced upon by luck. They were not ordinary cultivators, so they could naturally see some of the nuances. Although the 3 divine venerables seemed to be far stronger than the supreme grand emperor, Lin Feng, they knew very well about the importance of the supreme grand emperor, Lin Feng. Not only could he suppress the divine venerable of massacre, he could stop the divine venerable of massacre from escaping. Without Lin Feng's principle of space, the 2 divine venerables would not even think about killing the divine venerable of massacre. Lin Feng's role was crucial. Thud. Divine Venerable Pelagio's punch landed on the divine venerable of massacre. Immediately, the combat body of the divine venerable of massacre collapsed and was annihilated on a large scale. He suffered heavy losses. Swish. With a glance from the celestial eye on divine venerable celestial eye's forehead, wisps of gray smoke surged out of the divine venerable of massacre's combat body. Then, his combat body collapsed extensively. Arg, die, all of you. The divine venerable of massacre roared furiously. He targeted Lin Feng in a frenzy. Boom. 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 Time and time again, Lin Feng was blasted apart by the divine venerable of massacre. But so what? Even though Lin Feng was blasted apart, the principle of space still stretched across the cosmos, constantly suppressing the divine venerable of massacre's principle of killing, and even suppressing space. The divine venerable of massacre could not escape even if he wanted to. The law of life ensured that Lin Feng would not die. No matter how the divine venerable of massacre roared and attacked in a frenzy, Lin Feng merely revived again and again. Haha, divine venerable of massacre, you are doomed today. Your death is certain. Divine venerable celestial eye activated his celestial eye again. Immediately, the combat body of the divine venerable of massacre could no longer be maintained and collapsed with a bang. Crack. Crack. Sounds like glass shattering rang out. The combat body of the divine venerable of massacre began to break on a large scale. Previously, it had already been riddled with holes by divine venerable Pelagio's and divine venerable celestial eye. This time, it was actually struck by divine venerable celestial eye. Hence, 500 million light-year combat body could no longer be maintained, and collapsed extensively. The 500 million light-year combat body quickly collapsed to only 400 million light-years. Ever since the divine venerable of massacre became a divine venerable, he had never suffered such severe injuries. Even when competing with divine venerable celestial eye for the chaotic rift, the 2 parties were evenly matched. He had never suffered such a huge loss. But now, when divine venerable celestial eye, divine venerable Pelagio's, and the supreme grand emperor, Lin Feng, joined forces, he actually ended up in such a sorry state. Even his combat body had been reduced by 100 million light-years. This was something the divine venerable of massacre had never imagined. For the first time, the divine venerable of massacre felt the threat of death. Perhaps he was really going to die here. At this thought, the divine venerable of massacre developed a trace of intention to retreat. However, this trace of intention to retreat seemed to have come too late. He had nowhere to retreat, and could not retreat even if he wanted to. It's not that easy to kill me. If I want to leave, who can stop me? The divine venerable of massacre began fighting with his life. He roared and used his massive combat body. Terrifying killing intent soared as he charged towards divine venerable celestial eye madly. Boom. Divine venerable celestial eye's entire body shook. He was struck by the divine venerable of massacre in an internecine move. Even his own combat body was slightly damaged. Principle of space, suppress. Lin Feng immediately used the principle of space in an attempt to stop the divine venerable of massacre. The divine venerable of massacre tried to break out by force despite his injured combat body. Unable to warp space, he relied on the crudest method. Even if he had to fly, he would fly out of here. Lin Feng knew very well that once the Divine Venerable of Massacre escaped, there would be no end of trouble. Divine Venerable Pelagios, Divine Venerable Celestial Eye, we have to go all out now. Lin Feng's words echoed in the cosmos. Divine Venerable Pelagios and Divine Venerable Celestial Eye looked at each other. That's right. If they didn't risk their lives, trying to kill the Divine Venerable of Massacre while being unscathed was impossible. No matter what, the Divine Venerable of Massacre was a famous and terrifying expert who dominated the universe. Since they wanted to kill the Divine Venerable of Massacre once and for all, they had to be prepared for both parties to suffer heavy losses. Divine Venerable of Massacre, if you can risk your life, can't we do the same? Let's see who dies first. Divine Venerable Celestial Eye roared. At this moment, he also made a decisive choice. He took the initiative and collided towards his enemy with his massive combat body in a frenzy. Divine Venerable Pelagios was not to be outdone. He also used the crudest, but also the most effective method, by colliding using his combat body. In a two-pronged attack, they collided hard with the Divine Venerable of Massacre's combat body. If he wanted to fight with his life, they could do the same. Rumble. Waves of terrifying explosions echoed continuously in the cosmos. The surrounding space shattered and was already reduced to nothing. At this level of life-or-death battle, even Lin Feng could not interfere. He could only use the principle of space to suppress space and the principle of killing, preventing the Divine Venerable of Massacre from escaping. Chapter 706, 706 The Fall of the Divine Venerable. 706 The Fall of the Divine Venerable. Boom. The Divine Venerable of Massacre began to fight with his life. He attacked Divine Venerable Celestial Eye again and again in a frenzy, trying to break out of the encirclement. However, Divine Venerable Celestial Eye was also fighting with his life, blocking with his combat body madly. Even if he must risk his life to do so, Divine Venerable Celestial Eye would not let the Divine Venerable of Massacre off. The battle was truly brutal. It completely came down to physical combat. There were no skills, artifacts, or secret techniques involved. It was purely composed of constant collisions of the combat bodies. Every collision shook the heart. This was simply more devastating than any cosmic calamity. The cosmos was filled with spilled blood. Every drop of blood in a Divine Venerable's body contained a huge amount of vitality and energy. However, as they left the Divine Venerable's combat bodies, this trace of vitality gradually disappeared, and eventually decomposed into cosmic dust, becoming an inanimate object. Lin Feng's principle of space suppressed the Divine Venerable of Massacre's principle of killing. Lin Feng had no experience with the principle of killing before, but now, he had experienced it deeply. The principle of killing was purely derived for the purpose of killing. It seemed very evil, but it was one of the principles of the universe. Balance was what the universe hoped for the most, just like how rebirth and destruction were of equal importance. Killing. Unknowingly, an idea seemed to flash through Lin Feng's mind. Ever since he comprehended the principle of space and integrated the three principles, Lin Feng's comprehension of the principles and laws seemed to have improved by another level. This feeling was very miraculous, but Lin Feng himself did not notice it. Killing counters living beings. Killing ends living beings. If killing and destruction are combined, they will become even stronger. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Lin Feng's mind. It was as if an idea had flashed through his mind. He had thought of the principle of killing. If the principle of killing fused with the principle of destruction, what would be the reaction? Killing and destruction were completely complementary. Destruction did not include killing, but the effect of killing was destruction to a certain extent. Lin Feng had a feeling that if the two were combined, they might produce unexpected results. Buzz. An epiphany flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He reached out and pointed. The principle of killing suppressed by the principle of space seemed to shake slightly. At the same time, a new law appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Law of killing. Lin Feng looked at the new law in his hand. It was the law of killing. It was the new law that Lin Feng had just comprehended. Although it was only at the rudimentary level, it was the genuine law of killing. This was a new law that Lin Feng had comprehended after obtaining the sacred stone of anathema, despite barely using it. Ordinary cultivators would almost never comprehend new laws after becoming a divine king, and they would not be able to comprehend them just because they wanted to. However, Lin Feng was different. If he wanted to comprehend them, with the help of the sacred stone of anathema, he would definitely be able to comprehend new laws. However, what was the use of comprehending new laws? Now, as an idea flashed through Lin Feng's mind, he comprehended the law of killing. He could give it a try. If he could eventually comprehend the law of killing to the level of the principle of killing, when the time came, he could integrate the principle of killing and combine the four principles. Would the power be even stronger? This was only Lin Feng's hypothesis. Since the fusion of the principal tides and the principle of destruction was already so powerful, with the integration of the principle of killing, it should be even more powerful. If that was the case, Lin Feng could be considered to have opened the path that was most suitable for him, and could rapidly increase his strength. Comprehending the law of killing was a trivial matter for Lin Feng. However, now that he was suppressing the divine venerable of massacre's principle of killing, he could use the principle of killing to constantly improve his comprehension of the law of killing. This was especially the case since the divine venerable of massacre had been immersed in the principle of killing for so long that his every move had already been integrated into the principle of killing. Even though the principle of killing was suppressed, he could still see a trace of the mystery of the principle of killing. It was crucial for Lin Feng's comprehension of the law of killing. Buzz. In the next moment, Lin Feng's entire body shook. The law of killing in his hand changed slightly again. He had already mastered the planetary law. Even though it was only the elementary planetary law, he had actually comprehended the planetary law without the help of the sacred stone of anathema in a short period of time. It was enough to show that the current Lin Feng did have a unique advantage in comprehending laws. Boom. The battle was still ongoing. As Divine Venerable Pelagios mobilized his combat body and collided hard, the Divine Venerable of Massacre finally could not hold out anymore. His original 400 million light-year combat body collapsed again. Moreover, this collapse happened on a large scale. Crack. 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 No matter what method the Divine Venerable of Massacre used, he could not stop the collapse of his combat body. From 400 million light-years, 300 million light-years, 200 million light-years, 100 million light-years. Like an avalanche, the combat body of the Divine Venerable of Massacre could no longer be sustained. Even the killing intent on his body had waned by a lot. The 500 million light-year combat body in the beginning had completely collapsed now, and was less than 100 million light-years in size. Of course, Divine Venerable Celestial I and Divine Venerable Pelagios did not have it easy either. This was especially the case for Divine Venerable Celestial I. Whenever the Divine Venerable of Massacre tried to escape, Divine Venerable Celestial I was almost always the one blocking him by force. Divine Venerable Celestial I originally had a combat body of about 500 million light-years, but after being attacked by the Divine Venerable of Massacre in a frenzy, his combat body was already less than 400 million light-years in size. It was indeed a heavy loss. Divine Venerable Pelagios was slightly better off. He had lost tens of millions of light-years of combat body. Although they had both suffered heavy losses, the two of them did not regret it at all. They had only sustained losses to their combat bodies now, and could still slowly recover in the future. For the Divine Venerable of Massacre, even if he suffered heavy losses now, as long as he could escape, he could still slowly recover after taking some time. Hence, Divine Venerable Celestial I and Divine Venerable Pelagios did not dare to relax at all now. They wanted to kill the Divine Venerable of Massacre once and for all. Celestial I, Pelagios, Lin Feng, I swear I'll kill all of you. Seeing that his combat body was about to collapse completely, and he was about to be killed, the Divine Venerable of Massacre's ferocity was also stimulated. A terrifying power suddenly erupted from his combat body. This is bad. Divine Venerable Pelagios and Divine Venerable Celestial I were shocked, but before they could even react, the remaining combat. Body of the Divine Venerable of Massacre exploded. Boom. The Divine Venerable of Massacre's combat body exploded with a bang, blasting a huge hole in the cosmos. There was a faint sense of infinite darkness and void. Even principles could not descend into this area. The aura of the Divine Venerable of Massacre waned rapidly, and finally disappeared completely. However, after Lin Feng's combat body condensed again, a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. He smiled coldly as he said, trying to run. The dignified Divine Venerable of Massacre is actually trying to run. Unfortunately, you can't escape. Suppress. The moment the Divine Venerable of Massacre exploded, Lin Feng sensed that something was amiss, even though the aura of the Divine Venerable of Massacre waned rapidly and even disappeared in the end. Even Divine Venerable Pelagios and Divine Venerable Celestial. I would not have any doubts that the Divine Venerable of Massacre was most likely dead. However, Lin Feng, who had comprehended the ultimate law of life, could clearly sense that the life force of the Divine Venerable of Massacre still existed. Although it was very weak, and even vaguely discernible, as if it would disappear at any moment, it did still exist. This meant that the Divine Venerable of Massacre was not dead yet. Rumble. Lin Feng's principle of space suddenly descended, covering a radius of dozens of light years. Lin Feng, you really want to kill me? Indeed, Lin Feng's principle of space descended and directly suppressed a faint scarlet light in the cosmos. The Divine Venerable of Massacre was trying to take the opportunity to escape. Hey, we almost let you escape, Divine Venerable of Massacre. Divine Venerable Celestial I no longer hesitated, and immediately slammed down with a huge hand. Swish. The life force of the Divine Venerable of Massacre dissipated instantly. This time, Lin Feng was also certain that the Divine Venerable of Massacre was indeed dead. There was a sound of wailing. As expected, abnormal phenomena appeared in the cosmos. The wailing of the principles shook the cosmos. The Divine Venerable of Massacre had fallen. Chapter 707, 707 Shake the Universe. 707 Shake the Universe. The Divine Venerable has fallen. The Divine Venerable of Massacre has actually fallen. The fall of a Divine Venerable will definitely shake the universe. The reputations of Divine Venerable Celestial I, Divine Venerable Pelagios, and the Supreme Grand Emperor will all spread throughout the universe. In particular, the Supreme Grand Emperor not only killed a Divine King as a Grand Emperor, but even participated in the siege of a Divine Venerable now. The Divine Venerable of Massacre even really fell. The Supreme Grand Emperor will definitely become a legend in the universe. Unbelievable, unbelievable. The Divine Venerable of Massacre has really fallen. That's a Divine Venerable. The impact of the death of the Divine Venerable of Massacre was just too great. Unlike Divine Heart, the Divine Venerable of Massacre had been famed for a long time. He was a genuine Divine Venerable, ranked among the top in the universe. But now, the notorious Divine Venerable of Massacre had actually fallen. It would definitely shake the entire universe. The Divine Venerable of Massacre has fallen. How many years has it been since a Divine Venerable has fallen? Looks like the universe is no longer at peace. In a quiet stretch of cosmos, the old man, with the appearance of a withered tree, glanced at the cosmos as he said slowly, Massacre is actually dead. Hey, good, good. Who can kill the Divine Venerable of Massacre? In a magnificent divine palace, the man sitting on the throne suddenly opened his eyes. The first Divine Venerable to fall in so many years. Perhaps a calamity is imminent. A deep voice came from an ancient divine palace. The death of the Divine Venerable of Massacre shook the universe. Be it divine kings or divine venerables, they quickly learned of the death of the Divine Venerable of Massacre through various channels. The death of a Divine Venerable had a huge impact, far greater than the death of 40 Divine Kings. The Divine Kings of the Universe Alliance had witnessed the magnificent scene of more than 40 Divine Kings falling previously. Now, they had actually witnessed the death of a Divine Venerable with their own eyes. All of them were already a little numb. However, many Divine Kings were also a little glad that they had joined the Universe Alliance. From the looks of it, this universe alliance was countless times stronger than they had imagined. In the future, with the Supreme Grand Emperor, Lin Feng, and Divine Venerable Pelagios presiding over it, who would dare to underestimate the Universe Alliance? Perhaps, in time, the Universe Alliance would truly become a great alliance of the universe. Relative to how the universe is shaken, countless people were exclaiming about the fall of the Divine Venerable of Massacre. The impact was so great that it might far exceed Lin Feng's previous expectations. However, the matter was set in stone. With the death of the Divine Venerable of Massacre, the relationship between Divine Venerable Celestial I and the Universe Alliance also became a little delicate. However, Divine Venerable Celestial I did not say anything. Instead, his eyes widened as he stared intently at Lin Feng. Divine Venerable Celestial I was not the only one. Even the Divine Venerable Pelagios was incomparably shocked as he stared intently at Lin Feng. What did they all see? A dense killing aura enveloped Lin Feng, but this killing aura was very pure. It was pure killing, and nothing else. The killing aura was very strong. What was even more astonishing was that the law of killing was vaguely surrounding Lin Feng. Moreover, it was the planetary law of killing. It was the planetary law of killing. Even an esteemed divine king or divine venerable would find it extremely difficult to comprehend a new law. It was not something that could be comprehended whenever one wanted. However, Lin Feng had comprehended it. Moreover, according to Divine Venerable Pelagios' understanding of Lin Feng, before this, Lin Feng had only comprehended the ultimate law of life. There was definitely no law of killing. But now, Lin Feng had suddenly comprehended the law of killing, and it was a planetary law of killing at that. What did this mean? It meant that Lin Feng had very likely comprehended the law of killing in a flash of inspiration when they surrounded the Divine Venerable of Massacre just now. It was very likely that he had comprehended the law of killing under the influence of the Divine Venerable of Massacre. What is this? Divine Venerable Pelagios and Divine Venerable Celestial I looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and resignation. If the Divine Venerable of Massacre could know that not only had Lin Feng killed him, he had even comprehended the law of killing, there was no knowing how the Divine Venerable of Massacre would feel. This was no longer a genius, but a monster, a legend. However, this was only the beginning. Divine Venerable Celestial I and Divine Venerable Pelagios did not speak, because Lin Feng had closed his eyes after the death of the Divine Venerable of Massacre, and the law of killing on his body fluctuated more and more violently. The law of killing became stronger and stronger. Lin Feng was still comprehending the law of killing. Ordinary planetary law of killing was not its limit. It was still constantly improving. Buzz. Suddenly, a strong aura of killing filled the entire cosmos. At the same time, a law of killing vaguely manifested in the cosmos. It had increased by another level, reaching the level of an advanced planetary law. Rumble. Lin Feng still did not open his eyes, and the cosmos was also shaking violently. The law of killing was still constantly changing, as if it was undergoing metamorphosis. This scene also fell into the eyes of the divine kings of the universe Alines. The Divine Venerable of Massacre was already dead, and the threat had been resolved. Hence, these divine kings all warped space and arrived in the cosmos. They clearly also sensed something unusual about Lin Feng. The Supreme Grand Emperor is comprehending laws again. Heavens, this is the law of killing, right? That's right. It's the law of killing, and it has already reached the level of an advanced law. If I'm not wrong, the Supreme Grand Emperor is trying to comprehend the ultimate law of killing in one fell swoop. What? The ultimate law of killing? In such a short period of time. He was just besieging the Divine Venerable of Massacre, and now he's already comprehending the ultimate law of killing. Previously, these divine kings were all a little numb, but now, they could not help but admire Lin Feng's talent as the Supreme Grand Emperor, especially his talent in laws and the principles. Being able to comprehend another new law in such a short period of time was no less difficult than becoming a divine king. However, Lin Feng had done it. Moreover, it was not an ordinary law but the law of killing, which specialized in killing. It was also one of the most difficult laws to comprehend. So, this is what killing is about. Swoosh. Lin Feng muttered softly and suddenly opened his eyes. The moment his eyes opened, a strong killing intent soared. However, this killing intent was not targeted at anyone but was very pure. Boom. The law of killing in the cosmos metamorphosed again. It had already metamorphosed from an advanced planetary law to the ultimate law of killing. Even Divine Venerable Celestial I and Divine Venerable Pelagios were dumbfounded. Lin Feng was very satisfied. He did not expect that after besieging the Divine Venerable of Massacre, he would actually be able to comprehend the law of killing in the end, and actually comprehend the ultimate law of killing at one go. Lin Feng could even vaguely sense the principle of killing. This could also be considered a pleasant surprise. Although this law of killing did not increase Lin Feng's strength for the time being. Once it metamorphosed into the principle of killing, Lin Feng could conduct a critical experiment in cultivation. Supreme Grand Emperor, congratulations. Divine Venerable Celestial I congratulated Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng said meaningfully, Divine Venerable Celestial I should be the one congratulating you. With the death of the Divine Venerable of Massacre, the Massacre domain will be your territory. Divine Venerable Celestial I's heart skipped a beat. He did intend to go back on his word. Previously, he had only wanted to disgust the Divine Venerable of Massacre and cause him some trouble. He had never thought that he could really kill the Divine Venerable of Massacre. But what had happened now? The Divine Venerable of Massacre was actually really dead, and he had died at his hand. Once the Divine Venerable of Massacre was dead, Divine Venerable Celestial I would be able to take over the Massacre domain and the chaotic rift alone. However, Divine Venerable Celestial I was very clear-headed. He had not been blinded by greed. Who was the most crucial person in killing the Divine Venerable of Massacre this time? It was Lin Feng, the Supreme Grand Emperor, Lin Feng. Even Divine Venerable Celestial I and Divine Venerable Pelagios were only supportive in the feat. The reason was very simple. Lin Feng had trapped the Divine Venerable of Massacre, and Lin Feng had suppressed the Divine Venerable of Massacre's principle of killing, causing his strength to decline sharply. If both parties turned against each other now, if Lin Feng could suppress the Divine Venerable of Massacre, he could suppress Divine Venerable Celestial I. Hence, Divine Venerable Celestial I knew his current situation very well. Grand Emperor, you jest. Let's stick to our previous agreement. The Universe Alliance and the Celestial I domain will share the chaotic rift, and half of the Massacre domain will also be governed by the Universe Alliance. How about that? Divine Venerable Celestial I was actually a little nervous as well. He had originally thought that Lin Feng was insignificant, and that even with the addition of Divine Venerable Pelagios, they were not a big deal. However, who would have thought that the three of them could really accomplish such a magnificent feat and kill a Divine Venerable? If Lin Feng and Divine Venerable Pelagios joined forces, Divine Venerable Celestial I could not guarantee that he could escape. Hence, his attitude was cautious and vaguely wary. Part 11 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.